Mu Bingxuan, I still love you. Wishing you eternal happiness. With a smile he breathed his last. The notorious scion of Modu Li Ran ended his sinful life. The next moment Li Ran woke up from a wild laughter. Haha, the groveling villain who survived over 300 chapters finally died. It wasn't easy. System, I can return to the real world now, right? He opened his eyes, a ray of dazzling sunlight shone in through the window. However, when he saw his surroundings clearly, Li Ran was dumbfounded. He was still in that 1,000-square-meter luxury villa on his own 5-meter-wide extravagant bed. Didn't I finish the plot and obtain all the rewards? The script has been cleared, why am I still here? Li Ran panicked. System, come out quickly. What's going on? A cold mechanical voice sounded. An error occurred in the final plot. Please start over, host. Plot error. Li Ran was bewildered. How could it be an error? I followed the script exactly. Damn system, did you make a mistake? Don't mess with me. I want to go home with all these invincible skills and reunite with my parents and little sister. Li Ran originally had a warm and harmonious family free from worries about food and clothing. But one day he was suddenly bound by this transmigration system. He was transported into a novel titled The Urban Soldier King, and was forced to play the role of the antagonist Li Ran, who was constantly slapped in the face by the protagonist Lin Ming. The protagonist of this novel, Lin Ming, was a generation of soldier kings returning from overseas. He was powerful with a deep background, rich and influential. In short, he was as awesome as can be. However, he liked to keep quiet, keep a low profile, and play the pig to eat the tiger. It was a typical soldier king power fantasy novel. It tells of Lin Ming, who returned to China and set his sights on the 10 great families of Modu. Ultimately, he single-handedly subdued them and established his own business empire. Along the way, he incidentally won the heart of the first female lead, Mu Bingxian. As for Li Ran's Li family, among the 10 great families of Modu, they ranked first in wealth. He is the minor villain boss of the first volume. As the only son of the Li family, Li Ran naturally becomes a trigger for the hatred between the protagonist and the Li family. He is not only a villain, but also a simp villain who covets the protagonist's woman. In the end, Li Ran is ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ming, becoming nothing more than a tool for Lin Ming to strengthen his bond with other heroines. Moreover, the Li family is dragged down by Li Ran and meets its downfall. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Ming accomplishes one of his minor goals, taking all the wealth of the 10 great families of Modu into his own hands. For the system's mission rewards, and to return to his original world to reunite with his family, Li Ran has been diligently playing his villain role. However, Li Ran never expected that now that the plot is over, he has acquired a set of amazing skills. As a result, he cannot return to his original world. Come on, tell me, he said. I've finished the plot. There's no role for me later. What am I supposed to do here? Become the protagonist? Li Ran was very angry. But at the same time, he was also very puzzled. What did the system mean by final plot error? Li Ran hadn't read the later plot of the novel Bing Wang, Du Shi Xiao Yao carefully, since his role was only in the first volume. However, he vaguely remembered that the final plot seemed to be the male lead Lin Ming ending up with the heroines. Could it be that those heroines didn't end up with Lin Ming? Did the heroine change her heart? Was she taken by someone else? But what the hell does it matter to me? I'm just a minor villain in the first volume, not even a real boss. At this moment, regarding Li Ran's questioning, the system gave an explanation. The script has been reset. Please replay the plot, host, and earnestly play your role. After completing the plot, the host can return to the original world. Li Ran. Soon Li Ran accepted the reality. This situation was like a NG retake during filming. Of course, Li Ran speculated in his heart. This plot reset might indeed be related to him. After all, when he first transmigrated, it was his first time playing a villain simp, and during the process he inevitably made some mistakes stumbling along. This might have caused problems in some links. This time you won't cheat me again, will you? As long as the host finishes the plot, he can return to the original world. Getting out of bed, Li Ran asked, which part of the plot has been reset to? The system's mechanical voice answered, Chapter 10, entering school and beating a bully, first encounter with the campus beauty. Indeed, it reset to the point where I was first slapped in the face by the protagonist. Li Ran remembered this plot. It tells that when Lin Ming entered the school, he encountered the campus beauty Mu Bingxian being harassed by a lecherous bully. Thus, he spoke out for justice and dealt with the lecherous bully. At the same time, he gained the favor of the campus beauty Mu Bingxuan, and the two met for the first time. The bully who was beaten was none other than Li Ran himself. Li Ran glanced at the time. 7 in the morning. At 8:30, Mu Bingxian would appear at the gate of Modu University. At that time, Lin Ming would also appear. He and his gang of underlings would be slapped in the face by Lin Ming in front of everyone. Just then a phone call came in, dispelling Li Ran's last doubts. Young Master Li, Mu Bingxian is about to arrive. Where are you? Hearing the familiar voice of his lackey Chun Hao on the phone, Li Ran rubbed his forehead. It seemed the plot had really reset. Got it'll be there right away. He hung up. Then Li Ran shouted to the outside. Uncle Fu, prepare a bouquet of roses, 99 of them. Today is Bingxuan's return to school. I want to give her a surprise. Yes, young master, came Uncle Fu's voice from outside. Li Ran changed into a set of designer clothes and went downstairs. Standing at 1. 8 meters tall, his figure appeared even more upright under the expensive attire. Handsome and extraordinary. Uncle Fu had also prepared a bouquet of roses waiting downstairs. Whether in the original world or the transmigrated role of the simp, Li Ran's appearance was very handsome. Indeed, as the frequent target of the protagonist Lin Ming's slaps in the first volume, how could Li Ran's family background and appearance be poor? If he slapped an ugly short loser, how could it demonstrate the protagonist Lin Ming's awesomeness? At this moment, looking at his handsome, young master, Uncle Fu heaved a silent sigh in his heart. The young master was perfect in every way. But why did he have to fall for Mu Bingxian of the Mu family? What was so good about that Mu Bingxian? What spell did she cast on the young master that made him obsessed with her? With Li Ran's family background and looks, with a casual wave of his hand, countless society ladies and heiresses in Modu would be waiting to throw themselves at him. However, Li Ran was indifferent to other women, but he was devoted only to Mu Bingxian. In Modu, countless people laughed at Li Ran and called him a simp behind his back. Of course, Li Ran never cared about how others saw him. However, servants like Uncle Fu couldn't swallow this anger. "Young master, the flowers are ready," Uncle Fu said, bowing. Li Ran nodded slightly and ordered, "Prepare the car. I'm going to Modu University." Just about to set off. At that moment, a maid approached and said, "Young master, madam wants you to go to the dining room for breakfast. I want to have breakfast. Gil eat when I come back at noon." As Li Ran went downstairs, he quickly got into character. He hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said. Now he was playing the role of Mu Bingxian's loyal admirer. Upon hearing the news of Mu Bingxian returning to school, he was undoubtedly eager to fly to the school immediately to welcome her arrival. This was in line with his role as a devoted admirer. Taking the flowers from Uncle Fu's hand, Li Ran took a whiff. They smelled quite nice. With the flowers in hand, he got into the luxurious vehicle and headed to Magic City University. In the restaurant, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan, who were waiting for Li Ran to have breakfast, shook their heads upon hearing the rumbling of the car leaving the courtyard. They wore bitter smiles. It seemed that their son had truly fallen for Mu Bingxian. At Magic City University, at the school gate. Today was the second day of new student registration, and new students continued to arrive in droves. At this time, a luxury car stopped at the entrance. The extended body of the car blocked half of the school gate. This action immediately drew the dissatisfaction of many. However, upon seeing the small emblem of the luxury car, many quickly fell silent and distanced themselves, watching with curiosity. Magic City University is a top-tier institution in Magic City. They had long heard that in this university many students were simply here to get a gilded education. Even the children of the 10 major families of Magic City studied here. These wealthy heirs could easily crush them with their money. They were not to be trifled with. Who was in that car? What a grand entrance. Could it be the children of the 10 major families? These rich kids just love to show off, making a big deal for a simple registration. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, 3 or 4 young men in school uniforms suddenly appeared from inside the school gate. Behind them were 5 or 6 bodyguards in suits. They walked toward the luxury car. What are those guys doing? Are they really here to study? Why are they even bringing bodyguards? Of course you didn't see, they're all wearing Magic City University's uniforms. You don't know Chen Hao. He's the young master of the Chun family, one of the 10 major families in Magic City. Haven't you heard of him? Upon hearing this, many people suddenly realized. Is he the playboy Chen Hao from the Chen family? So the person in the car is Li family's notorious young master Li Ran. Many people at the scene understood. Chen Hao and Li Ran, the 2 major playboys of Magic City. Only Li Ran could make Chen Hao come out to greet him. Chen Hao was Li Ran's lackey. Sure enough, Chen Hao familiarly opened the car door, saying, "Young Master Li, you finally made it." A handsome young man stepped out holding a bouquet of flowers. Li Ran's first question was, "So how's Bingxian? She hasn't arrived yet, right?" Chen Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. As soon as Mu Bingxian appeared, Li Ran's brother would have to take a back seat. He truly didn't understand what was so great about Mu Bingxian. "Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on the school gate. You'll know when she arrives." Seeing this, Li Ran nodded slightly. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he stood at the school gate waiting for Mu Bingxian's arrival, seemingly oblivious to those around him. At this moment, several girls who saw Li Ran getting out of the car looked surprised and puzzled. Is that Li Ran from the Li family? So handsome. Yeah, he looks extraordinary. Seems different from the rumors. The boys, however, looked disdainful. Handsome? What good is that? Can it be eaten? Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is just a good for nothing. Do you know why Li Ran could get into Yinjing University? His father Li Lijian donated a building to Yinjing University. I heard that Li Ran has been pursuing the campus beauty Mu Bingxian, right? Otherwise, why would he bother to enroll in Yinjing University? This guy is really going all out to chase after a woman. Does Mu Bingxian even like him? It looks like Mu Bingxian should be back at school today. The title of devoted admirer Li Ran is truly well earned. This guy is like a sticky plaster. Mu Bingxian must have rejected him countless times, yet he still shamelessly clings on. There's a joke at Yinjing University. Wherever Mu Bingxian appears, Li Ran's figure is sure to follow. At this moment, as Li Ran appeared, the crowd around the school gate began to grow. In fact, many people had rushed over after hearing the news. Of course, these boys were not here to see Li Ran. They were also waiting to see Mu Bingxian and to watch Li Ran's embarrassment. As the crowd grew larger, Li Ran was not surprised. After all, it was the protagonist's first show-off. How could the scene be small? At this moment, his gaze was searching for the male lead, Lin Ming. If I remember correctly, Lin Ming should have already arrived. He is. Sure enough, in a corner near the school gate, Li Ran spotted Lin Ming, who was carrying a backpack with a snakeskin bag beside him. His face was cold, hands in his pockets, looking unfriendly. Seeing Lin Ming's appearance, Li Ran almost couldn't hold back his laughter. In the novel, Lin Ming was a guy who loved to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. This guy clearly had more than a dozen companies overseas. His capital was not weaker than any of the 10 major families in Magic City. In front of him, even the 2 horses in the real world would seem like mere younger brothers. But he just loved to act poor. He wished that everyone would come up to him to kick him a few times so he could show off and slap faces. Li Ran still remembered that this guy didn't buy a house in Magic City, but rented an apartment instead. As for the landlord, she was a beautiful widow. The married woman's attribute was fully loaded. After all, it was a feel-good story. Speaking of which, he would later have a scene with this widow landlord. It was one of the few opportunities he had to suppress Lin Ming, so he needed to perform well. Back to the main topic. Today's scene with Lin Ming appearing as one of the protagonists made things easier. Li Ran felt relieved. Next, he just had to wait for Mu Bingxian to arrive. Oh, almost forgot. Replaying the plot was a trivial matter for him, who possessed acting skills on the level of an award-winning actor. However, there were some details to pay attention to. Li Ran began to recall the specific details of the upcoming scene in his mind. When Mu Bingxian's car arrived, his own car would block half of the main gate. Thus, Mu Bingxian would have to get out of the car. Then he would take the opportunity to step forward and present her with 99 roses. Mu Bingxian, of course, would have a cold expression and refuse to accept them. After his persistent pursuit, Mu Bingxian would throw the roses on the ground. Then Lin Ming would step in to help. This was the key scene. I must say, Lin Ming was much better at flirting with girls than the devoted admirer he was playing. This guy was clearly a soldier king capable of taking on 4 or 5 big guys alone. Dealing with these few playboys would be a matter of minutes. However, Lin Ming chose not to. First, he let Chun Hao and himself lead a few bodyguards to beat him up. Only then did he reveal his power and defeat them. This wave of show-off seemed understated at first glance, but in reality, it was Lin Ming who won. Injured Lin Ming would evoke Mu Bingxian's sympathy. After this, Mu Bingxian would personally take Lin Ming to the pharmacy for treatment. Thus, Lin Ming would naturally get acquainted with the young lady of the Mu family, leaving a good impression on Mu Bingxian. That was essentially the plot. However, in this scene, Li Ran needed to pay special attention to a few details. Times have changed. With god-level martial arts, divine fighting skills, ancient martial arts, and other abilities, Lin Ming clearly wasn't enough for him to handle. When it comes time to deal with Lin Ming, he could only use 3 points of strength at most. He mustn't accidentally kill him. Moreover, he had to leave Lin Ming with the ability to counterattack. He needed to control his strength. Also, he couldn't let Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian find out that he knew martial arts. Therefore, he could only secretly strike while the bodyguards were dealing with Lin Ming. Secondly, when confessing to Mu Bingxian, he must be sincere, and after being rejected, he must appear heartbroken. Okay, got it. Checking the time, it was just 8:30. Li Ran looked up and saw a red Ferrari slowly driving toward Magic City University. The female lead has arrived. All is set. Next, watch my performance. Mu Bingxian has arrived. Goddess of the campus has appeared. As the most approachable goddess of Moda University, everyone present, both boys and girls, recognized Mu Bingxian and her striking red Ferrari. The moment they caught sight of the car, many boys became excited. Unlike other beautiful women, Mu Bingxian was the most down-to-earth goddess at Moda University. Whether they were children of officials, wealthy heirs, or commoners, she treated everyone equally. There was a natural charm about her that made her approachable without any airs. As a result, Mu Bingxian was seen as the dream girl and the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys. At the same time, Li Ran began his performance. "Chun, how does my outfit look okay?" he asked while adjusting his clothes. Chun Hao shot Li Ran a sideways glance. Here we go again. Li Ran's IQ plummets the moment he sees Mu Bingxian. Li Ran didn't care. In novels, the main characters always seem to have a buff that lowers their intelligence. How would Chun Hao know? Holding a bouquet of roses, Li Ran walked towards the red Ferrari. Damn, the Li family's sycophant has appeared again. Disgusting, why is this sycophant always here when the goddess appears? At this moment, he walked toward Mu Bingxian's car. Many boys around were filled with dissatisfaction. Because of the presence of this sycophant, many lost the chance to interact with Mu Bingxian. However, no one noticed that the woman inside the red Ferrari smiled slightly upon seeing Li Ran. She revealed a faint smile. He was still that same boy, unchanged at all. At that moment inside the red Ferrari, Mu Bingxian could not help but smile upon seeing Li Ran, her beautiful eyes filled with affection as she gazed at him walking towards her. If anyone outside saw her like this, they would be left speechless and countless admirers would have their hearts shattered. As she opened the car door, a long, smooth jade-like leg extended out. Her straight dark hair was tied up in a high ponytail with a butterfly ribbon. With a high nose and skin as smooth as cream, her perfect-shaped figure seemed ethereal, like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. Dressed in a JK pleated skirt, Mu Bingxian appeared before everyone's eyes. Suddenly the crowd fell silent. Everyone was mesmerized. The goddess has appeared. My god is still as beautiful as ever. Just then a boy blocked their view. Looking at Mu Bingxian in her JK uniform, Li Ran felt little stirred inside. After all, he had grown numb from his past life. Bingshuan, 100 roses for you, he said, feigning happiness as he presented the bouquet to Mu Bingshuan, gazing at her with deep affection. So do you like it? Seeing Li Ran's infatuated expression, many boys around could not help but laugh, some even feeling nauseated. Oh, 99 roses. It's a pity that unless something unexpected happens, Mu Bingxian will throw his roses on the ground again. When has it been any different? When has Mu Bingxian ever accepted Li Ran's flowers? Ugh, disgusting. Some people just can't see their own worth. Have they forgotten how many times they've been rejected? With a patron like this, the flower shop owner must be making a fortune. A spoiled rich kid thinks he can pursue the goddess. He should take a good look in the mirror. In the next life, he won't even get a chance. Li Ran naturally heard these sneers. But he didn't care. Did they really think he wanted to be a sycophant? It was just for the sake of the plot. After finishing this part of the story, he could take a good rest for a few days. At that point, whether Mu Bingxian liked him or not was irrelevant. However, the moment his gaze met Mu Bingshuan's, Li Ran felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Why did her expression seem a bit off? Was the plot going awry? He quickly glanced toward Lin Ming's position. Noticing that Lin Ming was also paying attention to this scene, he finally calmed down a bit. It must have been his imagination. He silently praised as expected of the leading lady. Good job, Mu Bingshuan, you almost had me fooled. In this novel, Mu Bingshuan's beauty, figure, and personality were flawless. She had a gentle and amiable character full of approachability. Thus, even though he felt a deep aversion to himself, it would not show on his face. However, Mu Bingxian kept staring at him without responding, making it hard to continue the story. But would this stump Li Ran? He immediately responded with a smile. Didn't expect it, did you? I've already gone through this plot once. I'm fully aware of what happens next. The moment you lift here, but I'll know what you're about to do. After over 300 chapters of honing my skills, plus always keeping the actor's self-cultivation and the self-cultivation of the evil villain close at hand, I read them in my spare time. Dealing with such small scenes was nothing for Li Ran. Bingshuan, you've been staring at me. Is there something on my face? Mu Bingxian looked at him, her eyes slightly reddening, and gently shook her head. Li Ran was taken aback. Didn't I just give you a bouquet? Why are you looking so wrong? If you didn't want to just refuse me, oh, why so much drama? Last time he walked through this plot, Mu Bingxian clearly didn't have this much drama. Since she didn't take the bait, he had to speak again. So you don't like how I'm dressed today? I'll change tomorrow. Whatever you like, I'll become that for you. Old sycophant. This time Mu Bingxian finally spoke. I like all your looks. She gently bit her lip and repeated, no matter how you change, I like you. Li Ran. You like me? Mu Bingshuan's light words left Li Ran stunned. What's going on? This girl is not following the script. At this moment, he was 100% sure. There's something off about Mu Bingshuan, the leading lady. A big problem. Did she pick up the wrong script? Has her brain short-circuited? In an instant, Li Ran's mind raced. At this moment, he couldn't let any clues slip. He must think of a way to salvage this and bring the plot back on track. Otherwise, his hope of returning to the real world would be dashed. At this time, Mu Bingshuan's gaze grew even more gentle. Watching Li Ran, who was blushing and at a loss, she chuckled softly, but her heart ached. How could she have overlooked this treasure of a boy beside her in her last life? In her last life, Li Ran was repeatedly rejected by her, yet kept appearing by her side. Like a moth to a flame, he persisted until the end. But in reality, his heart must have been shattered by her long ago. At this moment, Li Ran felt deep regret in his heart for showing off his acting skills. Now he had only brought trouble upon himself. Faced with Mu Bingshuan's gentle gaze, he dared not look her in the eye, his mind racing. Inside, Mu Bingxian felt increasingly guilty. His acting was still so clumsy. But why hadn't she noticed it earlier in her past life? Fortunately, the heavens had given her a second chance. In this life, she would not miss him again. She would not let Li Ran suffer even the slightest harm. I really like the roses you sent me, Mu Bingxian said softly, reaching out to take the roses from Li Ran's hands. In that instant, the onlookers were dumbfounded. What's going on? The sun rose in the west today, and Mu Bingxian actually took the flowers from Li Ran. Is she really going to accept him? My heart aches, it shatters. Heavens, this cannot be real. That scoundrel Li Ran must have used some despicable means to make the goddess submit. Many boys were in disbelief. But soon someone snapped back to reality. Li Ran had been pursuing Mu Bingxian for quite some time. She had never agreed to him before, why suddenly now? A sycophant, is it all worth it in the end? Mu Bingxian would never do this willingly. Exactly, the Li family is the top among the 10 major families of the Magic City. They must have pressured the Mu family to force Mu Bingxian to comply. Despicable Li Ran to think he would use such methods to force the goddess Bingshuan, a shameless sycophant. Let me tell you, Mu Xiaohua will never agree. Many speculated that it was Li Ran's family trying to form a marriage alliance with the Mu family, forcing Mu Bingxian to submit. The crowd was stirred up. Meanwhile, Li Ran was already in a daze. He clutched the roses tightly, not allowing Mu Bingxian to take them. As long as the flowers hadn't been given away, he still had a chance. Mu Bingxian pulled once, but Li Ran didn't let go. She pulled again, but Li Ran still held on. Mu Bingxian looked puzzled. Aren't you supposed to give me the flowers? What's going on? Li Ran. Sweat broke out on his forehead. If he gave the flowers away like this, how would Lin Ming make an entrance? How would the plot continue? However, he was Mu Bingxuan's #1 sycophant. His character absolutely could not collapse. He needed a reason not to give the flowers. His clever mind sparked an idea. Bingxuan, I know. It must be your family pressuring you. This isn't your true intention. Li Ran held Mu Bingxuan's hands tightly, preventing her from moving, and said passionately, I don't know what my father did behind the scenes, but I swear it has nothing to do with me. Rest assured, one day, I will make you willingly fall in love with me. I can turn this around. I am truly brilliant. An Oscar-worthy performance, absolutely. Although in this segment, there was a scene where Mu Bingxuan in anger and embarrassment slapped herself, it was entirely her own fault. Li Ran insisted it was unrelated to him. Mu Bingxian was baffled. This was my voluntary choice. No one forced me. However, upon seeing Li Ran's expression, Mu Bingxian suddenly understood, and a wave of guilt surged within her. Li Ran's reaction was actually not surprising. She had always been indifferent toward him, never showing a kind face. It was normal for him not to believe her sudden acceptance. It was her drastic change that startled Li Ran. This matter could only be approached step by step. She knew that Li Ran liked her. She would give him time. At the same time, she would also give herself time. Li Ran had no idea how much drama was unfolding in Mu Bingxuan's heart. At this moment, he glanced over and saw Lin Ming hesitating nearby. Clearly, he was hesitating whether to take action. Knowing the moment had arrived, Li Ran suddenly threw the flowers to the ground with force. This move was called throwing flowers as a signal. Then Li Ran began his impassioned performance. You don't like roses? That's fine. From now on, every day, I will bring you a different bouquet until you truly accept me. Although the female lead Mu Bingxuan had become quite strange, Li Ran had no time to deal with her. Next, it was his showdown with Lin Ming. As the main character, Lin Ming should not have any problems, right? Sure enough, the hesitant Lin Ming, upon hearing Li Ran's words, immediately stepped forward without hesitation. This is the first time I've seen someone force flowers on someone else. Lin Ming stood beside Mu Bingxuan, casting a lazy glance at Li Ran, and spoke slowly, love should be free. Rather than using family power to force others to submit, it's better to spend some time improving oneself and becoming excellent. Li Ran, furious and embarrassed, shouted, Who is this busybody? This is between me and Bingxuan and has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Lin Ming, however, ignored Li Ran and looked at Mu Bingxuan, smiling slightly. Am I right? Li Ran, the spoiled rich kid, was not worth Lin Ming's attention. If it weren't to get to know Mu Bingxuan, he wouldn't even bother to speak to Li Ran, but would have thrown him out directly. But unexpectedly, Mu Bingxian looked at him coldly. Li Ran is right. What does it have to do with you if he gives me flowers? In an instant, Lin Ming was stunned. What's going on? I clearly waited for the right moment to step in. Mu Bingxuan, what are you doing? I was speaking up for you, helping you get rid of Li Ran's harassment. Are you still half asleep? Lin Ming was bewildered. Mu Bingxuan's gaze was icy, and deep inside there was even a flicker of murderous intent. In her past life, she had been blind, deceived by Lin Ming's sweet words, ignoring the steadfast boy, Li Ran, who had always been devoted to her. By the time she uncovered Lin Ming's true nature and wanted to make amends, Li Ran was already gone. At this moment, Mu Bingxuan's heart was filled with murderous intent toward Lin Ming. However, it was not yet time to kill him. Behind Lin Ming, there was a mysterious and powerful foreign force. Even now, the Mu family combined with the Li family could not match the strength of his backing. She needed time to strengthen the Mu family's power and then gradually unite others to dismantle the force behind Lin Ming. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's none of your business. But suddenly Li Ran sensed something was off. The one saying this was Mu Bingxian. Li Ran's eyes widened as he looked at Mu Bingxian. Little sister, did you forget to take your medicine today? This was no longer your scene. Can you stop forcing yourself into the spotlight? What was supposed to be a simple slap-in-the-face scene had become so complicated. Li Ran felt speechless. To prevent Mu Bingxian from causing more trouble, he immediately called over several bodyguards, his tone extremely arrogant. You guys throw this kid out for me. I don't want to see him near Bingxian anymore. Hearing Li Ran insist it was all for her, Mu Bingxian felt another wave of emotion. Before Lin Ming could grasp the situation, several bodyguards in black suits surrounded him. Their fists as big as sandbags made cracking sounds. Kid, don't you know that Miss Mu is our young master's girlfriend? Instantly, Lin Ming's eyes turned cold, a dangerous light flickering in them. According to the intelligence collected by Lin Ming, Mu Bingxian had rejected Li Ran more than once, clearly indicating her disinterest in him. However, today something seemed amiss. To everyone's surprise, Mu Bingxian stood by Li Ran's side and spoke up for him. At this moment, Lin Ming realized that his plan to feign injury in order to get to know Mu Bingxian had fallen through. Therefore, he no longer intended to hold back. Facing the 6 burly men surrounding him, he smirked disdainfully. These few weaklings think they can throw me out. With just 6 useless bodyguards, Lin Ming did not take them seriously. Once he knocked them down, Li Ran, the spoiled rich kid, would be terrified. At that point, Mu Bingxian would surely understand. Lin Ming and Li Ran, the good for nothing, were worlds apart. A woman like Mu Bingxian should rightfully belong to Lin Ming. Someone like Li Ran, a sycophant, was unworthy. At that moment, he noticed Li Ran's men surrounding him. The onlooking students were filled with anxiety. It's over, this poor kid is going to be beaten to a pulp by the vicious scion of the Li family. Li Ran always claims to be Mu Bingxian's boyfriend, these bodyguards won't hold back. Sai no strength, yet still trying to show off. It seems like he's just a freshman who might not know Li Ran's identity. Sai Mu Bingxian just stated that this has nothing to do with him. The goddess Mu is still so kind, it's a pity that this kid isn't very bright. Also, you were worried I would be harmed by Li Ran. Is that why you were so indifferent towards me? Hearing these discussions, Lin Ming suddenly felt enlightened. He was instantly moved and cast a grateful glance at Mu Bingxian. However, how could these people know about his identity as a military king? Once I defeat these bodyguards and scare Li Ran, you all will be astonished and cheer for me. Lin Ming waved his hand and said to the 6 bodyguards, come at me all at once. Now Lin Ming had made up his mind. Next he would sweep through the crowd. With a dominating posture, he aimed to enter Mu Bingxian's heart. Provoked by Lin Ming's defiance, the 6 bodyguards charged at him instantly. The two sides clashed. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 bodyguards were kicked by Lin Ming and flew backward. The crowd gasped in shock. No one expected that Lin Ming, who looked so frail, could be so powerful. He managed to kick 2 of them away while facing 6. Hearing the cheers, Lin Ming felt even prouder. His fists danced with vigor. These bodyguards were not weak. The 2 knocked down did not lose their fighting spirit and quickly rejoined the fray. However, even with 6 men against him, Lin Ming still faced more attackers than defenders. Meanwhile, Li Ran, who was watching from the side, furrowed his brows. This was not going according to the script. What was wrong with the male and female leads today? Lin Ming, if you weren't injured, how could Mu Bingxian take you to the pharmacy? How would you get to know the campus flower? Li Ran sighed. Forget it, it'll help you out to the end. As a villain, encountering such unreliable leads is truly unfortunate. I need to ask the system what's going on when I get back. Li Ran turned to Chun Hao and the other young scions watching the show. What are you waiting for? Let's all go and beat him. The young scions seemed oblivious to the gap between them and Lin Ming. They rolled up their sleeves and joined the fight. Li Ran nodded in satisfaction. With this, no one should notice his involvement. In the arena, Lin Ming was fighting vigorously. The bodyguards from the Li family were quite skilled, as since returning to the country, it was the first time he encountered such a worthy opponent. Just then, amidst the chaos of the crowd, a size 42 foot quietly stretched out. Oh, there's another expert. Who is it? Just as Lin Ming opened his mouth, the black foot landed squarely on his backside. Bang! Lin Ming was instantly kicked to the ground. The bodyguards had long been holding back their anger and would not miss such a rare opportunity. A flurry of punches came straight at Lin Ming. Bang! 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 By the time Lin Ming stood up with red eyes, he had no idea how many hits he had taken. His once handsome face was now nearly unrecognizable, resembling that of a pig's head. Even if his own parents were in front of him, they might not recognize him. Enraged, Lin Ming's fighting spirit soared. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked down all the bodyguards. Lin Ming surveyed the fallen bodyguards, his gaze fierce enough to devour them. Never would he have imagined that as a distinguished military king, he would slip and fall into the gutter. That kick was truly despicable. Even without a mirror, from the pain on his face and the stares of the crowd, Lin Ming knew that his current appearance was not far from that of a pig's head. How could he leave a good impression on Mu Bingxian like this? First impressions are often crucial. But now he had ruined the first impression he would leave on her. At this time, Li Ran had long stopped and stood to the side with a few of his subordinates. Although he was secretly overjoyed on the surface, he changed his expression and exclaimed, I didn't expect this kid to be quite capable. We'll let you go today, but we're leaving now. He even added, kid, don't think this is over. Turning around, he happened to make eye contact with Mu Bingxian. Instead of showing concern for Lin Ming, who was severely injured, she looked at him worriedly, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine, knowing this female lead was about to cause trouble again. He would not give her the chance to speak. He flashed a charming smile at Mu Bingxian. Bingxian will come find you tomorrow. Sorry, but my part in today's drama has concluded. Li Ran was too lazy to care if Mu Bingxian was acting strangely today. Anyway, goodbye. He hurriedly left with his subordinates. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief that was close. Although there were some unexpected turns, the plot finally unfolded perfectly thanks to his efforts. Next, it should be Mu Bingxian taking Lin Ming to the pharmacy for treatment. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me anymore. After Li Ran left, Mu Bingxian did not pay any attention to the bruised Lin Ming. She directly took her bodyguards into the campus. The crowd of onlookers was stunned by Lin Ming's display of strength. I didn't expect this poor kid to actually have some skills. He single-handedly took down Li Ran's 6 bodyguards. Kid, well done, you scared off that spoiled rich kid Li Ran. Incredible, incredible. From now on, the task of protecting Goddess Mu will be entrusted to you. Go for it. We believe in you, young man. Lin Ming. Li Ran was frightened into fleeing by the strength he displayed. This act can be considered a successful bluff, right? But the outcome was different from what I had planned. Mu Bingxian didn't even ask for my name and just walked away. Something seemed to flow from the corner of Lin Ming's mouth as he wiped it with his hand. Hiss, that really hurts. After leaving school, Li Ran went straight home. After all, his persona is that of an unstudious and wayward young scoundrel. It doesn't matter whether he attends school or not. His father Li Lijian donated a teaching building to Magic City University, so as long as he doesn't do anything outrageous at school, the teachers will turn a blind eye. Returning to his room, Li Ran summoned the system directly. System, what's going on with the plot today? Why does Mu Bingxian seem strange? Lin Ming too. The system's mechanical voice replied, rest assured host, it is merely a plot reset. The main storyline hasn't changed. Please do your best to portray the character in the plot so that you can return to your original world sooner. Li Ran. Damn, something is definitely wrong with today's plot. Mu Bingxian's attitude has drastically changed, which can be somewhat explained by Li Lijian pressuring the Mu family. But what about Lin Ming? Lin Ming is the protagonist. Have you ever seen a protagonist get injured like that while the first female lead stands by indifferent and uncaring? The dog system is clearly talking nonsense. Could it be that like himself, Mu Bingxian has also been reborn? That can't be right. A reborn person like her is also the first female lead, which has nothing to do with him, a mere licking dog villain. After thinking for a moment, Li Ran couldn't come up with a reason. Forget it, let's trust the system for now. He had no choice but to believe in the system. Isn't it just that the main leads like to add drama? He is well versed in the actor's self-cultivation and the self-cultivation of a malicious villain with acting skills that have long reached perfection. No matter what drama comes his way, he can handle it. Even if the plot goes awry, he can straighten it out for them. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Young master, the master is calling you down for dinner. Li Ran replied, got it. He went downstairs. At the dining table sat a middle-aged man with a square face and a slightly plump middle-aged woman. These two are Li Ran's parents in the novel, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. The couple waited until Li Ran sat down before starting to eat. Sharon, we made all your favorite dishes today. Give them a try. Zhang Wan placed a piece of turtle meat into Li Ran's bowl. Li Ran smiled and nodded. The table was filled with dishes he loved. In the novel, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan cherished their son dearly to the point of spoiling him. This also caused Li Ran to develop an eccentric personality. Li Ran also felt the love that Li Lijian and Zhang Wan bestowed upon him at all times. If there were anyone in this novel he cared about, it would undoubtedly be Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. However, through the system, Li Ran learned about the later plot. The couple's fate was quite tragic. In the novel, the protagonist always stood on the side of justice, and the urban wanderings of a soldier king was no exception. The Li family possessed the greatest wealth in Magic City, yet their operations were fraught with enormous issues, including tax evasion and various illegal activities. When the Li family was taken down by the forces of justice, Lin Ming, Li Lijian, and Zhang Wan's later life could be described as impoverished and homeless. While eating, Li Ran reminisced about the plot concerning Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. In the novel, after the Li family's assets were acquired by Lin Ming, there wasn't a detailed description of the outcome for Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. They were unable to accept the pain of losing their child due to their own deaths, and overnight their hair turned white, falling into despair. Since there isn't much description regarding the final fate of Li Lijian and his wife, that makes things easier. As a villain, the author's ink would clearly not be wasted on him. Typically only when they needed to be slapped in the face would the dog author bring them out and write a line or two. Usually when the plot isn't in motion, Li Ran has a lot of free time. Since the plot has reset, he certainly won't let the couple's final fate be as tragic as last time. Sharon, what are you daydreaming about? Come try this braised yellow river carp. Ooh, I know you love it. And this was personally made by Mom. Li Ran came to his senses, looked at Zhang Wan, and silently ate the fish in his bowl. In the previous world, he ended up imprisoned because of Lin Ming. It was this very woman who pleaded everywhere to get him out. To save him, Zhang Wan even knelt before Lin Ming. Although it was a cliché plot in the novel, Li Ran was indeed moved. Soon the meal was finished. Li Ran spoke up, Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Zhang Wan remembered something and said, wait a moment. She turned to a nearby cabinet and took out a box of pastries. Here for you, your favorite crispy bites. Seeing the Jiangnan Suji special logo on it, Li Ran was suddenly a bit surprised. Thank you, Mom. This box of pastries isn't cheap. It comes from the century-old establishment, Jiangnan Suji. Moreover, since it's a special supply, ordinary people can't even get their hands on it. Is this a special gift for me from Mom? Opening the pastry box revealed 8 uniquely styled pastries, all very exquisite. Li Ran curiously asked, is today a special day? Zhang Wan smiled and said, just try it. Li Ran didn't hold back, giving one to Li Lijian and Zhang Wan each before taking one for himself. Flaky and delicious. Tasty, right? Zhang Wan said, these are from your Aunt Tang. Ugh. Li Ran nearly choked. The Aunt Tang Zhang Wan mentioned is her close friend Tang Wanqing, who owns several chain cosmetics companies. Yes, she is beautiful and quite attractive. But don't get it wrong. This woman is not a villain, she is on Lin Ming's side. This box of pastries was sent by Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing sent me a gift. Don't joke around. This woman would send me gifts. The sun must have risen from the west. Instantly, the crispy bite in his mouth lost its flavor. Li Ran was a bit dazed. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan signaled the maid to bring over a cup of warm water. If it's tasty, eat slowly. Oh, no one is competing with you. Tang watching why would Aunt Tang send me a gift? Li Ran hurriedly asked. The plot doesn't fit. It's still too early for Tang Wanqing to appear. That should happen at Mu Bingxuan's birthday banquet. Moreover, this woman has always thought of Li Ran as an unlearned good for nothing. She has never looked kindly upon Li Ran. For no reason at all, how could she send him a box of pastries? Aunt Tang is coming. Zhang Wan looked at Li Ran with a puzzled expression as if her son wasn't stupid. You're quite clever. Aunt Tang has a business collaboration in Magic City in a few days and said she would drop by to see you. Aunt Tang is coming to see me. Li Ran felt a jolt. Oh, he almost forgot that Lin Ming only met Tang Wanqing at Mu Bingxuan's birthday party. They don't know each other yet. But it doesn't make sense. He is a villain, the kind that everyone favors wherever he goes. In short, something is off with Tang Wanqing. Zhang Wan reminded him again. Don't turn off your phone these days. Oh, I've already given your number to Wanqing, and she said she would contact you. Li Ran. These days he would treat any unfamiliar number as Tang Wanqing, not answering a single call. At Magic City University, Mu Bingxian had already reported her whereabouts. At this moment, the female bodyguard she sent to follow Li Ran returned. Where is Li Ran now? Seeing Mu Bingxuan's concerned expression, the bodyguard felt a pang of resentment. Previously, Li Ran had pursued the young lady for so long without receiving any acknowledgement from her, so why was she suddenly so attentive to him now? However, she still answered honestly. Young Master Li returned home after lunch and then went out with his bodyguards. Went out with bodyguards, eh? Did he go to trouble Lin Ming? Mu Bingxuan's face instantly showed tension. Lin Ming possessed the strength of a soldier king, and Li Ran could very likely get hurt without knowing Lin Ming's abilities. No, he must not be allowed to get hurt. You hurry and call a few more bodyguards to come over, and let's go take a look together. Li Ran left the house with 2 personal bodyguards heading towards a park not far from home. Since it was close, he didn't take a car and walked there directly. Upon arriving at the park, there were 3 or 4 children playing, all from nearby neighborhoods, without any parents watching over them. This place, in his previous life, Li Ran had visited many times and was very familiar with it. He sent a bodyguard to buy cat food, and then Li Ran approached the group of children. Go play somewhere else. Before the bodyguard could shoo them away, one of the children among them started crying. Li Ran's eyes immediately widened. Why are you crying? Hey, race $100, don't cry. To resolve the situation, young master, Li always believed in using money to solve problems. 100 for each. Instantly the children were all smiles. This money was enough for them to buy a lot of lollipops. Li Ran didn't mind waving his hand to send the kids away. After all, according to the plot, the money from the Li family would eventually end up in Lin Ming's hands. Li Ran spent without a care. Soon the bodyguard returned with a bag of cat food and the cat's favorite catnip. Holding the catnip, he went to another corner of the park. Several stray cats were immediately attracted by the catnip in Li Ran's hand. While stroking the cats, Li Ran comfortably sat under a tree to enjoy the shade. Playing with cats was one of Li Ran's few hobbies. After all, whether it was the infatuated Li Ran, the rogue Li Ran, or the darkened Li Ran, they were merely required by the plot. He shouldn't get too immersed in the role. The real Li Ran was still very cheerful. This was also one of the ways he relaxed. Who the hell wants to be a lovesick puppy every day, persisting for years with one person without even visiting a bar or nightclub? The author of this novel must have a mind full of nonsense. This park was a place Li Ran accidentally discovered in his previous life. When he wasn't following the plot, he liked to come here to play with cats to unwind, and it had become a habit. Of course, the 2 bodyguards Li Ran chose were tight-lipped. Neither Li Lijian nor Zhang Wan, his parents, knew about this. The female leads certainly wouldn't know either. In everyone's impression, he was merely an idle rich kid with no skills. This persona had to be maintained. However, Li Ran did not expect that at this moment all his actions of playing with cats were being watched by Mu Bingxuan, who was hiding in the shadows. Mu Bingxuan, accompanied by several bodyguards, hurriedly arrived at the park and was directly stunned by the scene before her. Li Ran was actually lying under a tree playing with cats. Immediately a look of infatuation appeared on Mu Bingxuan's face. I knew he was a caring person. In his previous life, the arrogance he displayed was all an act. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in designer clothes, completely unconcerned about the dirt and chaos on the stray cats, gently groomed their fur. Mu Bingxian felt her heart melting under Li Ran's tender care. She realized that in her previous life, she knew nothing about Li Ran at all. This was what led her to only react after Li Ran's death. In this life, she must firmly seize this adorable treasure boy. Under the tree, after relaxing and finishing the cat food, Li Ran stood up. Suddenly, he noticed the bushes in the distance shaking. Who's there? Li Ran exchanged glances with the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards cautiously approached step by step. The next moment, a person jumped out from the bushes. Li Ran. He was instantly dumbfounded. It was Mu Bingxian. How did you get here? Originally, Li Ran was not very worried about someone hiding in the bushes. If the person in the bushes didn't recognize him as the young master of the Li family, it was no big deal. If they did recognize him, spending a little money and adding some intimidation would easily resolve it. After all, his reputation as a spoiled rich kid was not just for show. However, no matter how he calculated, Li Ran never expected that the person hiding in the bushes was actually Mu Bingxian. At this moment, shouldn't the number one female lead be busy attending to the male lead Lin Ming? What was she doing here? Li Ran's heart almost skipped a beat. The esteemed first female lead ignoring the male lead actually came to spy on his private life. What kind of madness was this? If Mu Bingxian let it slip that the notorious young master of the Li family was actually in the park playing with cats, his image as a rogue young master would surely collapse. Instantly, Li Ran even had the thought of silencing Mu Bingxian. But he couldn't. Mu Bingxian was the female lead who she couldn't die. Li Ran quickly calmed down, seamlessly slipping into character. Bingxuan, I didn't expect to see you here, what a coincidence. Well, I just arrived too. Mu Bingxuan. If it weren't for squatting in the bushes for half an hour her legs would be numb, she might have actually believed him. Li Ran, so you like cats too. Mu Bingxian flicked her black ponytail and smiled sweetly. I didn't expect you to be such a caring person. I don't. Don't say nonsense, I warn you. Li Ran forced a smile. Now he was entirely sure that Mu Bingxian had seen him playing with the cats. Well, I heard you like cats, and I just wanted to cater to your preferences. I didn't expect these little guys to be so hard to handle, dirty and smelly. These stray cats will call someone to clean them up one day. As he spoke, Li Ran grit his teeth as if he had a vendetta against the cats. His villain persona absolutely could not collapse. In front of the male and female leads, he could only display an ever-venomous side. Mu Bingxuan's lips slightly curled up. As expected, this guy was acting again. But it was useless. The kindness hidden in your bones was as bright as the stars in the night sky, which had long since betrayed you. I have a Persian cat, if you like, you're always welcome to visit my home. Li Ran. Is this an invitation to her house? Hey, Mu Bingxuan, wake up. You are the female lead. Inviting a villain like me to your home, is that appropriate? Have you considered the feelings of the male lead Lin Ming? Well, the weather is nice today, how about I treat you to a milk tea? From Mishua Bingxing. Exiting from the honey snow eye city, Li Ran looked at Mu Bingxuan, who held a cup of milk tea with both hands, and was sipping through a straw, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. He glanced down at the milk tea in his own hands, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. It was all Lin Ming's fault, that useless protagonist, for failing to seize the opportunity. One day this useless protagonist would surely be cuckolded. Of course Li Ran was unaware. In actuality, in his previous life, none of the heroines he had interacted with had ever taken that step with Lin Ming. Because shortly after his demise, Lin Ming was backstabbed by the so-called heroines. At this moment, looking at Mu Bingxuan's blissful expression, Li Ran sighed inwardly. Forget it. Maintaining the facade of a devoted admirer was already quite commendable. His role as the malevolent villain had slightly deviated, but such minor flaws were not worth concerning himself over. Can I tell you something? Mu Bingxian nodded obediently. Here it comes. Li Ran said, can we keep my cat petting activities a secret? Mu Bingxian extended her finger, saying, yes, this is a secret just between us. A pinky promise. What a childish agreement. Li Ran honestly extended his hand, intertwining it with Mu Bingxuan's delicate finger. After parting ways with her, Li Ran spent the day on edge. Fortunately, there were no rumors circulating about him, the young master Li, and his cat-petting activities. It seemed that although Mu Bingxian was a bit eccentric, she adhered quite well to their agreement. Li Ran felt relieved. His villainous persona remained intact. The next scene would take place the day after tomorrow. Just right, there were still 2 days left for Li Ran to take care of the remaining matters. First, under the names of Li Lijian and Zhang, Li Ran secretly donated to several primary schools and nursing homes through the Hope Project. This money would ultimately be used to make Lin Ming's life easier, so it was better spent than left untouched. Of course, this wasn't solely about doing good deeds. After his death, he would have the media expose these contributions. At that time, he could have a prominent figure speak on his behalf, ensuring that Li Lijian and Zhang could reside comfortably in a nursing home during their later years. They wouldn't have to roam the streets. After 2 days of arranging everything and ensuring no detail was overlooked, the third day arrived. Today there would be a scene featuring Li Ran. The location, of course, was still at school. Before heading out, Li Ran reviewed his part for the day. These past few days marked Lin Ming's military training period. This morning, he would bring a heartfelt breakfast to the playground and deliver it to Mu Bingxian. This scene would happen to be witnessed by Lin Ming. First, there would be some back and forth between him and Mu Bingxuan, who would be reluctant to accept. Then, seeing the commotion during military training, Lin Ming would decisively intervene. As a result, naturally, Li Ran would fear Lin Ming's strength and leave in shame. Meanwhile, Lin Ming would face punishment from the instructor for violating military training regulations, having to do 200 push-ups. 200 push-ups were hardly a challenge for the martial king Lin Ming. However, it made Mu Bingxian feel deeply concerned. Their feelings for each other would grow rapidly. Indeed, this was how it was supposed to be. This scene would be very simple. There shouldn't be any problems. The only thing to watch out for was Mu Bingxian at this critical moment. This first heroine caused Li Ran a lot of headaches, and he hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble today. Li Ran resolved that no matter if Mu Bingxian had taken her medication today, he only needed to stall until Lin Ming appeared. Then he would immediately act frightened, throw out a couple of harsh words, and leave. Walking down the stairs, Li Ran called out loudly. Uncle Fu called the driver over. I'm going to Magic City University to deliver a heartfelt breakfast to Bingxian. Aside from the time he spent alone, whether at home or in front of his friends, Li Ran had to play the role of Mu Bingxuan's loyal admirer. Damn it. If it were anyone else, they would have gone crazy by now. Only he could manage to master the art of acting so adeptly while constantly perusing the actor's self-cultivation. Huh. Young master, you're going to deliver breakfast to Miss Bingxian. Uncle Fuss face displayed surprise, but it's already 8 in the morning and it's too late to prepare breakfast now. Previously, whenever Li Ran brought breakfast to Mu Bingxuan, he always informed the chef in advance to prepare something special. Although those breakfasts Mu Bingxian never even glanced at before tossing them into the trash. Li Ran waved his hand. It's fine, I can just buy her something outside. Same. Could what he made and what he bought be the same? Uncle Fu was puzzled. This didn't sound like something the young master would say. Oops, he accidentally revealed his thoughts. Seeing Uncle Fu's confusion, Li Ran cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Uncle Fu, I have to tell you this. When it comes to gift giving, the most important thing is the sentiment. As long as my intentions are conveyed, Bingxian will naturally feel it. Why bother? After all, in the novel, Mu Bingxian has never accepted any of the breakfasts I brought. It was a waste of food. Buying a couple of oil sticks and soy milk would suffice. The Mu family villa. Mu Bingxian woke up early. She carefully groomed herself and even applied a light-colored lipstick that she rarely used. Dressed in a white dress, she twirled around. Xiaomei, do I look good in this? The maid Xiaomei honestly replied, Miss looks good in anything. You're just sweet-talking me. Xiaomei curiously asked, are you going to meet someone special? Mu Bingxian had countless clothes in her 3 wardrobes in various styles and colors. However, Xiaomei knew that her lady favored white the most as it symbolized purity. This particular white dress was custom-made by a royal tailor, the latest style, and had never been worn before. Today was neither a holiday nor a festival, yet the young lady actually took this outfit out. Xiaomei couldn't fathom who could warrant such special treatment from the young lady. Responding to Xiaomei's confusion, Mu Bingxuan's face turned slightly red as she uttered 2 words. It's a secret. How could she forget the incident from her previous life when Li Ran delivered a heartfelt breakfast to her on the playground in front of thousands of military training newcomers? In her previous life, she had thrown the breakfast Li Ran brought into the trash. This incident had always been a regret in Mu Bingxuan's heart. Today she intended to make amends and let Li Ran understand her feelings. Dressed up, Mu Bingxian went downstairs. Today she resembled a snow-white princess, a fairy among flowers. Pure and ethereal. I won't be having breakfast today. After saying a word to her mother, Mu Bingxian skipped out the door. Her mother, who had never seen Mu Bingxian like this, was filled with confusion. Is Xiaoxian going to school? Meanwhile, her father glanced at the time. It's only 7:30 now. Is it too early to go to school? In the bustling city of Magic Capital at 7:45 in the morning, a unique and striking sight appeared on the playground. Mu Bingxuan, dressed in a snow-white dress, stood quietly in a corner, resembling an elf that had stepped out of a comic, like a blooming white lotus. Ethereal and graceful. The passing students were captivated, their eyes glued to this scene. She seemed to be, am I seeing things? Is that Mu Goddess? Oh my goodness, she's too beautiful. A fairy. What is Mu Goddess doing on the playground? It seems like she is waiting for someone. Who is the lucky guy? Do you think the person Mu Goddess is waiting for is a man or a woman? No way. If it's a guy, I'm going to take him down right away. Don't steal my chance, I'm going first. Lin Ming, already in the military training formation, felt sour inside upon seeing this scene. Among the boys of Magic Capital University, who wouldn't wish that the person Mu Bingxian was waiting for was themselves? However, until now he had not exchanged a single word with Mu Bingxian. She didn't even know who Lin Ming was. Nevertheless, Lin Ming was confident in himself. In all of Magic Capital University, in terms of talent, knowledge, and appearance, who could compare to him? A woman like Mu Bingxian could only belong to Lin Ming. She could only be his. Students came and went, many pausing to watch. Yet Mu Bingxian waited from 7:45 until 8:15, and that person still hadn't appeared. Could it be that Mu Schoolflower's date stood her up? That's bold. Who dares to stand up Mu Schoolflower? No kidding, it's quite possible. Have you ever seen anyone who could make Mu Schoolflower wait for half an hour? If that's the case, and becoming more and more interested in that mysterious person. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Even Lin Ming thought the same. Moreover, from Lin Ming's perspective, the one Mu Bingxian was waiting for was most likely a woman. Why do I say this? After all, if such a beautiful girl was waiting for someone, most boys would probably just arrive early. Who would be willing to make a beauty wait to be half an hour late? With this thought, Lin Ming felt that his chance had come. He had done his homework regarding Mu Bingxuan's preferences. Considering Mu Bingxian had waited for half an hour, she must be getting impatient. At this moment, if he were to present her with a cup of her favorite dessert, how would Mu Bingxian react? Would she see him in a new light? Would she think he was thoughtful? As the protagonist, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't choose to fawn over her. Nor would he think that just a cup of dessert could win over Mu Bingxian. However, this was an opportunity to get to know her. Lin Ming picked up his phone and dialed. Give me a cup of her favorite dessert immediately. Yes, make sure it's a large cup with fruit and condensed milk. Mu Bingxian was now a sophomore, having studied at Magic Capital University for a year. Apart from Li Ran, who was a devoted admirer, no rumors had circulated about her and other boys. In Lin Ming's eyes, the reason why no one could win Mu Bingxian over was partly due to Li Ran, the spoiled rich kid. Another reason was that the boys at Magic Capital University were not outstanding enough to impress Mu Bingxian. But now Lin Ming had appeared. Li Ran was just a spoiled rich kid relying on his family background. Lin Ming would eventually deal with the Li family. How could he possibly fear just one Li Ran? If Li Ran hadn't run away last time, Lin Ming would have taught him a good lesson. He wanted to warn him to stay away from Mu Bingxian. As long as he could meet Mu Bingxuan, he would show her just how outstanding he was. At this moment, Mu Bingxuan, amidst the discussions, showed no sign of impatience on her face. As time reached 8:20, her eyes lit up. Across the playground, a handsome young man approached with a hint of playfulness and a touch of recklessness. He was holding 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soybean milk. The person was none other than Li Ran. At this moment, Li Ran frowned slightly. Why did it seem like there were more people today than last time? It seemed like the protagonist's absurd halo effect was at work again. Knowing he was about to be embarrassed, he deliberately tried to make a grand entrance. However, compared to the several times he would be embarrassed by Lin Ming later, this time's embarrassment could only be considered average. Li Ran began to search for Mu Bingxian in the crowd. Where is she? After scanning the area, Li Ran was stunned to find no trace of Mu Bingxian among the students in front. What the hell? Could it be that Mu Bingxian stood me up? He quickly glanced at his watch. It was 8:20. Li Ran distinctly remembered that the last time it was at this time. Did the female lead go crazy again? Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Li Ran turned around, his face turning ghostly pale. You? He saw Mu Bingxian had appeared behind him seemingly out of nowhere. Do you know that scaring someone can be deadly? I'm sorry, Mu Bingxian said, sticking out her tongue shyly. Then her gaze fell on the fried dough sticks and soybean milk in Li Ran's hand. Is this breakfast for me? I haven't even spoken, and you already know this soybean milk is for you. Are you some kind of parasite in my stomach? I guess sort of, he replied. Mu Bingxian stretched out her hand and smiled. Thank you. What are you so happy about? Who asks for breakfast right after meeting? Are you starving or something? Although I had already guessed that Mu Bingxian's role wasn't that easy to play. However, Li Ran did not expect Mu Bingxian to be so outrageous. This plot was not supposed to go this way. I am the villain. Do you understand what that means, eh? I offer you breakfast and you should refuse. It's not the right time yet. Li Ran's gaze searched among the students in military training. Wait a moment, let me find Lin Ming first. Don't be so impatient. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Looking around, the playground was filled with heads, all wearing the same expression of disbelief. Oh my God, am I seeing things? I must have read too much lately and strained my eyes, or I need to sleep less. Is that person Li Ran? Someone explain to me what's happening. How could the goddess be smiling at that spoiled rich kid Li Ran? Are they together? Did Mu goddess get moved by Li Ran? No one expected it. Early in the morning, the school flower goddess Mu Bingxian had spent over half an hour in the cold wind of the playground, and the person she was waiting for turned out to be the devoted admirer Li Ran. This was simply unscientific. It was more absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Li Ran, I swear I'll never let you off. How could my goddess fall for someone like Li Ran? My heart is shattered. Turns out that saying is true. Devoted admirers get everything in the end. In the military training formation, Lin Ming watched this scene, tightening his fists until his nails dug into his palms, gritting his teeth. Over here, Li Ran's eyes lit up. He had found the protagonist. Discovering Lin Ming, the next steps would be easy. Mu Bingxian was a rather eccentric woman. Surely Lin Ming wouldn't act out as well. At that moment, Li Ran noticed a casually dressed man walking up to Lin Ming and handing him a cup of sweet grass jelly. Li Ran smirked knowingly at Mu Bingxian. If he remembered correctly, her favorite milk tea was sweet grass jelly. Got it. No wonder he was the protagonist. He knew when to plan before acting. His intelligence was commendable. Next, he would take out soy milk and fried dough sticks to present to Mu Bingxuan, and Lin Ming would follow with the sweet grass jelly. It was obvious which one Mu Bingxian would choose. Today her mind was already set. It was a sure thing without a doubt. Li Ran turned and walked towards Lin Ming's group, speaking casually over his shoulder to Mu Bingxuan. Follow me. Where are you taking me? Mu Bingxian asked curiously, though she had a faint idea in her heart. Without stopping her steps, she followed Li Ran. Arriving in front of Lin Ming's group, Li Ran immediately began his performance. He gazed deeply at Mu Bingxuan. Bingxuan, do you know? Mu Bingxuan's heart raced with excitement. It was starting. He was about to confess to me. This is the heartwarming breakfast I brought for you. Suddenly, Li Ran raised the soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hand. Mu Bingxuan. The crowd during military training. What the hell, is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of delivering soy milk and fried dough sticks? And who considers soy milk and fried dough sticks as a heartfelt breakfast? This heartfelt breakfast is too cheap. I seriously suspect that Li Ran is deliberately showing off his affection in front of them. Mu Bingxian felt a bit disappointed. It turned out he was just delivering breakfast, not confessing. She prepared to reach out for the heartfelt breakfast. As long as it was from Li Ran, she would like it no matter what. Just kidding. Lin Ming hadn't jumped out yet. How could Li Ran simply give away the breakfast? By coincidence, Li Ran retracted his hand. Then he continued passionately. Although it's just soy milk and fried dough sticks, I ran 8 streets to get this soy milk, and I ran 10 streets to buy this fried dough stick. It was quite a challenge. Bingxuan, this isn't just breakfast, it's my heartfelt intention. Suddenly a chorus of boos and gagging sounds erupted around them. Ugh, so damn cheesy. Such old-fashioned love talk, it's too cliché. Even if delivering soy milk and fried dough sticks is fine, the love talk is so corny that Mu Bingxian would never agree. To Li Ran, these boos sounded like heavenly music. Mu Bingxian was becoming unreliable. Li Ran didn't expect her to succeed. However, Li Ran wasn't the least bit worried. As a licking dog antagonist, he naturally possessed a buff for attracting hatred. Under the protagonist's halo, the onlookers were all on Lin Ming's side. Next, he just needed to wait for Lin Ming to step forward and present the sweet grass jelly to Mu Bingxuan, and then his role for the day would be complete. After that, he could simply flee in disgrace. Of course, before leaving, he would have to throw in a few harsh words. That was a must. At this moment, Li Ran deliberately walked to a position 5 meters in front of Lin Ming, looking as obnoxious as possible. Seeing Lin Ming's small eyes nearly bursting with fire, he inwardly chuckled with delight. Then he handed the soy milk and fried dough sticks to Mu Bingxian. Lin Ming must be wishing to kill him right now. Thanks to Mu Bingxuan, this round of protagonist hatred was filled to the brim. Of course, Li Ran didn't care. As an antagonist, he and Lin Ming were destined to harbor an unresolvable deep hatred. Seeing Mu Bingxian shyly accept Li Ran's breakfast, countless hearts shattered in an instant. I disagree with this match. Exactly, there's no way I'll believe that Mu Bingxian would like Li Ran. She is so pure, so beautiful. Mu Bingxian must have been coerced. Despicable, so despicable. They couldn't believe that Mu Bingxian was sincere. The school goddess must have been subjected to some kind of coercion by Li Ran. Hearing these furious voices, Li Ran laughed heartily. Bingxuan, I didn't expect you to really want to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks. Mu Bingxian nodded, touched her lips parted, preparing to speak. Li Ran pulled out a fried dough stick and directly stuffed it into Mu Bingxuan's mouth. Eat heartily. Don't start rambling. Many boys' inner rage ignited, instantly bursting forth like flames. Is anyone going to step up and teach this guy a lesson? He's too damn arrogant. Beat him up. Get your dirty hands away. At that moment, someone noticed Lin Ming in the group. Hey, isn't that the freshman who beat up Li Ran's bodyguard at the beginning of the school year? Where? Look, right in the group, next to Li Ran. Upon seeing Lin Ming, these boys felt as if they had found a savior. He was a powerhouse who could take on 6. Today, Li Ran hadn't brought his bodyguards. As long as he stepped up, he could definitely make Li Ran back off and free Mu Bingxian from his clutches. Freshman, you don't want to see Mu Bingxian with this spoiled rich kid, do you? Please rescue Mu Bingxuan, we beg you. The duty of protecting the goddess is entrusted to you. In the midst of the fervor, amidst the cries of many boys, that young man stepped forward. Yes, it was Lin Ming. Lin Ming hid the sweet grass jelly behind him and calmly said, Li Ran, you have already incurred the wrath of the masses. Mu Bingxian is not someone you can aspire to. Now I represent the vast majority of boys from Magic City University to warn you, take your breakfast and stay away from the school goddess. In novels, the protagonist is always on the side of justice. Lin Ming now represents almost all the boys at Magic City University. Li Ran looked at Lin Ming in confusion. Where's your sweet grass jelly? Hurry up and take it out. Such a good opportunity for a slap in the face, you're not going to take it out. Li Ran had no idea that after he left that day, Mu Bingxian hadn't taken Lin Ming to the pharmacy. Lin Ming hadn't even had a chance to meet Mu Bingxian yet. Silly protagonist. You had your chance, but you blew it. Li Ran cursed inwardly. On the surface, he feigned surprise, pretending to be astonished. You, how come you're here? What do you want? Lin Ming looked coldly at Li Ran. Yet his heart burned with fury. How dare you flaunt your affection in front of me, and you still ask why I'm here? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Beat him. Beat him. The surrounding boys joined in the uproar. I warn you, don't mess around. Li Ran's face turned panicked as he glanced around, desperately looking for someone to protect him. Lin Ming smiled. Your bodyguards aren't here today. No one can save you. Of course I know my bodyguards aren't here. Li Ran felt speechless inwardly and continued to act fiercely. Kid, I'll remember you. Oh, just wait. Li Ran glared at Lin Ming fiercely and turned to leave. Hey, a spoiled rich kid is just a spoiled rich kid, so cowardly. Such a spineless person, how could you compete with me for Mu Bingxian? Watching Li Ran flee in disgrace, Lin Ming smiled victoriously. How could Mu Bingxian be attracted to such a cowardly and spineless man? He had helped Mu Bingxian shake off Li Ran's entanglement. Now Mu Bingxian must have a newfound respect for him. Mu. The next second, Lin Ming's smile froze on his face. He saw Mu Bingxian holding the soy milk and fried dough sticks, chasing after Li Ran. The scene fell silent. The sweet grass jelly that Lin Ming had hidden behind him, which he hadn't had a chance to present, was crushed in his grip. It splattered everywhere. At that moment, the instructor returning from the restroom happened to witness this scene. What's going on? Drinking milk tea during military training. Immediately clean up the mess you made. 200 push-ups as punishment. Lin Ming clenched his fists, remaining still. He stared intently at the two fading figures behind the instructor. The instructor squinted his eyes. I said now. Clean up the mess you made. The two exchanged glances. Lin Ming lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Yet, on this day explosive news spread throughout Moda University. The campus belle Mu Bingswen had been taken by Li Ran. Many people's first reaction was disbelief. How could the goddess Mu be interested in that scion Li Ran? Countless individuals scrambled to verify the authenticity of the news. The scene of Li Ran delivering breakfast to Mu Bingswen followed by Mu Bingswen chasing after him with the breakfast in hand had long been captured and uploaded to the university's forum. The evidence was irrefutable. In an instant countless hearts were shattered. Their campus belle their goddess. In the end had she truly fallen for Li Ran's wealth. But soon a wealthy second-generation student from the Campus Belle Protection Alliance stepped forward clarifying the situation in a forum post. It is said that Mu's family's overseas company suffered significant losses due to mysterious financial obstruction. Currently, the Mu family is facing an economic crisis, and they are looking to ally with the Li family to overcome this predicament. Therefore, in my view, the goddess Mu did not genuinely agree to Li Ran. This post gained widespread approval among male students. So that's how it is. I feel for Goddess Mu. In the end, she couldn't withstand the pressure from her family and became a pawn in a family alliance. The Mu family is treating Mu Bingswen as a bargaining chip. Alas, born into a wealthy family, unable to act freely. Within a short time, the replies to this post reached thousands. Countless people lamented Mu Bingswen's fate while angrily denouncing Li Ran for taking advantage of the situation. However, some male students believed that perhaps Mu Bingswen truly had feelings for Li Ran. If a scion like Li Ran can win over the goddess, why can't I? Where there is sincerity, there will be success. The ancients did not deceive me. If I could be as devoted as Li Ran for years, perhaps I too would have a chance to embrace beauty. In no time, a wave of admirers emerged at Moda University. At the school gate. Hey, don't come over here. If you keep following me, I'm calling the police. Seeing Mu Bingswen approaching from behind, Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine and quickened his pace. This female lead has gone mad. My part for today is done. Please stop following me. Just as he was about to shake off Mu Bingswen, a red sedan suddenly stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down. A woman with an elegant hairstyle and oversized burgundy sunglasses poked her head out. I called you. Why didn't you answer? Li Ran replied with irritation. Who are you? Why are you calling me? Had it not been for this woman blocking his way, he would have lost Mu Bingswen by now. At that moment, Mu Bingswen had caught up. You don't remember me, the woman said wistfully, removing her sunglasses. A stunning face appeared before Li Ran. Her skin was flawless, appearing to be in her late 20s, yet exuding the charm of a mature woman. Li Ran was momentarily stunned. Tang Wanqing. Right, he remembered. When he went out to buy fried dough sticks in the morning, someone indeed made 2 calls. Concerned it was Tang Wanqing's call, he had ignored it. He didn't expect this woman to be so persistent coming to find him. Despite her youthful appearance, Li Ran knew that Tang Wanqing was actually in her 30s. Ugh, an older woman coming to find me can't be for anything good. Li Ran responded coldly. What do you want? To be honest, he didn't want to deal with Tang Wanqing at all. If he weren't afraid of her reporting to his mother, he would have turned and walked away on the spot. In the car, a hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Wanqing's eyes. Is this how cold you are towards me? Li Ran's icy tone caused her heart to ache. It's true, in the last life she had treated him and the Li family like that. For Li Ran to still speak to her calmly is already a great grace. Although she had been reborn in this life and would not allow the tragedy of the last life to repeat, she admitted that she had not been particularly kind to Li Ran before. His indifference towards her was indeed normal. Tang Wanqing's face quickly regained its composure. Looking at Li Ran's face, so close, she smiled slightly. Did you receive the pastry I sent you? Tang Wanqing spoke to him in such a gentle tone. Li Ran looked dubious. Something is off. This older woman definitely has an agenda. In the script, Tang Wanqing had always looked down on him, and in the last life, she had treated him very coldly. After all, this woman was also one of the female leads. Li Ran impatiently asked, What do you want? Nothing much, just wanted to see you. Tang Wanqing said softly. In the last life, after Li Ran's death, while accompanying Zhang Wan to sort out his belongings, she accidentally discovered Li Ran's secret. She realized that this so-called scion was in fact a business genius. Thanks to the business plans left by Li Ran, she was able to unite with others to bring down the Lin family's powerful Lin group. The more she understood Li Ran, the more she was drawn to him. Ultimately, she found herself hopelessly in love with this boy. In the last life, after Li Ran's death, Tang Wanqing could only bury her love deep in her heart. She had never spoken to anyone about it. But now fate had granted her the opportunity of rebirth. In this life, Tang Wanqing would go all out. No matter how others viewed it, she would protect her boy. Absolutely, she would not let anyone harm Li Ran. At that moment, Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes turned slightly cold. She saw a pair of delicate hands wrapping around Li Ran's arm. Mu Bingswen, embracing Li Ran, sweetly smiled and said, Li Ran, who is this Annie? The term auntie was deliberately emphasized by Mu Bingswen. Hey, are we that familiar? Don't get too close. Just because you're the female lead doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Li Ran withdrew his hand and introduced, "This is my Aunt Tang." "Aunt Tang, hello. I'm Li Ran's girlfriend," Mu Bingswen said with a smile. She had observed every move Tang Wanqing made. The way Tang Wanqing looked at Li Ran was not that of an aunt looking at her nephew. Mu Bingswen sensed that Tang Wanqing harbored ulterior motives regarding Li Ran. In the last life, she had teamed up with Tang Wanqing to ruin Lin Ming, causing his downfall. Tang Wanqing claimed it was for the sake of the Li family's revenge. But now it seemed otherwise. This woman coveted her Li Ran. At this moment Mu Bingswen was no longer the flower fairy, but a protective little cat. Looking at Mu Bingswen, Tang Wanqing suddenly smiled. "So little Ran has a girlfriend. However, the identity of this girlfriend is not something you can decide. Whether you can enter the Li family's door depends on the approval of us elders." She certainly knew who the girl standing next to Li Ran was. Mu Bingswen. In the last life, Li Ran was so madly in love with her that he ultimately fell into Lin Ming's trap. If it weren't for Mu Bingshuan, Li Ran would not have died. Although Tang Wanqing had teamed up with this woman in the previous life, that does not mean she forgave Mu Bingxian. In this life, she will make Li Ran see Mu Bingshuan's true colors. She will make Li Ran understand that she is the woman he loves the most. Mu Bingxian does not deserve Li Ran's love. At this moment, Li Ran also sensed that the atmosphere was off. How did he suddenly get an extra girlfriend? And what did Tang Wanqing mean by that? In the novel, she had never cared about her own affairs. What kind of nonsensical plot is this so chaotic? It has even confused Li Ran. These two women are clearly both the protagonists. Why did it involve him, the villain? The plot was not supposed to develop this way. Hey. Tang Wanqing did not give Mu Bingxian a chance to retort, and turned to Li Ran saying, "Xiao Ran, I have a business meeting coming up. Do you want to come with me to listen?" She knows that Li Ran's heart is currently all with Mu Bingxian. It is unrealistic to separate Li Ran from Mu Bingxian all at once. It needs to be done step by step. Li Ran felt a bit awkward and hurriedly rejected, "Aunt Tang, you know I'm never interested in business matters, so please don't put me in a difficult position." Has Tang Wanqing gone mad? Li Ran indeed has a godlike sense for business opportunities and a brilliant business mind, but he has never shown it in front of outsiders. In his previous life, when he gained those two skills, he merely drafted two different business plans to defeat Lin Ming's Lin family group on a whim. In front of Li Lijian and his wife, as well as in front of outsiders, Li Ran is just a useless playboy. A playboy attending a business meeting. Wouldn't that ruin his character? This woman Tang Wanqing must be trying to harm him. After being rejected by Li Ran, Tang Wanqing's face showed slight disappointment, but she quickly concealed it. She knew that Li Ran must have his own reasons for hiding himself. "Alright then. Xiao Ran, I will come to see you often in the future." She reached out and lightly brushed her hand across the tip of Li Ran's nose. Tang Wanqing drove away. If she didn't hurry, she would miss the meeting. Li Ran touched his nose. Li Ran. Watching Tang Wanqing drive away, Mu Bingxian quietly stomped her foot as if she had made up her mind. Then she quickly pecked Li Ran on the face. Holding a soy milk and fried dough stick, she blushed and ran away. "Li Ran, don't worry, I will make Anne agree to us." Li Ran. "Two crazy girls. Can you all follow the plot properly? Please don't force an extra drama, alright?" Night fell. Lin Ming returned to his rented apartment. "Boss, should I bring a few brothers too?" A middle-aged man made a gesture on his neck. "Are you out of your mind? Right now the evidence against the Li family is still insufficient. Attacking Li Ran at this moment would not only alert that old fox Li Lijian, but also incur his furious retaliation." Lin Ming scolded with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man looked innocent. "Clearly it was you who was slapped in the face by Li Ran, and you were incompetent. Why take it out on us? Alright, get out of here." He dismissed his subordinates. Lin Ming's mind had calmed down. Li Lijian treasures his son, Li Ran, greatly. Most importantly, during their last confrontation, Lin Ming noticed that the bodyguard around Li Ran was not ordinary. If he didn't bring back his mercenary team from abroad with his current subordinates, it would be difficult to deal with Li Ran. Lin Ming has traversed overseas. The king of mercenaries. His strikes are always fatal, and he has never missed. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Nightingale team, complete your current task, and then return to the country. There's someone in the country that needs your attention." Li Ran. Daring to touch the woman he has set his sights on, he is doomed. Once he collects the evidence against the Li family, he will immediately send the Nightingale team to eliminate him. For now, let him live a little longer. After a moment's thought, Lin Ming dialed another number. "The company outside the Mu family has been taken care of, right?" "Oh, that's good." Lin Ming nodded and ordered, "Next, I want you to take down a cosmetics company in the country in Modu. Detailed information will be sent to you shortly." Originally, Lin Ming wanted to approach Mu Bingxian slowly. However, after several failed attempts to get close to her, he decided to go all out. He would let Mu Bingxian see another side of him. He wants Mu Bingxian to know that Li Ran, this playboy, is completely incomparable to him, Lin Ming. Back at the Li family, Li Ran asked the system again. The system confidently assured him that the plot was absolutely fine. In response, Li Ran was quite speechless. "I believe your nonsense." However, the system was not wrong. The general plot of the novel indeed matched up. It's just these female leads that give him a headache. Forget it one step at a time. Even if the plot is a bit off with his acting skills, he can still salvage it. A new day. After breakfast, Li Ran left with a few bodyguards. Not playing the role of a sycophant is quite pleasant. The next time he will be slapped in the face in the plot will be at the welcome party for new students at Moda University. Although there are still several days until the welcome party, Li Ran is not in a hurry. He can take this time to relax. He cannot go to the park for now. He doesn't know if Mu Bingxian will be waiting for him there again. Li Ran went directly to the riverside near Moda University. In a secluded pavilion by the river, suddenly a melodious sound of the eru came through. Li Ran smiled slightly. He told his bodyguards to stay put. He took a jade flute and walked over. A deep and distant sound emerged from the flute. It blended with the sound of the eru. In the pavilion, an elderly man with graying hair was slightly taken aback. Soon a look of mutual admiration appeared on his face, and he felt a sense of meeting a kindred spirit. The flute sound approached. A handsome young man playing the jade flute walked slowly over. The old man smiled slightly and praised, "Young friend, your musical talent is extraordinary. You are a formidable young man." Li Ran put down the flute and replied with a smile. Of course. The system has rewarded him with so many skills, he can't use them in the plot, but he can't use them during leisure time either. The old man's name is Bai Yuanfang. In his previous life, he and the old man became friends through music. Just like in the previous life, the two quickly became familiar through discussions about music theory. They talked for the entire morning. Glancing at the sun, old Bai smiled and said, "It's getting late, why not come to my house for lunch, and we can continue our conversation this afternoon." It is rare to meet someone he can talk to, and he feels happy inside. Moreover, from the previous duet and conversation, old Bai understands that Li Ran's understanding of music is not inferior to his own. He looks at Li Ran with newfound respect, even shocked by his talent. In Modu there exists such a young genius. Li Ran thought for a moment, since he came out to relax, it would not hurt to visit old Bai's house. He nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Weiwei, who had just finished her class, was carrying a few pounds of fruit preparing to visit her grandpa. The Bai family is a musical family, and as the deputy professor of the music department at Moda University, Bai Weiwei grew up under her grandpa's musical influence. The sound of the eru wove through the air, yearning yet connected, akin to fleeting clouds drifting aimlessly. The melody of the shao resonated in harmony, filled with longing and melancholy, the lingering notes never ceasing. In that moment, Bai Weiwei was utterly entranced. When she regained her senses, her face was filled with astonishment. Bai Weiwei was perfectly aware of her grandfather's immense musical talent. Old Master Bai was a towering figure in the music world. Could there truly be someone in Magic City whose musical prowess rivaled that of her grandfather? Who could this master be? Bai Weiwei recalled the friends of Old Master Bai, yet she could find no one comparable to the shao player among them. As the piece concluded, she hurriedly opened the courtyard door, rushing inside. "Grandfather, which master is visiting today? I must get to know this shao master properly." But upon seeing Li Ran beside Old Master Bai holding a jade shao, Bai Weiwei was left dumbfounded. She stood frozen, her eyes wide open, her cherry-red lips agape in surprise. After a while she incredulously asked, "Just now the person playing the shao was you at?" Bai Weiwei never expected that the master who had just played the shao would be so young. At the same time, Li Ran looked at this woman dressed in OL attire, wearing high heels, and carrying a bag of fruit, feeling utterly bewildered. Her grandfather hadn't mentioned he had a granddaughter. The shocking part was that this granddaughter was the goddess of the music academy, Bai Weiwei. Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was also one of the female leads. He had only wanted to mooch a meal. How had he inadvertently entangled himself with the female lead? This wasn't part of the plot. There was no such scene. What novel would be boring enough to write about the interactions between the antagonist and the female lead? With the character of a dandy, he had painstakingly maintained collapse so easily before Bai Weiwei. Old Master Bai introduced, smiling. "Weiwei, you're here. Let me introduce you to our musical genius from Magic City, Li Ran." Bai Weiwei looked on in confusion. "You too? Why did the name Li Ran sound so familiar?" Bai Weiwei struggled to remember. "Oh, we met just this morning and we hit it off right away. Li Ran's musical talent is not inferior to mine, so make sure to consult him when you have the chance." Bai Weiwei took a seat. The fitted OL uniform accentuated her graceful curves, her bosom prominently displayed. Her long dark waves cascaded loosely. "You?" She suddenly widened her eyes. "You are Li Ran." Bai Weiwei remembered, this man resembled the protagonist from the forum post on Magic City University from yesterday. The dandy heir of the Li family, Li Ran. "No, I'm not," he replied. "Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." "No, I haven't mistaken you. You are Li Ran." Old Master Bai, I'll have to pass on your meal." "Oh, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now and no need to see me off." Li Ran ignored Bai Weiwei further and said a quick goodbye to Old Master by hurrying away. He remembered that in the novel the first encounter between himself, the antagonist, and Bai Weiwei happened several chapters later, and it was quite unpleasant due to classroom disruption. Thus Bai Weiwei should not have recognized him yet. However, he dared not linger any longer. Bai Weiwei was quite astute. If he chatted a bit more, he might inadvertently reveal himself. But Li Ran was unaware that due to the events of yesterday, he had already exposed himself. Old Master Bai chased after him, but could not catch up. Returning inside, he looked at Bai Weiwei with resentment. "Look what you've done. You scared off my guest as soon as you arrived." At that moment, Bai Weiwei was in a daze. She harbored a secret she had not shared with anyone. In truth, she was a reborn individual. Bai Weiwei remembered that in her past life, Mu Bingshuan Tang, Wanqing Li Ruoxue, these women had toppled Lin Ming's business empire, and after killing him had all gone to pay their respects at Li Ran's grave. Bai Weiwei found this quite puzzling. Lin Ming, that despicable wretch, was not worth lamenting. But why did these women pay homage to Li Ran, this dandy heir? The name of the Li family's dandy was notorious throughout Magic City. Unfortunately, Bai Weiwei had not had the chance to uncover the secrets behind Li Ran before she was reborn. Granddaughter, what are you daydreaming about? Bai Weiwei snapped back to reality. She saw Old Master Bai looking at her with a knowing smile, seemingly amused. Are you thinking about that, Master Li? No wonder Li Ran is talented and handsome. Bai Weiwei's face flushed. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. In her past life, Li Ran's obsessive pursuit of Mu Bingxian was well known throughout Magic City. Bai Weiwei was repulsed by Li Ran's persistent advances, naturally harboring no fondness for him. However, now she understood this dandy heir's hidden side. Bai Weiwei couldn't comment on Li Ran's other qualities. However, in music this guy was a genius. She began to understand why in her past life so many women had fought to follow him after his demise. Upon reflection, disregarding Li Ran's lack of academic pursuits, he was indeed quite handsome. Bai Weiwei pondered. Li Ran, what kind of person are you really? After that, Li Ran did not seek out Old Master Bai again. Staying at home was far better than provoking the female lead outside. By the poolside, Li Ran leisurely sipped red wine. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly the phone rang. He glanced at it. Yet another unknown number. Li Ran frowned. Was it from Tang Wanqing? He initially thought to ignore it, but worried that this woman might report him to Zhang Wan. After some consideration, he pressed the call button. Hello, who is this? A sweet voice came from the other end. Is this Li Ran? Yes, in a few days we have the school's welcome party, and I'd like to invite you to perform your individual talent on stage. I wonder if you would be willing. A welcome party? They want me to perform. Who the hell is looking for a dandy heir to perform? Is this some kind of prank? No matter who you are, if you keep making such jokes, this young master will be angry. Li Ran's tone turned icy. Although the novel stated that he indeed played the violin well. However, his dandy reputation was well known. Who would be idle enough to ask him to perform? That would require someone to be out of their mind. But unexpectedly, the woman on the other end grew more anxious. Li Ran, don't misunderstand. I'm not joking. This opportunity is one I fought for on your behalf. I genuinely invite you to perform on stage. You? Li Ran suddenly exclaimed. You are Bai Weiwei. It's me, but remember to add associate professor to the title. Oh, what the hell? You're not supposed to show up yet. Why are you calling me privately? And where did you get my number? Li Ran was filled with anger. Was this woman Bai Weiwei out of her mind? This was offstage time. There were proper ways to add drama. Could she not leave him any personal space? I told you that day you mistook someone for me. That person was not. The voice abruptly fell silent. Damn it, Bai Weiwei had completely muddled him. This was equivalent to inadvertently giving himself away, truly exposing himself. Li Ran attempted to salvage the situation. Professor Bai, I really want a butt. I knew it, that master who plays the flute is you. The sweet voice on the phone exclaimed excitedly. Who played the flute? You play the flute every day? This woman is crazy. On the other side, Bai Weiwei secretly clenched her fists. Previously, she was genuinely afraid that the flute master was someone else who looked exactly like Li Ran. Now it was confirmed. It was Li Ran. He had hidden it well. So at the welcome party, will you go on stage to play the flute? Li Ran. However, speaking of which, during the welcome party storyline, in a few days he indeed needed to go on stage to play a piece on the violin. Then he would be slapped in the face by Lin Ming. Last time Li Ran didn't qualify to go on stage. His method was to go to the welcome party venue directly, randomly select a performer from the audience, knock them out, and drag them away. Then he would perform himself. Now with a performance slot gifted by Bai Weiwei, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Is Mu Bingxian also performing? Mu Bingxian. That's right, Bai Weiwei remembered that Li Ran was a sycophant of Mu Bingxian. Sure enough, in the list of performers, Bai Weiwei found Mu Bingxian's name. Mu Bingxian is indeed performing. Her act is a violin and piano duet. Bai Weiwei paused. However, Mu Bingxian already has a partner. Li Ran. Isn't her partner named Lin Ming? Oh, that's right. Bai Weiwei confirmed. Li Ran nodded. The plot matched up, so he could proceed with the story. Since Bingxian is participating, then sign me up as well. Bai Weiwei. Then should I sign you up for the flute piece? Flute. That's not acceptable. Li Ran said, my strongest instrument is still the violin. Please sign me up for that. His strongest was the violin. Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled. She never expected that Li Ran's forte was actually the violin, not the flute. Li Ran's flute skills were already at a master level. What level must his violin skills be? He hung up the phone. Li Ran continued to savor his law fight. Why play the violin? Quite simply, the author wrote it that way. One thing to note is that when he performed on the violin, he must not overshadow the main character. Just displaying 1/10 of his strength would suffice. This would facilitate his later face-slapping from Lin Ming. For someone like Li Ran, who possessed god-level music skills and performance skills, all of this was not a problem. After recalling the upcoming plot and confirming that nothing was missed, Li Ran continued his leisurely life. On the other side at Modi University, Bai Weiwei submitted the final performance list for the welcome party. Although the teacher in charge of reviewing was somewhat surprised to see Li Ran on the list, no one voiced any objections. After all, the Li family was the benefactor of Modi University, or wasn't it just allowing Li Ran to perform at the welcome party? What was the issue? With the announcement of the performance lineup for the welcome party, it stirred quite a commotion among the students at Modi University. While there's Goddess Mu on the list, and she's performing Castle in the Sky as a violin and piano duet. Really? We need to grab a good spot beforehand. In bringing my camera, or I must take a few close-up shots of the goddess. Who is this Lin Ming? How can he perform with Goddess Mu? I don't know, he seems to be a freshman this year. I've heard of Lin Ming, he's the freshman who beat up Li Ran's bodyguards last time. I heard he performed exceptionally well during military training, doing 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat, even impressing the instructor. Indeed, during this year's freshman military training, Lin Ming was the most outstanding and was awarded the title of Best Trainee. At this moment, a boy suddenly jumped up in shock. Damn, Zhang San, did you get electrocuted? Are you having a seizure? His companion looked at him in confusion. The boy named Zhang San pointed tremblingly at the performance list. He's also on the performance list. Who? Everyone curiously followed Zhang San's finger to look at the program. Instantly, a wave of exclamations filled the room. The voices of disbelief rose and fell. On the program, the name Li Ran stood out prominently. Li Ran, that playboy from the Li family. Damn, did they make a mistake on the program? How can Li Ran participate in the performance too? This is ridiculous. I couldn't even sign up for saxophone, and Li Ran managed to get on. A talented student from the music department was extremely dissatisfied and shouted that it was unfair. It's definitely a scandal. In the eyes of many, Li Ran was just a good for nothing heir. Aside from money, he had nothing else to offer. Such a person was actually on the performance list. For a moment, many sighed, is this the power of capital? Although many looked down on Li Ran, they had to admit that seeing the list at this moment made them envious. However, there were exceptions. Among the crowd, Lin Ming looked at the list and sneered, unaware of one's own strength. He was just lamenting for not having a chance to regain his face, and unexpectedly this guy Li Ran was also on the performance list. It perfectly fell into his trap. At the welcome party, he would make Li Ran understand the gap between them, this playboy, and himself. He wanted Mu Bingxian to see clearly who was superior, who truly deserved her. Lin Ming turned around and walked toward the music room. In the music room, Mu Bingxuan, having set down her violin, looked at Lin Ming with disgust. Classmate Lin Ming, what are you doing here? Senior Mu, the performance list is out. Should we practice ahead of time to avoid making mistakes when it's time to perform? This was an opportunity Lin Ming had fought for with his outstanding performance during military training to perform with Mu Bingxuan, the campus belle. How could he not seize it? A sunny smile appeared on Lin Ming's face. As long as Mu Bingxian gave him a chance to interact, he would show her how excellent he was. He, Lin Ming, absolutely not comparable to someone like Li Ran, who only relied on his family's wealth. Mu Bingxian coldly looked at Lin Ming. I've made myself clear before going on stage. We will practice separately and not disturb each other. We will coordinate during the performance on stage. If it weren't for the teacher's request, she would never agree to perform with Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming's insincere smile, Mu Bingxian felt increasingly disgusted. If only Li Ran were performing with her, how wonderful would that be? Lin Ming looked troubled, but chemistry takes time to develop. I think. Mu Bingxian interrupted directly. If you classmate Lin find it difficult and can't do it, I certainly won't force you. I will talk to the teacher and request a partner change. Right, she would go to the school to change her partner to Li Ran. Lin Ming. He thought he could use the practice as an excuse to get close to the goddess Mu Bingxian and then open her heart. But he failed again. Mu Bingxian didn't even leave him a door. Lin Ming smiled awkwardly. No need to tell the teacher. I think I can do it. Mu Bingxian looked at him suspiciously. You really can? I'm so annoyed. This Lin Ming is like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Lin Ming hurriedly said, I guarantee no problem. Mu Bingxian looked down on him, but that was fine. When the welcome party arrived, he would shine brilliantly and astonish everyone. By then, Mu Bingxian would surely see him in a new light. With that thought, Lin Ming was filled with motivation. All right, you practice slowly. I'll head back first. Seeing Lin Ming's shamelessness, Mu Bingxian sighed helplessly. Dealing with such a shameless person, she had no way out. She put away her violin and left. Time passed, and soon it was the day of the welcome party. In the morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Li Ran awoke on the 5-meter-wide bed. It was another beautiful day. These past few days had been so comfortable that he almost forgot there was a plot to follow. Oh right, according to the novel's storyline. Lin Ming made a splash during military training, showcasing a bit of his musical talent, which granted him the opportunity to perform a duet with Mu Bingxian on behalf of the new students. This LSB Lin Ming had finally caught a chance to be alone with Mu Bingxian. How could he not seize it? These days he practiced piano with Mu Bingxian every day. This kid must be over the moon. However, Mu Bingxian was quite conservative. I wonder if Lin Ming has held her hand yet. Damn. Thinking about this made Li Ran angry. Damn it, he was just a simp. After pursuing Mu Bingxian for so long, he hadn't even managed to kiss. Lin Ming had only known Mu Bingxian for a few days, yet he had already touched her hand. But then Li Ran thought perhaps this was for the best. With Lin Ming always by her side, Mu Bingxian the female lead should no longer cause trouble. Great, the plot was finally on track. Additionally, Li Ran was a bit troubled by the two other female leads, Tang Wanqing and Bai Weiwei. One had inexplicably come to Moda University just to see him, while the other, upon learning of his musical talent, had been calling to harass him. These two women were a bit troublesome. However, it wasn't yet their time to appear, so Li Ran wasn't in a hurry. When trouble comes, I will deal with it. When the time comes, we'll see whether or not I perform. He got up to wash up and stepped out of his room. At that moment, Li Ran suddenly heard two female voices chatting downstairs. One was his mother Zhang Wan, and the other sounded somewhat familiar. Who was his mother talking to? He curiously peered out from the staircase. The next second, he quickly pulled his head back. The woman conversing with his mother was none other than Tang Wanqing. What was this old woman doing at his home? He felt like something bad was about to happen, so Li Ran quickly turned around to go back. Oh, Xiao Ran is awake. Downstairs, Tang Wanqing seemed to be talking to Zhang Wan, but part of her attention was focused upstairs. The moment Li Ran peeked out, the elegantly dressed woman in a qipao showed a hint of joy. She quickly called out to Li Ran. Xiao Ran. Zhang Wan turned back in confusion upon hearing this, seeing Li Ran standing dumbly at the top of the stairs. This child, when he sees someone he doesn't even know, to say hello. Hurry down and greet your Aunt Tang. Li Ran knew he couldn't escape now. Steeling himself, he went down the stairs. Hello, Aunt Tang. The beautiful Tang Wanqing, with a complexion as delicate as a young girl, smiled slightly. There was no trace of age on her face. Xiao Ran is still so polite with me. Li Ran dared not look directly at this enchanting woman, internally grumbling. How old are you? Can't you have some self-awareness? Trying to dress like a young girl in a qipao with the slit almost up to your thigh. However, one thing Li Ran had to admit was that her long legs were indeed fair. Aunt Tang, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. You and my mom can have a good chat. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ran prepared to slip away. You child, your Aunt Tang came all the way here. How can you leave right after meeting? Whatever you have to say can wait until after breakfast. Zhang Wan smiled apologetically at Tang Wanqing. This child, I've spoiled him since he was little. Tang Wanqing didn't seem to mind. It's fine. In the future, I will be stationed at the company here in Modu, so there will be plenty of opportunities for me to meet Li Ran. Li Ran. What? This woman plans to stay in Modu. Ugh, she wants to meet me. In your dreams. The breakfast was tasteless for Li Ran. He noticed that during breakfast, Tang Wanqing glanced at him no less than 10 times. Mom, I'm full. Finishing the last spoonful of porridge quickly, Li Ran stood up. Little did he know Tang Wanqing suddenly spoke up. Li Ran, there's something I want to discuss with you. I talked to you. Are you my mom? Damn. I knew it as soon as this old woman arrives, nothing good comes. Li Ran forced a smile. What is it, Aunt Tang? Xiao Ran, I just spoke with Sister Wana. Since you are at Moda University and not interested in classes, why not come with me and help me manage my business? In his past life, Tang Wanqing had seen Li Ran's business plan for the downfall of the Lin Group. Such a meticulous and detailed business plan was not something a student from Moda University could create. She thought she finally understood why Li Ran had no interest in studying, why he bore the reputation of a rich, useless playboy without caring. Because Moda University could not teach Li Ran. He was a true business genius, unmatched in the world. Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes quietly watched Li Ran, yet her heart felt a tinge of sadness. This boy was clearly a genius, but was willing to bear the reputation of a playboy. Even until death, he had no chance to explain. Although Tang Wanqing didn't know why Li Ran chose to hide his business talents and pretend to be a playboy, she understood that he carried too much on his shoulders. In this life, he would no longer be that lonely Li Ran. He had her. She could not let this business prodigy be buried. Aunt Tang, are you joking? At this moment, Li Ran was stunned. Tang Wanqing wanted him to help manage her company. Wasn't this nonsense? Do you see the two words above my head? Playboy. Do you even know what a playboy is? Li Ran felt that Tang Wanqing was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. This old woman just wanted to ruin his image. Aunt Tang, you've misunderstood me. I actually love studying very much. I'm going to class right now. Li Ran argued weakly. Even Zhang Wan didn't believe this. She knew what kind of person her son was. Your Aunt Tang is just being kind. If you stay by her side, you can learn how to manage a business. In the future, your dad and I can rest assured handing the group over to you. Li Ran. Mom, you're really a godsend. Which side are you on? Besides, in the future, what group will we have? The Li group has already been taken over by the Lin family. You probably don't know that after Lin Ming took over the Li group, he immediately handed the group over to your good friend to manage. Although the downfall of the Li family had nothing to do with Tang Wanqing, after Lin Ming subdued the 10 major families of Modu, he entrusted the businesses of those families to Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing was also impressive, managing those businesses flawlessly, doubling Lin Ming's wealth. In Li Ran's eyes, Tang Wanqing and Lin Ming were two of a kind. Neither was a good person. Thus, Li Ran would never work for Tang Wanqing's company. For now, I don't want to get involved in business matters so early. Mom, Aunt Tang, please don't pressure me. Although he was mentally prepared, hearing Li Ran's outright refusal still caused a flicker of disappointment in Tang Wanqing's eyes. She knew that Li Ran was reluctant to part with Mu Bingxian. Her boy was captivated by this woman. Xiao Ran, think it over. I will come again. Consider. What the hell? There's no need to think I won't agree. Also, please go find Lin Ming. Don't come back. You need to know your position. You are the female lead. Do you understand? The female lead shouldn't be running to the villain's house every day. Oh, what kind of situation is this? After Li Ran went upstairs, Zhang Wan looked at Tang Wanqing with a face full of apology. Wanqing, Xiao Ran has been spoiled by me since childhood, so don't take his words too seriously. How could that be? Tang Wanqing smiled. How could she possibly be angry with Li Ran? Li Ran was merely temporarily captivated by that woman Mu Bingxian. In Tang Wanqing's view, Li Ran's infatuation with Mu Bingxian was simply because they had spent much time together, coupled with the fact that he had encountered few beautiful women, which made him so enchanted by Mu Bingxian. If Li Ran were to be separated from Mu Bingxian for a while, his feelings for her would naturally fade. Meanwhile, as she spent more time with Li Ran, their feelings would gradually deepen. In fact, Tang Wanqing had even planned in her heart. At that time, she would let Li Ran live with her. Then she would play a movie or two in the living room like the kind aunt. It wouldn't be impossible for Li Ran to gradually accept her. After going upstairs, Li Ran locked himself in his room. He genuinely didn't understand Tang Wanqing's actions. However, Li Ran didn't pay much attention. No matter what Tang Wanqing said, or did he only needed to find an excuse to refuse. Next, the welcome party tonight was the highlight he had to face. On the surface, it was a scene where he was humiliated by Lin Ming. In reality, it marked the beginning of his dark transformation. This scene would plant a dark seed in his heart after being humiliated by Lin Ming. Afterward, following a series of failed retaliations against Lin Ming, he would enter his dark phase. After becoming dark, he would start to descend into depravity. This also meant that he was not far from losing his virginity. Therefore, he had to perform well in this scene. As usual, Li Ran reviewed the plot. In the original story, he was humiliated by Lin Ming twice and learned about the collaboration between Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian. He felt a surge of anger. Thus, on the night of the welcome party, he recklessly brought a bodyguard to the auditorium. Then he had the bodyguard knock out and drag away a performer who was about to go on stage. He took the stage himself. This action naturally drew laughter and disdain from the audience. However, for Mu Bingxian's sake, Li Ran put on a brave face and continued to perform. After finishing his performance, he stayed on stage and delivered a heartfelt confession to Mu Bingxian, vividly portraying the role of a devoted admirer. Afterwards, when Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian's duet began, it directly overshadowed him, leaving him utterly humiliated. The plot was roughly like this. However, due to the presence of Bai Weiwei as the female lead, Li Ran no longer had a chance to impersonate someone. Therefore, tonight, how would he incite the audience's dissatisfaction and ridicule? This was a question Li Ran needed to consider. Li Ran thought of a method. He would deliberately be late. As a rich and reckless young master, many people were already dissatisfied with his participation in the program. Coupled with his intentional delay, it would surely arouse the audience's displeasure and mockery. The effect would be the same. He had it all figured out. As evening approached, and the time was nearly up, Li Ran changed into a white tuxedo and went downstairs. He asked Uncle Fu, and upon learning that Tang Wanqing had already left, Li Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Timing it perfectly, he headed to Magic City University. In the grand auditorium, the lights were focused. The seats were filled with students, many of whom were waiting with cameras. Next, please enjoy the first performance. With the host's passionate voice, the welcome party commenced. Backstage, many students waiting to perform looked slightly nervous. One performance ready to go on stage. As the announcement of the program concluded, the teacher in charge began urging the performers to take the stage. At this moment, Mu Bingxian, who was to perform last, seemed to be searching for someone. Where's Li Ran? Didn't he sign up for the performance? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Looking left and right, she couldn't find Li Ran, and her small face instantly showed signs of anxiety. Could it be that Li Ran forgot? Or has something happened to him? At that moment, Lin Ming, dressed in a tailcoat, approached. Today, Mu Bingxian wore a sky blue long gown, making her look like an enchanting fairy from a fairy tale. Lin Ming was also taken aback. Senior Mu, what's wrong? Seeing Mu Bingxian's anxious expression, Lin Ming felt a sense of pride. Now she knew to be anxious, huh? He put on a concerned look and gently said, "Relax, I got this." Upon witnessing this scene, many around cast envious glances at Lin Ming. Is that Lin Ming? So handsome. Wow, it seems that being close to the water's edge allows one to get the moon first. Lin Ming has quickly become friendly with the goddess Mu. Practicing together every day naturally builds feelings over time. However, Lin Ming does seem to match well with the goddess Mu, much better than that licking dog Li Ran. Hearing these discussions, Lin Ming smiled slightly at the crowd, as if to say, you got it right. However, in reality, only Lin Ming knew the bitterness behind it all. On the surface, he was performing with Mu Bingxian, which envied countless people. But in reality, it was not the case at all. Privately, he had never practiced with Mu Bingxian even once. She hadn't even acknowledged him. Of course, Lin Ming wouldn't reveal such a loss of face. What he wanted was for others to misunderstand. After all, only he, Lin Ming, was worthy of Mu Bingxian. Mu Bingxian would eventually be his woman. Mu Bingxian frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Ming. Just like in her previous life, this guy was still as shameless as ever. If it weren't for the concern that if she acted out it would ruin her image in Li Ran's heart. Mu Bingxian now wanted to give Lin Ming a couple of slaps. Ignoring him, she stood up, walked aside, and pulled out her phone. Li Ran, where are you? The program has already started, and yours is the 7th. You didn't forget. Oh, that's good. Mu Bingxian breathed a sigh of relief and hung up. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's smug smile gradually faded, turning his face ashen. Li Ran, huh? Tonight, I will let you know that Mu Bingxian and I are a match made in heaven. As time passed, Li Ran's performance approached. Mu Bingxuan, holding her long dress, ran to the entrance of the auditorium to wait. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's expression grew even darker. The previous performance had ended. The two hosts took the stage. Next, please welcome student Li Ran to bring us a violin solo. After a while, however, no one came on stage. Below, the students began to stir. What was going on? Where was he? Is this Li Ran, the rich young master from the Li family? Why hasn't he gone on stage yet? He probably knows he would embarrass himself and is too scared to go up. Haha, what a joke. Signed up for the program, but doesn't dare to go on stage. He might as well let me take my saxophone up to perform. At that moment, the auditorium doors suddenly opened. The crowd turned to look. A young man in a white tuxedo walked in. Is that Li Ran? Wow, this guy's outfit is really showy. He's even brought a bodyguard, treating this like his personal concert. Geez, it's a welcome party, and this guy is really arrogant, thinking he's a big shot. This is hilarious. Many people mocked and laughed at Li Ran, who looked like a clown. The young master of the Li family had no achievements in his work, lacking talent and virtue. But when it came to these flashy things, he certainly had a knack for it. But soon they couldn't laugh anymore. Behind Li Ran appeared a woman. In a sky-blue long dress, she exuded a dreamlike aura. The crystals adorning her dress sparkled dazzlingly under the lights. Her stunning beauty looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Mu Bingxian. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. How did Mu Bingxian end up with Li Ran? Wasn't it said that Mu Bingxian only agreed to be with Li Ran due to family pressure? What the hell, the goddess Mu has really been captured by Li Ran. Those who had just mocked Li Ran were now completely dumbfounded. At the welcome party, Li Ran's deliberate tardiness. Indeed, it was very juvenile, comedic, even foolish. Yet at this moment no one could laugh. Because beside him was Mu Bingxian. I ask you, in the entirety of Magic City University, who could achieve having the school beauty Mu follow them to do such foolish things? Looking at the princess quietly following Li Ran, a blaze of jealousy ignited in everyone's hearts. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Ran, accompanied by Mu Bingxuan, walked to the forefront. Meanwhile, backstage, Lin Ming, who was secretly watching this scene, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Now I'll let you show off for a while. Later I will make you realize that your current actions are nothing but the antics of a clown. While abroad, Lin Ming had infiltrated close to a certain country's queen to complete his mission. He had studied under the renowned piano master Richard for a while. His musical talent had even astonished Richard. Li Ran's current spotlight was merely due to Mu Bingxuan's accompaniment. Without her by his side, this spoiled rich kid would immediately revert to his true form. Lin Ming didn't believe that Li Ran's musical talent could compare to his own. Later, when I take the stage with Mu Bingxuan, the spotlight of tonight's welcome party will belong solely to us, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Li Ran's solo violin performance is nothing. Truly exceptional individuals do not require others to enhance their brilliance. At this moment, the bodyguard behind Li Ran opened the violin case and took out the violin. Li Ran received it. Go for it, Li Ran. Mu Bingxian clenched her fists and made a gesture of encouragement to Li Ran as he stepped onto the stage. Li Ran stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Damn it. At this moment, Li Ran's mind was in a daze and his heart was breaking. He had deliberately arrived late, intending to be mocked by the onlookers, setting the stage for the upcoming plot. After all, in the original text, this mindless villain was merely a clown, often doing absurd and laughable things. Repeatedly slapped in the face by the protagonist Lin Ming. However, unexpectedly, Mu Bingxian had appeared out of nowhere. Damn it, I'm going to be slapped in the face by Lin Ming tonight. Who asked you to meddle? Who told you to pick me up at the auditorium door? With you interfering, how can I smoothly get slapped by Lin Ming? The plot hasn't even officially started, and it's already gone off track. Li Ran wished he could punch Mu Bingxian twice right now. That foolish woman. With such intelligence, I really don't know how she became the female lead. Now I can only rely on my godly acting skills to bring the plot back. He picked up the violin and placed it on his shoulder. Li Ran tilted his head slightly, holding it with his neck. It's starting. Master Li Ran is about to begin his performance. Bai Weiwei, watching from the teacher's seat, couldn't help but feel excited. This genius boy's musical accomplishments are not below her grandfather, old Master Bai. How fortunate for the students of Magic City University. Without spending a dime, they could listen to a performance by a music master. In the audience, many students were also taken aback by Li Ran's standard movements. Watching Li Ran's serious demeanor, could it be that he actually plays the violin quite well? Li Ran gently drew the bow across the strings. Screech. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the hall. Everyone present was taken aback. The jarring sound resonated throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned by Li Ran's unexpected antics. Is this a violin solo? Is this guy here to saw wood? In the teacher's seat, Bai Weiwei gripped the armrests tightly, her chest heaving violently. She almost fell to the ground, her mind buzzing. What was Li Ran doing? Li Ran awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I haven't played in a long time, my hands are a bit rusty. This statement drew laughter from the crowd. However, this was actually intentional. Otherwise, the subsequent plot wouldn't unfold well. At this point, seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Li Ran continued to play. This violin piece wasn't particularly difficult. He only used less than 1/10 of his strength playing it adequately. However, because of the earlier harsh sound, everyone had a preconceived negative impression of Li Ran's performance. Occasional booing emerged from the crowd. This also aligned with the plot setting. Li Ran felt more relaxed. Next, he just needed to finish the piece and then confess his feelings. He had memorized the lines for the confession. There would be no problems. After finishing the piece, Li Ran picked up the microphone. Tonight's piece, although I played a bit poorly, is only for one person. Instantly, the audience erupted. Though Li Ran did not explicitly say it, everyone knew who he was referring to. What the hell, what the hell? This rich kid is really bold confessing at the welcome party. So that's why this rich kid came to perform to confess to Mu Bingxian. Damn, isn't this a bit too arrogant? Does he not care about the judges? If you had a dad who was the richest in Magic City, would you be less arrogant than him? If your dad could also donate a teaching building to Magic City University, you could also be as arrogant as him. Below the stage, Mu Bingxian tightly covered her mouth. Tears of happiness flowed from her eyes. He confessed. Li Ran confessed to her. At this moment on stage, watching the ecstatic audience, Li Ran felt goosebumps rise all over his body as he elegantly exited the stage. Why are you so excited? Shouldn't those applause be reserved for Lin Ming later? Mu Bingxian stepped forward ready to speak, but Li Ran hurriedly interrupted, saying, We'll talk later, it's almost time for your performance, go prepare first. Please don't say anything. Let me smoothly finish this part of the plot. Li Ran didn't care about what was on Mu Bingxian's mind right now, whether she was genuinely moved by him. Anyway, next, he just had to wait for Lin Ming's grand entrance. Mu Bingxian nodded vigorously. At this moment, emotions were unspoken. This is her boy. Just like in the previous life, always thinking of others and never considering himself. With a husband like this, what more could a wife ask for? Lin Ming, who was hiding behind the curtain watching this scene, suddenly felt his eyes welling up with a fierce blood red. As the next program took the stage, the audience was still buzzing with discussion. Li Ran hurriedly pushed Mu Bingxian towards the backstage. In the teacher's seat, Bai Weiwei watched this scene deep in thought. Actually, when Li Ran was performing earlier, Bai Weiwei had already noticed. The initial harsh sound was likely intentionally produced by Li Ran. The subsequent performance was also done with some notes played imprecisely on purpose. He could fool these students, but not someone from a musical family like her. However, Bai Weiwei was puzzled as to why Li Ran would do this intentionally. If Li Ran participated in the program for Mu Bingxian, why not showcase his best side to her? Her heart was filled with questions. Li Ran thoughtfully escorted Mu Bingxian to the backstage. After all, he was Mu Bingxian's devoted admirer, and he had to maintain appearances in front of others. Meanwhile, Li Ran reflected on the unfolding plot. They were now halfway through the story. Next, they awaited Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian's duet as the crowd cheered for them. Then he would foolishly step in to block their way and warn Lin Ming. The outcome was of course predictable. The two bodyguards he brought along were no match for Lin Ming, and he was swiftly slapped in the face by Lin Ming's initial display. At that moment, Bai Weiwei, the female lead, appeared, having noticed Lin Ming's musical talent. In front of everyone, Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to join the music academy. This meant that Li Ran would face another round of humiliation from Lin Ming and Bai Weiwei. After that, his part in today's drama could come to an end. At this time, Mu Bingxian had already returned to her seat. Li Ran was about to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Ming's blood-red eyes in the corner. Li Ran smirked provocatively. Then turning to Mu Bingxian, he affectionately said, Bingxian, make sure to rest well and don't overthink things. He passed by Lin Ming, getting a cup of warm water for Mu Bingxian. Next, you need to perform well. I will be cheering for you from the audience. Mu Bingxian blushed as she accepted the cup and whispered, thank you, I will do my best. Li Ran was indeed very gentle. God knows how many times in his previous life he had missed out on such tenderness. At this moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Looking at the blushing Mu Bingxian, Li Ran was also speechless. What are you blushing for? Don't you realize I'm deliberately trying to provoke Lin Ming to anger him? This unreliable female lead for the upcoming plot. Li Ran was counting entirely on Lin Ming. He glanced at Lin Ming. He saw Lin Ming dressed in a black tailcoat, tightly clenching his fists as if he could crush his teeth. Yes, it was this kind of gaze that transformed sorrow and anger into power. Seeing this, Li Ran silently nodded in approval. It seemed that his earlier performance had been very successful. He had successfully enraged Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you better not disappoint me. Just now I only utilized less than 1/10 of my strength during the violin performance. Given your musical talent, if you put in some effort you should be able to surpass me, right? Now let's see how hard you can perform. Don't hold back, don't spare my feelings, give it your all. As time passed, the program reached its climax. The moment Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian took the stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Goddess Mu, Goddess Mu. The school belle Mu is truly beautiful like a fairy. Today Mu Bingxian was absolutely stunning. The instant she appeared, many people pulled out their cameras, taking pictures non-stop. Some infatuated girls, upon seeing Lin Ming, had their eyes sparkling. Wow, is that Lin Ming? This new student is so handsome, so charming and mature. This golden couple smiled at the audience before starting their performance. The enchanting music made every audience member present entranced. Watching Lin Ming's vigorous performance on stage, Li Ran nodded slightly from the audience. This is what a main character should be like. This is a qualified protagonist. Mu Bingxuan, the female lead, really should learn from Lin Ming. Stop being so pretentious, you can't even play the violin well. Li Ran could clearly see that Mu Bingxian on stage seemed somewhat distracted, nearly playing the wrong notes multiple times. Fortunately, Lin Ming exerted all his strength to save the day. Not bad, very good. This is how a protagonist should be. After one piece was completed, the venue burst into intense applause and cheers. The atmosphere of the entire evening reached its peak. Even Lin Ming wore a slight smile. In that moment, all the discontent in his heart vanished. Compared to his piano performance, Li Ran's violin solo seemed like a younger brother. As Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian bowed, someone in the audience called out, "Be together, be together." Lin Ming smiled faintly. The person shouting was, of course, someone he had deliberately arranged. The audience consisted of students in their early 20s, right in the prime of youth and passion. In such an atmosphere, many were stirred up and more people began to shout, "Be together, be together." Lin Ming turned his head, looking smugly at Li Ran. "Did you hear those cheers? I'm Mu Bingxuan's boyfriend, and that's what everyone wants. You little admirer, how can you compete with me?" At this moment, sensing Lin Ming's gaze, Li Ran couldn't help but feel emotional. The male lead is indeed the male lead. The plot flows so smoothly. It's much better than Mu Bingxian. On the surface, he quickly put on a biting and heartbroken expression. Seeing Li Ran like this, Lin Ming felt even more delighted. However, neither of them noticed that a pair of eyes in the teacher's section had been silently watching them. In the auditorium, at the height of the atmosphere, Bai Weiwei, sitting in the teacher's section, let out a quiet sigh. Alas, sentimental feelings have always led to unfulfilled regrets. Her gaze at Li Ran was filled with sympathy. "Professor Bai, what's the matter?" A female lecturer beside her looked puzzled. Bai Weiwei was the most beautiful female teacher in the music academy, privately referred to by students as the department flower. Countless rich second-generation suitors pursued her. However, it had never been heard that she had a boyfriend. Her colleagues were also very curious about this. Some said that Bai Weiwei was too picky and looked down on the rich second generation in Magic City. Others speculated that Bai Weiwei had been hurt by a scumbag in the past, leading her to distrust men. The female lecturer wondered, could it be that tonight's duet by this golden couple had touched on Bai Weiwei's painful past? Bai Weiwei shook her head, quietly watching the heartbroken boy below, remaining silent. She had indeed been deceived by a scumbag before, the very scumbag who was currently thriving on stage, Lin Ming. However, that was a matter from her previous life. Now that she had lived again, she naturally would not believe Lin Ming and would not be deceived by him again. Right now, Bai Weiwei felt that Li Ran was not valued enough. Earlier she was puzzled. Why did Li Ran, clearly a musical master or genius, deliberately pretend to have ordinary musical talent during the performance? Now she understood. It was because of Mu Bingxian. If Li Ran had showcased his true level during the performance, without a doubt, he would have been the most dazzling star at tonight's welcome party. Compared to Lin Ming, that scumbag Li Ran was nothing. However, Li Ran was clearly deeply in love with Mu Bingxian. He did not showcase his true level. He merely acted mediocrely, even purposely playing out of tune. This was to avoid stealing Mu Bingxuan's spotlight at the welcome party. For the sake of Mu Bingxuan, Li Ran chose to be the green leaf that supports the blooming flower. In this moment, she was touched by this foolish boy. Watching that heartbroken figure, Bai Weiwei suddenly felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. For the woman he loved, he was willing to be a green leaf. Even if he faced ridicule and disdain from others, he still found joy in it. What a humble love. He must be exhausted from loving so hard. "Professor Bai, where are you going?" Bai Weiwei suddenly stood up and left her seat. "It's quite foolish." Seeing Lin Ming still standing on stage, smugly showing off to her, Li Ran rolled his eyes in his heart. "How long do you intend to stand there? Shouldn't you hurry down? Doesn't it make sense? Once the plot is over, this young master can go home and relax." Below the stage, Li Ran's 2 bodyguards were already in position, ready for Lin Ming to step down so he could proceed with the plot. Lin Ming had enough of the pretense. Finally, he was ready to step down from the stage. He saw Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian coming down together. Li Ran hurriedly approached with 2 bodyguards. Yes, he still had to wear a gloomy face. "Lin Ming, I warn you, stay away from my Bingxian." The 2 bodyguards stood directly in front of Lin Ming. Seeing Li Ran's frantic expression, Lin Ming smiled. At this moment, he needed to maintain a broad perspective. After all, Mu Bingxian was watching from the side. He didn't notice. Upon hearing Li Ran say the words, "my Bingxuan," Mu Bingxuan, who was a step behind him, blushed instantly and hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Li Ran was so straightforward it was embarrassing. Lin Ming spoke lightly. Who I am with is my freedom, it has nothing to do with you Li Shao. Nearby a teacher also reprimanded. Li Ran, what do you want? This is school, not a place for you to act recklessly. At this moment Li Ran was blinded by jealousy and anger. He wouldn't listen to them. Today I will take control. Get him. Both bodyguards being utterly loyal charged straight at Lin Ming. Just these two useless guards. Lin Ming scoffed. It was rumored that this Li family young master was famously brainless. Now it seemed to be true. Previously, even with 6 bodyguards, Li Ran couldn't defeat him. Now sending just 2 was simply giving him a chance to show off in front of Mu Bingxian. Lin Ming casually put his hands in his pockets. With a graceful posture, he kicked the 2 bodyguards away. Let me tell you, Mu Xiaohua can be with whoever she wants, that is her freedom. And I, Lin Ming, can be with whoever I want, and that is also my freedom. You, Li Ran, cannot stop me. Lin Ming spoke calmly with reason and in a gentlemanly manner. You? For Bingshuan I will fight you. Li Ran's expression twisted, roaring in anger. He nearly revealed to everyone that he was just a dog chasing after her. Inside, however, he was grinning from ear to ear. Tonight's scene with Lin Ming was the smoothest performance he had given since his rebirth. Great, next he would foolishly charge out and be defeated by Lin Ming. Then this scene would be wrapped up. By the way, he had to slightly restrain his extraordinary martial arts skills. He couldn't make it too obvious for Lin Ming to see. Li Ran rolled up his sleeves ready to charge out. At that moment, suddenly a figure stepped between him and Lin Ming. Mu Bingxian. Oh, you Mu Bingshuan, what are you doing again? You the female lead, what kind of wind are you stirring? Can't you let me be defeated by Lin Ming, just once? I beg you, don't forcefully add drama to yourself, okay? Li Ran almost couldn't hold back and truly wanted to punch Mu Bingxian in the face. However, at the critical moment, he restrained his fist. If he really hit her, his image as a devoted follower would be ruined. At this moment, Lin Ming was also dumbfounded. However, he was soon filled with joy. Mu Bingxian was currently facing away from Lin Ming, leaving only her enchanting curves visible to him. In Lin Ming's eyes, Mu Bingxian, standing in front of him, was clearly protecting him, worried he would be harmed by Li Ran. It must be my earlier words that moved her, Lin Ming secretly thought. That's right, Mu Bingxian must have been with Li Ran due to pressure from the Mu family. Deep down, she didn't like Li Ran at all. The person she liked was me. It's okay, Bingxian. That wastrel Li Ran cannot defeat me. To deal with him, one finger is enough for me, Lin Ming said domineeringly. I must protect my woman well. He, a dignified king of soldiers, could never hide behind a woman. How could he let his woman worry for him? Lin Ming was resolute. No matter what conditions the Li family offered the Mu family, he would soon reveal a bit of his financial power to solve this trouble for Mu Bingxian. He would help Mu Bingxian completely get rid of Li Ran, this devoted follower. Just as Lin Ming was lost in thought, a cold voice reached his ears. Bingxian is also someone you can call. Lin, I think our relationship isn't that close yet. In front, Mu Bingxian did not turn around. The cold tone revealed a hint of anger. What? Lin Ming looked puzzled. Then he saw Mu Bingxian suddenly take a step forward and grab Li Ran's hand. Li Ran, calm down, you can't defeat him. Mu Bingxian was very clear about Lin Ming's strength. She didn't want her boy to get hurt, not even a little. Li Ran shouted angrily. Even if I can't win, I will still fight. Mu Bingxian, what is your situation? You don't really think I can defeat Lin Ming, do you? I know you are the female lead, I know you are on Lin Ming's side. Rest assured, I'm just going up to let Lin Ming beat me. Li Ran put on a stubborn look, refusing to listen, and he was determined to confront Lin Ming. It was a joke, as long as he was defeated by Lin Ming, today's scene could end. Victory was in sight, yet Mu Bingxian wanted to stop him. No way. Li Ran. Mu Bingxian suddenly panicked. I promise you there is really nothing between me and him. The person I like is always you. At this moment, Mu Bingxian could no longer care about her image. This sentence was shouted out by her with a red face. Li Ran was stunned. Lin Ming was shocked. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Mu Bingxian likes Li Ran. Previously, they could still deceive themselves that Mu Bingxian was forced by her family to reluctantly agree to Li Ran's pursuit. She only agreed to be with Li Ran. But now this was spoken directly from Mu Bingxian's mouth. Mu Bingxian admitted it herself. She likes Li Ran. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The teacher who had just advised Li Ran now had his mouth agape big enough to fit an egg. Mu Bingxian was not only the school flower. In the eyes of these teachers, she was even a talented girl, a well-behaved girl. Yet now this well-behaved girl was loudly calling out another boy's name in public. This boy was the notorious wastrel of the Li family in the Magic City. Instantly, the teacher looked at Li Ran with a different gaze. Shock, amazement. But mostly it was admiration. Big shot, how did you win over the school flower? Teach me. In the game of romance, you are my teacher. Li Ran stared blankly at Mu Bingxian. Looking at Mu Bingxian's blushing face, Li Ran was confused. Mu Bingxian likes me. What a crazy joke. Hey director, where's the director? The script wasn't written like this. The first female lead likes the villain. What kind of nonsensical plot is this? Even a dog wouldn't write such a storyline. Don't joke around. Mu Bingxian, act normally. Please, I beg you. The plot suddenly became so chaotic that Li Ran didn't know how to continue acting. In this situation, how could he keep going? The devoted follower had actually won over the goddess. Next, was he going to marry Mu Bingxian on the spot? Then have 10 or 8 chubby kids? At this moment Lin Ming made his move in anger. Li Ran, you want to fight, right? He'll grant your wish. Lin Ming clenched his fist and swung it towards Li Ran. Instantly Li Ran saw hope. No doubt it's the protagonist. To save the scene it had to be you. Time seemed to move slowly. Lin Ming threw a punch. Upon seeing the two blazing fires of rage in Lin Ming's eyes, Li Ran couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. The plot had become so chaotic, yet it could still continue. Truly, he was the protagonist, the child of destiny. Li Ran was not one to hold back. He seized the moment and impulsively pushed the troublesome woman Mu Bingxuan aside. Bingxuan, step aside, it's none of your business. I must teach this brat a lesson today. Li Ran charged forward. Then he allowed Lin Ming's fist to land on him. With divine-level martial skills, Lin Ming's punch felt like a mere tickle. Lin Ming grunted in pain, retracting his fist. Seeing Lin Ming's expression, Li Ran quickly put on an act of being injured. He suddenly leaped back, flying 2 meters. On the ground, Mu Bingxian watched in shock, covering her mouth. Tears of emotion streamed from her eyes. Knowing she was no match for Lin Ming, she still rushed forward without hesitation for her own sake. Li Ran's desperate appearance was truly handsome. Just then a female voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ming, how can you be so ruthless? Meanwhile, Li Ran didn't fall to the ground as he had expected. Oh, wait a minute, why didn't I fall? What is that behind my head? It feels soft and somewhat bouncy. Li Ran rubbed his head against it. It was indeed soft, warm, and fragrant. He quickly turned his head and saw a delicate, fair-skinned face. Oh my, how did this woman end up behind me? Bai Weiwei, aren't you part of Lin Ming's group? Why did you come behind me? Was it a sneak attack? Li Ran was bewildered. The onlookers were equally stunned, witnessing that when Li Ran flew out, the music department's goddess teacher Bai Weiwei just happened to be at his landing spot. She caught him, and this guy Li Ran was still rubbing his head against Bai Weiwei's bosom. What the hell? Is this my luck? Someone hit me, let's see if this is an illusion. Li Ran, are you alright? Mu Bingxian rushed over, and along with Bai Weiwei helped Li Ran up. Li Ran, I'm fine. I'm okay. You both should go check on the protagonist. What the hell is going on? Mu Bingxian is one thing, but Bai Weiwei, what's your deal? The protagonist is over there. Lin Ming's face was as dark as coal. Teacher Bai, let go of me. Ooh, I can handle this myself. Just when the plot was getting back on track, it went haywire again. At this point, wasn't Bai Weiwei supposed to stand by Lin Ming's side, scolding him first before inviting him to join the music academy? Li Ran felt it was necessary to remind Bai Weiwei. He wanted her to be clear about her stance. Teacher Bai, how did you end up here? Li Ran looked at Bai Weiwei expectantly. Speak up, quickly say you are here to invite Lin Ming to join the music academy. Make it clear you are here to support Lin Ming. Bai Weiwei gazed at Li Ran with gentle eyes. Li Ran, would you be interested in minoring in music and joining our music academy? Li Ran, he was dumbfounded. Who wants to join your music academy? Didn't you see, I didn't even attend my major's classes. Bai Weiwei is just like Mu Bingxuan here to mess with me, right? Li Ran's mind was buzzing. He had tried his best to remain low-key to hide himself. Wasn't it obvious that Lin Ming was on stage playing the piano flamboyantly? Didn't Bai Weiwei see that? Anyone with ears would know Lin Ming played the piano better than Li Ran could play the violin. Why wasn't Bai Weiwei inviting Lin Ming instead of me? Li Ran asked why. He couldn't understand. His reputation as a playboy had spread throughout Magic City. Even those who had never met him had heard his name and knew he was uneducated. It could be said that without the Li family backing him, Li Ran wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of Magic City University. Within the academy, there were many who avoided him. Was Bai Weiwei still asleep? How could she invite him to join the music academy? The teachers and students of the music academy would agree. Bai Weiwei smiled, slightly blinking her eyes, because I know you have great musical talent. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Ran, great musical talent. Lin Ming almost thought he was hearing things. He could not believe these words came from Bai Weiwei's mouth. During this time, Lin Ming had already figured out the situation in the academy. He was very clear about Bai Weiwei, the associate professor. This beautiful professor came from a musical family and had an incredibly high talent in music. Her standards were top-notch. Yet now the discerning Bai Weiwei was praising Li Ran for his musical talent. Lin Ming was dumbstruck. Bai Weiwei was one of the beauties of Magic City University, her looks rivaling Mu Bingxian. Lin Ming originally aimed to achieve 2 goals at the welcome party tonight. One was to impress Mu Bingxian. The other was to showcase his musical talent, hoping to gain the favor of this beautiful professor and have Bai Weiwei see him in a new light. He never expected that while he was performing vigorously on stage, Bai Weiwei would instead take a liking to this guy Li Ran. Lin Ming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could Li Ran have any musical talent? He felt like going up to Bai Weiwei and telling her that his musical talent was 1,000 times better than this playboy Li Ran. Equally stunned were the surrounding students. At this moment, these students were also filled with confusion. Li Ran has great musical talent. Even if Bai Weiwei said it, they wouldn't believe it. In Magic City University, who didn't know that the eldest son of the Li family was a good for nothing? In an instant, many people recalled the scene where Bai Weiwei caught Li Ran just moments ago. They remembered Li Ran rubbing his head against Bai Weiwei's bosom while she showed no sign of anger. At that moment, they seemed to understand something. Many people's gazes on Li Ran were filled with shock and disbelief. His could it be that this guy even managed to win over Professor Bai? My god. Meanwhile, Li Ran at this moment noticed Bai Weiwei's blinking big eyes. Li Ran finally caught on. He almost forgot about the incident where he was caught playing the flute at Bai Laoda's house. He realized that his musical talent had been completely exposed before Bai Weiwei. Alright, no more pretending I want hide anymore. Li Ran decided to ride the wave. So what if his musical talent was exposed? No worries. His persona as a playboy hadn't collapsed yet. No matter how well he played the flute, it had nothing to do with his character. At this moment, it was time for his playboy persona to shine. Come on, let's act together. Li Ran immediately burst into laughter. Very good, excellent. Teacher Bai, you have great insight. You can see my extraordinary musical talent. In all of Magic City University, you are the one with the best vision. These ordinary folks don't realize that I have been gifted and talented since I was a child. Instantly, the surrounding crowd rolled their eyes, nearly throwing up their dinner. My god, don't stop me. I want to go up and punch this playboy Li Ran. No one boasts like that. Many felt that Lin Ming's earlier punch had been too light. Some thought that Lin Ming's punch was too heavy, having knocked Li Ran's brain out of whack. Seeing the expressions of the onlookers, Li Ran chuckled to himself, his tone even more arrogant. It's not that I don't want to join your music academy. Teacher Bai, do you really think with my musical talent your music academy's teachers could teach me? Who would want to join your music academy? I'd rather go home and be my own. Li Deshao isn't that much better. Bai Weiwei. Indeed, with Li Ran's musical achievements, it would be more suitable for the music academy to invite him to become a teacher. The surrounding students were left speechless. How much confidence does one need to say such a thing? If they didn't know that Li Ran's family had donated a teaching building to Magic City University to get him in, they might have believed it. This guy's brain really must have been damaged by Lin Ming. At this point, having dealt with Bai Weiwei, Li Ran no longer wanted to stay. The necessary plot had already unfolded. He had also been hit by Lin Ming. Now he could slip away. Alright, I'm done talking to you. My head suddenly feels a bit dizzy. Bodyguards. Quick, help me back. 2 bodyguards supported Li Ran. Oh, almost forgot to make a threat. Lin Ming, wait for me after hitting me. Lin Ming, I hit you once, and it took you 10 minutes to react. And I hit your chest. Why are you covering your head? Trying to swindle me. Tonight I suppose I was slapped in the face by Lin Ming, right? Indeed, this kid hit me with a punch, and I flew out. I must have been slapped. Back at home, Li Ran ate some fruit while reflecting on tonight's events. To his surprise, Bai Weiwei also betrayed him, which he had never expected. The plot had slightly deviated. However, it was still under control. Lin Ming's character did not collapse, nor did his own playboy persona. The outcome was still favorable. Tonight, the grudge between Lin Ming and me deepened again. However, thinking about the unusual Mu Bingxian and Bai Weiwei made Li Ran's head ache. These female leads never follow the script and always like to add their own scenes. It unnecessarily increased the difficulty of his performance. If all the female leads that appear afterward are like this, I will be exhausted. This is a hidden danger. Li Ran summoned the system. System, do you think these female leads have gone crazy? Or have they been possessed? Or could it be that they have been reborn? No, scratch that. Even if the female leads were reborn, they should still stand by the protagonist's side. The system's mechanical voice replied, the system guarantees that the plot is functioning normally. Li Ran. Mu Bingxian openly confessed her feelings for me. You call this normal plot development? Damn it, what a useless system. It's of no help at all. However, upon careful reflection, the system seemed to make a valid point. Ultimately, tonight's slap in the face was in fact deepening the conflict between me and Lin Ming. Though the 2 female leads added a lot to the plot, the final result turned out even better. Li Ran recalled Lin Ming's gritted teeth and fiery gaze as he left. It was evident that Lin Ming harbored murderous intent towards him. Anyway, in the novel, the female leads eventually end up with the protagonist. As for how the relationship between the protagonist and the female leads develops, he need not worry too much. But just to be safe, Li Ran decided to clarify. With the female leads enjoying this game so much, I won't be trapped here, right? The system replied, rest assured, as long as you follow the plot, the system can send you back to your original world. Alright, with your assurance, I feel relieved. Li Ran's worries dissipated. Ultimately, these female leads were merely tools to draw animosity between him and the protagonist. As long as Lin Ming, the protagonist, remained stable, he could continue to play along. By the way, the next scene should be the Mu family's birthday banquet for Mu Bingxian. The Mu family, one of the 10 great families, naturally would not host a small-scale birthday celebration. At that time, other young members from the 10 great families, as well as notable figures from both the business and political spheres, would attend. Almost forgot that woman Tang Wanxin will also be there. Lin Ming will also be present. I am going to suffer another wave of humiliation. I need to relax and adjust my mindset to prepare for the next scene. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had already returned to his rental apartment. Master, we have successfully acquired this cosmetics company. As per your request, we have replaced all the RD staff of the cosmetics company with our own people. 2 subordinates who had been waiting in the apartment stood up to report. Lin Ming sat confidently on the sofa, glanced at the documents handed to him by his subordinates. Did this attract the attention of the 10 great families of Magic City? No, the acquisition was conducted discreetly. The 10 great families of Magic City were immensely wealthy, controlling the mid to high-end market across Jiangnan. Any influx of unfamiliar capital would raise their alarms. Completing an acquisition under their noses in such a short time was indeed no easy feat. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his two subordinates. Well done, take this prescription with you. He produced several sheets of paper which the two subordinates hurriedly accepted. I want all the business elites in Magic City to know the name of Lin's youth-preserving medicine within a week. Understood. Lin Ming revealed a faint smile. This formula for the youth-preserving medicine was something Lin Ming obtained from a brilliant scientist he killed while executing an assassination mission abroad. It was also one of his trump cards for entering the business world of Magic City and winning over the 10 great families. This youth-preserving medicine could make someone appear 10 years younger. Who could resist the temptation of youth? Once the medicine was produced, not only those socialites, but even the affluent men from high society would be unable to resist. Though the formula is not yet perfect and still has some flaws. However, Lin Ming could not afford to wait any longer. His foreign capital had successfully entered the market. Next, he aimed to shock all the business professionals in Magic City. As for the occasion for his debut with the Lin's youth-preserving medicine, Lin Ming had already planned that out. It would be at the Mu family's birthday banquet for Mu Bingxian. The birthday banquet of the Mu family's young lady, one of the 10 great families, would gather elites from both business and politics. It was the perfect opportunity for his appearance. At that time, both Lin Ming and the name of Lin's youth-preserving medicine would surely resonate throughout the high society of Magic City. Lin Ming inquired, by the way, how is the situation with the Mu family now? The subordinate replied, Master, the Mu family is currently experiencing significant internal conflicts due to the heavy losses suffered by their overseas companies. Lin Ming chuckled, prepare yourselves, I intend to pay a visit to the Mu family. The Mu family's overseas company was under attack from unknown funds, which was naturally orchestrated by him. Originally, Lin Ming intended to leverage Mu Bingxian to connect with the Mu family. In his plan, after becoming Mu Bingxian's boyfriend, he would quietly develop his own power under the protection of the great tree that is the Mu family. When the Mu family faced internal strife and needed funds, he would provide financial support. He would secretly inject his vast foreign capital into the markets of Magic City and Jiangnan, completing the grand scheme. However, Lin Ming had not anticipated that he would fail repeatedly in securing Mu Bingxian at the first stage. Lin Ming lost his patience and decided to deploy the trump card of the youth-preserving medicine early. At the same time, he needed to negotiate with the Mu family to reach an agreement. He wanted his funds to flow into the Mu family and then out again. The Mu family's influence in Magic City and Jiangnan would save him a lot of trouble. As for Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming was not worried at all. That woman would eventually be his. Once he reached an agreement with the Mu family and became a distinguished guest, he would have plenty of time to meet Mu Bingxian. It didn't matter that she looked down on him now. A talented company president and a wasteful playboy who relies solely on his family. Between him and Li Ran, who would the Mu family choose? Lin Ming could easily guess the answer with his toes. Li Ran, just wait. You won't be able to enjoy your success for long. You, the dog licker, will surely attend Mu Bingxian's birthday banquet. By then I will ensure you lose face in front of the high society of Magic City. Lin Ming muttered to himself, a triumphant smile on his face. At this moment, a sudden sound of crash came from outside. Who was out there? The two subordinates immediately opened the door. They saw a woman standing in the corridor. As the door swung open, Lin Ming's two subordinates were taken aback. Before them stood a beautiful woman approximately 175 centimeters tall, with enchanting peach blossom eyes. Her long wavy hair was dyed red, cascading down to her shoulders, and she wore a white shirt paired with a form-fitting skirt. After a moment of daze, the two questioned her. What are you doing here? What did you just hear? The woman looked slightly alarmed, but quickly regained her composure. With a sharp glare, she reprimanded them without courtesy. I should be asking you, what are you doing here? This is my house. How did you get in? Your house? The two subordinates who were ready to take down the woman were instantly stunned. Upon seeing her, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with admiration. With a smile, he gestured for his subordinates to step aside and let the woman in. It's a misunderstanding, she is my landlord. These two are my friends, Lin Ming explained to the woman. The woman was none other than Chun Qing, Lin Ming's landlord. A very beautiful and intriguing woman. Lin Ming had someone look into Chun Qing's background. She had lost her husband several years ago and was a widow, remaining single to this day. How could such a beautiful woman be a widow? At that moment, a hidden attribute within Lin Ming was activated. Unfortunately, it seemed that Chun Qing was not very interested in him. During these days of renting, he had not encountered Chun Qing at all. Looking at her, Lin Ming smiled and asked, Is there something you need, landlord? I came to inform you that the water will be shut off tonight, so please prepare in advance. Chun Qing spoke calmly. Also, this house is mine, you may live here, but do not bring back any unsavory characters. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Master, this woman may have ulterior motives. Should we send someone to keep an eye on her? The two subordinates watched Chun Qing sway her hips as she departed, speaking in low tones. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, Even if she overheard our conversation, it doesn't matter. He had already investigated and found that Chunqing's background was quite ordinary, having no ties to the Li or Mu families. Li Ran was notorious in the Magic City as a spoiled and reckless young man who, for both emotional and rational reasons, Chunqing had no reason to inform him. Furthermore, even if Li Ran, this sycophant, learned that Lin Ming intended to deal with him, what could he do? Unless he chose not to attend Mu Bingxuan's birthday party. Was that even possible? Meanwhile, Chunqing returned home patting her chest and breathing heavily. Being an undercover agent was indeed not something a small woman like her could handle. If she hadn't thought quickly just now, Lin Ming would have noticed her. That was truly dangerous. However, thinking of the kind boy from her past life, Chunqing decided to continue her infiltration. Only by staying close to Lin Ming could she learn every move he made and help her beloved boy defeat this despicable villain. She recorded the information she had gathered today and hid it away. A sweet smile appeared on Chunqing's face. Li Ran, when are you coming to kidnap me? I can hardly wait. Soon. She would be able to see Li Ran. Recalling her previous life when Li Ran had kidnapped her and what he had done to her, a blush crept onto Chunqing's fair face. This despicable villain Lin Ming must not know that she had been reborn. In her last life, many of Lin Ming's schemes against Li Ran and the Li family were plotted in her home. Although in her last life Chunqing had only discovered Lin Ming's true nature at the end, there were many plans she was unaware of. Nevertheless, she remembered the approximate timing of Lin Ming's plans. She had to be cautious and secretly listen in on those plans. Then she would hand them over to Li Ran, her kind boy. At the Li residence, life outside of the plot was quite comfortable. Dressed in baggy shorts, Li Ran lounged in a recliner basking in the sun. When he opened his mouth, a thoughtful maid promptly peeled a grape and placed it in his mouth. Nearby, a servant poured him a glass of fine red wine. Li Ran picked it up and took a gentle sip. There was no way around it. He didn't want to live this corrupt life. However, the persona of a spoiled rich kid had to be maintained. Li Ran had no other choice. Young master, young master. At that moment, an elderly man in his 50s rushed over in a fluster. Fu Bo, you've been with the Li family for so long, why are you still so flustered in a crisis? Li Ran looked up lazily, casting a brief glance. Raising his wine glass, he asked, what's the matter? Speak up. No, it's not bad. It's too good. Li Ran responded, is it good or bad? Fu Bo gasped for breath and said, Miss Mu is here, she's come. Which Miss Mu? Li Ran was taken aback, almost jumping up and spilling wine all over himself. Mu Bingxian. Fu Bo nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Fu Bo's aged face broke into a smile blooming like a flower. Previously, it was always the young master pursuing Mu Bingxian. Unexpectedly, today the sun rose in the west. Mu Bingxian had proactively come to find the young master for the first time. Moreover, she came bearing gifts. This was wonderful. Their young master had finally waited for the clouds to part and the sun to shine. Fu Bo felt a sense of relief. However, the expression on the young master's face seemed off. He didn't look very happy. Young master, aren't you happy that Miss Mu has arrived? Li Ran. How could I be? I'm really too happy. Ha 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 ha. I'm happy. What nonsense is this? Mu Bingxuan, are you out of your mind? Don't you understand the concept of personal space? What do you want? What exactly do you want? Is Mu Bingxian still waiting at the door now? No, as soon as I heard she was coming to see the young master, I let her in, Fu Bo replied honestly. Very good, Fu Bo, you did well. Li Ran was quite pleased and patted Fu Bo's shoulder heavily. Fu Bo winced in pain. Young master's grip is a bit too strong, isn't it? Just as Li Ran finished speaking, a graceful figure slowly approached from the other side of the estate. Dressed in a white long dress, Mu Bingxian beamed upon seeing Li Ran, her smile blooming like 100 flowers. As she reached Li Ran, Mu Bingxian gently asked, Li Ran, are you feeling better? Whether I'm better or not is none of your business. Can you at least act like the female lead? If not, let's change the female lead, shall we? Where does a female lead rush to the antagonist's house right after work? Before Li Ran could speak, she added, this box of walnuts is for nourishing your brain. This set of cosmetics is for your mother, and this is for your father. Mu Bingxian set down the gifts and introduced them. Nourish my brain. Shouldn't that be you? Looking at the pile of things on the floor, Li Ran was dumbfounded. Is she trying to win over my parents too? This woman came prepared. Could it be that she really has feelings for me? Watching Mu Bingxian seriously introduce the gifts, Li Ran panicked. According to the original plot, he, the wealthy and reckless young master, was utterly brainless and blindly confident. With the wealth and status of the Li family, if Li Ran wanted to pursue Mu Bingxuan, all he needed was to have Li Lijian speak a word to the Mu family, and they would undoubtedly be very willing to facilitate their marriage. However, Li Ran had told Li Lijian not to meddle in his affairs with Mu Bingxian. He wanted to win her love through his own strength. He even claimed that he hoped Mu Bingxian would love him for who he was, not for his wealth or status. This good-for-nothing young master had little strength to speak of. He was aware of his own shortcomings. Initially, Li Ran felt quite relieved, even happy about this setup. Given his situation, there was no way Mu Bingxian could possibly be interested in him. But at this moment, seeing the gift Mu Bingxian had presented, Li Ran felt he had celebrated too soon. This girl had even managed to find out his parents' preferences. Could it be that she really liked him? Doubt filled Li Ran's eyes. Could it be that he had pampered her too much? Had she been moved? No, this couldn't continue. How could he perform his next act? He had to correct this female lead's perception. He had to straighten things out. Could he rely on the system? That was impossible. This faulty system had never been reliable. Li Ran had to think of a way himself. His mind raced quickly. Right? He had an idea. Making someone like you is difficult, but making someone dislike you, that's much easier. As long as he did something to make her detest him. As Mu Bingxuan's devoted admirer Li Ran had some understanding of her likes and dislikes. This woman had a slight obsession with cleanliness. For instance, her favorite color was pure white. Not just in terms of physical cleanliness, but also mentally. She disliked it when people touched her. Li Ran remembered that in his previous life, until he met his in Lin Ming, had never even held Mu Bingxuan's hand. That was the protagonist with a halo of protagonism, yet he couldn't succeed. Of course, it was also possible that the author of King of Soldiers in the City was afraid of being censored, so he dared not write it. In any case, according to the setup, Mu Bingxian was quite conservative at heart. This made things easier. In Li Ran's view, Mu Bingxian should only have had a slightly changed impression of him. She was still in the stage of curiosity testing and observation. He believed that if he directly touched her, she would surely get angry. He was not afraid that she would not despise him. Carrying so many things must be tiring for you. Thank you for your hard work, Li Ran said as he grabbed Mu Bingxuan's small hand. Come, let me massage it for you. Grabbing her delicate hand, he began to knead it. After all, he had spilled some red wine on his hands earlier. As he kneaded, wine stains immediately smeared onto Mu Bingxuan's hand. Li Ran could already envision her furious reaction. Yes, get angry, scold me. It wasn't that Li Ran had a masochistic tendency. Everything was merely to correct this female lead's perception and steer the plot back on track. While kneading, Li Ran sneakily observed Mu Bingxuan's expression. Her translucent earlobes suddenly turned a bright shade of red. Then she softly said, "It's fine, my hand isn't sore at all." Like in his previous life, Li Ran was always so considerate and gentle with her. A wave of endless sweetness surged in Mu Bingxuan's heart. She felt as if she had been placed in a honey jar, nearly melting from Li Ran's tender care. Li Ran, this woman isn't resisting. Why are you being so gentle? Let go of my hand. Couldn't you scold me? Do you even know how to curse? Beside them, Uncle Fu and two servants exchanged knowing glances filled with old-fashioned approval. Their young master had grown up. He understood how to care for others now. Uncle Fu rated Li Ran a 90 for this move. Meanwhile, Li Ran was in a daze. Could it be that I have been too gentle? After some thought, Li Ran decided to take a bolder approach with Mu Bingxian. Bingxuan, look at you, you've sweated so much. Let me wipe your face, he said with a concerned expression. He placed his hand on her face, touching her fair, smooth skin. How her temperature seemed a bit high. Damn, why should I care if her temperature is high or not? But why isn't she dodging, and why is her face a bit red? Mu Bingxian surprisingly did not dodge or scold him. There was even a hint of expectation in her eyes. Li Ran could no longer hold back. Just because a tiger does not roar, does that mean you think him a sick cat? If you don't get angry today, I won't believe it. As he kept touching, Li Ran used both hands. His large hands squeezed Mu Bingxuan's little face, shaping it into round and then oval forms. Now he didn't believe she wouldn't get angry. Li Ran. Mu Bingxuan's elegantly flowing hair instantly turned into a bird's nest. A perfectly styled fairy look was ruined by Li Ran turning her into a beggar. She was furious, she was angry. Li Ran happily withdrew his hands. Mu Bingxuan, annoyed, began to fix her hair. The fairy look she had spent 2 hours perfecting was now in disarray. After all, this was her first visit to see Li Ran since her rebirth. Naturally, she wanted to present herself beautifully. Unexpectedly, in less than 5 minutes of meeting Li Ran, her look was ruined. However, at this moment, Mu Bingxian was more concerned about Li Ran. What was wrong with him? Nearby, Uncle Fu and the two servants were dumbfounded. Uncle Fu quickly cleared his throat and said apologetically, "Miss Mu, I apologize. My young master has never served anyone before, so his hands are inevitably a bit rough." Li Ran glared at Uncle Fu. "Did I ask you to speak for me? Can you represent me?" "Uncle Fu, let's see if I should deduct your salary later." Coming back to her senses, Mu Bingxian said, "It's okay." She looked at Li Ran. At this moment, a smile appeared on Li Ran's face, which Mu Bingxian naturally could not detect. "Bingxuan, thank you for your gift. Ooh, I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Li Ran slapped his forehead, saying, "I just remembered that I have a basketball appointment with Chun Hao, so I can't keep you any longer." Uncle Fu, see Bingxian home. What if this hot weather makes my Bingxian tan? By the way, on the way back, remember to order a cup of honey snow ice city milk tea for Bingxian to cool her down. Even though Mu Bingxian preferred to drink grass jelly, Li Ran deliberately chose to get her honey snow ice city, because he felt that he could no longer treat Mu Bingxian so well from now on. It was precisely because he had been doting on her excessively that it almost destroyed Mu Bingxuan's character. At that moment, Mu Bingxian was still puzzled over the earlier incident of Li Ran rubbing her face. "Oh, okay. You rest while I won't disturb you further." Confused, Mu Bingxian followed behind Uncle Fu. Li Ran ignored her, carrying a large bundle of gifts and directly returning to the house. In the living room, Zhang Wan happened to see him. "Xiaoran, why are you carrying so many things?" "Who sent these?" Li Ran replied. I don't know, I just came back and saw these things at the door, so I took them along. He couldn't let his mom know that they were sent by Mu Bingxian. If she found out, wouldn't she go to the Mu family to propose marriage tomorrow? Zhang Wan didn't suspect anything. Oh, it might be President Wang from Wankai Real Estate. Li Ran asked. President Wang. Zhang Wan explained. That guy has been pestering your dad lately to acquire the land at Jiangtan. Who knows how many gifts he has sent? Did my dad agree? Not yet. Zhang Wan shook her head. Don't accept gifts from everyone. If it's free, why not take it? Li Ran acted as if it was only natural, taking the cosmetics and smiling as he handed them to Zhang Wan. After all, his character was that of a brainless playboy. Moreover, this gift was not from President Wang at all. And this tea for my dad. Zhang Wan helplessly shook her head and accepted it. Back in his room, Li Ran began preparing for the upcoming birthday banquet at the Mu family. The first thing to do was to buy a gift. What gift should I choose for Mu Bingxian? This is something Li Ran need not worry about. The plot states that it is an extremely valuable necklace. The next day, Li Ran and his sycophant Chun Hao went directly to the largest jewelry store in Modu. A customized necklace was ordered, not seeking the best, only the most expensive. Indeed, it is all about money. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian returned home. All day long, her mind was filled with images of Li Ran rubbing her hands and wiping her sweat. In Mu Bingxian's memory, whether in her past life or this life, no man had ever been this close to her. Recalling every action of Li Ran from yesterday, remembering his intense masculine aura, Mu Bingxian could only feel her cheeks burning. Although Li Ran's actions were a bit rough, she could sense that behind his roughness was a delicate heart. As for Li Ran's sudden forceful squeezing of her face yesterday, Mu Bingxian also found a reasonable explanation. It must be that her outfit was too cute, prompting Li Ran to uncontrollably squeeze her face. At this moment, the maid Xiao Mei was filled with questions. She watched as Mu Bingxian jumped onto the bed, rolling around with the blanket, her face flushed. What happened to the young lady after visiting the Li family? She was occasionally giggling and blushing. It was as if she were possessed. Miss, did that playboy from the Li family do something to you? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Xiao Mei asked nervously. She suspected that the young lady had been drugged by that scoundrel Li Ran during her visit. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Mu Bingxian was taken aback. Then her face turned even redder. Xiao Mei, what nonsense are you talking about? How could it be that quick? Mu Bingxian stammered. Li Ran and I haven't reached that stage yet. What stage? Xiao Mei asked in confusion. Mu Bingxian replied, and from now on you can't call him a playboy anymore, you must refer to him as young Master Li. Understood? The puzzled Xiao Mei replied, yes, miss. Just then Mu Bingxian's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, that's right. Mu Bingxian suddenly remembered that she had forgotten the most important thing. In a couple of days it would be her birthday. She hadn't invited Li Ran yet. It's all Li Ran's fault for teasing her yesterday, causing her to forget about her own important matter. Mu Bingxian hurriedly picked up her phone and called Li Ran. Seeing the note in her phone's contact list, Xiao Mei felt a chill run down her spine. My favorite boy. After following the young lady for so many years, how had Xiao Mei never noticed this infatuated side of her? Dingling, the phone rang. She glanced at the incoming call. Noted fool number 1. Li Ran, who had just exited the jewelry store, felt a headache coming on. What kind of trouble was Mu Bingxian going to stir up now? The call connected. Li Ran, it's me, Mu Bingxian. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Can you come? Li Ran was speechless. By the time you let me know, the flowers would have withered. He replied, lightly, got it, I'll be there. After hanging up, Chun Hao, who was nearby, curiously asked who was that. Almost forgetting that Chun Hao was beside him, Li Ran feigned excitement and smiled. Mu Bingxian. Instantly, Chun Hao gave a thumbs up, impressed. Li Xiao, you're amazing. Mu Bingxian called you. Is it her birthday party the day after tomorrow? Yeah. Looking at Chun Hao's starry-eyed expression, Li Ran rolled his eyes internally. Wait until the day after tomorrow, and you'll be the one crying. Chun Hao still didn't know that at the birthday party, he as Li Ran's good brother would stand by Li Ran, only to face a slap from Lin Ming together with him. Parting ways with Chun Hao, Li Ran pondered, could it be that Mu Bingxian's illness has flared up again? In the original plot, there was no segment where Mu Bingxian called herself. In the original storyline, Mu Bingxian's birthday party hadn't informed him. He learned about it through Chun Hao. Then he went uninvited. He truly exhibited the essence of a love-struck fool to the fullest. Whatever, it's just a phone call, it shouldn't have a significant impact. Even if the female lead forces a scene with his acting skills on par with an emperor, he should be able to handle it. Li Ran sighed. It seems that the matter of correcting Mu Bingxian still needs to continue. In a high-end clubhouse in Modu, Zhang Wan and several rich ladies had just finished their spa. While enjoying afternoon tea, they engaged in casual conversation. Have you heard of the Lin's youth-preserving medicine? That cosmetic that has appeared these days. I've heard that many ladies are using it. It is said to have excellent beauty effects, making one look several years younger. Zhang Wan asked suspiciously, is it true? Which company produces Lin's cosmetics? Why have I never heard of it? Zhang Wan had certainly seen the Lin's youth-preserving medicine circulating on social media these days. Many people had exaggerated its effects to the heavens. This had caused a significant impact on Tang Wanking's cosmetics company in Modu. Having struggled for years in Modu, Tang Wanking's carefully built reputation for her cosmetics had plummeted considerably due to the emergence of Lin's youth-preserving medicine. Naturally, Zhang Wan felt unfair for her good friend. The other ladies shook their heads. We haven't heard of it either. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the other ladies, the wife of the real estate mogul Wan Tsong smiled smugly. Lin's Cosmetics Company was originally a cosmetics company in Modu, but it just recently changed its name. It's not surprising that you don't know. A couple of days ago I happened to get a bottle and tried it out. You all take a look at my skin now. Mrs. Wang pointed at her face for the other ladies to see. Upon seeing it, the ladies secretly gasped in admiration. Mrs. Wang's skin appeared refined and wrinkles had significantly reduced. Originally, the ages of several rich ladies were quite similar, but now Mrs. Wang looked several years younger than them. For a moment, the ladies were filled with envy and jealousy. Your skin is too tender, it's like a baby's. You've really aged a lot compared to you. We all seem old and withered. This Lin's youth-preserving medicine is too miraculous. I initially thought it was just a gimmick from some small company, but now I see it really does work. Yes, it feels like its effects are much better than Tang's most expensive EO series. Is there a way to get a bottle for me to try? To be honest, Zhang Wan was also tempted. However, regarding her friend's company's reputation, she didn't back down on this matter. There are indeed some effects, but has this Lin's youth-preserving medicine passed safety inspections? If there are harmful substances in the ingredients? The ladies nodded in agreement. Beauty is important, but life is equally important to them. If they need to sacrifice their health for beauty, they would have to consider carefully. As long as it's medicine, there are bound to be some poisons in it. Mrs. Wang smiled as if she had anticipated Zhang Wan's question. She pulled out a piece of paper. Take a look. This is the safety certification for Lin's youth-preserving medicine. Although there are some harmful ingredients, they are all within safe standards. After reading, the ladies were instantly intrigued. They were not fools. Mrs. Wang had even prepared the safety inspection for Lin's youth-preserving medicine, which implied something that everyone understood. Mrs. Wang, you must be here to advertise for Lin's youth-preserving medicine today. We know you have connections. Just tell us, how much does this youth-preserving medicine cost? Mrs. Wang's lips curled up. Everyone, don't be anxious. I believe that in a couple of days all of you will be able to purchase it. However, I want to remind everyone in advance the price of this Lin's youth-preserving medicine is not cheap. The afternoon tea concluded. The several rich ladies each departed. On the way back to the Li family, Zhang Wan, sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, dialed a phone number. Watching, it's me. Have you heard about Lin's youth-preserving medicine? On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence before Tang Wanking's melodious voice rang out. I've heard. Don't worry, Sister Wan, I know what I'm doing. In the president's office of Tang's cosmetics company, Tang Wanqing with her slender fingers held a bottle containing a transparent liquid. Looking at the 2.0 version of Tang's youth-preserving medicine before her, Tang Wanqing smiled lightly. By the way, Mu family's young lattice birthday party is the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ran will be going, right? Let him ride in my car together then. In the Li family, Li Ran came downstairs and immediately saw Zhang Wan sitting on the sofa looking gloomy. What's wrong, Mom? Zhang Wan sighed. Don't mention it, it's all because of that Lin family's beauty-enhancing medicine. What beauty-enhancing medicine? Li Ran didn't understand. Recently in the circle, Zhang Wan recounted what happened in the afternoon. You know your Aunt Tang, she has worked hard in Modu for many years to build her brand's reputation. This Lin family's beauty-enhancing medicine has spread rapidly in just a few days, and everyone who has used it says it's great. This is not a good thing for your Aunt Tang. At this moment, a competitor appeared for Tang Wanking's company. Li Ran felt a burst of joy. Serves you right for helping that Lin Ming guy. But why does the Lin family's beauty-enhancing medicine sound so familiar? He carefully recalled Zhang Wan's description of it. Li Ran's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, isn't this exactly the stuff that Lin Ming concocted? This plot doesn't fit. How did the male and female leads become enemies? Li Ran remembered that in his past life Lin Ming didn't reveal the beauty-enhancing medicine so quickly. Could this protagonist have also mutated? According to the original plot, Lin Ming had the recipe for the beauty-enhancing medicine long ago. However, it was after Lin Ming met Tang Wanqing at the Mu family's banquet and reached a collaboration with her that the beauty-enhancing medicine was handed over to her for production. With the recipe for the beauty-enhancing medicine, Lin Ming won Tang Wanking's initial favor. Subsequently, Tang Wanking's company made a fortune, and Lin Ming, as Tang Wanking's partner, entered the upper echelons of Modu. What does it mean for Lin Ming to present the beauty-enhancing medicine now? After thinking for a moment, Li Ran slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. Got it. Lin Ming's operation is brilliant. Think about it, at the Mu family's birthday banquet, Lin Ming first borrowed the Mu family's influence to slap himself in the face. Then he would take out the beauty-enhancing medicine. At that time, it would surely shock everyone. A dazzling display, truly worthy of being the protagonist. He won't miss any chance to show off. He understands how to actively drive the plot and unleash his trump card. Li Ran could even foresee that while stealing the limelight, Lin Ming would definitely take the opportunity to suppress him. Now Li Ran felt relieved. At the upcoming Mu family's birthday banquet, Lin Ming's slap in the face was unavoidable. The plot is stable. Great, finally I can comfortably go through this plot. Seeing Zhang Wan still worried, Li Ran stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Mom, you don't need to worry so much. Your Aunt Tang knows about this. Between the male and female leads, why are you fretting? Isn't that just wasting time? The Li family will eventually be destroyed by Lin Ming, and I will also die at his hands. That's the plot. Li Ran also felt some guilt towards Zhang Wan and Li Lijian. Although this is a novel, he could genuinely feel the love they had for him. He is not a cold-hearted animal and cannot be as unfeeling as stone. However, he has already arranged an escape route for both of them, ensuring they can enjoy a peaceful life after his demise. Under Li Ran's masterful massage technique, Zhang Wan gradually relaxed. Little Ran's massage skills are becoming increasingly proficient. Zhang Wan smiled. You know your words are just like your Aunt Tang's. Does Aunt Tang know about this? Li Ran asked. What's her attitude? Zhang Wan replied. From her tone it seems she isn't worried at all about this matter. Li Ran. Indeed, Tang Wanqing doesn't seem worried at all. Perhaps she has already reached an understanding with Lin Ming behind the scenes. Ugh, that scheming woman. Zhang Wan continued. By the way, isn't the birthday banquet of that young lady from the Mu family coming up soon? Your Aunt Tang said that you should go with her then. Li Ran was immediately dumbfounded. Me and her. Together. Is that really what my Aunt Tang said? What on earth is Tang Wanqing thinking? What does she want? I've finally managed to go through the plot. Please don't cause trouble for me. At the Mu family, the head of the Mu family, Mu Qingye, who is also Mu Bingshuan's father, was coming out of the conference room with a young man. The two were chatting happily. The funds provided by young Master Lin this time are like a timely rain for our Mu family. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Uncle Mu is being polite. We are mutually beneficial. Haha, mutually beneficial, well said. Mu Qingye laughed heartily. Young Master Lin is truly a young hero with far-reaching vision. At such a young age to have such ambition, I feel ashamed in comparison. The way Mu Qingye looked at Lin Ming was filled with admiration. By the way, I heard that young Master Lin is also studying at Moda University like my daughter. Mu Qingye seemed to casually mention it. During the few days Lin Ming had spent at the Mu family, he had already sent someone to investigate Lin Ming's background. Naturally, they found nothing. All they knew was that Lin Ming was a freshman at Moda University and was currently renting an apartment. Lin Ming, being so young, looked to be about the same age as his daughter. However, when facing him, the head of the Mu family, he remained neither servile nor overbearing, calm and composed. This already made Mu Qingye regard Lin Ming with higher esteem in his heart. What shocked Mu Qingye even more was still to come. With a wave of Lin Ming's hand, he summoned over 10 billion in liquid funds. This is something the Mu family could not achieve. He does not believe that someone like Lin Ming cannot afford to buy a building in Modu. Yet Lin Ming remains low-key renting an apartment. This made Lin Ming appear very mysterious in Mu Qingye's eyes. He secretly speculated this young Master Lin could he be from some prestigious family in Kyoto. Thus Mu Qingye not only treated Lin Ming with great courtesy, but also harbored thoughts of befriending him in his heart, wanting to connect with the forces behind Lin Ming. Little did he know that the person before him was a tiger that devours people without spitting out bones. He is currently trying to negotiate with a tiger. Lin Ming smiled. Yes. Forgive my abruptness, but may I ask if Mu Xuejie is at home now? At the welcome party, and I still remember the duet I performed with Mu Xuejie that I cannot forget to this day. I have always wanted to meet Mu Xuejie, but unfortunately, I have not found the opportunity. Instantly, Mu Qingye understood. Previously, he still had doubts. During the Mu family's financial crisis, why would a stranger Lin Ming be willing to lend a hand to the Mu family? It turns out the kid has taken a liking to his daughter. To be fair, Lin Ming is not bad, handsome, and well-presented. His identity is also very mysterious. He could very well be the son of a prestigious family from Kyoto. He is precisely the most suitable son-in-law in Mu Qingye's heart. Compared to that wastrel Li Ran from the Li family, Lin Ming is far superior. Bingxian has classes today and may not return until very late, Mu Qingye said apologetically. However, tomorrow is her birthday. Young Master Lin, if you are available, you can come over to celebrate. Not being able to see Mu Bingxian left Lin Ming feeling a bit disappointed. He maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, slightly nodding. Okay, I will definitely come then. Mu Qingye brought Lin Ming to the living room, and then instructed, bring tea for young Master Lin. To leave a good impression on Mu Qingye, Lin Ming did not rush to leave. The two sat and chatted casually. Meanwhile, several servants waiting nearby looked at Lin Ming with curious eyes. This was their first time meeting, and their master was treating a junior with such courtesy and warmth. Lin Ming sat upright on the sofa, exuding an air of calm composure. I just heard from the master that this young man is the same class as the young lady. Classmate. When has the master ever treated a classmate of the young lady with such courtesy? This young Master Lin must have an extraordinary background. Indeed, and he's a male classmate too. The young lady is the apple of the master's eye. If a male classmate came knocking, the master would at best show a cold face, so how could he be so polite? But it seems the master is quite fond of this young Master Lin. Could it be that he is our future son-in-law? It's very possible. Although he is dressed rather casually, his demeanor is extraordinary and unflustered, clearly not an ordinary person. A promising young man indeed. At this moment, upon hearing the servants' discussions, Lin Ming smiled slightly. How could Mu Qingye not treat him with respect? He had opened the door to the Mu family with his billions. From this day forth, he would be a guest of honor in the Mu household. Tomorrow is Mu Bingshuan's birthday banquet. His other identity would surely astonish Mu Bingxian and make her see him in a new light. Li Ran. He is just a useless person who relies on his family. Without the old Foxley Legion here, he has 100 ways to outplay Li Ran. Still wanting to compete with him for Mu Bingxian. That's merely a delusion. After chatting with Mu Qingye for a while, Lin Ming stood up to leave. Mu Qingye personally escorted him to the door. The servants of the Mu family watching this scene silently memorized Lin Ming's appearance. The Mu family has only one precious jewel, Mu Bingxian. In the future, the family business of the Mu family will surely be handed over to Mu Bingxian. If Lin Ming truly becomes their son-in-law, he will be half the master of the Mu family. They cannot afford to offend him easily. Magic City University. Mu Qingye was mistaken. His obedient daughter was not in class. The professional course teacher entered with a stack of books. Then he scanned the classroom, but did not find his prized student. His face showed great surprise. The over 100 students in the classroom were equally astonished. As the school belle of Magic City University, Mu Bingxian was always the center of attention wherever she went. However, now everyone was shocked to discover the ever-present Mu Bingxian was actually absent. The school belle had unprecedentedly skipped class. At this moment, the skipping Mu Bingxian had brought Xiao Mei to a high-end watch boutique in Magic City. After so many days of rebirth, Mu Bingxian suddenly remembered that in both her past and present lives, she had never bought Li Ran a decent gift. Unfortunately, Li Ran's birthday had already passed. But it didn't matter. Tomorrow is her birthday. At that time when Li Ran gives her a gift, she must also give him a proper gift. At the boutique, Mu Bingxian picked up the already ordered Patek Philippe watch. Seeing that the young lady had ordered a men's watch, Xiao Mei curiously asked, "Young lady, who is this watch for?" Mu Bingxian smiled slightly. "You will know tomorrow." With the packaged watch in hand, Mu Bingxian got into the car. She restrained her smile. If she remembered correctly, Lin Ming had already entered the Mu family with his capital these past few days. However, she would not be foolish enough to feel grateful to him as she did in her past life. Lin Ming is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He still wants to nibble away at the Mu family. Dream on. In this reincarnation, she would make all his investments go down the drain. Let him lose everything. Back at home, Mu Qingye was sitting on the sofa. "Bingshuan, do you have a junior named Lin Ming?" "Yes." Mu Bingxian lightly nodded while looking at her father. Mu Qingye continued, "What is your impression of him? Do you know his background?" Naturally, Mu Bingxian knew the forces behind Lin Ming, but she would not reveal that to Mu Qingye. Mu Bingxian shook her head. Mu Qingye thought for a moment. If he couldn't find out Lin Ming's details, then Mu Bingxian wouldn't know either. "I see that young man is quite impressive, very good. He will also attend your birthday banquet tomorrow, so you can try to interact with him more then." Without a second thought, Mu Bingxian directly refused. "Dad, I already have someone I like." Mu Qingye stood up, his face filled with surprise. Not from the fact that his daughter had someone in mind, but because he was aware of his daughter. In Mu Qingye's impression, Mu Bingxian was a well-behaved and sensible daughter, adept at controlling her emotions and hiding her feelings. Since when did his daughter become so bold? Suddenly, Mu Qingye became interested. He had only one daughter, Mu Bingxian. From a young age, he had nurtured her as his successor. Naturally, he trusted his daughter's judgment. However, he was very curious about the boy who had made his daughter so bold. Who is he? Thinking of Li Ran, Mu Bingxian's gaze flickered slightly. "Dad, just don't ask for now. He will come tomorrow for my birthday, and you will know then." Seeing Mu Bingxian's shy demeanor and the gift box she was holding, as someone who had been through it, Mu Qingye understood immediately. It seemed that his daughter was genuinely smitten. Mu Qingye shook his head with a smile. "Girl, are you teasing your dad?" "All right, tomorrow I will see what kind of person that boy is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms that stole my daughter's heart?" "Ah, Dad." Mu Bingxian shyly stomped her foot and went upstairs with the gift. Downstairs, Mu Qingye sighed. A daughter grows up and is hard to keep. Thinking of Lin Ming, whom he had his eyes on, Mu Qingye shook his head. Lin Ming's background was very mysterious, and the forces behind him must be considerable. Previously, he wanted to match his daughter with Lin Ming. But now that his daughter already had someone in mind, this matter had to be dropped. Even if Lin Ming truly came from a prominent family in the capital, wanting to befriend Lin Ming and establish a connection with his family, Mu Qingye could choose other ways. He would not force his daughter to do something she did not like. For example, the wealthy heir of the Li family, Li Ran, had been pursuing his daughter Mu Bingxian. If he truly wanted to sell his daughter for glory, he would have approached the Li family long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. "Sai, which family does the boy my daughter likes belong to? The Zhang family, the Su family, or the Ming family?" Mu Qingye was searching his mind for the outstanding descendants among the 10 great families. Li family. Time flies and the day of the plot has finally arrived. Li Ran descended the stairs in an extremely flashy white suit. Don't ask why. The original author wrote it this way and described Li Ran as feeling quite dashing in white, like a Prince Charming. In any important occasion, Li Ran would invariably don a white suit. Damn it, it's simply ridiculous. Li Ran had already reviewed the plot. His lines and the expressions to convey his inner changes were all thought out. No issues. However, since Lin Ming had managed to procure the youth-preserving medicine early, the upcoming plot might see slight changes. Li Ran was mentally prepared for that. At 6 in the evening, he set out on time with gifts in hand. The phone rang and was answered. "Hello, young Master Li, are you on your way out? Should I wait for you?" The voice of the sycophant Chun Hao came from the other end. "Sure. You go ahead first." "Chun Hao, what do you mean? You go first and wait for me at the Mu family's entrance." After hanging up, Li Ran looked complexly at the Ferrari in front of him. Inside, a woman wearing diamond earrings and a red evening gown took off her sunglasses, revealing a delicate face. It was Tang Wanqing. "Good job, this old woman has set her sights on me, hasn't she?" Tang Wanqing smiled slightly and tilted her head. Xiao Ran, get in the car. Li Ran, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Now pretending to be on my side. Once at the Mu family, shall turn and be with Lin Ming, a backstabber against me. However, today Tang Wanqing did indeed look stunning and seemed younger. When the two exited together, some would even believe Tang Wanqing was Li Ran's sister. Li Ran was certain that this woman had definitely used Lin Ming's youth-preserving medicine. Putting on a facade of happiness, he got into the car while holding the gifts. "Aunt Tang, you look truly beautiful today." Tang Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled. "Your sweet words are as if coated with honey." Indeed, in Li Ran's eyes he still had his charm. This made Tang Wanqing very happy. "Oh, Aunt Tang, what is this?" At that moment, Li Ran suddenly noticed several beautifully packaged boxes in Tang Wanqing's car. "Just a small gift," Tang Wanqing said with a smile. "Ugh, still pretending with me. Don't think I don't know this must be Lin Ming's youth-preserving medicine." In his past life, Li Ran had seen Lin's youth-preserving medicine, and the packaging looked similar to the one before him. Knowing that this was something Tang Wanqing intended to use to slap him in the face, Li Ran chose not to expose it. At this moment, Chun Hao had already arrived at the Mu family ahead of Li Ran, looking around the entrance waiting for his arrival. Suddenly, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. A stunning woman drove a Ferrari and parked at the entrance of the Mu family. Wow, what a gorgeous beauty. Just seeing the woman's profile, Chun Hao was certain that she was an exquisite woman. Once the car came to a stop, he hurriedly walked over, eager to get this bowtie's number. Unlike his good buddy Li Ran, who gave up an entire forest for a woman named Mu Bingxuan, Chun Hao had not anticipated that there was someone else in the passenger seat of this gorgeous beauty. Upon seeing who was in the passenger seat, Chun Hao was dumbfounded. Li Ran. How did Li Ran end up in the car with this stunning woman? When did he hook up with her? Wasn't he pursuing Mu Bingxian? Bringing a woman to the Mu family's birthday banquet at this time? Has Li Ran lost his mind? Li Ran and Tang Wanqing got out of the car and handed it over to the servants of the Mu family. A group of rich second-generation heirs nearby also turned their gazes toward them. The moment they saw Tang Wanqing, everyone was amazed. However, when they noticed Li Ran next to Tang Wanqing, all were stunned. Did I just see wrong? Is that young Master Li? Who is that woman? She seems a bit familiar. Isn't Li Ran said to be infatuated with the Mu eldest lady, vowing to marry no one but her? Why is he bringing a woman to Mu Bingxuan's birthday party? Isn't he afraid of being misunderstood by Mu Bingxian? Tisk, this is getting interesting. Chun Hao hurried over, tugged at Li Ran's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, what's going on? Who is this woman? You're not giving up on pursuing Mu Bingxuan, are you?" Li Ran tapped his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my Aunt Tang." "Huh?" Chun Hao's eyes widened. "You never told me you had such a beautiful and young aunt." Embarrassed, he looked at Tang Wanqing and quickly apologized. "Aunt Tang, I'm sorry. It's just because you look too beautiful and too young. And Li Ran never mentioned you to me." Li Ran also spoke up. "Aunt Tang, this is my brother Chun Hao. It's just a misunderstanding, I hope you won't take it to heart." In his heart, he secretly gave Chun Hao a thumbs up. As expected of my villain brother, he immediately drew the heroine's ire. Tang Wanqing's lips curled slightly as she calmly replied, "No worries." Li Ran was deeply impressed by Tang Wanqing. As expected of the heroine, her acting skills are top-notch. They are almost on par with mine. Don't let Tang Wanqing's calm demeanor fool you. She must be fuming inside. Tsk. Little did Li Ran know. Not only was Tang Wanqing not angry, but she also hoped for their misunderstanding, the more the better. At this moment, after Li Ran's explanation, many of the rich second-generation heirs around also recognized Tang Wanqing. So it's President Tang from Tang Cosmetics Company. No wonder such a stunning beauty could possibly be interested in young Master Li. I've heard that President Tang is a great beauty, but I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in person. Now I understand why Tang Cosmetics Company can monopolize the high-end cosmetics market in Magic City. Why? Because Tang Wanqing herself is the best advertisement for Tang Cosmetics. Rumor has it that Tang Wanqing had already passed 30, but the Tang Wanqing before me looked clearly like a woman in her early 20s. Her fair and rosy face seemed to be bursting with vitality. She was truly a blend of purity and maturity. Accompanied by Chun Hao, Li Ran entered the Mu family. Along the way, several rich second-generation heirs eagerly greeted Li Ran. Compared to the students at Magic City University, this group of heirs from prestigious families clearly had a much broader perspective. Even if they looked down on Li Ran, the spoiled heir of the Li family, they wouldn't show it outwardly. After all, if they wanted to mingle in Magic City in the future, they would inevitably have to deal with the Li family. Li Ran greeted them all with a smile. At that moment, Li Ran noticed a young man in casual wear standing by the dining table, holding a glass of red wine, looking completely out of place among the crowd. It was none other than Lin Ming. Instantly, Li Ran entered performance mode in a second. At the banquet, renowned figures from both the business and political worlds gathered. Everyone was dressed in their finest attire. Yet there was one person casually clad, leisurely savoring red wine by the dining table. Such an unconventional individual, could there be another at the Mu family's evening gathering besides Lin Ming? The moment he spotted Lin Ming, Li Ran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just as I thought, the protagonist. Lin Ming appeared to be dressed modestly. However, that was not the case. This was Lin Ming's first entry into the upper echelons of Magic City society. If he were dressed like many others in suits, who would pay attention to a stranger like him? But now many gazes were occasionally darting towards Lin Ming. Numerous young ladies from prominent families whispered to each other while watching Lin Ming. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ming had already become the focus of the banquet. Moreover, Li Ran knew that the more Lin Ming behaved modestly, the more others would look down on him. When the time came for him to slap their faces and reveal his rejuvenation potion, the shock would be even greater. Li Ran couldn't help but applaud silently, sending a wave of admiration. Tonight's plot of him being slapped in the face was assured. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also spotted Li Ran amidst a group of wealthy second-generation elites. He was just about to smile, faintly displaying his magnanimity, when suddenly he noticed the enchanting and beautiful woman beside Li Ran. In an instant, Lin Ming's expression darkened. He had investigated this woman, Tang Wanqing. Her information flashed through Lin Ming's mind. She had built her empire from scratch, becoming a CEO with a net worth of hundreds of billions in just over a decade. Currently, she owned more than a dozen cosmetics companies. Now the high-end cosmetics business in Magic City was almost entirely controlled by Tang Wanqing's companies. Her business acumen was formidable. She was also the target Lin Ming intended to win over. Tang Wanqing had monopolized the cosmetics industry in Magic City in 5 years. He didn't have that much time. As an obscure figure from Lin's cosmetics company, few in this elite circle would take him seriously. If he wanted to rapidly open the market for his rejuvenation potion, the best approach was to collaborate with Tang Wanqing. Otherwise, his rejuvenation potion would only circulate in small circles of Magic City. From the information Lin Ming gathered, Tang Wanqing was best friends with Li Ran's mother, Zhang Wan. It made sense that Li Ran had come with Tang Wanqing. However, watching Li Ran and Tang Wanqing together at that moment, Lin Ming felt a pang of jealousy. After all, women like Tang Wanqing, who were both commercially savvy and beautiful, were rare. Lin Ming had long entertained the thought of winning her over. Weren't they saying that Tang Wanqing looked down on Li Ran, this good for nothing? How did they end up coming together? Lin Ming pondered, attributing it to Li Ran's mother, Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan must be worried about her wayward son, fearing he would make a fool of himself at the Mu family banquet. Thus, she had sent Tang Wanqing to keep an eye on him and accompany him. With that thought, Lin Ming's expression brightened as he secretly smiled in delight. In recent days, Lin's rejuvenation potion had already spread throughout the upper circles of Magic City. Tang Wanqing must be in a headache right now. Soon, when he presented the rejuvenation potion, it would reveal his identity as the owner of Lin's rejuvenation potion. Surely Tang Wanqing would be very willing to collaborate with him. The enormous profits behind the rejuvenation potion would not escape her notice. At that moment, he truly wanted to see Li Ran's expression. Just then, Chun Hao leaned over to Li Ran. "Li Xiao, that's Lin Ming." Li Ran nodded, immediately replacing his expression with one of displeasure. "I know. Let's go have a look." According to the plot, Li Ran strode directly toward Lin Ming, activating his mocking mode. "Oh, isn't this Lin Ming the Jr.? When did even the likes of cats and dogs get to attend Ice Xian's birthday banquet? That outfit, did you buy it from a street stall? Tisk TSK. If you can't afford a formal suit, just let me know. Oh, I have a few worn ones at home that I can lend you." As a dignified warrior, has he ever suffered such humiliation? Lin Ming was furious inside. However, he had long mastered the art of not showing his emotions and calmly replied, "What I wear is none of your concern, Li Xiao. Who says one must wear formal attire to attend a birthday banquet? Moreover, I came to attend Miss Mu's birthday banquet. Naturally, I was invited by the Mu family." Li Ran, the debauched young master, truly lacked intelligence. He hadn't learned from being taught a lesson twice. If they were in a secluded place, Lin Ming would have undoubtedly beaten Li Ran without a second thought, teaching him why flowers were so red. But now they were at the Mu family estate. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't. Li Ran obviously understood that according to the plot, during this time Lin Ming had provided funding to the Mu family, alleviating their urgent crisis. It was only natural for the Mu family to invite Lin Ming to attend Mu Bingshuan's birthday banquet. Seeing Lin Ming's constrained yet forcefully calm demeanor, Li Ran chuckled inwardly. He had already gone through this plot once. This was the second time. Familiar with it, he knew exactly what Lin Ming was thinking. This was also a classic trope of urban face-slapping literature. Before the protagonist puts on a show, he must first endure a wave of ridicule from the antagonist. Now was his moment to shine, and he would seize the opportunity to perform to the fullest. He sneered, "You. The Mu family would invite you. I seriously suspect you snuck into the Mu family. trying to plot against Bingxian. Li Ran struck a haughty pose and shouted loudly, "Where are the security guards? What are you doing? You didn't even notice when someone sneaked in." At this moment the crowd reacted. It turned out these two were fighting over Mu Bingxian. For a time many looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. Li Ran's pursuit of Mu Bingxian was no secret. The wealthy second-generation elites certainly knew. However, who was this casually dressed youth? How dare he compete with Li Ran for a woman? To these wealthy second-generation elites, Lin Ming was either an ignorant fool or someone with an impressive background. Yet Lin Ming maintained a calm demeanor, appearing quite profound, leading many to speculate it was the latter. This young man named Lin Ming was not simple. At that moment the captain responsible for security at the Mu family hurried over. Li Ran didn't give the captain a chance to speak, arrogantly addressing him. "How are you the security captain? How could you let someone like this in?" Pointing at Lin Ming, he demanded, "Why don't you hurry up and throw him out? The security work at the Mu family is truly getting worse. Tonight I'll tell Bingxian to transfer the security from my family over so all of you loafers can be sent home." Seeing Li Ran act so arrogantly, the surrounding crowd was left speechless. It seemed that this young master from the Li family saw the Mu family as his own, ordering the security of the Mu family on their own turf. Anyone with a normal brain would never do such a thing, let alone being merely Mu Bingxian's sycophant. Even if you were truly Mu Bingxian's boyfriend, how could you command the Mu family security? Where would that leave the Mu family's dignity? How did such a son arise from Li Lijian, a business titan? If the Li family fell into Li Ran's hands, their fortune would surely be squandered. Lin Ming, however, remained unfazed. He smiled slightly at the security captain. "You should still remember me, right?" The security guard, previously scolded by Li Ran, turned red and pale, explaining respectfully, "Young master, Li, this young master Lin is a guest invited by our master." Originally everyone thought that Lin Ming came to attend Mu Bingxian's birthday party due to an invitation from Mu Bingxian or a relative of the Mu family. After all, Lin Ming looked to be about the same age as them, and the only acquaintances he could make were likely to be young people in the same age group as Mu Bingxian. However, at this moment, upon hearing the security captain's words, many began to realize they had underestimated Lin Ming. Surprised expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Even those CEOs and business people who were conversing at the banquet put down their glasses, curiously looking towards Lin Ming. He was actually invited by the head of the Mu family. What background does this young master Lin have? Which prominent family does he belong to? Could it be that he is from the capital? The Mu family is indeed one of the top 10 families in Magic City. Even Li Ran, the son of the richest man in Magic City, wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Mu Qingye. He wouldn't dare to call himself a guest of Mu Qingye. Yet now Lin Ming has received an invitation from Mu Qingye. In an instant, Lin Ming, dressed in casual attire, became mysterious and powerful in the eyes of these rich second-generation heirs and business elites. In the eyes of those wealthy young ladies, Lin Ming had already been labeled as a promising talent. He was the Prince Charming in their hearts. Many gazes directed towards Li Ran and his companions suddenly became intriguing, filled with the flavor of watching a show. One was the son of the richest man in Magic City, and the other was the formidable young Master Lin. Tisk, there's bound to be a good show to watch. Li Ran's arrogance is well known. Even if Lin Ming has a strong background, he shouldn't let it go easily. Oh, sure enough, Li Ran displayed an expression of surprise. Then he raised an eyebrow. "You were invited by Uncle Mu. Where's the proof?" At this moment his good brother Chun Hao also stood up to support Li Ran. He showered the security captain with scorn, saying, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? He's just a poor student from Magic City University on his first day of school. He even carried a burlap sack. As far as I know, he doesn't even have a place to stay in Magic City. He's renting an apartment. How could someone like him be a guest of Uncle Mu?" Chun Hao had already thoroughly investigated Lin Ming's background, even knowing which apartment he lived in. At this moment, hearing Chun Hao speak so convincingly, the surrounding crowd began to doubt. Their gazes towards Lin Ming and the security captain were filled with skepticism. Could it be that Lin Ming fabricated a false identity for himself? Compared to the security captain's words, the rich second-generation heirs present leaned more towards Chun Hao's claims. Although Chun Hao hung around with Li Ran, he wasn't as foolish. What evidence does young Master Li want? At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped forward from the crowd. The instant they saw the middle-aged man, many people immediately restrained their expressions. It was Mu Qingli, the second-in-command of the Mu family and the uncle of Mu Bingxian. Mu Qingli walked in front of Li Ran and calmly said, "Young Master Lin is a distinguished guest of my Mu family. Is my explanation satisfactory, young Master Li?" Instantly, Chun Hao was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Looking at Lin Ming, Chun Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. The surrounding crowd also gasped in shock. They hadn't expected even the second-in-command of the Mu family to make an appearance. What Mu Qingli said, of course, could not be false. If that's the case, then this Lin Ming truly is a distinguished guest of the Mu family. Many people's gazes towards Lin Ming changed. Especially those in the business sector. Many of them made up their minds to have a good conversation with this young Master Lin later on to build connections. Having just shown off a bit, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Mu, for vouching for me. Some people, despite coming from decent backgrounds, only look down on others with dog eyes. As he spoke, he cast a contemptuous glance at Li Ran. At this moment, Li Ran knew it was time to test his acting skills. He immediately took a deep breath, feigning a furious expression. His face showed 3 parts disbelief and 7 parts anger, perfectly exaggerated. He recited the lines he had memorized. Since Uncle Mu has said this, of course I believe it. You big fool, your Mu family has already fallen into Lin Ming's trap, and you're still here praising him. Is that what you call giving money to someone? Then Li Ran glared at Lin Ming fiercely again, saying, consider yourself lucky today. Seeing many rich second-generation heirs crowding around Lin Ming, Li Ran and Chun Hao walked aside, sipping their drinks in silence. Young Master Li, how could Lin Ming possibly be a distinguished guest of the Mu family? He's just a poor kid. I can't swallow this. Chun Hao was genuinely frustrated, while Li Ran's frustration was feigned. It's fine, I will reclaim this scene sooner or later. While casually dismissing Chun Hao, Li Ran reviewed the upcoming plot in his mind. Today's drama of slapping faces was divided into 4 parts. What just occurred was only the first wave, with Lin Ming showing off a bit, slapping himself in the face. The next wave would be the entrance of Mu Bingxian. After Mu Bingxian's entrance, the third wave would be the arrival of another new female lead slapping himself again. Tang Wanqing, that old woman, would make her grand entrance at the end. Now it was intermission time. Li Ran stood up and looked around. He did not find any trace of the little demoness from the Jiang family. It seemed that just like in his previous life, Jiang Qingyue would only arrive after he was slapped in the face by Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming. Soon the clock struck 8 in the evening. The lights suddenly dimmed. Everyone looked up and saw Mu Bingxian dressed in a white long gown appearing at the top of the staircase on the 2nd floor. She slowly walked down. Tonight Mu Bingxian looked as pure as a blooming lily. In the hall, Lin Ming quickly adjusted his casual attire, feeling he had made a miscalculation. Had he known that Mu Bingxian would definitely appear in formal wear tonight, why did he bother to keep a low profile? He should have worn his custom-made suit from a famous Italian tailor. However, thinking of the carefully prepared gift for Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming felt reassured. Tonight the gift he prepared was quite extraordinary. Mu Bingxian would definitely like it. Meanwhile, many rich second-generation heirs were captivated by Mu Bingxian's beauty. She was stunning. At tonight's banquet, there were quite a few wealthy young ladies present. Those rich daughters were not poorly dressed either. However, when Mu Bingxian appeared, they all paled in comparison. Li Ran looked up, feeling a slight sense of awe. He had to admit that each of these leading ladies was as beautiful as a celestial being, with figures more stunning than the other. It's just that their intelligence and emotional quotient were lacking. So many women, yet they all liked only Lin Ming. Didn't they know how to be jealous? The most amusing part was that some women who clearly disliked each other would act like sisters under Lin Ming's protagonist aura. Just like Mu Bingxian and the other new female, Li Jiangqingyue, who were sworn enemies. At this moment, Li Ran suddenly noticed Mu Bingxian's gaze directed towards his direction. He quickly put on a look of infatuation. In terms of acting, he was quite adept. It must be a gift for Lin Ming. According to the plot, Lin Ming has helped the Mu family a lot. Mu Bingxian feels grateful towards Lin Ming, and it is reasonable for her to give him 1 or 2 small gifts. Li Ran did not think much of it, and touched the gift in his embrace. He just needed to wait for Mu Bingxian to come down, then he could step forward and let her slap him in the face. After all, last time he had touched her hand, and then her face. Now Mu Bingxian should detest him greatly. As Mu Bingxian came downstairs, a huge luxurious cake was also wheeled out. Stepping into the hall, Mu Bingxian smiled slightly and bowed to the crowd. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. The crowd responded in unison. It is our honor to attend Miss Mu's birthday. Miss Mu is becoming more and more beautiful. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone started to take out their gifts. Li Ran was the first to step forward. Bingxian, this is a gift for you. I wish you eternal youth, forever 18. As he spoke, Li Ran opened the gift box. This necklace is for you. The moment Li Ran opened the gift box, a dazzling array of colors sparkled in the hall. The eyes of those around squinted. It was a Tiffany necklace adorned with dozens of natural gemstones of different colors. Exquisitely crafted and extremely delicate. For a moment the crowd erupted with admiration. This necklace must be worth at least 20 to 30 million. Li Ran, the wealthy playboy, was truly willing to spend a fortune to pursue Mu Bingxian. Many people instinctively touched their prepared gifts and felt somewhat shabby. After Li Ran, no one dared to present their gifts. Thank you. Mu Bingxian's eyes curved into crescent moons as she looked at Li Ran with sparkling eyes. In her previous life, she had never received this necklace. But this time she would not let it slip away. Mu Bingxian secretly tightened her grip on the gift box in her hand. Seeing the sweet smile on her face, Li Ran was slightly surprised. How come he never realized that this girl was a bit of a materialist in his past life? However, Li Ran did not dwell on it. If a necklace could win the heroine's heart, that would be too easy. It could only be attributed to the saying that women have no resistance to gemstones. It seems he shouldn't give gifts containing gemstones to Mu Bingxian next time. While pondering, Li Ran cast a side glance at Lin Ming. According to the plot, it was Lin Ming's turn to appear. If he remembered correctly, the gift Lin Ming presented should be a priceless violin. Sure enough, he saw Lin Ming sneering in disdain. A playboy is still a playboy. His methods of pursuing women are so crude. If Li Ran's necklace were given to someone else, it might lead to a quick roll in the sheets. But could Mu Bingxian be that kind of worldly woman? In Lin Ming's heart, Mu Bingxian was as pure as a white lotus, a fairy untouched by the mundane world. How could she be compared to those materialistic women corrupted by money? Moreover, as the jewel of the Mu family, what kind of luxury had she not worn? Casting a disdainful glance at Li Ran, Lin Ming stepped forward and took out his gift. It was a vintage violin, well-maintained and in perfect condition. It exuded a sense of quality and weight. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The discussion sparked by Li Ran's necklace gradually quieted down. This violin looks like it has some years on it. It's clearly made by a master craftsman. The workmanship is extraordinary. Is it expensive? It's hard to say, or it depends on which master crafted it. Among the crowd there were not only a group of wealthy second-generation heirs, but also collectors who enjoyed collecting. Surprisingly, no one recognized the origin of this violin. A smug smile curled at the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. This violin is a late work by the world-renowned violin maker Antonio. The world-renowned violin masters Fritz and George Enescu have both performed with this violin at concerts. The venue fell silent. Those rich second-generation heirs, even if they did not understand music or the violin, could feel the value of this violin through Lin Ming's brief words. Worth a fortune. Priceless. In the crowd, a senior collector stared intently at the violin in Lin Ming's hand, his voice trembling. Is this the violin that sold for $500 million at the London auction? 3 years ago, a priceless violin was auctioned at an event in London. Later, it was said that the collector who purchased the violin encountered pirates on his way to South Africa. The priceless violin went missing. Unexpectedly, it reappeared at the Mu family's birthday banquet tonight. This was simply unbelievable and hard to fathom. $500 million. Hiss. The crowd was astonished. To give a $500 million collectible as a birthday gift. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ming with shocked expressions. What a generous gesture. Who exactly is this young Master Lin? As thoughts about Lin Ming's background grew more terrifying, many young ladies from wealthy families unabashedly cast flirtatious glances at him. Wow, this is a golden groom. If they could catch him, their status and their families themselves would soar to new heights. However, these rich young ladies were destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Lin Ming did not care about any rich young lady or the son of any tycoon in the Magic City. In Lin Ming's eyes, there was only Mu Bingxian. Looking at Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming said affectionately, Miss Mu, this is a gift for you. No one in this world is worthy of this violin but you. Undoubtedly, whether in terms of value or significance, Lin Ming's gift overshadowed that of the playboy Li Ran. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Li Ran was filled with schadenfreude. On the second floor, standing by the railing and watching this scene, Mu Qingye shook his head. He was not interested in the competition and jealousy between Li Ran and Lin Ming. Gift giving is not just about value. It's more about the sentiment and the recipient's feelings. Although both Li Ran and Lin Ming had clearly put a lot of thought into their gifts in terms of value and significance, Lin Ming's gift was superior. However, his own daughter had already had someone in her heart. Tonight, both of these men were destined to be heartbroken. Mu Qingye's gaze fell into the crowd of onlookers searching for his daughter's beloved. Damn it, why hasn't that kid shown up yet? Could it be that his daughter had misjudged? That kid can't be a coward, right? Did he get intimidated by the gifts presented by the playboy of the Li family and Lin Ming? In the hall, many people's eyes were focused on Li Ran. There was sympathy and schadenfreude. In the Magic City, who didn't know that Li Ran was Mu Bingxian's devoted admirer? Putting character aside, Li Ran's determination in pursuing Mu Bingxian was worthy of their admiration. Years of pursuing a single person, even among ordinary people, is rare. For Mu Bingxian, Li Ran had even rarely visited bars or nightclubs. This kind of infatuation is touching to think about. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Ming. In front of this powerful young master, Li Ran had already been slapped in the face for the second time tonight. Compared to Lin Ming, Li Ran had no comparability at all. He was utterly crushed. Under the spotlight, Li Ran hung his head low, biting his lip tightly, glaring fiercely at Lin Ming. Mu Bingxian, what are you doing? Hurry up and speak. Accept Lin Ming's gift. Do you know how hard it is for me to maintain this state? According to the plot, we are now at the climax of Lin Ming's second wave of face-slapping. Following this, Li Ran roared in fury. Shortly after, the new female Li Jiangqingyue made her entrance, and the third wave of face-slapping followed closely behind. This scene is remarkably tight. In his previous life, Li Ran almost made a mistake here. At this moment, he showcased his strength, displaying his award-winning acting skills. Grief, resentment, humiliation. A myriad of emotions flooded his face. He gripped the necklace he hadn't yet given away tightly in his hand. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a wave of emotion, momentarily forgetting his identity as a spoiled rich kid. Among them, Tang Wanqing nearly rushed out. This was her most beloved boy. How could he endure such humiliation? Watching Li Ran, Tang Wanqing's eyes slightly reddened, tears glistening. However, she knew now was not the time for her to step in. At this moment, Li Ran was still deeply in love with Mu Bingxian. Her identity was merely Li Ran's Aunt Tang. Rushing out recklessly would only subject Li Ran to more rumors and hurt him further. Damn Lin Ming. At this moment Mu Bingxian finally spoke. Thank you for the gift, Lin Xiao. However, this gift is too precious. Lin Xiao should take it back. Bingxian cannot accept it. The female lead is truly the female lead. Even at this moment, she doesn't forget to be dramatic. $500 million, just take it. It's not like you'd lose a piece of flesh. Li Ran recited the lines he would roar next while silently mocking. However, Mu Bingxian's next words left Li Ran dumbfounded. Compared to the violin, I prefer this necklace more. Thank you, Li Ran. Mu Bingxian reached out and picked up the gemstone necklace from the box Li Ran had prepared. In an instant, the necklace shimmered with a dazzling array of colors rippling through the hall. Li Ran was utterly unable to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as Mu Bingxian picked up the necklace, her face radiant, with a smile of happiness, showcasing it before everyone. This necklace matches me perfectly, doesn't it, everyone? Lin Ming, who had half extended his hands holding the violin, froze awkwardly. His face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was also left dumbfounded. What was going on? Not accepting the $500 million violin, but accepting a necklace worth 20 to 30 million. The brilliance was a bit blinding. On the second floor, Mu Qingye, who had searched the crowd for a long time, without success, turned around and was also stunned by the scene. What happened to his daughter? How could she be holding the necklace given by that spoiled rich kid Li Ran? At a birthday party, giving and receiving gifts is normal. However, that only applies to ordinary gifts. Gifts like those from Li Ran and Lin Ming far exceeded the bounds of birthday gifts, carrying other implications. Whether to accept them is a serious matter. Suddenly, Mu Qingye thought of something, his heart skipping a beat. He felt a pang in his chest. His daughter, the boy she admired. It wouldn't be Li Ran, would it? At this moment, looking at Mu Bingxian flaunting the necklace before everyone, Li Ran was dumbfounded. What the hell? The plot wasn't supposed to go this way. Wrong. This was wrong. Li Ran roared inwardly, heart-wrenchingly. According to the plot, Mu Bingxian should have not even glanced at his necklace before accepting Lin Ming's violin. Still at the banquet, she had spontaneously performed a piece. What was going on now? Li Ran took a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. It could definitely still be saved. He quickly turned to look at Lin Ming. There the guy was still frozen, holding the violin with a dazed expression on his face. He looked like he had completely zoned out, not knowing whether to continue offering the violin or take it back. Li Ran cursed under his breath, useless. Now it all depended on him. Damn it, being a villain also meant having to help these protagonists fulfill the plot. It was so hard. Li Ran's mind raced. The necklace was definitely not coming back. If he forcibly took it back, his licking dog persona would collapse. Have you ever seen a licking dog give a gift to a goddess and then take it back? Now he could only continue to play along with Mu Bingxian. Li Ran put on a very happy facade. Bingxuan, do you like it? I really didn't expect you would take the necklace I gave you. I thought you want to accept the 500 million violin, but insisted on taking the necklace worth 20 to 30 million. I really want to crack your head open to see what you're thinking all day. Mu Bingxian turned her head, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Li Ran, nodding vigorously. I like it very much. Li Ran, can you help me put on the necklace? I want you to put it on for me yourself. What? Are you crazy? You want me to help you put it on? Li Ran's eyes widened. A glance out of the corner of his eye caught Lin Ming's murderous glare. Even at this moment, Li Ran had no time to care about how Lin Ming felt. Regardless of whether Lin Ming really wanted to kill him, his licking dog persona could not collapse. The plot had already turned into a mess. If he could draw the protagonist's hatred, that would be good too. By the way, it wasn't practical for Lin Ming to keep holding the violin. Let's help him a bit. If even this protagonist goes crazy, tonight's scene would really be impossible to perform. Come on, lower your head. Li Ran took the necklace from Mu Bingxian's hand and gently put it on her. Then he spoke. Bingxuan, I see Lin Xiao holding the violin is quite tiring too. You should just accept it. After all, it's also his heartfelt intention. Mu Bingxian paused as she prepared to take out the gift, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Li Ran. At the same time, the surrounding crowd was stunned. What was Li Ran doing? Didn't he like Mu Bingxian? How could he let his own woman accept another's gift? These rich second-generation kids and CEOs felt their brains were already insufficient. Their minds had turned into mush. It was already unbelievable that Mu Bingxian accepted Li Ran's necklace. Now Li Ran was actually letting Mu Bingxian accept Lin Ming's gift. What was going on? Lin Ming was also taken aback. Could Li Ran really be this kind-hearted? Then Lin Ming seemed to remember something. Looking at Li Ran, his eyes almost spewed fire. Li Ran was killing people and destroying hearts. Killing people and destroying hearts. Sure enough, Li Ran smiled slightly, gazing deeply at Mu Bingxian. Bingxuan, actually, I've always wanted to hear you play a piece for me on the violin. I never had the chance. Li Ran turned around swiftly, grabbing the violin from Lin Ming's hands. He handed it to Mu Bingxian and continued as Lin Xiao said, this violin is priceless. Only you are worthy of it in this world. Tonight I want to hear you play a song for me, for all of us with this 1-eo fakin violin. Mu Bingxian was already mesmerized, lost in Li Ran's captivating words. She nodded foolishly. Okay, then I'll use Lin Xiao's violin to embarrass myself and play a piece for everyone. Lin Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You're using my violin to flirt with girls. Good, good. You've got guts, Li Ran. To be honest, Li Ran's heart rejected the suggestion. However, the plot clearly stated that Lin Ming gifted a violin to Mu Bingxuan, who then performed a piece at the banquet with it. Thus, Li Ran had no choice but to comply. Using his cleverness, he helped Lin Ming navigate through this segment of the plot. The violin. That was a gift from Lin Ming. No problem. The one playing the violin was Mu Bingxian. That was also fine. The plot matched perfectly. Li Ran was merely a tool transporting the violin from Lin Ming to Mu Bingxian. He had no guilt. It was only through his outstanding acting skills that he could handle such a challenging script. If it were anyone else, the plot would have collapsed long ago. He caught a glimpse of Lin Ming's fiery gaze. Li Ran couldn't help but sneer. Tisk is that all the protagonist can muster. His actions were all for your sake. Look, your violin has already been given away, hasn't it? At that moment, Mu Bingxian held the violin and began to play at the banquet. The music was melodious and enchanting. Truly, it was a masterpiece. Even after decades, the violin's tone and quality remained at an exceptionally high standard. However, among the crowd, only Li Ran could leisurely enjoy the piece. The others were distracted. Lin Ming, needless to say, wished he could snatch the violin back at that moment. Even if he were to smash the violin, he would never allow it to become a tool for Li Ran to capture his goddess heart. But Lin Ming knew he couldn't do that. Tonight marked his first entry into the upper class of Modu. If he retrieved the violin, sure, it would save his face. But in the eyes of the crowd, he would inevitably come off as petty and small-minded. Meanwhile, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli on the second floor were uneasy. Lin Ming was a distinguished guest of the Mu family. If he became angry and withdrew his funding, what would they do? Watching Li Ran still keeping tempo and enjoying the music, Mu Qingye felt a wave of annoyance. That brat. At this point, the Mu family had already offended Lin Ming. They could only hope he wouldn't cease cooperation with them. If he truly stopped collaborating with the Mu family, they would have to seek help from the Li family. What puzzled Mu Qingye most was, how could his daughter's partner be that playboy Li Ran? Looking left and right, apart from being somewhat handsome, Mu Qingye couldn't find any other redeeming qualities in Li Ran. This is illogical. No sense. After the performance, Mu Bingxian put away the violin. She walked up to Lin Ming. Thank you for the violin, Lin Xiao. However, this gift is a bit too precious. Oh, please take it back. In Mu Bingxuan's plan, she couldn't afford to fall out with Lin Ming just yet. Lin Ming, of course, couldn't really take it back. With a forced smile, he pretended to be magnanimous and said, it's nothing. This gift is meant for Miss Mu. I have always believed that only a beauty like Miss Mu deserves a 1eo faken violin in this world. If Miss Mu doesn't want it, then I shall have to discard it. He had to admit, although Mu Bingxian initially declined Lin Ming's gift, leaving him a bit embarrassed, his magnanimity was now on display. Magnanimous and generous. Suddenly applause erupted around him. Truly, Lin Xiao, that's a $500 million item, to just throw it away. Miss Mu, please don't refuse any longer, accept it. Indeed, this violin is one of a kind. If it were to be destroyed, what a pity. Miss Mu, please accept it for Lin Xiao's sake, pleaded a collector in the crowd. A CEO also took the opportunity to give a heartfelt lesson to his son. Look, learn from Lin Xiao. This is what we call vision. Dad, I have vision too. Why don't you give me $500 million? 100 million would do. Get lost, you brat. Everyone spoke in unison, and Mu Bingxian looked at Li Ran with a troubled expression. She feared he would be angry. Li Ran, what are you looking at me for? Do I have to teach you about this? Isn't your Mu family in need of money? Is $500 million not money? Even if you don't want to keep it, you can sell it. Damn it, this foolish woman am going to be driven to my grave by you. According to the plot, Mu Bingxian certainly accepted the violin. Li Ran spoke up, you shouldn't refuse Lin Xiao's good intentions any longer. Mu Bingxian nodded and handed the violin to a servant nearby. Then she took out a beautifully wrapped small gift from the servant. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd instantly understood. Is this a return gift for Lin Xiao? Miss Mu is indeed thorough, leaving no detail overlooked. The Mu family will have a successor under her management. Learn from her, learn from Lin Xiao. Even Lin Ming himself believed this was a gift for him. His chest puffed out a bit, feeling he had regained some face. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Mu Qingye, who had just taken a glass of red wine from the butler, saw this scene, and his hand trembled. The red wine spilled all over him. Oh no. This isn't a return gift for Lin Ming. This is clearly a gift for her crush. For that brat Li Ran. At this moment, seeing Mu Bingxian holding the gift with both hands, Lin Ming adjusted his casual attire. He coughed lightly, and said, Miss Mu, you really don't have to. Mu Bingxian looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm sorry, but this gift is for Li Ran. Lin Ming's face instantly turned as red as liver. The surrounding crowd was once again left dumbfounded. For Li Ran, Mu Bingxian began to unwrap the gift box layer by layer. Then she took out a Patek Philippe watch. The platinum case had a sapphire crystal face. Surrounding the case were gems, a total of 108. It was indeed a limited edition Patek Philippe, the most expensive series. In terms of value, it should be comparable to the necklace Li Ran had gifted her. What is this? An exchange of tokens of affection. Many people's minds suddenly floated this idea. Li Ran, this is specially customized for you. In the center of the watch face, 2 letters LR made of sapphires, the initials of Li Ran's name, were arranged. Mu Bingxian walked up to Li Ran holding the watch. Let me put it on for you. Li Ran was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Huh. Li Ran remembered this scene. There was certainly no such plot. This woman Mu Bingxian was clearly forcing an addition to the script. With things having progressed this far, what else could Li Ran do? To maintain his image as a sycophant, he could only go along with Mu Bingxian's act. Just wear it. Just as Mu Bingxian was about to put the watch on Li Ran, a female voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Wait. In an instant, hope flickered in Li Ran's eyes. Finally, you've arrived. The new female lead. Jiang Qinyue, the little demoness of the Jiang family. Now I have a chance. Fortunately I made it. The black straight boots tapped crisply on the floor. Everyone turned to look, instinctively parting to make way. A woman dressed in a black leather jacket entered, accompanied by several bodyguards. The leather jacket tightly hugged her figure, igniting a surge of blood within. Her long legs, reaching 1 meter in length, were breathtaking. With a fair oval face adorned with light makeup, her cherry-like lips were painted with vibrant lipstick. She was stunningly beautiful. The woman's ear-length hair shimmered with a sleek black sheen under the lights. It's the little witch from the Jiang family. I didn't expect her to come too. I've heard that the little witch from the Jiang family and the eldest daughter of the Mu family have never gotten along. Why is she here? As the crowd caught sight of the short-haired beauty, they immediately recognized her as Jiang Qinyue, the youngest heiress of the Jiang family, one of the 10 great families of Magic City. Jiang Qinyue elegantly strode forward on her long legs, causing the surrounding rich second-generation youths to scatter away like frightened rabbits. They didn't dare to steal a glance at her. The name of Jiang Qinyue, the little witch of the Jiang family, resonated far louder in their ears than that of Li Ran, the playboy of the Li family. There was once an arrogant, rich, second-generation youth who provoked Jiang Qinyue. As a result, he had his legs broken the next day and was sent to the hospital. That rich second-generation's father was also a prominent figure in both the business and political circles of Magic City. However, he didn't dare to utter a single word. At this moment, Jiang Qinyue, her gaze was fixed straight ahead. All eyes were on the boy at the end of the hall. No one else mattered. He hadn't changed a bit. To see Li Ran again in this life was truly wonderful. Jiang Qinyue would never forget. In her previous life, at Mu Bingxian's birthday party, she vividly recalled how Li Ran was humiliated by Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming, and how she had cruelly rubbed salt into Li Ran's wounds. With her hand reaching into her leather jacket, Jiang Qinyue tightened her grip on the prepared gift. Li Ran must be in great pain right now. In front of everyone, he was humiliated by Lin Ming and rejected by the woman he liked. Fortunately, heaven had granted her another chance. This time she wouldn't allow her boy to suffer any harm or humiliation. She would stand before him, shielding him from everything. Didn't Mu Bingxian not want Li Ran? It didn't matter if she wanted him. The crowd parted, and Jiang Qinyue, with her explosive figure and ear-length short hair, walked slowly forward, exuding the aura of a noble queen. Li Ran's heart surged with joy. Wow, I am saved now. The plot has finally returned to the right track. In the novel, Jiang Qinyue and Mu Bingxian were at odds, nearly coming to blows upon meeting. Furthermore, Jiang Qinyue had a deep disdain for him, the playboy of the Li family. This little witch from the Jiang family was undoubtedly going to side with Lin Ming. This time nothing could go wrong. Mu Bingxian, goodbye, I don't have time to play along with you. Li Ran seized the moment to review the upcoming scenes between himself and Jiang Qinyue. According to the plot, after being humiliated by Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming, he would become furious, roaring loudly and vowing to make Lin Ming pay. His arrogant attitude would immediately provoke the dissatisfaction of Jiang Qinyue, the little witch from the Jiang family, who had just arrived at the banquet. Thus, when Jiang Qinyue passed by a waiter, she would casually grab a glass of red wine and then splash it on herself. Although there was a slight deviation in the plot, now Li Ran believed that this minor deviation wouldn't affect the story's return to the original course. No matter what reason Jiang Qinyue found to splash wine on herself next, he would just admit it. At this moment, Jiang Qinyue had already reached the waiter, holding the red wine. She paused for a moment, but did not take the wine, instead looking around in confusion. Then a wicked smile curved her lips as she continued walking towards him. Li Ran's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this girl isn't thinking of hitting me directly, is she? Damn. Jiang Qinyue, you're going too far. Jiang Qinyue instilled fear in the hearts of the rich second-generation youths of Magic City, not only due to her powerful background, but also for another reason: she was a black belt in Taekwondo and extremely skilled. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinyue, pulling her gaze away from Li Ran, suddenly sensed that the atmosphere at the scene seemed a bit off. She recalled that in her previous life, when she arrived at the banquet, everyone had mocking expressions on their faces. Why did they all look shocked now, as if they had seen a ghost? Her gaze fell on Mu Bingxian, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Qinyue's eyes. She clearly saw Mu Bingxian holding a men's wristwatch. It seemed like she was going to put it on Li Ran. Suddenly, Jiang Qinyue noticed. Around Mu Bingxian's neck hung a string of colorful gemstone necklaces. Wasn't that the gift Li Ran had prepared for tonight? Why was it on Mu Bingxian? Following that, Jiang Qinyue also saw the servant behind Mu Bingxian holding a small violin. This completely baffled Jiang Qinyue. What was going on? Did Mu Bingxian receive gifts from Lin Ming, and then also accept Li Ran's gifts? In an instant, Jiang Qinyue understood. Mu Bingxian was fishing for compliments. She was keeping Li Ran as a backup. Ugh, that shameless woman. Originally, Jiang Qingyue had planned to give Li Ran the gift when he was heartbroken to restore his dignity while giving Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming a taste of their own medicine. However, Jiang Qingyue never expected Mu Bingxian to accept Lin Ming's gift while not letting go of Li Ran's gift either. This was intolerable for Jiang Qingyue. Seeing Lin Ming standing aside, Jiang Qingyue devised a plan. With a smile, she turned and walked directly towards Lin Ming. Jiang Qingyue is indeed on Lin Ming's side. Li Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. He was genuinely worried that Jiang Qingyue would come up and hit him without saying a word. Meanwhile, the people around them looked on in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Was Jiang Qingyue here to find Lin Ming? When did they become acquainted? In an instant, the crowd was even more curious about Lin Ming's identity. It should be known that although the Li family was the richest in Magic City, when it came to background, the Jiang family, where Jiang Qingyue belonged, had an even larger influence. At this moment, Lin Ming watched as the enchanting beauty Jiang Qingyue approached him, filled with curiosity. Naturally, Lin Ming had done some investigation on the Jiang family. According to the information he had gathered, Jiang Qingyue was not only beautiful on the outside. This little witch from the Jiang family was ruthless, which perfectly suited Lin Ming, a soldier king's taste. In Lin Ming's plan, Jiang Qingyue was also a beauty he intended to capture. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected to attract Jiang Qinyue's attention so soon. Could it be that this was losing something only to gain something else? His gaze unconsciously fell on Jiang Qinyue's long legs, nearly a meter in length. Lin Ming swallowed hard. A smile appeared on his face. "Miss Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Qingyue knew that Mu Bingxian could not move for the time being, especially since they were in the Mu family. Moreover, Li Ran was still deeply in love with Mu Bingxian. If she acted against Mu Bingxian now, it would only increase Li Ran's aversion towards her. However, she would not let Lin Ming, another person present tonight, go unpunished. In her past life, under Lin Ming's repeated schemes, she had caused Li Ran harm again and again. Yet Li Ran not only refrained from retaliating, but also repaid malice with kindness. Despite his immense strength, he repeatedly allowed her to bully him. She never thought of harming him. Jiang Qingyue would never forget that night in the heavy rain in a dim alley when she was surrounded by several desperate criminals. The towering figure that suddenly appeared and fiercely protected her. If it weren't for the fortunate coincidence that she managed to capture one of the criminals, she would never have learned the truth. That person who guarded her closely that night was Li Ran. Ironically, that very night she had gone to the bar to teach Li Ran a lesson. Yet Li Ran had not resisted from beginning to end. At this moment, seeing Jiang Qingyue smiling as she approached him, Lin Ming's heart raced. He felt as if spring had arrived. According to the information Lin Ming had gathered, this little sorceress from the Jiang family was somewhat rebellious. For example, when her family wanted her to keep her long hair, she cut it short. Furthermore, she liked to stand up for others. Indeed, it must be that tonight his appearance caught the attention of this little sorceress from the Jiang family. He had to seize this opportunity. Lin Ming smiled and extended his hand. "Miss Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Qingyue smirked. "Do you think I look good?" Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then secretly delighted. Indeed, this little sorceress was so direct and uninhibited in her speech. He liked it. His gaze swept over Jiang Qinyue's alluring figure, her tight leather outfit, and her long, shapely legs. It provoked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Lin Ming swallowed hard and sincerely praised. "Miss Jiang, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, a true beauty of the world. Did I allow you to look at me?" Slap. Before Lin Ming could finish, Jiang Qingyue swiftly struck back. A sharp slap landed heavily on his face. Instantly, 5 distinct red marks appeared on Lin Ming's face. One side of Lin Ming's face visibly swelled. He was stunned, never expecting that Jiang Qingyue would attack him without warning. He had been careless and failed to dodge. Wow! At the same time, the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. The scene erupted in chaos. Those who knew Jiang Qingyue understood that if she wanted to hit someone, she never needed a reason. As long as she found you displeasing, she might strike. Thus, many had given her the nickname Little Sorceress. However, no one had anticipated that in front of everyone, Jiang Qingyue would directly take action against Lin Ming. What had this young Master Lin done to invoke such wrath? How had he offended this little sorceress Jiang Qingyue? It should be noted that although Jiang Qingyue never sought reasons to fight, there was always a reason. This little sorceress in ancient times would be akin to a heroine. She loved to stand up for justice. In an instant, many began to speculate. Had Lin Ming done something inappropriate before? Was that why he had offended Jiang Qingyue? On the second floor, the 2 managers of the Mu family, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli, both covered their foreheads with their hands. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited young Master Lin to Mu Bingxian's birthday party. This situation is causing a headache. Jiang Qinyue's slap was quick and fierce. Now, even if they intervened, they could not salvage Lin Ming's dignity. If they went out now, Lin Ming might even vent his anger on the Mu family. They could only feign ignorance and wait to clean up the mess later. At this point, Lin Ming would surely withdraw his funding from the Mu family, right? In the main hall, Lin Ming was still in a daze. He remembered that this was his first meeting with Jiang Qingyue. Why had Jiang Qingyue inexplicably slapped him? It made no sense. If his subordinates found out he had been slapped in the face by a woman at the banquet, how could he establish authority in front of his subordinates in the future? Instantly looking at Jiang Qingyue, Lin Ming clenched his fists, a killing intent rising within him. However, he ultimately did not dare to strike. It wasn't that he was pitying her. Rather, Lin Ming knew he could not act. This woman was the little princess of the Jiang family. Jiang Qingyue had 3 older brothers. Her brothers held positions in business, politics, and the military. If it came to background, Jiang Qingyue's was even greater than Li Ran's. After all, the Li family's influence was only in Modu. Meanwhile, the Jiang family's influence extended to both Modu and the capital. If he provoked Jiang Qingyue, even if Lin Ming had 10 lives, he would not escape from Long Country. After all, his power was all overseas. Within Long Country, he had no foothold. Looking at Jiang Qingyue, Lin Ming coldly said, "So Miss Jiang, I will remember this slap." Jiang Qingyue smiled nonchalantly, looking for trouble. "I'm always up for it." In this life, she would be a solid support for Li Ran. Even if Lin Ming's background was formidable, she was not afraid. Jiang Qingyue turned to look at Li Ran stroking the gift hidden in her leather jacket. In the end, she still did not reach out to give it. She did not want Lin Ming to take out his anger on Li Ran because of her. Thus, she would save this gift for another opportunity. For instance, that rainy night would be a perfect time. "You all continue." Jiang Qingyue provocatively smiled at Mu Bingxian and then left the stage. One day, she would make Li Ran see Mu Bingxian's true colors and make him fall in love with her. For now, she would let Mu Bingxian gloat for a while. After Jiang Qingyue's disturbance, the atmosphere had already been shattered. Until the cake-cutting segment ended, Li Ran was still in a daze. How could the female lead Jiang Qingyue fight the male lead Lin Ming? If it weren't for his involvement, Li Ran would have liked to munch on a watermelon on the side, eating and applauding. However, it was evident that the plot had once again gone awry. The scene where he should have been slapped by Jiang Qingyue was gone. Li Ran wanted to cry. It was one thing for Mu Bingxian to force a scene, but with Jiang Qingyue, it had completely altered the storyline. How impressive was the director, your relative. These female leads were all so difficult to manage. The only thing Li Ran was thankful for was that although half of Lin Ming's face was swollen like a pig's head, he had not left yet. Li Ran turned his gaze to Tang Wanqing, who was conversing with several wealthy ladies. Tonight there was still one last scene of slapping faces concerning Tang Wanqing. "Tang Wanqing, my dear, Aunt Tang, you must not mess this up." Noticing Li Ran's gaze, Tang Wanqing in a red evening gown turned her head. She smiled slightly and winked, enchanting and captivating. The red evening gown perfectly showcased Tang Wanqing's exquisite curves. At that moment, many men at the banquet were secretly admiring this general manager of the Tang Group. With a charming smile, every movement of hers was filled with allure. Many people's hearts raced. Even Li Ran internally marveled. A mature woman like Tang Wanqing was like a sweet poison to men, her allure undeniable. Unfortunately, she was just a bit older. "Li Xiao, who are you looking at?" Suddenly Chun Hao appeared out of nowhere. Li Ran withdrew his gaze and glanced at him. "Who do you think I'm looking at?" Following Li Ran's line of sight, Chun Hao looked and said, "It can't be General Manager Tang, right? That's my Aunt Tang, don't talk nonsense." With a glare from Li Ran, Chun Hao wasn't angry, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, the little witch of the Jiang family is really ruthless tonight. I just saw that half of Lin Ming's face is still swollen. That's so satisfying. If I didn't know you and Jiang Qingyue had a feud, I would almost think she came to back you up." So what got into Jiang Qingyue? She just slapped Lin Ming hard right off the bat. Chun Hao shook his head, clearly very pleased with Jiang Qingyue teaching Lin Ming a lesson. Li Ran smiled perfunctorily. "How would I know? I want to know what got into her tonight too. Why don't you go ask her?" Chun Hao was just lamenting he would never really ask Jiang Qingyue unless he wanted to end up like Lin Ming with a swollen face. Looking at the Patek Philippe watch on Li Ran's wrist, Chun Hao enviously said, "I really didn't expect Mu Bingxian would prepare a gift for you. You are definitely the center of attention tonight." Yes, I am the center of attention. Do you think I really wanted this gift?" Li Ran rolled his eyes. He wanted to pat Chun Hao on the shoulder and tell him, "Ah, you're celebrating too early. Have you forgotten your identity? You're my sidekick, the villain. Do you think such a good opportunity would come to us? Wake up, kid. Later, when Lin Ming brings out the beauty potion, you'll see who the real center of attention is tonight." At that moment, the music started. In the hall, a space was cleared for the dance floor. The rich second-generation heirs danced as they pleased while the company executives gathered in small groups to discuss their businesses. Chun Hao also took his dance partner and went to show off. Li Ran looked around and walked aside to wait for the music to end. According to the original plot, after this dance, Lin Ming would invite Tang Wanqing to dance. Although Tang Wanqing did not agree, Lin Ming used this as an opportunity to propose collaboration with her. Both parties reached an agreement. Then Lin Ming handed over the prescription for the beauty potion to Tang Wanqing's company for production. However, this time Lin Ming, the protagonist, did not follow the usual script. He had already produced the beauty potion himself. Therefore, for the upcoming plot, Li Ran could only speculate. Lin Ming would probably appear after the first dance when the atmosphere of the banquet was at its peak. At that time, he would just have to play along. As for the lines, they would just be a few phrases like, "How is that possible? How could you have made the beauty potion?" and "My Aunt Tang would never agree." or dream on if you think we can collaborate. When performing, he should try to infuse his own emotions. When questioning Lin Ming, there should be a progression of emotions. First shock and disbelief, then rage and anger, and finally shame, regret, and despair. By the way, when being slapped in the face by Lin Ming, a slightly exaggerated performance for effect is also acceptable. On the dance floor, pairs of beautiful people danced gracefully. Li Ran held a glass of red wine, savoring it slowly. On the other side of the dance floor, Tang Wanqing looked at the dancing couples. Suddenly, she smiled slightly and stopped her conversation with her business partners. I have a personal matter to attend to. Wang Zong, Qian Zong, please excuse me for a moment. Tang Wanqing smiled politely. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've danced with anyone. For the second dance, I should dance with Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxuan, who had just returned to the hall, had the same thought. She wanted to dance with Li Ran for the second dance. As the music ended, both women rushed toward Li Ran at the first opportunity. However, just then a loud microphone voice made their steps halt. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to me for a few words. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man with a swollen half of his face, dressed in casual clothes, standing at the host position, holding a bag of ice for swelling. Who else could it be but Lin Ming? Instantly, Mu Bingxian and Tang Wanqing gritted their teeth in anger. They glared at Lin Ming with resentment. This guy was coming to ruin their good time again. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. With his face swollen like that, what did he plan to do? Actually, tonight, I have a small gift to give to everyone. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Then he had the servants of the Mu family help distribute the Lin family's beauty potion, which he had prepared to everyone present. In the past couple of days, the Lin family's beauty potion has been spreading among the upper-class people in Magic City, and I believe everyone has heard of it. That's right, I am the boss behind the Lin family's beauty potion. Instantly, the venue erupted with gasps. The beauty potion was developed by Lin Xiao. I said, with such a miraculous potion, ordinary people couldn't possibly make it. It turns out Lin Xiao brought it. My wife has been pestering me to buy it ever since she tried the Lin family's beauty potion, and it's been driving me crazy. Yeah, before I was worried about where to buy it, I didn't expect to meet the real deal tonight. Those wealthy wives and young ladies held the beauty potion in their hands, reluctant to part with it, utterly delighted. They eagerly inquired about the price of the beauty potion. Lin Xiao, could you tell us how this beauty potion is sold? In the past few days, the miraculous skincare effects of the beauty potion had spread like wildfire. They had long heard the rumors and were itching to get their hands on it. Seeing this, Lin Ming smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Previously, he had been slapped by Jiang Qinyue, which was quite humiliating. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely been too embarrassed to stay and would have left immediately. However, he did not leave. What he wanted was this very moment. Everyone, please don't rush. He'll answer your questions one by one. The beauty potion I'm presenting tonight is for everyone to try for free. The product has passed safety checks, so you can use it with confidence. As for the price, I plan to collaborate with 1 or 2 companies. The details will be confirmed after discussions. However, I assure everyone that the price will be absolutely fair and worth every penny. As soon as Lin Ming said this, the eyes of those company executives turned green. Fair price. No one believed that. From Lin Ming's words, many sensed the scent of money. Young Master Lin, I have 5 cosmetics companies under me, shall we? Young Master Lin, I can set up a cosmetics firm at once, any number you wish, exclusively to sell your rejuvenation elixir. Young Master Lin, I also have 2 companies. One CEO after another scrambled to speak up. Cosmetics are a wildly profitable trade. A product like a rejuvenation elixir with miraculous and conspicuous effects yields profits beyond imagining. Nobody here would not want to collaborate with Lin Ming. He smiled faintly, then glanced at Li Ran. Li Ran wore a look of stunned disbelief, though inwardly, he was exultant. Lin Ming then shifted his gaze toward Tang Wanqing nearby, and said, actually, I already have a suitable company in mind. The crowd pricked up their ears to listen. Lin Ming drew a long breath and announced loudly, Madam Tang of Tangshire Cosmetics Company, would you be willing to cooperate with me? In an instant, all eyes fixed upon Tang Wanqing in the red dress. Many executives shook their heads and sighed inwardly. In truth, many had expected this outcome. Which man would not be taken by a beauty like Tang Wanqing? Even setting aside her looks, Tangshire Cosmetics is the finest cosmetics firm in Modu. There was no reason for Lin Ming to choose anyone else over her. One could only say that young Master Lin was exactly that, youthful and rakish. Lin Ming had not wanted to be so ostentatious. There were at least 100 or 200 guests present. Parting with so many bottles of the rejuvenation elixir stung him. But tonight, Mu Bingxuan's gifting of a watch to Li Ran had truly pricked him. On top of that, he had just been inexplicably slapped by that madwoman Jiang Qinyue. If he did not make some kind of impression tonight, everyone here would truly look down on him. Though he seemed to be quietly waiting for Tang Wanqing's reply, his peripheral vision kept watching Li Ran. Li Ran had arrived tonight in Tang Wanqing's car. Many had seen it. Lin Ming did not believe Li Ran would remain unmoved if he heard about a cooperation with Tang Wanqing. By now, Li Ran had already slipped into performance mode. Noticing Lin Ming's stare, Li Ran began to roar immediately. Aunt Tang, don't agree to him. Don't fall for this man. He only sells fake medicine. If he had sons, they'd be born defective if daughters. He had been so immersed in the act that he nearly went overboard. Li Ran continued with his venomous tongue. In short, Lin Ming is full of wicked schemes. You mustn't agree to him. He cursed so freely that Mu Bingshuan, Tang Wanqing, and Jiang Qinyue all wanted to laugh, but dared not. In the previous life, how had they not noticed he could be this scathing and abusive? How delightfully entertaining. Lin Ming's eyelid twitched hard. He realized he might have erred in provoking Li Ran. This fellow was an unlearned wastrel, rogue. He could fling insults without reservation, uttering the foulest words as if they were nothing. Lin Ming, however, could not retort. He was a gentleman of refinement and had to consider his image. So he decided to ignore Li Ran and turned his attention quietly back to Tang Wanqing. Although one side of Li Ran's face was swollen like a pig's snout, it did nothing to stop the other side from wearing a confident smile. To Lin Ming, Li Ran's objections were immaterial. The decision rested with Tang Wanqing. For such a windfall, he could think of no reason she would refuse him. Because of Li Ran. Ridiculous. Though by seniority, she might be considered Li Ran's Yinyang, Tang Wanqing looked down on that wastrel from the bottom of her heart. Tangshire Cosmetics Company is Modu's foremost. I too have long heard of it and admired it. Madam Tang, would you consider granting us a chance to cooperate? With the efficacy of Lin's rejuvenation elixir, any company invited to join would likely break down the door to sign. Yet Lin Ming now lowered his posture greatly, for he did not only seek a business alliance with Tangshire Group. He wanted Tang Wanqing to be his woman. Young Master Lin's sincerity is plain. He truly wishes to cooperate with Madam Tang. Tangshire Group is already the largest cosmetics firm in Modu. With young Master Lin's rejuvenation elixir assisting you, who in Modu could possibly shake Tangshire's position? You are thinking too small. Tangshire already has many companies in Jiangnan. This would accelerate your expansion in that market. Doesn't it seem his intent lies elsewhere? We see it, but will not say it aloud. Lin Ming's humble posture set the assembled magnates whispering. Many fixed their eyes on Tang Wanqing. What more was there to consider? Was there anything to consider at all? If it were any of them, they would leap to sign immediately, fearful Lin Ming might renege. Tang Wanqing, however, smiled lightly. Funny you should say that. Tangshire Group has just developed a new product called Tang's Rejuvenation Elixir. Tangshire Group's Rejuvenation Elixir was originally slated for release this weekend. But I happen to bring a few bottles tonight. You may have a look first. Saying that, Tang Wanqing sent for a Mu family servant to fetch the product. Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill. Madam Tang, what do you mean by that? Tang Wanqing replied coolly, young Master Lin, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Tangshire Group also has a rejuvenation elixir. You should find someone else to cooperate with. What? Tang Wanqing also had a rejuvenation elixir. Lin Ming's mind rang with disbelief. His first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, he had obtained the formula and had the eccentric scientist eliminated. How could Tang Wanqing possibly have such an elixir? Then he thought again and pieced it together. Perhaps his prior release of Lin's rejuvenation elixir had alerted Tang Wanqing. So Tangshire's newly developed product had been christened Tang's rejuvenation elixir to preempt any association. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Madam Tang, you may not fully understand. With persistent use, my Lin's rejuvenation elixir can make a person's skin 10 years younger. Its effects cannot be compared to your Tang's rejuvenation elixir. What? 10 years younger? The guests were instantly stunned. Lin Ming nodded with a smile. Though his words implicitly disparaged Tangshire Group and might offend Tang Wanqing, his Lin's rejuvenation elixir was truly in a different league from ordinary skincare products on the market. If Tang Wanqing tried his Lin's rejuvenation elixir, she would surely agree. Lin Ming brimmed with expectation. He assumed she would accept. Instead, he was met only by Tang Wanqing's cool voice. Is that so? Tang Wanqing's expression remained unchanged. Young Master Lin, are you that confident? Very well, let us compare them. The Mu family's servant returned with a gift bag in hand. Tang Wanqing opened the bag. She produced an exquisitely crafted little bottle. All eyes were gathered on the bottle held by Tang Wanqing. The transparent bottle, adorned with some fluorescent powder, shimmered with tiny glimmers of light under the illumination, adding an air of nobility and mystery. Its design surpassed the beauty of the beauty serum presented by Lin Ming. In an instant, many were filled with curiosity. Lin Ming also cast a curious glance. How does it compare? Tang Wanqing chuckled softly. Many should have used Lin Xiao's beauty serum before, right? I would like to ask how many people here have used it. Suddenly, a few ladies and wealthy young women stood up. Tang Wanqing smiled slightly at them. Mrs. Zhao, Mrs. Zhang, Miss Lu, Miss Mo. May I ask how long have you ladies been using the Lin's beauty serum? 5 days. 6 days. I have only used it for 3 days. Tang Wanqing nodded as she turned to the crowd and called out, Mrs. Jian, Mrs. Wang. 2 middle-aged women stepped forward from the crowd. These 2 ladies were close friends of Tang Wanqing. Thank you for your help. Tang Wanqing nodded to the 2, then explained, after developing the Tang's beauty serum, I invited Mrs. Jian and Mrs. Wang to try it for 5 days. Now both ladies are without makeup. Everyone can take a look. No one had noticed until she mentioned it. Once she did, many realized that the skin of both ladies was incredibly smooth, as delicate as that of a baby. Especially Mrs. Qian, who was already over 40, had no trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Mrs. Qian has become younger, looking just like she is in her early 30s. Mrs. Wang also looks more beautiful. I didn't expect Tang's beauty serum to have such excellent effects. Indeed, it seems to be on par with Lin Xiao's beauty serum. After all, they were all ladies from wealthy families. Although Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Wang openly showcased their bare faces, everyone felt too shy to look for too long. Seeing that it was about time, Tang Wanqing spoke again. Tonight, I invited both ladies to help with a small task. If everyone is interested, I will be holding a product launch for the Tang's beauty serum this weekend at my cosmetics company in the Magic City. Everyone is welcome to come and see. There will be more detailed testing videos and live demonstrations. You are too kind, President Tang. I will definitely be there to support you this weekend. Many expressed their intention to attend the launch of the Tang's beauty serum. Lin Ming's face darkened. He knew that tonight Tang Wanqing was using the gift he had sent to promote herself. Tang Wanqing had the help of 2 wives of presidents. Lin Ming did not have such influence. He couldn't ask those who used Lin's beauty serum to remove their makeup and reveal their bare faces. Moreover, Lin Ming did not believe that those ladies could outshine the bare-faced Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Qian. Indeed, she was a self-made woman with great tactics. Lin's beauty serum had only been launched for a little over a week, yet Tang Wanqing could come up with a countermeasure so quickly. Looking at Tang Wanqing, Lin Ming secretly admired her. His desire to recruit Tang Wanqing intensified. A woman with such means would surely be a great asset in his efforts to conquer the top 10 families of the Magic City. At this moment, looking at Lin Ming, Tang Wanqing smiled again. I also saw the product certification for Lin's recently released product. I noticed that many ingredients in Lin's beauty serum are the same as those in my Tang's beauty serum. I wonder how Lin Xiao would explain this. The same ingredients. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head in denial. Impossible. Lin's beauty serum is created by me. It is my exclusive recipe. How could it be the same as Tang's beauty serum? Lin Xiao, take a look for yourself. Tang Wanqing shook her head and distributed the ingredient list of the beauty serum she had prepared to everyone present, including Lin Ming. Comparing the ingredient lists of the 2 beauty serums, everyone was shocked to find that the 2 had an astonishing 90 overlap in their ingredients. Lin Ming was dumbfounded, his hand trembling as he held the formula. Where did you get my beauty serum formula? Lin Ming's first reaction was that someone among his subordinates had leaked the beauty serum formula to Tang Wanqing. It had to be that way. Otherwise, the ingredients of Tang's beauty serum couldn't possibly be the same as his. Damn it, had someone betrayed him so soon after returning home? Lin Ming's murderous intent surged. The traitor would only meet one in death. At this moment, Tang Wanqing snorted coldly. That should be my question for you, Lin Xiao. Take a closer look. Lin Ming picked up the ingredient list of the beauty serum and examined it carefully again. Indeed, some ingredients in Tang Wanqing's beauty serum were absent in his Lin's beauty serum. Yet among the crowd, someone noticed an even more significant difference between the 2. The harmful substances in President Tang's beauty serum are significantly fewer than in Lin Xiao's beauty serum. So this means, with this reminder from the president, the answer became evident. Lin's beauty serum was merely an inferior version of Tang's beauty serum. Clearly, Lin Ming had plagiarized Tang Wanqing's beauty serum formula, but had not fully copied it. In an instant, many looked at Lin Ming with disdain in their eyes. No, I didn't. The beauty serum is truly my exclusive recipe. Seeing the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Lin Ming hurriedly explained. His mind was in utter chaos. He certainly realized that Tang Wanqing's beauty serum not only had more ingredients than his, but also had less than half the harmful substances within those ingredients. But how could this be possible? Not to mention that the formula for the beauty serum was right in his hands. Even if someone among his subordinates had leaked the formula to Tang Wanqing, how could she possibly modify the beauty serum formula in such a short time? Lin Ming had previously attempted to improve the formula, but found it impossible. His pale explanations were met with disbelief. Many in the crowd began to point fingers at Lin Ming. Indeed, one can never know a person's heart by their appearance. One wouldn't expect this poised Lin Xiao to be a habitual plagiarizer of others' formulas. How dare he present his plagiarized product in front of so many people? President Tang is really patient. If it were me, I would have reported him immediately. Everyone need not worry, Tang Wanqing said. I have already patented the Tang's beauty serum. Any imitation, forgery, or counterfeiting will bear legal responsibility. Aye. Lin Ming's vision darkened, and he fainted. His last thought was the beauty serum was clearly presented by him. How did it become a counterfeit? To the onlookers, it was evident that Lin Xiao had been exposed on the spot, feeling shame and unable to show his face. Thus, he could only pretend to faint to escape the predicament. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, several servants quickly came forward to carry Lin Ming away. After Lin Ming was taken away, several ladies looked at Tang Wanqing with sincere apologies. I'm sorry, President Tang, but we almost misunderstood you just now. Yes, we were almost deceived by this hypocritical Lin Xiao. President Tang, rest assured we will definitely attend the launch of your Tang's cosmetics this weekend. Mentioning Lin Ming, the ladies gritted their teeth. Watching Lin Ming being carried away by several servants, Tang Wanqing smiled. Thank you all for your kindness. I look forward to your esteemed presence this weekend. Lin Ming had no idea that her Tang's beauty serum was actually an improved version of Lin's beauty serum. In his previous life, in an effort to win over Tang Wanqing, he had handed over Lin's beauty serum formula to her. Therefore, Tang Wanqing certainly knew the formula for the beauty serum. Not only did she know, but she also established a research and development team dedicated to improving the flaws of Lin's beauty serum. The current Tang's beauty serum was the result of Tang Wanqing's improvements from her previous life. After being reborn, Tang Wanqing had already begun the development of Tang's beauty serum. She had long created it, it was just that tonight was the first time she showcased it. At that moment, Li Ran in the crowd was stunned to see Lin Ming being carried away. It's all over. Since Tang Wanqing took out the beauty potion, Li Ran had been in a daze until Lin Ming was taken away. Another female lead altering the plot for her own drama. This time it was even worse. The protagonist was directly angered to the point of fainting. Why didn't she just kill Lin Ming with her provocations? Li Ran was at a loss for words regarding Tang Wanqing. Meanwhile, he was also quite confused. With the plot in such disarray, why hadn't it reset yet? Li Ran felt that the system was targeting him. It didn't want him to go back. The last time he had a slight flaw in his acting, the story reset. Yet this time with the female leads adding their own drama, the system didn't say a word. Isn't this targeting me? Strongly protesting, I demand fair and just treatment. After Lin Ming was carried away, the music started playing again. Watching the couples dancing in the dance floor, Li Ran mourned for the protagonist silently for 3 seconds. At this moment, Li Ran saw Tang Wanqing walking toward him. After making the protagonist faint, what else did she want? I warn you, don't think just because you're the female lead and have a good relationship with the system that I want act against you. If you come any closer, I will shout for help. Hey, don't come over. Li Ran was panicking inside. Tang Aunt Tang. Tang Wanqing flicked her hair and smiled slightly. I haven't danced in a long time. Xiao Ran, come dance with me. Li Ran. I see you're not here to dance, but rather to flirt. On the other side of the dance floor, watching the two dance gracefully, Mu Bingxian stomped her foot in frustration. Thus, just after Li Ran finished dancing with Tang Wanqing, without even a sip of water, he was pulled into the dance floor by Mu Bingxian. Chun Hao watched with quiet envy. Damn it. Li Xiao is a playboy, and I am too. Why can't I have such good fortune? After the party ended, Li Ran returned to the Li family, worn out from being tormented by the two female leads. Lying on his bed, tears streamed down Li Ran's face. Damn it, what do they take me for? Touching me like that. After sorting out his emotions, Li Ran also came to a realization. Let them cause their chaos. Ooh, I will remain calm like the gentle breeze on the mountaintop. No matter how the female leads add their drama, I just need to play my role as the villain well. Sunshine poured into the room. Another new day. Li Ran arrived at the rooftop of his villa and had the maid bring up breakfast. While drinking milk, he reflected on the next plot in which he would appear. Thinking about what was next, Li Ran felt a little excited. According to the plot, at the Mu family banquet, he would be repeatedly slapped in the face by Lin Ming. He was filled with pent-up frustration. So under the instigation of the sycophant Chun Hao, he went to find trouble with Lin Ming. Just so happened that Lin Ming wasn't there, so he kidnapped Lin Ming's landlord. Moreover, he left a note asking Lin Ming to come alone to retrieve the person. The outcome of the plot was as always melodramatic. In the dark night, Lin Ming came alone, slaying all in his path, a hero saving the beauty. According to the plot, Li Ran knew. This landlord was a widow, very beautiful, and one of the female leads. And that brat Lin Ming also cared a lot about this landlord. The logic was barely understandable. The reason Li Ran was excited was certainly not because Lin Ming was slaying all enemies, but because this plot marked the beginning of his transformation into a darker character. From this plot onward, his foolish persona would start to change. He would begin to understand the use of schemes. In other words, he wouldn't have to act so foolishly anymore. Acting the fool was truly exhausting. Moreover, after this plot, he would start frequenting bars and nightclubs. He would begin to interact with women. Several subsequent plots would unfold in these entertainment venues, where he would also take advantage of several female leads. Thinking about the green hat on Lin Ming's head was quite thrilling. However, recalling that he failed to get slapped in the face by Lin Ming last night, Li Ran felt a headache. Forget it, I can't worry about so much. Anyway, I'm going dark. I am going to frame the protagonist. Meanwhile, at the Mu family, Mu Qingli reprimanded Mu Bingxuan, saying, Xiao Xian, what you did last night was too thoughtless. Mu Qingye frowned and said, Xiao Xian, do you like that Li Ran kid? Yes. What's so good about that kid? He is good in every way. Oh, I just like him. Mu Qingye was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his forehead. But just because you like him, you can't treat Lin Ming like that. Last night you embarrassed Lin Ming in front of so many people. If he pulls his funding because of that, what will we do? Mu Bingxian suddenly laughed. Immediately Mu Qingye and Mu Chengli exchanged glances in surprise. At this time, how could Mu Bingxian still be able to laugh? Is my daughter niece infected by that playboy Li Ran? Has her intelligence diminished? Mu Bingxian poured 2 cups of tea for them. Uncle, don't worry. Ooh, I assure you Lin Ming will not pull his funding. You two don't need to do anything for the next 2 days. Oi, just wait and see. She certainly knew that Lin Ming would not withdraw his funding, because the Mu family was the channel for Lin Ming's funds to enter the market of Modu. On the contrary, without the Mu family, it would be incredibly difficult for Lin Ming's funds to enter the market. In Modu and the major markets of Jiangnan, each of the 10 major families has a fixed share. The cake is only so big. Usually there might be minor frictions between the families, but once external funds try to get a piece of the pie, the 10 families will unite. So even if Lin Ming lost face at the Mu family banquet last night, he would not withdraw his funds. Mu Bingxian understood Lin Ming far too well. She knew that Lin Ming's ambition was the wealth of the 10 major families. Mu Qingye and the others were skeptical. Really? Mu Bingxian smiled. Rest assured, within 3 days Lin Ming will definitely come to visit. If he doesn't come, I will listen to you and apologize to him. Mu Bingxian also gave them reassurance. If he withdraws his funding, I will find the Li family and ask Uncle Li to support us. Since Mu Bingxian had said so, Mu Qingye and the others could not say much more. After all, the Mu family had already offended Lin Ming. Given the current situation, they could only choose to trust their daughter. On the other side, Lin Ming returned to his apartment. Seeing their master's gloomy face, the two subordinates were trembling with fear. There is a traitor among the RD personnel of the Lin Cosmetic Company. Do you know? Lin Ming's cold voice startled the two subordinates, causing them to kneel on the ground, banging their heads like garlic. Even if those people were their trusted subordinates, even if they believed there was no betrayal among them. However, facing the furious Lin Ming, they dared not argue even a word. They just kept bowing their heads. Looking at the two subordinates, Lin Ming's eyes were icy, devoid of any mercy. As the king of mercenaries, he had reached this point not because of kindness, but through iron-fisted methods. Forget it, I will spare you this time. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. And I don't want to see those people again, you know what to do. If it weren't for the fact that he had just returned to the country and was in need of manpower, he wouldn't have let these two subordinates go. Yes, master. The two subordinates cautiously exited. Once outside, they realized their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Inside the room, Lin Ming had already calmed down, although he didn't fully believe that these subordinates dared to betray him. However, since the incident had occurred, someone had to bear his wrath. As for the truth of the matter, it was no longer important. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. Losing face at the Mu family banquet last night was not entirely a bad thing. Now that he was in a cooperative relationship with the Mu family, losing so much face at their banquet meant that the head of the Mu family would have to give him an explanation. Taking this opportunity, he could pressure Mu Qingye to cough up some shares of those industries. In this way, his plan to swallow the Mu family could also speed up a bit. However, Lin Ming waited left and right for 3 days, but received no visit from a member of the Mu family to apologize. Helpless Lin Ming could only take the initiative to go to the Mu family. At the Mu family, when Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli saw Lin Ming, they were both stunned. They hadn't expected that their daughter was indeed right. Lin Ming had taken the initiative to come to their doorstep. The two quickly put on a surprised and apologetic look, stepping forward to greet Lin Ming. Young Master Lin, please come in. We are truly sorry about what happened at the birthday banquet. Lin Ming was highly skilled in fighting and assassination, deserving to be called a master. But in business, how could he compete against these two old foxes? After bringing Lin Ming into the reception room, Mu Qingye and the others followed the various tactics Mu Bingxian had previously told them to deal with Lin Ming. No matter what Lin Ming said, they would not budge on giving up any industry shares. After a round of exchanges, Lin Ming gained no advantage at all. Faced with the smiling evasiveness of the two old foxes, Lin Ming left the Mu family filled with resentment. Indeed, as Mu Bingxian had predicted, the Mu family was the key to Lin Ming's funds entering the market. This was crucial to his future plans. Even if the Mu family did not give him face now, he could not withdraw his funds from the Mu family. Moreover, looking at Li Ran's arrogant demeanor, once he withdrew his funds from the Mu family, the Li family would fill that gap for the Mu family. This undoubtedly pushed the Mu family toward the Li family. Lin Ming had to swallow his pride and bear it. Little did Lin Ming know that his plans had already been thoroughly seen through by Mu Bingxian. After sending Lin Ming away, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli shook their heads with emotion. It seems we are getting old, and even that little girl Xian sees through things better than us. This child is truly impressive. It seems we can let her get involved in some family business sooner than expected. According to the plot, Lin Ming has been too busy to attend to himself during this time. While collaborating with the Mu family, he also finds the time to flirt with the young widow. After some thought, Li Ran feels that the protagonist is actually quite exhausted. He is either busy showing off or chasing after women. Just after the Mu family banquet ended, this guy whose facial injuries had just healed eagerly went off to chase women. By the way, what was the landlord's name again? Chen Qing. Upon recalling Chen Qing, Li Ran suddenly realized there was a reason for Lin Ming's urgency. This young widow boasts a golden ratio figure that can rival Tang Wanqing. Moreover, she is particularly tall, standing at 175 centimeters, enough to evoke the conquering desire of many men. Additionally, she knows how to have fun. Unlike Tang Wanqing, who at over 30 lacks charm and has no man, she knows nothing. Lin Ming is also quite the Casanova. While showcasing his physique in front of Chen Qing, he frequently expresses concern and offers warmth. For instance, he helps fix the plumbing and clears the drains, all to stir the heart of this lonely widow Chen Qing. Forget it, no more thinking, it's annoying to overthink. In any case, this time has been uneventful for him, so he might as well treat it as a short vacation. Li Ran silently vowed that when it was his turn to appear in a couple of days, he would surely charm this young widow Chen Qing. He planned to let the young widow experience everything Lin Ming had never done. Over the next few days, Li Ran had nothing to do, so he went to the park to play with cats, and then took some time to chat about music with the old man by the river. However, Li Ran did not dare visit the old man's house. That woman by Wei Wei is a bit mysterious. Meanwhile, Lin Ming returned to his apartment feeling exhausted. He summarized the reasons for his failures and concluded that he had been too impatient and had underestimated the power of the 10 great families. At the same time, he felt that he lacked enough manpower in the country. Thus, Lin Ming dialed the phone again to notify his 2 capable subordinates abroad to come back. After arranging everything, Lin Ming felt a bit better. He went to the balcony to get some fresh air. Suddenly, a striking figure caught his eye. Chen Qing. He saw her in the community wearing a white t-shirt on top and light blue jeans below, struggling to carry several packages as she walked back. Instantly, Lin Ming felt a rush of excitement in his heart. He knew his chance to impress had arrived. During this time, Lin Ming had actually crossed paths with Chen Qing a few times. Her attitude could not be described as cold, but it lacked warmth. Lin Ming had tried several methods, but failed to pique the interest of this beautiful landlord. For instance, sometimes at the apartment, he would deliberately wear a tight-fitting t-shirt and casually stroll past Chen Qing, showcasing his well-defined 8-pack abs. However, Chen Qing didn't even glance at him and even hurried away. On another occasion, when Chen Qing's plumbing broke, Lin Ming enthusiastically offered to help. Yet Chen Qing never even gave him the chance to assist, calling a plumber immediately. This left Lin Ming quite troubled. He jogged around in a circle, pretending to coincidentally run into Chen Qing. Chen, the beautiful lady, what a coincidence. Looking at the panting Chen Qing, Lin Ming feigned surprise. Do you need help with all those packages? I'm heading back to the apartment too. This time there was no one beside Chen Qing. Therefore, she should not refuse his help again. A hint of disdain flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Didn't she know what Lin Ming was plotting? This guy wore a tight t-shirt in front of her every day, practically squeezing out his flesh, acting like an exhibitionist. He even thought he looked handsome. However, moving so many things alone was indeed exhausting. After some thought, Chen Qing nodded. All right, I appreciate it. Lin Ming quickly smiled and replied, it's no trouble at all. To showcase his muscular physique, Lin Ming effortlessly lifted all the large packages by himself, while Chen Qing walked behind him. She knew she couldn't refuse Lin Ming too many times. After all, she still needed to eavesdrop on Lin Ming's plans and couldn't afford to distance herself from him too much. Once Lin Ming delivered a large package to her doorstep, Chen Qing finally spoke. Lin Ming, thank you. Just leave these at the door, I will carry them in myself later. Why don't I help you carry them inside? It won't take much effort, Lin Ming said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Chen Qing opened the door, went inside to grab a bottle of water, and handed it to Lin Ming. I can manage on my own. All right then. Receiving the water bottle, Lin Ming felt slightly disappointed. He had thought Chen Qing would invite him inside for a drink, giving him a chance to bond with the young widow and see what her room looked like. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing had no intention of letting him in. Nevertheless, Lin Ming didn't lose heart. Chen Qing had already given him a bottle of water. Moreover, today she had spoken a few more words with him. This was a good start. Given time, he was sure he could open Chen Qing's heart and make this young widow fall in love with him. Next time you have packages to move, remember to call me. I'm very strong, Lin Ming said with a smile, raising his arm to showcase his strong biceps, then stylishly flipped his hair and left. Chen Qing smiled back. After Lin Ming disappeared down the corridor, her expression turned cold. She then moved the packages into her room. Closing the door, she looked at the packages with a hint of a sweet smile. Tomorrow night would be the time when Li Ran would kidnap her. At that time, she must give him a surprise. How could Lin Ming, this seemingly sunny yet dark-hearted guy, compare to her Li Ran? This man who could kill without blinking and had blood on his hands was not even a fraction of her Li Ran. Chen Qing opened the first package. It was a maid outfit. The second package contained a nurse's outfit. The third package had a rope. All of these were items Chen Qing had prepared for her kidnapping. If Lin Ming knew that what he painstakingly carried upstairs were these items, he might just die from anger. A new day dawned at the Li family. Li Ran was enjoying his lunch. On the table was a serving of French foie gras deep-sea caviar from a white sturgeon Wellington beef and a glass of diamond martini. To be honest, Li Ran was somewhat tired of this extravagant and decadent lifestyle. Just then the phone suddenly rang. Li Ran put down his utensils, extended his hand, and immediately a maid came to wipe his hands. He picked up the phone. Upon seeing it was Chun Hao calling, Li Ran smiled, because the plot was about to unfold. According to the script, the next event was the campus sports meeting, and the university was currently holding trials for the basketball team, which Chun Hao had also signed up for. During the training, this guy Chun Hao saw that Lin Ming was also training. So with decent basketball skills, he challenged Lin Ming, wanting to show him a thing or two. He didn't even consider who Lin Ming was. The protagonist, a soldier well-versed in everything from chess to literature. Naturally, he excelled at basketball as well. After a series of challenges, Chun Hao was no match for Lin Ming. He got his face slapped by Lin Ming. This call was to lament his misfortune. Li Ran answered the phone. Sure enough, Chun Hao's angry voice came through. Li Xiao, I ran into Lin Ming again today. After a round of complaints, Chun Hao furiously said, that Lin Ming is just too despicable, playing the pig to eat the tiger. I must make him pay. Li Ran knew it was time for him to take the stage. Chun Xiao, your troubles are my troubles. Lin Ming, slapping your face is equivalent to slapping my Li Ran's face. Since he won't give you face, don't blame me for not giving him face. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. From the phone, a choked voice came from Chun Hao. Li Xiao. They say men don't easily shed tears, but at this moment Chun Hao's tears were flowing. This is my brother Chun Hao. Chun Hao did not choose the wrong person. Li Ran said powerfully. Where is that Lin Ming? I'm going to find it. Upon hearing that Li Ran was taking people to find Lin Ming, Chun Hao became anxious. Li Xiao, hold on a moment. Lin Ming is still at school, and there are too many people around. It's not convenient to act now. Li Ran snorted. No matter where he is, I'll make sure to settle this today. In that instant, Chun Hao was moved. Li Ran considered him a brother. He couldn't let Li Ran down. Although the Li family was powerful, if Li Ran truly acted against Lin Ming at Moda University, the public opinion would unfavorably impact the Li family's reputation. Li Xiao, listen to me. I've already found out Lin Ming's address. It's in an apartment not far from the university. Tonight we'll bring people directly to his place. Li Ran pretended to think for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let's meet at the entrance of the Nightshade Bar at 10. Time passed, and it was 10 o'clock at night. At the entrance of the Nightshade Bar, seeing Lin Ming had brought 2 vans full of bodyguards, Li Ran was somewhat speechless. This guy is too cowardly. We're not even going to meet Lin Ming, we just need to grab someone and leave. Why bring so many bodyguards? But appearances still needed to be maintained. Did you find out Lin Ming's address? Don't worry, Li Xiao, I've already figured it out. Good, we must give this guy a taste of consequences this time. Li Ran himself brought a van full of bodyguards. Thus the 2 of them, along with 3 vans of bodyguards, marched toward the apartment where Lin Ming was located. At 10 o'clock at night, the garden community was eerily quiet. Over 20 muscular men in black suits emerged from the vans, leaving the 2 security guards at the security booth dumbfounded. The 2 security guards nervously approached and asked, who are you? Li Ran waved his hand, and immediately 2 bodyguards stepped forward to confiscate the nightsticks from their hands. This is none of your business. Get lost. The group entered the community. Arriving at the entrance of an apartment, Chun Hao stopped and said, this is the place. Li Ran waved his hand, and a bodyguard stepped forward to knock on the door. Then the bodyguard turned back puzzled and said, young master, the door is not closed. Li Ran, why is the door not closed at this hour? Damn, this little widow has some guts. Lin Ming wouldn't be wearing a cap, would he? Not closing the door is even better, it saves us a hassle. Li Ran nodded, let's go in. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Qin Xing was sitting on the sofa with a fully packed backpack beside her, looking as if she were about to travel. It's already past 10. Oh, why hasn't Li Ran arrived yet? We left the door open for him. He should be on his way. Hey, when him kidnapped later, should I scream? You probably should, right? That's how it's portrayed on TV. But that might scare the others away if I attract their attention. Oh, what should I do? Forget it, I won't scream then. Qin Xing mumbled, quietly lost in thought. At that moment, she heard footsteps coming up the stairs. It must be Li Ran. Her expression brightened. So nervous, so excited. How should I perform? Right? Qin Xing recalled that Li Ran would ask her where Lin Ming was. She mustn't say anything. Otherwise Li Ran wouldn't kidnap her. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise came from upstairs. Qin Xing knew it was her cue to appear. She slung the backpack over her shoulder, revealing her midriff in a crop top, and wearing sneakers walked toward the stairs. Meanwhile, Li Ran entered with 5 or 6 bodyguards. He turned on the lights. Although he knew Qin Xing lived in the second floor room, he couldn't just go and kidnap her. Li Ran pretended to sit on the sofa in the living room, directing several bodyguards to knock on doors one by one. There weren't many tenants. After knocking on 3 rooms, a man finally came out. Upon seeing the bodyguards, the man was instantly frightened. Li Ran asked, which room does Lin Ming live in? He's that new college student. Once he heard they weren't looking for him, the man calmed down a bit and stammered, there are several college students in the apartment. Oh, I don't know. He's the arrogant one who likes to stroll around with his hands in his pockets, acting cool and handsome. The man blinked, not understanding. He had only met Lin Ming a few times. Li Ran. He glanced at Chun Hao, who was knocking on another room. Li Ran whispered a hint. He's the one who always flirts with your beautiful landlord. I don't know. The man thought for a moment and said, but there's a fly that always follows behind Chun De Mei Nu. Chun De Mei Nu doesn't even pay him any attention. If you're looking for that guy, he's in room 302 on the 3rd floor, just turn left. The man's reply carried a hint of personal grievance. Qin Xing was the dream lover of all the men in this apartment, and Lin Ming always stuck to her, which many had seen enough of. Li Ran. This plot doesn't add up. Is this protagonist really that useless? He hasn't even taken down the little widow by now. At this moment, Chun Hao also came over and said, that guy Lin Ming is in room 302. Forget it. Li Ran was too lazy to think. Whether Lin Ming can score with the little widow has nothing to do with him. He could only blame Lin Ming for being useless. If he can't get her, then tonight he'll just kidnap the little widow. Let him wear a green hat. Li Ran nodded. Let's go to room 302. The light in room 302 was off. Li Ran didn't waste any words and directed the bodyguards to kick the door. With a swift kick, the door was kicked open. "Young master, there's no one here." As if I wouldn't know. According to the plot, Lin Ming is currently at the Wang family's home, making a deal with CEO Wang of Wansong Real Estate Company for another piece of land at the Jiangtan in Modu. He must be visiting the Wang family right now. Li Ran entered and sat down. With this attitude today, I must make a move, or I'll wait for him here. Just then a tall woman with red curly hair wearing a crop top and jeans appeared at the door. She carried a large backpack on her back. Wow. The high-waisted jeans paired with a crop top made her look like she had legs that were 2 meters long at first glance. Seeing this exquisite face with a pair of peach blossom eyes, Li Ran was taken aback. "Qinqing, what's going on with you? Why are you still carrying a backpack?" Chunhao stood up in confusion. "Who are you? Are you Lin Ming's girlfriend?" Qinqing shot Chunhao a fierce glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. I'm the landlord of this apartment, and who are you?" Chunhao snorted coldly. "We're here to find Lin Ming. It has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your own business." Li Ran looked at Chunhao with satisfaction. They barged into someone's home and kicked down the door, yet they claimed it had nothing to do with her. That's called meddling in others' affairs. Can't you speak properly? If not, just say a bit more. Sure enough, Qinqing puffed out her cheeks and angrily said, "You're the ones who broke into my home. Now please leave immediately, or I'll call the police." As she said this, Qinqing furtively glanced at Li Ran. "Am I overdoing it?" Li Ran wouldn't be scared enough to withdraw, right? Li Ran smirked dismissively. "Still want to call the police? Take her phone." Qinqing, pretending to be scared, took out her phone and said, "What do you want? I warn you, don't do anything reckless." Qinqing, reluctantly, handed over her phone. Li Ran asked again, "Where did Lin Ming go?" Qinqing turned her head away. "I don't know." "Oh, still stubborn." Chunhao spat. "Li Xiao, this girl is tough, but should we show her some toughness?" "I'll ask you again, where did Lin Ming go?" Qinqing angrily replied, "What Lin Ming? I've already told you I don't know. I'm not familiar with him at all." Chunhao must be sick, always linking me with Lin Ming for what? Qinqing was genuinely a bit angry. She feared that Li Ran would really misunderstand her relationship with Lin Ming. "If you're not familiar, then why are you so mad?" Chunhao had a knowing look. "Li Xiao, I think she's Lin Ming's girlfriend." Indeed, as expected of his #1 follower, this female lead's hatred was intense. Li Ran nodded. "Well said. Grab her and take her away. We'll see if Lin Ming doesn't show up." Chunhao immediately admired him, giving a thumbs up. "Li Xiao, this move is brilliant. You're the best. By capturing Lin Ming's woman, we have nothing to fear about him not coming." Qinqing was furious. However, fortunately her goal had been achieved. She was finally about to be kidnapped. 2 bodyguards approached, ready to remove Qinqing's backpack as it was in the way. But unexpectedly, Qinqing clung tightly to the backpack. "You can kidnap me, but I want to take this backpack with me." Instantly, the bodyguards were dumbfounded. They had never seen someone getting kidnapped while insisting on taking a backpack. Li Ran was also stunned. "Am I really kidnapping her? Aren't you going to resist at all? Are we really kidnapping her? Can you at least show some respect? Why do we need to bring a backpack? Do you think we're going on vacation?" Li Ran looked at Qinqing with suspicion. Could it be that this little widow is cooperating so well that her character has changed? In an instant, Li Ran dismissed the thought that crossed his mind. "No way. It's impossible. Oh, I must be overthinking it." This is the first time he met Qinqing. Moreover, he had kicked down her door upon entering her home. No one could tolerate that. How could she possibly cooperate? It's inconceivable. Who would voluntarily ask to be kidnapped? That would be insane. But what is happening here? Is this female lead actually scared silly? According to the script, Qinqing should be resisting during the kidnapping, shouting to let her tenant know she's being abducted. The tenants relayed the news of Qinqing's kidnapping to Lin Ming. Then Lin Ming discovered the note he had left for her and came alone to rescue her. Li Ran coughed twice and reminded, "This is a kidnapping. Think carefully about what will happen if you fall into my hands. You better cooperate and don't scream." At the same time, noticing Li Ran's suspicious gaze, Qinqing felt that she was acting too much, appearing overly anxious. After all, having been reborn, this was her first encounter with Li Ran. Qinqing secretly pinched her thigh, tears welling up as she said, "What can I do? You're all so big and strong. How can a weak woman like me resist? I'll go along with you, but I have one request. Let me take my backpack." Oh, it's rare for this little widow to be so clear-headed at this moment. After some thought, Li Ran felt that Qinqing had a point. It's natural to be afraid in front of his bodyguards. Never mind, if she doesn't scream, then she doesn't scream. When it comes time to leave a note, just write it larger and stick it in a noticeable place. But why is this little widow so fixated on her backpack? That puzzle left Li Ran baffled. Chunhao was staring at Qinqing's backpack, suddenly speaking up. "No, she can't take the backpack." "Why not?" Li Ran asked curiously. "Inside it, she might have tools for her escape, or even a phone to contact Lin Ming." Chunhao immediately ordered a bodyguard open her backpack and check it. Qinqing immediately panicked. The clothes and props inside were meant for Li Ran's eyes only. If they opened it in front of her, wouldn't she face social death? Qinqing tightly held onto her backpack. "No, you can't look." But it was already too late. With a tearing sound, a bundle of rope was revealed. Chunhao triumphantly declared, "See. I was right, her backpack is filled with tools for her escape. Just then Li Ran suddenly spoke up. All right, let her take it. Shen Hao puzzled asked Li Xiao. Li Ran feigned indifference. What's there to be afraid of? We have so many people, why should we fear Lin Ming alone? I'm not afraid if he comes, I'm just worried he won't. Take her away. Upon seeing the rope, Li Ran understood. Shen Hao's analysis was correct. The backpack contained tools for Chun Qing's escape, which explained her lack of resistance. Li Ran felt relieved. His greatest concern was that Chun Qing, the female lead, wouldn't follow the script. Now it seemed that there was no issue with Chun Qing. The reason she willingly left with him was that she was already prepared to escape. Honestly, the previous instances where the script didn't unfold had made Li Ran a bit anxious. Anyway, in this scene Lin Ming would undoubtedly come to rescue Chun Qing. Since that's the case, he might as well ease up a bit. If he was already lenient, what would Lin Ming do if he failed to make a comeback? Then that protagonist could really just go buy a block of tofu to crash into. The bodyguards took Chun Qing along with her backpack. Li Ran then grabbed a pen to leave a note. The note roughly conveyed if Lin Ming wants to rescue Chun Qing, he should come alone, otherwise he would have to face consequences. After sticking the note on the most conspicuous wall, Li Ran finally felt at ease to leave. He even left Chun Qing her escape tools. This time the plot should go smoothly. Of course, such a kidnapping affair couldn't be known to family members. Although Li Lijian adored Li Ran, once Li Lijian found out that Li Ran was engaging in illegal activities, he would be the first to come and deal with him. According to the script, with Chun Qing in tow, Li Ran arrived at an abandoned building in the western suburbs. Shen Hao, being loyal, insisted on staying behind. Is that enough? How strong can that kid Lin Ming be? The bodyguards I brought are more than sufficient to handle him. Don't worry, brother, we'll definitely get back at him for you. I've been unhappy with that kid Lin Ming for a long time. Daring to compete with me for Bing Xian, he should take a good look at himself. Li Ran casually waved his hand, dismissing Shen Hao. Shen Hao knew that his bodyguards were not on the same level as Li Ran's. Since Li Ran said so, he could only nod. All right, Li Xiao, you be careful. Lin Ming's skills are exceptional. If you need support, just call me, and I will arrive immediately. After Shen Hao left, Li Ran glanced at Chun Qing and instructed his bodyguards, take her to the second floor. I'll need to interrogate her properly later. The bodyguards led Chun Qing to the room on the second floor, while Li Ran leisurely walked behind, carrying Chun Qing's backpack. The backpack was quite heavy. This little widow had come well prepared. Li Ran chuckled. In the script it stated that he interrogated Chun Qing for an entire day, but she was tough and didn't reveal any information about Lin Ming. The next night Lin Ming would come. However, the specifics of how to interrogate were not detailed in the script. This meant that he could improvise during that day of interrogation. A few scenes from television shows flashed through his mind, where villains interrogated female protagonists, making Li Ran slightly excited. Soon he wanted to see just how tough Chun Qing's resolve was. Upon entering the room, Li Ran looked at the two bodyguards. All right, you two can leave. I will personally interrogate this woman. The two bodyguards exchanged knowing smiles. Yes, young master. Li Ran scoffed. Those two old perverts. What are they thinking? Right now he was still deeply in love with Mu Bingxian and hadn't turned dark. How could he truly do something to Chun Qing? Even after turning dark with several women, his character was still in love with Mu Bingxian. It was merely unrequited love, and he vented his desires on those other women. Although he couldn't act on Chun Qing for the time being, this was Li Ran's first act of retaliation against Lin Ming, and the target was still Lin Ming's woman. Chun Qing, this little widow, looked incredibly enticing. He could indulge in some eye candy and experience some Hansen action. The effect would be quite nice. Li Ran pondered for a moment. Right, according to the steps of interrogation, the first step should be to bind this woman right. That's how it's done on TV. Conveniently, there was a rope in Chun Qing's backpack, saving him the trouble of finding one. Li Ran drew out a dagger, gesturing with it as he approached Chun Qing with his backpack in hand. Isn't this woman afraid? To his surprise, Chun Qing showed no fear at all in her eyes. Li Ran even detected a hint of anticipation. Li Ran secretly admired her, as expected of the female lead. This level of composure is not something ordinary people can emulate. It seemed to be just as the plot described. Chun Qing was very resolute in response to his questioning, her lips tightly sealed. As for that flicker of anticipation, Li Ran believed it must have been a trick of his mind. Speak honestly, where is Lin Ming? Otherwise you should know my methods. Li Ran tapped the dagger in his hand, putting on the guise of a villain. Chun Qing blinked. In her previous life, she had indeed been frightened by this very demeanor of Li Ran. Later she came to realize that this was all a facade put on by Li Ran. Deep down he was actually very kind-hearted. He had never intended to harm her. Lin Ming. I don't know. Chun Qing stood up, took a few steps forward, looked into Li Ran's eyes, and said, I'm not familiar with him really. She knew this was all an act by Li Ran. He wouldn't do anything to her. What on earth was she thinking? Was she really unafraid? Li Ran was taken aback, nearly forgetting that he was the villain in this scenario. It seems that unless I show you a bit of severity, you won't talk. Just wait until I tie you up and see if you still act so stubborn. At this moment, he could not show weakness. Li Ran squatted down, preparing to open his backpack to take out the rope to bind this woman. However, upon opening the backpack, Li Ran was dumbfounded. Beneath the rope, there were a few sets of clothing. Nurse outfits, maid costumes, and even flight attendant uniforms. The fabrics of these clothes were quite scanty, adorned with lace trim. Li Ran immediately recognized that these were all pieces of lingerie. In an instant, Li Ran felt a surge of blood rush to his head, sensing that he had been offended. Was this woman out of her mind? Why would someone being kidnapped bring along a bunch of lingerie? Initially, Li Ran thought the backpack contained tools for escape. He never expected it to be filled with sexy costumes. This is insane. Who brings lingerie when they are kidnapped? He was genuinely in the midst of a kidnapping. Oh, what did Qinqing think this was? What was going through this woman's mind? Did she even remember who Li Deshao was? Without needing to ask, Li Ran already knew. These sexy outfits were undoubtedly prepared by Qinqing for Lin Ming. The plot had only just begun. Were the protagonist and the female lead already taking things this far? Had she even prepared lingerie? According to the storyline, Lin Ming would come here tomorrow night, making a grand appearance and rescuing Qinqing. Goodness, was he planning to rescue her and have some fun at the same time? Li Ran could no longer tolerate this. Lin Ming was crossing the line. This was an outright slap in the face. How foolish was he to worry that Lin Ming wouldn't complete the plot and intentionally let things slide. He never expected that this dog of a protagonist would show him, the villain, no respect. This is so disrespectful. Since you were so unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. I didn't expect you to play like this. I like it, Li Ran said, pulling out the rope, giving it a tug, and grinning as he walked closer to Qinqing. Indeed, he found great pleasure in this kind of dynamic. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qinqing's eyes. Here he comes. Li Ran was going to bind her. Qinqing remembered very clearly that in her previous life, when Li Ran kidnapped her, he showed her videos of bondage to scare her. Originally, she suspected that Li Ran enjoyed role-playing. She never expected her guess to be right. Qinqing feigned a panic, saying, "What do you want? Don't come over, I'll scream." Li Ran easily seized Qinqing's hands, grinning wickedly. Scream all you want, we're out in the wild, and no one will come to rescue you." Strangely, it seemed this woman's resistance was not very fierce. Had she been stunned? Li Ran didn't think much of it, and quickly bound Qinqing tightly. Examining his handiwork, Li Ran suddenly felt a surge of excitement, his blood rushing. With the rope tightening, the curves of Qinqing's chest appeared even more pronounced. Moreover, her waist was so slender that it could be clasped with two hands. The visual effect was astonishing. Who would have thought that in this area he would also be a genius? Li Ran suddenly felt that the system's choice to have him play the villain was well-founded. If it were anyone else who could bind someone so beautifully. Looking at Qinqing, who had her eyes closed, and was allowing him to do as he pleased, Li Ran hesitated for a moment. Should he continue? Having come this far, stopping now would seem like he was afraid of Lin Ming. Glancing at the neatly packed clothes, Li Ran thought he couldn't let Lin Ming have it easy. He pulled out the dagger and smiled. Slowly he began to unbutton the top of Qinqing's crop top. "Up!" A scream echoed from the second floor. Downstairs, several bodyguards on watch exchanged glances and smiled slightly. They had expected the young master to remain a devoted servant to Mu Bingxian for life, never touching another woman. Who would have thought that the young master could also play so well? In the dead of night, silence enveloped the room. Faintly, a voice drifted up from the second floor. "Come on, put on this nurse outfit." As the sun rose, a new day began. The apartment. Upon returning, Lin Ming immediately spotted the shattered door. His expression darkened. "Who came here?" Entering the room, he saw a note taped to the wall. After reading the contents of the note, Lin Ming furiously tore it into shreds. "Very good. Li Ran, you've successfully angered me." Qinqing was the woman Lin Ming had set his sights on. How dare this guy touch his woman? He was doomed. Lin Ming's anger flared fiercely. He had been planning to pursue Qinqing slowly, for he sought not only Qinqing's body, but also her heart. In recent days, Qinqing had been ignoring Lin Ming, but he remained patient. Just a couple of days ago, Lin Ming helped Qinqing carry her packages. Noticing that her attitude toward him had improved slightly, he was ready to strike while the iron was hot and win over this young widow. Who would have thought that at this critical moment Qinqing would be kidnapped by Li Ran? Furious, Lin Ming drank 2 bottles of water on the spot. After downing the bottles, he calmed down a bit. Although Qinqing had been taken by Li Ran, it didn't necessarily mean Li Ran would do anything to her. From Lin Ming's investigation, he learned that Li Ran was Mu Bingxuan's #1 sycophant, having no eyes for any other woman. In the past, Li Ran had never even been to bars or nightclubs. Thus, Li Ran should merely be kidnapping Qinqing to force his hand. With this in mind, although Lin Ming was still very angry, he felt less heartbroken. Even though Li Ran had kidnapped Qinqing, this was also an excellent opportunity for him to be the hero and win over Qinqing. "Qinqing, you must hold on. I will come to rescue you soon." At the derelict building in the western suburbs, Li Ran, however, was in a quandary. This plot marked the beginning of his character transformation. Thus, he had done some slightly excessive things last night, making the bodyguards downstairs aware that although he was still a sycophant, he had started to change. But Li Ran didn't expect that as he played Qinqing would actually start to moan. He hadn't realized that this little widow had a penchant for submission. At that moment, looking at Qinqing dressed in a maid outfit, gazing at him with affection, Li Ran sighed inwardly. This was it. He had gone too far. For a widow like Qinqing, who has spent years in solitude with a hollow heart, opening her heart can be a terrifying affair. Few can withstand the allure of a tall beauty standing at 175 centimeters, gazing at them with enchanting eyes. Li Ran is also a man full of youthful vigor. As he silently recited the Heart Sutra, he thought no matter how useless it is. Well, the Bodhisattva probably hasn't encountered anything this stimulating. Plot. Yes, the plot. In the end, Li Ran held on to his principles. He did not forget the storyline. After all, Qin is the woman predetermined for the protagonist. He could act with others, but he would try not to disturb these female leads. If he were to take Qin here, the protagonist Lin Ming would surely go berserk, and the plot would truly spiral out of control. He could only blame Lin Ming for not properly educating the young widow. No, perhaps he educated her too well. Thinking of Lin Ming, Li Ran cursed inwardly that beast Lin Ming truly deserves to die. According to the plot, Qin is not actually this open-minded. With her looks, she is never short of men approaching her. Moreover, owning 2 apartment buildings means she is not lacking in money and can afford to support a young man. However, after her husband's death, Qin has remained alone. If she were a promiscuous woman, she could not have remained in solitude for years after her husband's death. But now, in just a few days, she had been molded by Lin Ming into this state. Upon realizing this, Li Ran found Qin to be quite pitiful. To Lin Ming, she is merely a tool to satisfy his desires. After taking Qin, Lin Ming would continue his pursuit of other female leads. As a widow, Qin seeks no title and chooses to quietly support Lin Ming from behind. In the plot, Lin Ming would only remember Qin when he returned to the apartment and lacked women. Although Li Ran, playing the villainous sycophant, had several women after his dark transformation, he still maintained the persona of loving Mu Bingxian until his death, always thinking of her. And Lin Ming. After winning Qin's heart, he has given her little affection. For Qin, Lin Ming possesses only desire, not much love. Conversely, Qin silently supports Lin Ming. Even knowing he has other women, she chooses to endure quietly. To be honest, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo protecting him, a scumbag like Lin Ming would be easy to deal with for Li Ran. One move would cripple his third leg, another would claim his life. Alright, I won't torment you any longer. Put on your clothes. Handing Qin her original clothes, Li Ran said, that little brat Lin Ming should be seeing the note I left for him on his way here. Although he wanted to stroke Qin's hair, he held back, mindful of his villainous persona. Yes. Qin wiped the sweat from her face, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She really had nothing with Lin Ming. But now that Li Ran has convinced himself of her relationship with Lin Ming, no matter what she says, he wouldn't believe her. She also knew that the reason Li Ran hadn't crossed the final line is that he still harbored feelings for that woman Mu Bingxian. Just like in his previous life, he remains that infatuated boy. Looking at Li Ran, Qin's eyes were filled with tenderness. It's okay, step by step. Today she has activated a certain mysterious attribute in Li Ran. This is a significant progress, isn't it? One day Li Ran will know everything she has done for him. She will make Li Ran fall in love with her too. Qin recalled her previous life. It was the first time she was kidnapped, and she was terrified at that moment. In the dead of night, she tried to sneak away by climbing over the wall, but accidentally fell from the 3rd floor. If Li Ran hadn't happened to catch her, she would have died long ago. Li Ran, who was struck by her, had his arm broken, yet he didn't utter a single sound. During her second escape attempt, she twisted her ankle. Although Li Ran threatened her with words saying he would break his own legs if she dared to escape again, but he quietly placed a bottle of herbal oil beside her during the night. It was at that moment that Qin realized this boy was not as he appeared. His heart was actually very kind. Looking back now, she felt she had been so foolish at that time. Li Ran never intended to harm her. He kidnapped her only because Lin Ming took away the woman he loved. After Qin changed her clothes, Li Ran bound her up again. After all, she is still a hostage, and the act must continue. His character cannot fall apart. After washing his face downstairs, Li Ran destroyed several pieces of clothing. Next, it was time to follow the plot. Right, Qin should attempt to escape, like in her previous life, right? This is also part of the storyline. Tonight, when Lin Ming stealthily breaks in and fights Li Ran's bodyguards, Qin will take the chance to escape. Then when Li Ran senses something amiss and tries to use Qin to threaten Lin Ming, he will discover she is missing. As for the escaped Qin, she will be hiding in a corner witnessing Lin Ming's impressive display of strength as he fights fiercely, moved by him. After Lin Ming defeats Li Ran's bodyguards, she will then come out and leave with Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming is the protagonist. How could he really be threatened? This scene is set up for Lin Ming to heroically save the beauty and show off. Thinking of how Qin failed to escape twice in her previous life, Li Ran rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted. If he hadn't kept an eye on her in his past life, that little widow would have probably been dead long ago, and where would Lin Ming have come to save her? However, this time, he deliberately chose the 2nd floor, tying the rope loosely. So this time she should be able to use the rope to escape smoothly, right? As evening approached, the takeout Li Ran ordered arrived. Carrying a portion of takeout upstairs, he waited for Qin to finish eating. Li Ran tied her up again. I warn you, behave yourself, and don't even think about escaping. Reaching the stairway, Li Ran deliberately spoke loudly for Qin to hear. Everyone worked hard, this little lady won't escape, so you don't need to stay here. Let's go out for drinks. Having hinted this, clearly Chen Qing should be looking for an opportunity to escape next. Li Ran confidently took all the bodyguards outside, chatting over drinks with them, giving Chen Qing ample space to escape. Meanwhile, on the second floor, thinking of Lin Ming's arrival tonight, Chen Qing felt she should do something. Having finally gained the opportunity to be alone with Li Ran, how could she let that guy Lin Ming ruin it so quickly? Stretching her limbs, she easily untied the rope. Putting the rope away, Chen Qing smiled slightly. Just like in my previous life, he is still so kind, even hesitant to tie me up tightly. How could someone as kind as Li Ran harm her? Picking up the rope, Chen Qing went to another room, finding some pots, bowls, and other miscellaneous items left in the corner. She began to set things up. Night fell. Li Ran and his group were still outside, indulging in food and drink beside the van. Hey young master, I think I saw a shadow moving on the second floor. A bodyguard casually glanced at the abandoned building and said, rubbing his eyes. Could it be that girl has come out? Li Ran laughed and scolded. You've only had a few bottles of beer, and you're already drunk. The bodyguard insisted that he had indeed seen a figure. Young master, I'm not drunk, I really saw. Stop talking nonsense. Li Ran turned the bodyguard's head around. That girl was tied up by me personally. How could I not know? Come on, keep drinking. If she runs out, that's exactly what I want. I'd advise you to mind your own business. When he saw that the time was nearly up, Li Ran led a dozen bodyguards back into the building. He couldn't be bothered to go to the second floor. By now, Chen Qing should have successfully escaped and was likely hiding in some corner. Next, they just had to wait for Lin Ming to arrive. Everyone focus. When that brat Lin Ming arrives, you all know what to do, right? A dozen bodyguards replied in unison. Young master, rest assured we will give it our all. Li Ran nodded in satisfaction. Take it easy, don't kill anyone. Understood. Looking at these bodyguards thumping their chests, Li Ran knew they couldn't escape a beating tonight. Although these dozen bodyguards were also elite from the Li family, Lin Ming was a soldier king stronger than them. Li Ran made up his mind. Once these bodyguards started fighting with Lin Ming, if things looked bad, he'd bolt right away. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had found 10 abandoned buildings in the western suburbs and finally arrived at the one where Li Ran was. Seeing the flashlight beams coming from the first floor, Lin Ming knew he had found the right place. He carefully crept to the window. Lin Ming observed the environment inside the first floor. There were a total of 15 bodyguards. However, he did not see Chen Qing anywhere. It seemed that Chen Qing was on the upper floor. Lin Ming smirked, slightly sneering to himself. This Li Ran is quite foolish. Did he think by guarding the stairs on the first floor he could stop me? After I rescue Chen Qing, he'll settle the score with you. Looking at the bodyguards guarding the stairs, Lin Ming quietly retreated. He was a soldier king. How could a mere second floor trouble him? He went to the other side and assessed the height of the floor. He stepped back, took a rune up, and jumped, grabbing onto the brick seam of the floor. Then he began to climb up. Soon Lin Ming reached the window. So easy, he chuckled, preparing to make a suave leap into the window. However, just as he jumped, a dark shape lunged at him from the window. What the hell? Lin Ming was instantly dumbfounded. He heard a loud thud. Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. The next second, he plummeted straight down from the second floor. Ouch! Upon hitting the ground, Lin Ming let out a muffled grunt. Huh, I think I heard something outside. Inside, the same bodyguard from before perked up his ears, looking puzzled. Come on, you drank a bit, and now you're paranoid. The bodyguards nearby laughed and scolded him. One of them stuck out his tongue and in a spooky tone said, I heard this place has ghosts. This immediately provoked laughter from the others. Teased by his companions, the bodyguard felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head in confusion. Maybe I misheard. Outside the abandoned building. After a long while, a hand suddenly reached out from the grass. Then a blood-soaked man crawled out groaning. Lin Ming, who had finally regained his wits, sat up. Even though he was a soldier king, falling unprepared from the second floor onto a ground covered in grass and rubble had left him feeling dizzy. Lin Ming felt pain all over his body, as if his bones had come undone. His face was warm and hurt. When he reached out to touch it, his mouth twitched in shock. His hands were covered in blood. What was that thing just now? Rubbing his chest, Lin Ming looked puzzled. It was too dark to see clearly what weapon had attacked him. It felt like a hammer. Goodness, I didn't expect that Li Ran, this young master, had such a trick up his sleeve. No wonder he didn't send anyone to guard the second floor. Turns out he had set up a trap up there. I underestimated him. Instantly, Lin Ming's temper flared. That trap must have been triggered already. If I climb again, I don't believe there are any more traps. Thus, Lin Ming decided to climb again. He admitted he had been careless earlier. This Li Ran still had some brains. However, Li Ran would never expect that I would come back for a second round. Soon Lin Ming climbed back up. As he had predicted, there were no traps this time. Lin Ming successfully climbed onto the balcony. A young master is just a young master. Such trivial tricks can't stop me. In this world, there's nothing that can block me, Lin Ming. There's no one I can't save. Chen Qing, I'm here to save you. Lin Ming strode into the room. Then he heard a loud thud. This time the sound rang right next to his ear. A sharp pain shot through the back of Lin Ming's head, and he instantly felt the world spinning. His vision went dark, and then he knew nothing more. As Lin Ming's body slumped down, a tense-looking Chen Qing stood behind him, holding a frying pan. Chen Qing hadn't expected such a foolish person would climb the same place twice. She had set up traps at the window on the second floor. After the trap was triggered, she had heard the noise and came here to guard. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming really climbed back up. Chen Qing cautiously kicked Lin Ming twice, and finding him unresponsive, she dared to approach slowly. Then she saw Lin Ming's bloodied face and was instantly horrified. What if Lin Ming was dead because of her? She only intended to knock him out, not to kill him. Chen Qing was so scared that tears started flowing. Li Ran, come quickly. Meanwhile, on the first floor, a dozen bodyguards were just chatting and boasting. Li Ran glanced at his watch. Strange, Lin Ming should have shown up by now. Why is he still not here? This storyline isn't right. Li Ran was very angry. He had worked hard to let things go smoothly. But no matter how he calculated, he never expected Lin Ming would be late. This dog protagonist, even when saving his woman, can be late. Oh, what big things could he accomplish? Such a useless person, he really didn't understand how he became the protagonist. Why do so many heroines love him so desperately? Forget it, I'll wait for half an hour more. If he doesn't show up, my part will be over today. Li Ran thought angrily. Just then, he heard Chen Qing's voice from upstairs. Li Ran, come quickly. Hearing Chen Qing's voice, Li Ran was startled. What the hell? This little widow hasn't escaped yet. Could it be that some unexpected event has happened again, just like in the previous life? Confused, Li Ran hurriedly made his way up to the second floor. There he saw Chen Qing crying like a flower in the rain, and at her feet lay someone. What the hell? Where did this person come from? Why does he look a bit familiar? Chen Qing said with a crying tone. Li Ran, I killed someone. Li Ran was shocked and rushed forward only to see the person covered in blood. Li Ran was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell, isn't this Lin Ming? Why does the protagonist look like this? He can't be dead, right? Li Ran hurriedly checked Lin Ming's breath with his hand. Thankfully, there was still a pulse. What is going on? I just tapped him lightly, and he ended up lying on the ground, Chen Qing said anxiously. I can't have killed him, right? Li Ran. He widened his eyes looking at Chen Qing in disbelief. So you knocked him out. Are you alright? Li Ran was stunned. What the hell is going on? Chen Qing, tell me honestly, did you take drugs? Lin Ming came to save you. You knocked him out. Li Ran's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The female lead knocked out the protagonist who came to save her. Can you believe it? You two are in cahoots, deliberately trying to mess with me, right? Looking at Chen Qing, Li Ran's expression was complicated. He's not dead, so tell me what's going on. It's over. The Barbie is done for. The princess knocked out the prince. Looking at Lin Ming like this, tonight's heroic rescue of the beauty definitely can't happen. Hearing that Lin Ming was fine, Chen Qing finally felt relieved. However, she dared not tell the truth that she knocked Lin Ming out because she didn't want to part with Li Ran so soon. I was by the window and saw someone sneaking up to the second floor, so I was scared and tapped his head, and he just fell to the ground. Li Ran, you were scared and almost took out the protagonist. Your strength really is something. Besides, Lin Ming is also useless. He's supposed to be a soldier king, yet he got knocked down by a single hit. I feel embarrassed for you, soldier king. With such uselessness, why didn't you just walk through the door instead of climbing over the wall? What a mess. After thinking for a moment, Li Ran asked, so you mean you knocked him out from behind? Before you knocked him out, you didn't know he was Lin Ming? Chen Qing replied softly, yes. You two have never met? Yes. So Lin Ming also doesn't know the person who knocked him out is you? Yes. Alright, then it's not your problem. Li Ran waved his hand and said, you can go back now, I'll handle this. Chen Qing said, oh, and took a couple of steps. Suddenly she realized something and turned around. Li Ran, are you trying to take the blame for this? Li Ran rolled his eyes. What else could I do? If Lin Ming finds out that the person who knocked him out is Chen Qing, that would be a disaster. Now this blame can only fall on me. Anyway, I've already developed a grudge against Lin Ming, whether it's more or less. Li Ran doesn't care. But unexpectedly, Chen Qing's eyes suddenly turned red. Li Ran, the look in the little widow's eyes is not right. Li Ran's scalp tingled. Don't get ahead of yourself. I originally intended to teach Lin Ming a lesson by abducting you. Since you helped out, I won't hold it against you this time. Since I'm in a good mood, why aren't you leaving quickly? Li Ran said fiercely. The next moment, Li Ran was stunned. Chen Qing rushed up, tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her warm lips against his mouth. Li Ran, thank you. What the hell? After a passionate kiss, Chen Qing added Li Ran on WeChat before agreeing to leave. Watching Chen Qing's retreating figure, Li Ran realized he had been wrong all along. This female lead is definitely the most abnormal one. More outrageous than Mu Bingxian and Tang Wanxing. Forget it. I should think about how to deal with Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming lying on the ground, Li Ran felt he couldn't take the blame for nothing. Rolling up his sleeves, he walked towards Lin Ming. 5 minutes later, Li Ran clapped his hands in satisfaction. He called over 2 bodyguards and had the swollen Lin Ming looking like a pig's head thrown out into the wilderness. Tonight's scene has wrapped up. The sun rises. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Why am I sleeping on the grass? Didn't I? Suddenly Lin Ming remembered. He had been careless last night and fell into Li Ran's ambush. Touching his swollen face, Lin Ming's eyes gleamed with hatred. Li Ran, I will never rest until we are dead. Furious, Lin Ming returned to the abandoned building from last night. Unfortunately, it was already deserted and not a single shadow remained. Returning to the apartment with a pig's head, Lin Ming still wondered what Li Ran had done to Chen Qing. Suddenly he saw a stunning figure sitting in the living room, full of energy and radiance. Chen Qing. Lin Ming was completely baffled, his face filled with surprise. How did you come back? Weren't you kidnapped by Li Ran? Lin Ming stepped forward, asking with concern. Chen Qing was the woman he had his eyes on. To his surprise, Chen Qing shot him a fierce glare, cursing me, huh? You were the one kidnapped. Your whole family was kidnapped. You weren't kidnapped. Lin Ming looked dumbfounded. Looking at the perplexed Lin Ming, Chen Qing casually said, which of your eyes saw me being kidnapped? I just went out to run an errand. Lin Ming. Looking at Chen Qing, he saw her radiant and more beautiful than before, clearly not looking like someone who had been kidnapped. Instantly Lin Ming understood. He felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, a sense of suffocation. Li Ran. Lin Ming felt like a fool. How could I be so stupid? I only thought of looking for Li Ran. I didn't think to verify the truth of the news. Li's house. Li Ran woke up on the 5-meter-wide bed, stretching comfortably. Ah, this bed is comfortable, but sleeping alone feels a bit lonely. What a waste of this excellent elasticity. With this scene wrapped up, I can finally have a good rest for a few days. Li Ran was in a very good mood. After having breakfast, he lay lazily by the swimming pool, basking in the sun. Right according to the plot, Lin Ming saved the beauty last night, and I was hit again, so I started to change. Although there was a slight mishap, Lin Ming didn't manage to save the beauty. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that from today onwards I can go in and out of bars and nightclubs. Tonight I'll call Chun Hao to go to the bar and have some fun. After thinking about it, Li Ran called Chun Hao. Chun Xiao, I'm planning to go to the bar. Any recommendations? Li Xiao, you finally came to your senses. On the other end of the phone, Chun Hao's voice was filled with surprise and excitement. If you're going to the bar, you must go to the Wind Bell Bar. That's the bar with the highest quality beauties in Magic City. Fengling Bar. Li Ran repeated Chun Hao's words. Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Forget it, it should have nothing to do with me. Li Ran remembered that his next appearance was at the auction for the billion-dollar land at Jiangtan in Magic City. He represented the Li family at the auction, but the land was won by General Manager Wang of Wansong Real Estate. The one providing funds for General Manager Wang was Lin Ming. There was still some time before the auction. Li Ran thought no more of it, and said to Chun Hao, all right, see you at Fengling Bar tonight. By the way, invite all your friends, let's have a good time together. It's on me. Since his character was about to change, he couldn't just shout it out, he had to show it through actions. Li Ran's only real friend was probably Chun Hao. By having Chun Hao invite his friends, Li Ran planned to spread the word about his character transformation through these wealthy second-generation heirs. Ideally, it would reach Mu Bingxuan's ears. If he could rekindle Mu Bingxuan's disdain for him and make her behave normally, that would be perfect. Therefore, Li Ran felt that he needed to perform well tonight. On the other end of the line, Chun Hao's flattering voice came through. Young Master Li, you're being too modest. You want to hang out, and I can't be happier. How could I let you treat us? Tonight's expenses are on me. If you disagree, then you don't treat me as a brother. After these few days, Chun Hao was completely impressed by Li Ran. Chun Hao admired Li Ran to the point of reverence. He chuckled and said, by the way, guess who I saw at school today? Who? Lin Ming. Chun Hao laughed heartily. This guy has his head wrapped in bandages, and his head is swollen like a pig's head. Young Master Li, you really have a way. I'm truly impressed, brother. Seeing Lin Ming's miserable state, Chun Hao finally felt a sense of relief. His elder brother had brought this about. Li Ran. He still goes to class even after being hurt like that. Li Ran couldn't help but give Lin Ming a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder he's the protagonist, he's really dedicated. Sigh. If only those female protagonists were as dedicated as Lin Ming. No, if they were just half as dedicated, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Looking at his own lavish and decadent lifestyle, Li Ran felt a little guilty. Shally, don't open that bottle of 1982 Lafite. Just bring me a bottle of champagne. The protagonist works so hard to play his role, I must also play the villain well. But young master, the Lafite has already been opened. Forget it, then don't waste it. Just bring it over to me. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Ran arrived at Fengling Bar. Young Master Li, you finally arrived. Hello, young Master Li. Hello, young Master Li. As soon as he got out of the car, Chun Hao and several wealthy second-generation heirs welcomed him enthusiastically. Apart from Chun Hao, the others looked at Li Ran with curiosity. As far as they knew, Li Ran had never frequented bars or nightclubs before. However, some of them had witnessed the events at the Mu family's banquet, while others had heard about it. Mu Bingxian and Li Ran exchanged tokens of love, and their relationship was established. Instantly, the wealthy second-generation heirs exchanged knowing smiles. It seems that after pursuing the stunning beauty Mu Bingxuan, Li Ran's playboy nature has been revealed. It makes sense. They are all wealthy second-generation heirs and young people. Who doesn't love to have fun? Suddenly, they became enthusiastic towards Li Ran, feeling a camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. Young Master Li, it's not easy to drink with you. Tonight, we should let loose. I heard that several newcomers have arrived at the bar recently, and they are quite attractive. Let's arrange for them to accompany young Master Li tonight. Do we even need to say that? Young Master Li can't wait, right? Let's go in. They flattered him. Li Ran nodded and followed them to the reserved booth. At the invitation of one of the wealthy heirs, a heavily made-up woman led a group of women over. Each of them was exquisitely made up, dressed provocatively with skirts that barely covered their thighs. The leading woman was called Hongjia, and she wore a professional smile, cheerfully saying, "Come ladies, greet the young masters." A group of stunning women, all averaging a score of over 75 in looks, bowed deeply, revealing their ample cleavage. "Hello, young masters." Their voices were sweet and alluring. However, the wealthy heir responsible for the greeting furrowed his brow. "Hongjia, you're not giving us face here, are you? Don't you see that the distinguished young Master Li is right in front of you? Are you trying to fool him with these girls?" Hongjia looked surprised and innocent. "Young Master Luo, how could I dare? You have come so many times. When have I ever dared to fool you? These are truly the best girls at our bar." The wealthy heir, named Luo Xiao, smiled. "I've heard that you have some newcomers at Fengling Bar recently. Do you see who the star of the night is? It's young Master Li. Young Master Li is here for the first time. Bring those newcomers over to accompany him." Hongji's expression became somewhat awkward, but the newcomers don't know the rules. They might not be able to take care of young Master Li well. Luo Xiao and the other wealthy heirs chuckled. "Isn't that just perfect? Do these wealthy heirs lack women around them? Coming to the bar is all about excitement. Having these clueless newcomers is what makes it fun." However, Hongjia unusually hesitated, her expression clearly conflicted, until she heard a voice coming from the earpiece hidden in her hair. "Agree to them first, then come back. We have arrangements on our side." Only then did Hongjia breathe a sigh of relief, smiling charmingly at young Master Luo. "All right, gentlemen, please wait a moment, I'll go arrange it right away." Young Master Luo nodded in satisfaction, pointing to a few women. "These few stay." Hongjia instructed the remaining women. "Ladies, tonight, make sure to keep the young masters happy." "Yes, Hongjia," the several women sweetly replied. Chen Hao pushed two women towards Li Ran. "Young Master Li, enjoy for now. We'll swap when the newcomers arrive." Li Ran smiled, but did not embrace them as others did. He simply let the two women sit beside him and clink glasses with them. He wasn't at the stage of being desperate. These women with makeup might score around 80. Without makeup, they probably wouldn't even score 60. They couldn't compare to the maids at home. He wouldn't look twice at such ordinary women. It was merely for appearances. After putting down his glass, Li Ran chatted aimlessly with a few others while surveying the bar's environment. Chen Hao and the other wealthy heirs thought he was new to such places and were not yet accustomed, thus they paid no mind. However, Li Ran noticed a few tattooed men talking at the booth next to his. Although not all tattooed people were gangsters, some could be street thugs. However, these men displayed a certain hostility with hidden malice in their eyes, clearly not good people. Li Ran kept a mental note of them. Tonight was meant to be a time for relaxation. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to invite any. Just then Li Ran suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He saw Lin Ming dressed in a sharp black suit sitting at the bar sipping a drink, his gaze wandering as if searching for someone. How strange, why is Lin Ming here? While Lin Ming is truly dedicated to his role as the protagonist, even with his injuries not fully healed, he rushes to the bar to flirt with girls. Li Ran quickly turned around. Last night, he had beaten Lin Ming up. If Lin Ming finds out he is here too, wouldn't he come over to pick a fight? Today is Li Ran's day off, and he doesn't want to work overtime to play along with the protagonist. After all, he won't get any overtime pay. Meanwhile, Hongjia returned to the monitoring room on the second floor of the bar. "Captain Zhang, those young men are the rich second generation from Magic City. They are not easy to deal with. Especially that Li Xiao, he is the son of the richest man in Magic City, infamous for being a playboy. If we just send anyone to fool them, they might really cause a scene." Hongjia wiped the sweat from her forehead as she spoke. Inside the monitoring room, several well-dressed men sat. The man with the square face frowned after listening to Hongjia's report, tapping his fingers on the table. They had been tracking this drug trafficking line for over 3 months. According to the collected intelligence, tonight the buyer who would meet with those flower dealers would appear, and it would be their chance to catch them. Many police officers were already deployed in the bar. However, the buyer had not yet shown up. At this moment, there could be no mistakes. "Xiaolu, what do you think?" Captain Zhang looked at the woman in casual wear beside him. This operation was a joint effort of the narcotics team and the criminal police team. The woman next to Captain Zhang was the deputy captain of the Magic City criminal police team, named Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan had her hair tied in a ponytail and was exceptionally beautiful. However, anyone who saw her for the first time would only think of 4 words: heroic and poised. This beautiful deputy captain was known for her serious demeanor. In her eyes, one could only see the word calm. Captain Zhang understood the stakes, and Lu Xinyan certainly did too. If those rich second-generation youths caused trouble, it could alert the drug dealers in the nearby VIP section, ruining the 3 months of effort Captain Zhang and his team had put in. At this time, they had to keep those rich second-generation youths calm until the buyer for the drug deal arrived. Lu Xinyan was not only the deputy captain of the criminal police team, but also the most beautiful police flower in the force. Currently, she was the only one present who met the requirements. "Captain Zhang, you'll go." Captain Zhang nodded, saying, act according to the situation and be careful." Watching Chen Hao and the others joking around with the woman beside them, Li Ran sat alone, bored, drinking his alcohol. After discovering that Lin Ming was also there, Li Ran lost all interest in having fun. It's his first time out having fun, and he runs into this unlucky protagonist. What a stroke of bad luck. Li Xiao, wait a moment, the newbie will arrive soon. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Nearby, several rich second-generation youths noticed Li Ran's lack of enthusiasm and quickly chimed in. Oh, she's here. Just as they spoke, Hong Jie returned. Why did you only bring one? Seeing that there was only one woman behind Hong Jie, Luo Xiao's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. However, when Hong Jie slightly turned to the side, revealing the woman behind her, the several rich second-generation youths were instantly captivated. Behind Hong Jie stood a graceful woman. Dressed in a light golden shimmering gown, her beauty was unparalleled. Her expression carried a hint of coldness. She gave off the impression of a lotus flower that emerges untainted from the mud. The rich second-generation youth's eyes widened in surprise. In a place like a bar, such a stunning beauty exists. If 100 points is perfect, this woman could easily score above 95 in both looks and figure. It was clear that Hong Jie hadn't lied to them. This woman was clearly new to the job, as evidenced by her somewhat stiff movements. At this moment, however, Chun Hao and the other rich second-generation youths didn't notice. At the first sight of the woman, Li Ran's expression suddenly changed. Seeing the woman for the first time, Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Xinyan. How could this woman be here? Without a doubt, Lu Xinyan was also one of the female leads in the story. Although she was just a deputy captain of the criminal police team, her father was a powerful official with a strong background. In his previous life, Lin Ming had brought down the Li family with Lu Xinyan's help. To go out for a drink and unexpectedly run into both the male and female leads, Li Ran truly felt speechless. Clearly, he shouldn't have stepped out tonight. Wait, Lin Ming is also here. Fongling bar, Lin Ming, Lu Xinyan. In an instant, Li Ran's body trembled. He suddenly remembered. Damn it, no wonder this Fongling bar sounded so familiar. This is the place where the protagonist Lin Ming and the female lead Lu Xinyan first met. According to the plot, Li Ran's interactions with the female lead Lu Xinyan are actually quite limited. For the storyline that has nothing to do with him, Li Ran merely skimmed through and understood the story's flow. The only thing that left a deep impression was the moment he was handcuffed by Lu Xinyan. Thus he had not thought of it until now. Until Lu Xinyan appeared at this moment, Li Ran finally vaguely recalled. He quickly raised his glass to cover his face. While silently repeating to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me," he pondered how to slip away. After all, there was no role for him tonight. There was no way he was going to work overtime, not even if it killed him. At this moment, Chun Hao, who had regained his senses, chuckled and pulled out a stack of cash, handing it over. Not bad, Hong Jie. The newbie you brought is really impressive. What are you still doing? Don't you see Li Xiao drinking alone over there? Chun Hao gestured, and two women understood, immediately standing up to grab Lu Xinyan's hand and pulling her beside Li Ran. Chun Hao, you bastard. I thought of you as a brother, and this is how you treat me. Li Ran smiled and said, Chun Xiao, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. How about we come back another day? Chun Hao and the other rich second-generation youths exchanged glances, laughing. Such a stunning beauty is rare. Li Xiao, are you backing down? Backing down? What the hell are you talking about? If I were to touch this woman, even your father couldn't save you. Li Ran genuinely wanted to smack Chun Hao's head twice to wake him up. Not at all, just suddenly feeling a bit unwell. Li Ran was casually deflecting while trying to recall the plot. According to the story, Lu Xinyan was currently executing a mission to apprehend the flower dealers. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the capture. Just then, Lin Ming appeared, saving Lu Xinyan's life and helping her catch the flower dealers. In the end, he gained Lu Xinyan's favor, the beautiful police flower. Without a doubt, the people at the adjacent table were the flower dealers, the target of Lu Xinyan's operation. Li Ran knew these flower dealers were fugitives, and they were armed. If a fight broke out, he and his friends would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. If he didn't run now, would he just wait to get shot? Chun Xiao, I'm really feeling unwell tonight, and shouldn't drink. Let's head back first. Chun Hao and the others, however, were convinced that Li Ran was being cowardly. Li Xiao, you can't do this. We just got here, and we haven't had enough fun yet. If you go back now, it would ruin everyone's mood. How about this? We'll drink our drinks, and you do your thing. Li Ran, do your thing. You bastards, you'll be crying later. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan sat quietly beside them. Having been reborn, she knew that the flower dealer's contact would only appear at 10:30, which was still half an hour away. During this half hour, she had to keep Li Ran and the group of rich second-generation youths calm, ensuring they wouldn't disrupt the plan. Seeing the flower dealers beside them frown, they had already noticed the commotion at their table. Lu Xinyan knew she couldn't let Li Ran and the others continue to argue. Is young Master Li looking down on her? Lu Xinyan wrapped her arm around Li Ran's and winked. Li Ran. Li Ran looked at Lu Xinyan, his face filled with questions. What do you want to do? In both this life and the last, Li Ran and Lu Xinyan had met no more than 10 times. Moreover, considering everything, tonight was their first encounter. On their first meeting, Lu Xinyan was already throwing herself at this stranger. Li Ran truly found it increasingly incomprehensible. Are these female protagonists in a competition to see who is more open? Li Ran touched his handsome cheek. Or perhaps has my attractiveness reached a breathtaking level? This is certainly impossible. Excluding all impossibilities, there was only one answer. Lu Xinyan's actions were solely for the purpose of capturing drug dealers. Li Ran sighed inwardly. This woman has made quite a sacrifice to catch drug dealers. This also aligns with Lu Xinyan's character. After all, her persona is one of clarity between public and private matters and a deep-seated hatred for evil. Although Lu Xinyan was so proactive, Li Ran dared not truly act. On one hand, Lu Xinyan was merely acting. On the other hand, he genuinely did not wish to get entangled with this woman. For wealthy merchants like the Li family who does not have a shady past, they just managed to clean it up in the end. The reason the Li family thrived in Modu was that Li Lijian had everything well arranged. Li Ran still remembered that in his past life Lin Ming had handed over the Li family's illegal evidence to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan had barged into the Li family without confirming the evidence, directly controlling his family. It must be said, the reason the Li family fell so quickly in Lin Ming's hands in the last life was entirely due to this woman Lu Xinyan. Even Lin Ming's superior did not dare to send people into the Li family without evidence. But Lu Xinyan dared. Because Lu Xinyan acted recklessly, directly controlling Li Lijian, many of Li Lijian's backup plans were unable to operate in time, and much illegal evidence could not be destroyed. In the end, many scandals of the Li group were exposed, leading to the downfall of the Li family. One could say this woman Lu Xinyan is a natural nemesis of villains born to counter Li Ran. Despite her currently blinking her big eyes and appearing inviting, who knows if she will come back to settle the score later. Therefore, Li Ran preferred to remain inactive. Seeing Li Ran remain still, Chun Hao spoke up again. Don't be fooled by our young Li's wealth and good looks. This is actually his first time in such a place, and he's still a bit unaccustomed to it. Little beauty, why not take the initiative to raise a glass to our young Li? Lu Xinyan looked at Li Ran with great interest, her eyes blinking, and with a slight smile, poured him a glass of liquor. Young Li, why not drink a toast with me? Li Ran. Chun Hao, for God's sake, if you can't speak, don't. Does that make you seem more eloquent? However, Li Ran also dared not offend this woman, so he reluctantly raised the glass, preparing to drink alone. Chun Hao waved his hand and laughed. Drinking alone is boring. A few wealthy young men chimed in. At the very least, we need to do a toast together. What do you think, beauty? Li Ran thought, I want to write the word wronged on your faces. However, Li Ran was not too flustered. Such an outrageous demand would likely be refused by Lu Xinyan, even if he did not speak up. But Lu Xinyan's next words made Li Ran's face feel a bit painful. Lu Xinyan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Sure. In truth, Lu Xinyan did not know much about Li Ran. In her past life before Li Ran's death, she remembered him as a good-for-nothing playboy. Until after Li Ran's death, one woman after another appeared. With their help, Lu Xinyan obtained numerous pieces of evidence of Lin Ming's crimes, ultimately bringing him to justice. Thus, Lu Xinyan also wanted to see what kind of charm this man possessed. How could so many women be willing to risk their lives for him and seek vengeance after his death? She was currently testing whether Li Ran was truly worth so many people risking their lives for revenge. At that moment, Li Ran felt utterly numb upon hearing Lu Xinyan's words. Miss Lu, it's just a mission, no need to go to such extremes, right? Looking at Lu Xinyan, Li Ran wanted to say, a few $100 a month, what are you risking your life for? I know who you are, and that you are currently on a mission. Upon realizing this, Li Ran still took a drink for himself. Only at this moment did he remember that Lin Ming seemed to be beside him. Wait a minute. If Lin Ming saw him playing around with his woman, could he bear it? This guy can't be a minotaur, right? Instantly, Li Ran felt a bit angry. You may be a minotaur, but tonight this is your show. Why should I act on your behalf? I don't want to help you perform. Li Ran turned to glance only to discover Lin Ming still at the bar. This guy was looking around while occasionally glancing at his watch. Wait, isn't Lu Xinyan the one Lin Ming is waiting for? Li Ran quickly summoned the system and quickly skimmed through this segment of the plot. In an instant, Li Ran's expression became even more unpleasant. To be fair, tonight's hero-saving Thebaity scenario was indeed an unexpected encounter for Lin Ming. Of course, one cannot say it was entirely accidental. According to the plot, Lin Ming had come here tonight specifically to meet a guy named Wei Laoda. Wei Laoda is the leader of the local gang, the Tianhu gang, in Modu. The purpose of Lin Ming's meeting with Wei Laoda tonight was quite simple. He wanted to incorporate the underground forces of Modu into his own. After all, Lin Ming was a king in the underground world abroad, very familiar with this aspect. However, Lin Ming did not anticipate that there would be police action at the Fengling bar tonight. His collaboration partner Wei Laoda had long been targeted. With the police having set a trap, Wei Laoda's arrest had become a foregone conclusion. Lin Ming was deeply afraid that Wei Laoda would expose him. Making a swift decision, he resolved to eliminate Wei Laoda. At the same time that Lin Ming killed Wei Laoda, he fortuitously rescued Lu Xinyan. The two became acquainted through this, leading to a beautiful romance later on. It must be said that Lin Ming is a child of destiny with a halo of the protagonist surrounding him. While resolving the crisis, he also managed to win the favor of the beautiful police officer Lu Xinyan. But this also indicated that Lin Ming did not yet know Lu Xinyan. In other words, it was impossible to expect Lin Ming, the protagonist, to come to the rescue. Time passed. Lu Xinyan was increasingly observing her surroundings. Li Ran felt a sense of foreboding. This was the prelude to a showdown with the Flower Brother. Li Ran thought it best to avoid the spotlight. After all, once the two sides clashed, being so close would likely lead to innocent bystanders being harmed. Who knows what might happen later? Li Ran did not want to expose his martial arts skills. Looking at Chun Hao, who was playfully teasing two women, Li Ran said, "Chen Xiao, accompany me to the restroom." Chun Hao turned around looking at Li Ran with confusion, foolishly saying, "Li Xiao, my kidneys are fine and I don't need to go urgently right now. You can go by yourself." "Damn it, Chun Hao, you idiot." Li Ran almost spat blood in anger. At that moment, Li Ran spotted two men entering through the bar's rear door, both wearing sunglasses. One was dressed in a sharp suit, the other was bald, his scalp adorned with a snarling tiger tattoo. Their absurdly ostentatious appearance left no doubt these were the men scheduled to meet the drug dealers tonight. The bar's lighting was already dim, yet they wore sunglasses indoors. Wasn't that an outright declaration of guilt? Truly, these antagonists were astonishingly reckless. Without further hesitation, Li Ran rose to pull Chun Hao aside before trouble erupted. Yet the moment Li Ran stood up, a pair of slender arms pressed him back down. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Lu Xinyan's supple body pressed against him, and she seized his hand, guiding it firmly onto her waist. "Don't speak. Hold me now and what?" Li Ran stared blankly, his limbs slack as Lu Xinyan directed him without resistance. Just then, spotting the bald thug approaching their booth, his hand slid away from her waist, and Lu Xinyan instantly panicked. Under the stunned gazes of wealthy young patrons and hostesses, Lu Xinyan cradled Li Ran's head and kissed him full on the lips. Chun Hao leapt to his feet, murmuring in awe, "Damn. Is this the sheer magnetism of my elder brother?" Brilliant. Li Ran's mind had frozen, utterly blank. This woman was astonishingly audacious. Not a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Lu Xinyan would one day belong to Lin Ming. And strangely, that notion sent a subtle thrill through him. Wasn't this tantamount to clandestine passion beneath Lin Ming's very eyes? In imagining Lin Ming's head tinged with emerald envy, Li Ran felt a pang of guilt. Lin Ming, it truly wasn't my doing. She threw herself at me." Li Ran remained unaware that Wei Laoda of the Tianhu gang had previously met Lu Xinyan. Should Wei Laoda spot her here prematurely, their entire operation, to catch the dealers red-handed, would collapse. Desperate, Lu Xinyan had resorted to this drastic ruse. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, standing by the bar, had also noticed Wei Laoda. Yet he did not approach immediately. Years of covert assassination missions abroad had instilled in him an unshakable habit: always survey the surroundings for threats before making contact. His gaze swept the room, and suddenly locked onto Chun Hao, rising to his feet. Then beside him he recognized a familiar figure locked in a passionate kiss with a woman. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes blazed crimson. In that silhouette, unmistakable, it was Li Ran, that despicable coward, striking only from behind. And he, the undisputed king of soldiers, a man who commanded storms across continents, had been humiliated by a spoiled scion and his bodyguards. Merely recalling it shamed him. This insult, he could not swallow it. They'd been scheming how to confront Li Ran, confined as he was to his home, only to encounter him here, fate's cruel irony. Lin Ming surged to his feet and strode forward, radiating lethal intent. Hadn't Li Ran beaten him into a swollen wreck last night? Tonight he would reduce Li Ran to something far worse. But Lin Ming hadn't anticipated what followed. The moment he turned, the bartender and two waiters lunged, pinning him down. Shock flickered across Lin Ming's face. To be ambushed by waiters, utterly unforeseen. When had mere service staff dared lay hands on him? A savage fury ignited in his eyes. And tonight Li Ran would be punished. Whoever stood in his way would perish. Lin Ming tensed to kick one waiter flying and clear the path to Li Ran. A cold black muzzle pressed hard against the base of his skull. "Don't move." Lin Ming's expression hardened. He saw the waiter he'd just sent sprawling now rise and produce a police badge from his jacket. Not bad. Your reflexes are sharp." The officer spat blood, then snapped handcuffs around Lin Ming's wrists. Then without pause he drove a brutal punch into Lin Ming's abdomen. "Take him away." Dragged off. Lin Ming stood dazed, bewildered. What in hell was happening? How had the police known he'd rendezvous with Wei Laoda here? He had no idea. The moment he entered the bar, clad in that stark black suit, he'd drawn every officer's attention. The instant he signaled intent to approach, the dealer's orders came down: seize him immediately. Months of meticulous preparation had gone into tonight's takedown. No margin for error. No deviation could be tolerated. Every suspicious individual would be detained. Simultaneously, as Lin Ming struggled, the newly seated dealers sensed peril and bolted. Lu Xinyan shot Lin Ming a venomous glare. Could he truly be aligned with these traffickers? In her past life, Lin Ming had appeared mysteriously at the bar and rescued her. She'd trusted him without question. But reborn, her instincts now pierced through inconsistencies. Why was Lin Ming here? Whom was he awaiting? Why in her previous life had he killed Wei Laoda? The directive to monitor Lin Ming closely had been issued by her. Fortunately, undercover officers disguised as hostesses and waitstaff had already moved in. Lu Xinyan planted a foot on the sofa and vaulted clean over Li Ran's head. and Li Ran felt darkness descend. And damn, she's that fierce. And he finally grasped the truth behind the adage appearances deceive. Nala's, she wore opaque leggings. Li Ran, however, wasted no time pondering undergarments. And with chaos erupting, escape was paramount. And Chen Hao meanwhile had frozen, then scrambled beneath the sofa paralyzed by terror. Humph, so much for that fool's bravado. And Li Ran hauled him upright. Just as his peripheral vision caught one dealer drawing a pistol, its barrel aimed squarely at Lu Xinyan. Damn, where's Lin Ming? And I asked the protagonist still late. And Li Ran glanced back, to see Lin Ming dragged away like a sack of grain by two plainclothes officers. And my apologies, I misjudged you. But there was no time now to unravel why Lin Ming had been arrested. The instant the dealer cocked the hammer, Li Ran snatched the ashtray from the table and hurled it. And bang! Not gunshot cracked. The weapon flew from the dealer's grip. The tattooed thug clutched his spurting wrist, his gaze locking onto Li Ran with icy malice. Li Ran rolled his eyes, unmoved. And what now? Still itching for a fight. And try again next lifetime. And this one, you forfeited your chance. And dragging Chun Hao, he fled without looking back. And startled by the gunshot, Lu Xinyan whirled, heart pounding. Her eyes fell upon the ashtray lying on the floor, then followed Li Ran's retreating back. A faint involuntary smile curved her lips. And oddly, even his fleeing silhouette held a certain grace. And the bar swarmed with officers. Had Lin Ming not disrupted the plan, apprehending the dealers would have been effortless. After all, Lu Xinyan already knew the script. And within moments, every dealer was in custody. A large crowd blocked the entrance, and it took Li Ran and Chun Hao a long time to leave the bar. As soon as they reached the bar's door, Chun Hao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Li Shao, you saved my life again." Li Ran patted his shoulder and replied, "We are brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Just so you know, if you ever screw me over again, let's see if I still rescue you." As the two continued their conversation, Li Ran suddenly sensed two eyes filled with hatred glaring at him. He turned around and saw Lin Ming in the back seat of a police car gripping the iron bars. Lin Ming was gritting his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Li Ran. Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, how did this guy end up in a police car? Something feels off. He's wearing a shiny bracelet. Could he have gotten himself in trouble?" Li Ran shook his head and replied, "Who knows?" At that moment, he found Lin Ming's hatred quite baffling. It was just his villain aura. Even a casual outing for drinks could attract the hatred of the main character. What a lunatic. "The one arresting you is the police, not me. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think the police station is my family business?" Li Ran mouthed two silent words at Lin Ming, not bothering with him further. "I'm leaving, see you tomorrow." He waved goodbye to Chun Hao and left. In his previous life, Li Ran thought Lin Ming was quite impressive, having many international wanted criminals under him who respected him. However, in this life, he felt Lin Ming had become rather pathetic. Last night, after rescuing Qin Qing, he got knocked out by her. Now in the bar, he was trying to be a hero, but got caught by the police before he could even act. He was utterly useless. If it weren't for him working overtime for free to help Lin Ming finish the script, the female lead Lu Xinyan would likely not survive tonight. Li Ran felt quite unhappy. Lin Ming was somewhat ungrateful. Here he was working for free to help him navigate the plot, and Lin Ming couldn't even muster a word of thanks, yet he stared at him like that. In the police car, Lin Ming angrily slammed his hand against the iron bars. The two silent words Li Ran mouthed were clearly idiot. Lin Ming's outburst caught the attention of the plainclothes officer sitting in the passenger seat, who happened to be the one Lin Ming had kicked away. As a former soldier, Lin Ming's kick had considerable force, and his stomach still ached from it, while still so arrogant even after getting into a police car. In the next moment, the plainclothes officer pulled out a taser and jabbed it into Lin Ming's waist. Zzz. In an instant, Lin Ming convulsed as if he had epilepsy. Meanwhile, the joint operation of the drug enforcement team and the criminal investigation team that night was a resounding success, with criminals caught red-handed. There was no time for celebration, and Captain Zhang immediately dispatched someone for a late-night interrogation of several drug dealers. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the drug dealers knew they could no longer resist. Without much effort, they all confessed. However, one person stubbornly refused to admit any association with the drug dealers, claiming he was wronged. This left Captain Zhang quite troubled. After all, their mission was to not let any bad guy slip away, but at the same time, they couldn't mistakenly arrest an innocent person. Just then, Lu Xinyan, who was watching the interrogation through the surveillance cameras, suddenly spoke up. "Captain Zhang, let me give it a try." Captain Zhang considered it for a moment and nodded all right. Lu Xinyan entered the interrogation room. Name: Lin Ming. Gender: male. Age: occupation. Lin Ming cooperated fully, and after a routine interrogation, he showed no signs of weakness. This type of interrogation was child's play for him. At that moment, Lu Xinyan slammed the table and sneered, "A student. They'll give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you're a student, but why would a student come to a bar to meet the leader of the Tianhu gang?" Lu Xinyan scrutinized Lin Ming, not letting any micro-expression on his face escape her notice. Lin Ming smiled slightly and replied, "I don't know who the leader of the Tianhu gang is. I just came here to drink." "Then why were you near the drug dealers?" "I already said I saw a couple of acquaintances at the bar and wanted to say hello." Chen Hao and Li Ran, we are students from the same school and have met before. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't be tricked by Lu Xinyan. He had met the leader of the Tianhu gang under a false name. Before this, he had only contacted Big Wei through his subordinates, and Big Wei had never even seen his face. At this point, all he had to do was firmly deny knowing Big Wei. Although Lin Ming's answers showed no signs of weakness, Lu Xinyan noticed that when she mentioned Big Wei, Lin Ming's pupils slightly constricted. He definitely has a connection to Big Wei. Instantly, Lu Xinyan thought of interrogating Big Wei. In his previous life, after Big Wei's death, the Tianhu gang's influence had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. Lu Xinyan was now certain that the person Big Wei wanted to meet was Lin Ming. However, after a round of interrogation, Lu Xinyan had made no progress. She had no evidence to prove that the person Big Wei met was Lin Ming. Lin Ming stayed in the interrogation room for 2 days. After his detainment period was up, his lawyer managed to secure his release. The day after Lin Ming left, Big Wei mysteriously died in prison. This made the evidence even more elusive. Lu Xinyan gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing that Lin Ming was behind it. With Lin Ming's methods, it was not difficult to accomplish. However, Lu Xinyan was not one to be trifled with. Just because she couldn't handle Lin Ming now didn't mean she couldn't in the future. Back at the police station, Lu Xinyan activated 2 informants from the Tianhu gang. After Big Wei's death, Lin Ming would definitely send his subordinates to consolidate Big Wei's power. Lu Xinyan had the 2 informants keep a close watch on every move of the Tianhu gang and report to her immediately if there was any sign of activity. Because Lu Xinyan knew that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ming would strike at Li Ran again. When that time came, she planned to set a trap for Lin Ming and catch him red-handed. Thinking of Li Ran, Lu Xinyan dialed a phone number. Hello, Uncle Ming. I need a favor. Please investigate Li Ran, the eldest young master of the Li family. Yes, I want all his information. It would be best if you could find out what he's been up to recently. The handsome figure of Li Ran, who had left in the past few days, occasionally flashed through Lu Xinyan's mind. Recalling the past, Lu Xinyan was slightly surprised. In that situation, she had not reacted, yet Li Ran had responded so quickly. Moreover, his demeanor when encountering the drug dealers was a bit too calm, as if he looked down on them. A normal person would have been like Chen Hao, panicking and running around. It must be said that after being reborn, Lu Xinyan noticed many things she overlooked in her previous life. Her intuition told her that this playboy Li Ran was not truly a playboy. He had an unknown secret. This also explained why so many women were willing to sacrifice for Li Ran in his previous life. If Li Ran knew what Lu Xinyan was currently thinking, he would likely be scared to the point of hair standing on end. Women really have a powerful imagination. Actually, I just know the plot. Don't make wild guesses. I really have no secrets, you have to believe me. The sun was warm. Lu Xinyan stood up and returned with a cup of tea. At this moment, the office phone rang. Xinyan, I've sent you Li Ran's information via email. This kid is quite interesting. Li Ran is interesting. Lu Xinyan didn't understand Uncle Ming. Recently, someone has donated to several schools and nursing homes under the name of Li Lijian and his wife. However, according to our investigation, Li Lijian and his wife are completely unaware of this matter. The funds for supporting the schools and nursing homes did not come from the Li Family Group's charity foundation, but from Li Ran's account. Thank you, Uncle Ming. After hanging up, Lu Xinyan quickly opened the email. After reading the information in the email, Lu Xinyan's mouth gaped in surprise. Li Ran had secretly funded over 200 schools and nursing homes. But why hasn't a single media outlet reported this? In fact, matters like sponsoring schools and aiding impoverished students are not widely known unless spoken of. However, if someone intends to investigate, it can be easily uncovered. Li Ran never anticipated that this woman Lu Xinyan would send someone to look into him. At this moment, as Lu Xinyan stared at the contents of the email, she was left in shock. She had considered the possibility that beneath Li Ran's frivolous exterior lay another persona. Yet she never expected that another side of Li Ran would be like this. This boy, branded with the label of wastrel, had quietly supported over 200 schools and nursing homes. But he kept it hidden from the world. In that instant, a new image of Li Ran emerged in Lu Xinyan's mind, overlapping with the image of the infatuated wastrel from her past life. Lu Xinyan's breath quickened, an irritable feeling rising within her. This was because she recalled her previous life. In her past life, the Li family fell, and Lin Ming swiftly seized control of their assets. In retrospect, Lu Xinyan also understood that she had been used by Lin Ming, who exploited her sense of justice. Lu Xinyan felt a twinge of guilt towards the Li family, and Li Ran, though it was not profound. After all, the Li family had indeed committed crimes. In Mu Bingshuan's impression, after the downfall of the Li family, Li Ran the wastrel appeared like a fledgling bird deprived of its parents' protection. He could have fled, yet he chose not to. Instead, he launched a frenzied retaliation against Lin Ming in a fit of madness. However, without power and influence, how could Li Ran contend with Lin Ming? Ultimately, Lin Ming did not spare Li Ran. Lu Xinyan still remembered the scene when she received the report and rushed to the abandoned building, witnessing Li Ran's lifeless body. Li Ran had died with a smile on his face. At that time, Lu Xinyan could not comprehend the smile on Li Ran's face. How could someone die so happily? Looking back now, Lu Xinyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. Perhaps that was exactly the conclusion Li Ran sought. He knew he could not contend with Lin Ming, and he was powerless to alter the fate of the Li family. This boy, seemingly frivolous on the outside, was in truth filled with kindness within. He was burdened by guilt towards his parents and tormented by hatred. For him, death might have been a form of liberation. In that moment, Lu Xinyan felt her eyes welling up, slightly reddening. Because in her past life, it was she who had indirectly caused the death of this kind-hearted boy. She had been Lin Ming's accomplice. What was Li Ran's fault for being born into the Li family? The illegal activities were committed by Li Lijian, not Li Ran. This boy had already been doing his utmost to help everyone in need. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinyan stood up. She then knocked on the door of the director's office. Behind the desk, Director Luo, who had cracked a major case, was in good spirits. "Xinyan, you're here. Please take a seat." Lu Xinyan stood straight and saluted Director. Last night's joint operation had citizens participating in assisting the police in capturing drug dealers. I propose we award him a Valor Award. At the Li family home, Li Ran, lounging in the pool, suddenly sneezed. What the hell, who's talking about me? No way, how could anyone be talking about me? Maybe I've been in the water too long and caught a chill. Li Ran hurriedly climbed out of the pool. At that moment, the phone placed on the beach chair suddenly rang. Li Ran picked it up and answered. "Hello, is this Li Ran? I am Officer Lu from the criminal police team, the one who impersonated a hostess at the bar last time." In the office, Lu Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled a moment with Li Ran. Outside the office, several officers were left dumbfounded. Why was Liu's face so red just from making a phone call? Could she be in love? A few curious officers leaned in. At that moment, Lu Xinyan also noticed someone peeking from outside the door. "What are you doing here? Don't you have anything better to do?" She opened the door and yelled, causing the officers to recoil. Back in the office, sitting down again, Lu Xinyan turned to the phone and spoke softly. No, I just said that you." Meanwhile, beside the pool, Li Ran, who had just picked up the phone, was startled by Lu Xinyan's outburst, nearly dropping his phone into the water. In that instant, Li Ran thought, damn, this woman is definitely here to settle the score with me. Hearing Lu Xinyan's tone, she was quite upset. Before Lu Xinyan could speak, Li Ran decided to take the initiative. "Officer Lu, I had no idea you were the hostess. I meant, I didn't know you were impersonating a hostess. In any case, what happened last time was entirely your initiative. Ew, I did nothing wrong, and besides, I cooperated with you, didn't I? You can't go back on your word and settle scores later." Lu Xinyan wanted to extort him, but no way. Lu Xinyan's face, which had just calmed down, turned red again. What on earth? What nonsense was Li Ran talking about? I'm not here for that. Then what is it? Li Ran suddenly felt panic. "You're not going to make me responsible, are you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. My heart only belongs to Bingxian. Listen to me." Upon hearing Li Ran say his heart belonged only to Mu Bingxuan, Lu Xinyan suddenly became a bit angry. It was the same in the previous life. Oh, Li Ran loved Mu Bingxian until the end. How could there be such a devoted person in this world? "I've applied for a Valor Award for you. Come to the police station to collect it when you have time." Valor Award. Li Ran's eyes widened. "Why didn't you say that earlier? You scared me." Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't about settling scores with him. "Officer Lu, you're being too polite. We're all family here. Why would you need to reward your own people, right? By the way, how much is the reward?" Lu Xinyan. 30,000. 30,000. That's so little. On the other end of the line, Lu Xinyan rolled her eyes again. Li Ran asked, "By the way, will there be media taking pictures when I collect the award? Should I change clothes?" Lu Xinyan, "Whatever you want." What does whatever mean? Should I or shouldn't I? Li Ran felt he could accept it. In the afternoon, Li Ran donned a white suit and cheerfully walked into the police station. "Where's Officer Lu?" "I'm here to collect the Valor Award." Seeing that this guy even brought a few media outlets along, Lu Xinyan rubbed her forehead. "You didn't report on sponsoring over 200 schools and nursing homes, but you're making a big deal of collecting a Valor Award." How did Lu Xinyan not see how good Li Ran was at acting in the previous life? However, valor is a good thing, and they encourage citizens to promote such spirit. This is a positive and good image worthy of media coverage. After the award ceremony, Lu Xinyan suddenly called out to Li Ran. "Li Ran, I know you're not a bad person at heart. If possible, please try to persuade your father." Lu Xinyan felt that Li Ran was not inherently bad and could be guided onto the right path. "Li Ran, you say I'm not bad at heart. Do you even need to tell me that?" Lu Xinyan's words completely puzzled Li Ran. What does it mean for a female protagonist to say this to him, a villain? Isn't she asking him to abandon the dark side and turn to the light? What a joke, I'm a villain. Li Ran couldn't understand. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to deal with her. She probably took the wrong medicine. When he returned home, Li Ran found Li Lijian unexpectedly in the living room. "Sharon, come to my study for a moment." Seeing Li Ran return, Li Lijian put down the newspaper in his hand and turned towards the study. Li Ran hurriedly followed. He knew the next plot was about to begin. The next scene, Li Ran recalled a storyline about competing with Lin Ming for the riverbank land. Following Li Lijian, he walked into the study. Sure enough, upon entering the study, Li Lijian asked Li Ran to take a seat. "Xiao Ran, you're not a child anymore. You should start to familiarize yourself with matters in the business world." Li Ran followed the script and said, "Dad, I've been eager to get started. Everyone says a tiger father doesn't raise a dog son. You should have entrusted the business to me long ago to help relieve some of your pressure. Tell me which company should I lead as the CEO? CEO? Li Lijian shot him a glare annoyed. You little rascal wanting to fly before you can even crawl. I'm not as the CEO. Li Ran pouted. That's boring. Li Lijian then tossed a folder onto the table in front of him. This is the information about the land being auctioned by the Jiangtan government. I'll take a look. Li Ran picked up the document and flipped through it. Dad, do you plan to buy this piece of land? Li Lijian asked, how much do you think this land is worth? In Modu, land is worth its weight in gold. Such a large piece of land would not be a loss even if bought for 200 billion. However, Li Ran couldn't say 200 billion. After all, he was a good-for-nothing scion lacking both vision and intellect compared to his father. After a glance, Li Ran hesitated and said, about 100 billion, I suppose. 100 billion. A hint of disappointment flickered in Li Lijian's eyes as he sighed inwardly. He then explained the value of this land is over 200 billion. Take the information home to study how this land should be developed and where its value lies. This Friday is the public auction of the government land, so you should attend. Remember, 220 billion. That's our bottom line. Definitely do not tell anyone about it. Li Ran nodded. Understood, Dad. Li Lijian waved his hand, unwilling to say more. Li Lijian was the richest man in Modu and a giant in the business world. In the realms of commerce and politics, the mention of Li Lijian's name commanded respect. Unfortunately, his son was so disappointing. How could he trust the vast Li family estate to Li Ran? Li Lijian did not expect Li Ran to surpass him or to expand the Li family's enterprises further. However, he hoped his son would at least have the ability to protect himself should there come a day when he was no longer around. In the face of the 10 prominent families lurking, could Li Ran defend the empire he had built? Li Ran excitedly left with the documents. Inside the room, however, Li Lijian suddenly appeared much older. In the corridor, the joy on Li Ran's face faded away. He turned back to glance at the closed study and sighed slightly in his heart. I'm sorry. No parent in the world does not wish for their child to succeed. Li Lijian had so many expectations for him. How could Li Ran not understand? Unfortunately, he was a villain. The Li family was also a villain. All he could do was let Li Lijian down time and again. Yet even so, Li Lijian had never been harsh on him and had never given up on him. Back in his room, Li Ran tossed the Jiangtan land documents aside. He had long since read through this information. In his previous life, he had even been inspired to draft a development plan for the Jiangtan land. However, that development plan for the Jiangtan land ultimately remained unused until his death. It could only be left to gather dust in some corner of his room. Because according to the storyline, that piece of Jiangtan land would eventually fall into the hands of the Wang family, who were collaborating with Lin Ming at Friday's auction. Feeling a bit frustrated, Li Ran walked up to the rooftop to clear his mind. He knew he was ultimately still part of the story. He was human and he had emotions. Faced with those close to him, he could not truly pretend to be indifferent and uncaring. He needed to readjust his mindset for the upcoming storyline. Meanwhile, on the other side, you think you can take over the Tianhu gang? Who the hell do you think you are? In the Tianhu gang's nightclub, an elder stared at the long-haired man who had suddenly appeared in the conference room and slammed the table. At the same time, several senior members of the Tianhu gang qualified to be at the table also began to reprimand him. Wu Xiao, the corpse of Boss Wei hasn't even gone cold yet, and you bring this person in here, what does that mean? When we were following Boss Wei, you didn't even know where to wear your pants. Are you daring to betray us? Looking at the furious elders, a middle-aged man named Wu Xiao smiled slightly and bowed to the long-haired man beside him. Mr. Yi, these are the old fossils in the gang. When Boss Wei was alive, these people were his trusted aides. In the conference room, there were at least 30 or 40 subordinates brought by the elders, all of them capable fighters. At this moment, every one of them had their hands in their pockets ready to draw their guns at any moment. However, the long-haired man remained unperturbed. Here's another opportunity I'm giving you all. Submit or die. The elders, filled with rage, broke into laughter. Someone take that traitor Wu Xiao to Lord Guan and deal with him according to the gang's rules. As for this person, chop him into pieces and throw him into the river to feed the fish. Just as the henchman rushed forward, the long-haired man moved. A small knife slipped out from his sleeve. The blade flashed. The closest Tianhu gang elder had just stood up when he covered his neck with his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground, and at the same time the long-haired man's knife had already plunged into another elder's chest. In less than 10 seconds, all the elders who had spoken against him lay in pools of blood. The remaining members looked at the long-haired man with eyes full of fear, and the entire table fell into silence. After all, these people had lived by the blade, frequently engaging in fights and killings. But ultimately, they were still thugs. They had never seen someone like the long-haired man with such skill and ruthlessness. Killing was done with a single stab without a blink of an eye. It was as if he viewed human life as mere grass. The scene was chaotic. Those henchmen who had lost their leaders suddenly became headless, while the remaining bosses dared not move. The situation was quickly controlled by Wu Xiao's underlings, who charged in from outside. The long-haired man leisurely pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the small knife clean. Now that I am taking over the Tianhu gang, does anyone support or oppose? In the large conference room, the remaining bosses of the Tianhu gang trembled and dared not respond. With several core elders of the Tianhu gang dead, Lin Ming's subordinate, Yi Xiao took over the Tianhu gang without any obstacles. After announcing Wu Xiao as the temporary head of the Tianhu gang, Yi Xiao went to a boxing gym. Bang, bang, bang. In the boxing gym, 5 strong men, each standing at least 180 centimeters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, were training with Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming's storm-like offensive, the 5 strong men could only barely hold on. When they saw Yi Xiao enter, Lin Ming no longer held back, knocking one strong man down with a punch followed by a knee strike that sent another flying. Then he swiftly dodged a straight punch from another strong man and landed a hook to his chin, finishing with a whip kick to another strong man's neck. For the last strong man, Lin Ming executed a 360 spinning kick in the air. One kick struck the strong man's head, sending him flying into the air and crashing to the ground in a spiral. Several subordinates came up and lifted the strong men who were rolling on the floor. Lin Ming stepped down from the ring and picked up a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yi Xiao stepped forward respectfully and said, "Master, the Tianhu gang has already submitted." Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction and looked at Yi Xiao, speaking calmly. "The task on Nightingale's side has been completed. When they return to the country, I will send them to assist you in expanding the Tianhu gang's influence. In 3 months, I want the Tianhu gang's territory to double." Yi Xiao replied, "Understood. All right, you may leave now." Lin Ming waved his hand, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Li Ran, just wait. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. When the Nightingale team returns to the country, I will first take one of your legs. Once I have leverage over the Li family, that will be your end." Lin Ming returned to his apartment where another subordinate was already waiting in the room. "Master, the results of the cooperation with the Wang family have come in. Here is their proposal for bidding on the land by the riverside. Please take a look." Lin Ming picked up the proposal and asked, "What do you think of this plan?" This Wall Street real estate investment genius said, 180 billion. "I believe this price is quite reasonable. If we acquire that piece of land, we will have significant profit margins." "You are mistaken," Lin Ming shook his head. "Profit is not our goal. How much we earn is of no concern to me. What we need to do is suppress other families and compress their profit margins. Only then do we have a chance to collaborate with them. Moreover, do you think the Wang family can snatch such a juicy piece of meat from a business tycoon like Li Lijian?" In terms of investment, Lin Ming truly did not understand as much as this investment genius. However, Lin Ming was very clear that if the Wang family could outmaneuver Li Lijian, they wouldn't need to cooperate with him. Who would be willing to share a delicious meal that they could devour themselves? Looking at this subordinate, Lin Ming spoke calmly. "Add another 500 billion in funding." As expected of a soldier king, he spoke of 500 billion in funding without hesitation. The two were unaware that next door a pair of ears was listening to their conversation clearly. Qin Qing smiled slightly. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, Jiang Tian looked helplessly at his sister. "You are going to the auction on Friday too. Xiaoyue, please stop messing around." Jiang Qinyu raised her head angrily and met Jiang Tian's gaze. "Who says I'm messing around? I not only want to participate in this auction, but also represent the Jiang family to bid on the riverside land." "Xiaoyue, I understand your desire to contribute to the Jiang family." Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "But business matters are really not suitable for a little girl like you to get involved in." Jiang Qinyu smiled. "Do you really think 200 billion can secure the riverside land?" "Naive." Jiang Qinyu raised her hand and slammed a document on the table, startling her second brother. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qinyu lifted her fair neck. "Open it and see." Jiang Tian, with a face full of doubt, picked up the document and casually opened it. Next, the gaze of this commercial genius from the Jiang family gradually became shocked. This was actually a development plan for the riverside land. The plan was only 10 pages long. However, Jiang Tian spent an hour barely digesting the content of this plan. Looking at Jiang Qinyu, Jiang Tian's face was filled with disbelief. "Little sister, this development plan for the riverside land was created by you." "My own little sister is actually a commercial genius. How did I not discover this before?" At this moment, looking at Jiang Qinyu, Jiang Tian felt like he had struck gold. "How about it? Can I participate in the auction now?" Jiang Qinyu smiled, but did not directly answer. How could she say that this plan was actually something she stumbled upon while sorting through Li Ran's belongings in her previous life? Jiang Tian had no idea that the plan Jiang Qinyu gave him was merely a rewritten version based on her memory, with many parts still lacking. If one were to say who the genius is, it is not her, it is Li Ran. "Of course you can." Jiang Tian nodded, then asked with confusion, "By the way, you just said 200 billion can't secure the riverside land." Jiang Qinyu asked, "How much profit do you think the riverside land would yield according to this development plan?" "At least it should double." Instantly, Jiang Tian understood. Previously, he thought the land was worth only 200 billion because based on his development plan, beyond that amount the profit from the land was not substantial. But now, according to Jiang Qinyu's development plan, even if they spent 300 billion, they would still have ample profit margins. Jiang Tian asked, "How much do you think is appropriate?" Jiang Qinyu smiled slightly. 250 billion. Jiang Tian frowned. Isn't that a bit low? With our Jiang family's funds we can afford more. I think 300 billion is also acceptable. Jiang Qinyu shook her head. Just 250 billion. Because she knew that in her previous life Lin Ming acquired this land for only 230 billion. Spending 250 billion to secure the riverside land was already sufficient. Jiang Tian did not hesitate and immediately decided, all right, we will go with your suggestion. Jiang Qinyu smiled with satisfaction and asked, what about the follow-up development collaboration for that piece of land? That too is up to you. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's response, Jiang Qinyu felt a surge of joy in her heart. It's settled. Li Ran, just wait. I will definitely give you a surprise at the auction on Friday. A new day? At the Li family. Li Ran had already tidied up his mood. No matter what the plot still had to unfold. He as the antagonist still had to continue playing his role. Sitting in a recliner, Li Ran recalled the specific plot regarding the auction. According to the plot, when entering the auction, he would encounter Lin Ming. As the antagonist, he would first mock the protagonist Lin Ming. Next, during the auction, after he called out a bid of 220 billion, no other families dared to raise their paddles. Just when he thought he was certain to win and could acquire the land, Lin Ming raised his bid. 230 billion. A successful counterattack, a slap in the face. Li Ran pondered. This time the plot should not go wrong. Because according to the plot, the upcoming auction would only involve him and Lin Ming. There would be no female protagonist present. Thus, there would be no situation where the female protagonist forcibly intervened and caused trouble. So this time he would finally get slapped in the face by Lin Ming. Ding dong. At that moment a message suddenly came through on VX. Li Ran picked up his phone. What? He saw that Chun Qing's VX avatar sent a voice message. What is this woman messaging me for? Li Ran was puzzled. He clicked on the voice message and Chun Qing's sweet voice rang out. Li Ran, I have a secret to tell you. Lin Ming has collaborated with President Wang of Wankai Real Estate. At the auction for the riverside land on Friday, Lin Ming will bid 230 billion. Instantly Li Ran was dumbfounded. What is Chun Qing up to? Aren't you the female protagonist? Why are you revealing news about Lin Ming to an antagonist like me? Aren't you afraid that Lin Ming will find out and make things difficult for you? Li Ran imagined a black hand appearing behind Lin Ming, stabbing him in the back. At the same time Li Ran felt like crying. All he wanted was to go through the plot smoothly. Could these female protagonists please stop meddling? No, I didn't see this message. If I know Lin Ming's trump card, how can I continue to act in the upcoming scenes? Li Ran prepared to delete this message. However, just as he was about to press the delete button, he suddenly remembered. Wait, that's not right. I obviously know that Lin Ming will bid 230 billion at the auction. But how did Chun Qing find out? After pondering, Li Ran couldn't help but reply to Chun Qing with a message. How did you find out about this news? Soon Chun Qing replied with a voice message. Hee, I overheard it. Aren't I clever? In the apartment, holding her phone, Chun Qing's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy. Li Ran must be very happy right now. Quickly praise me, praise me. At this moment, listening to the voice message from Chun Qing, Li Ran felt completely dazed. What the heck? Chun Qing, do you have a serious illness? Are you trying to play a game of deceit with me? Are you the female protagonist? Is this something a female protagonist would do? Very soon Chun Qing sent another voice message. Li Ran, why aren't you speaking? Stop typing, my hands are tired. Ooh, I want to hear your voice. Li Ran. This woman has gone mad. Li Ran shakily picked up his phone. He's still trying to fool me. I know you're in cahoots with Lin Ming. You're just trying to deceive me. Not a single word you say will I believe. Next, the plot of the auction. Li Ran will be slapped in the face by Lin Ming, and even Jesus won't be able. Li Ran couldn't believe what he had just said. Inside the apartment, Chun Qing was stunned. In an instant, the young widow pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, almost spilling over. Then she wiped her eyes. Coming to her senses, a glimmer of determination appeared in her gaze. Moreover, Li Ran was unaware that she was a reborn individual. They had only met once, and she was Lin Ming's landlord. It was only natural for Li Ran to find it hard to believe her so quickly. This time it was fine that Li Ran didn't believe her. Later she would gather more information about Lin Ming. Once Li Ran verified that the information was true, he would surely believe her. Chun Qing clenched her small fists tightly, secretly encouraging herself. Come on, Chun Qing, you can do this. When Li Ran understands how much you've sacrificed for him, he will be deeply moved and fall in love with you. Humph. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Li Ran wiped away the cold sweat that had come from being startled. Something was off. What was wrong with this young widow Chun Qing? The last time she knocked Lin Ming out in the abandoned building, it could be explained by the fact that she hadn't seen Lin Ming's face. But this time there was no way to explain it. Had this woman watched too many 007 movies and mutated? Or had she had a falling out with Lin Ming? After thinking it over, Li Ran couldn't make sense of it. Whatever this was, something Lin Ming should be concerned about. As a villain, why should he worry about the leads? After all, there were plenty of mutated female leads, so Chun Qing was no exception. He just needed to play his role as a villain well and follow his own storyline. Taking out the actor's self-cultivation from his pocket, Li Ran began to read it slowly. Recently his state of mind had been a bit off, always fretting over the leads. It was time to brush up on his studies. Soon Friday arrived. According to the plot, Li Ran and Li Lijian's secretary arrived at the auction venue. There weren't many participants in this auction, but those present were all financial giants of Mo City. After all, the land at Jiangtan was valued at 200 billion, and not every family could casually put that up for grabs. Those competing for this land were the top families in Mo City. Only the richest man in Mo City, Li Lijian, had the audacity to send his own offspring to participate in the auction. The others were all heads of families who had come in person. Of course, the secretary accompanying Li Ran was a trusted aide of Li Lijian. "Hello, Uncle Su. Hello, Uncle Qian. Hello, Uncle Fong." Accompanied by the secretary, Li Ran greeted each head of family he encountered. These were all people who had business dealings with Li Lijian, and Li Ran had met them before. "The auction is about to start, Li family nephew. Let's head inside first," said one of the heads of families. Upon entering the venue, Li Ran immediately spotted Lin Ming, who was dressed sharply in a suit, sitting with Mr. Wang from the Wang family, chatting and laughing together. Of course it was Mr. Wang who was flattering Lin Ming, while Lin Ming listened indifferently, occasionally responding with a word or two. After all, on such occasions as the protagonist, Lin Ming had to maintain his prestige. Li Ran took a moment to gather his emotions and walked straight over. According to the plot, he was supposed to mock Lin Ming right away to draw the protagonist's ire. Having thoroughly studied the villain's dialogue from the villain's self-cultivation, Li Ran had memorized countless lines. In various situations and scenarios, he was well-versed and could speak effortlessly. Approaching Lin Ming, he feigned surprise upon noticing him. "Oh, isn't this Lin Ming, my junior? Are you participating in today's auction?" As he spoke in astonishment, Li Ran looked down at Lin Ming with a condescending gaze. Lin Ming turned his head, raised his eyelids, and glanced at Li Ran indifferently. However, he did not speak. Clearly, he was too disdainful to engage with Li Ran. At that moment, the tension escalated. Mr. Wang beside Lin Ming looked awkward. "Young Master Li, this is young Master Lin, and I brought him to the—" Lin Ming could afford to ignore Li Ran, but Mr. Wang could not, as Li Ran was the son of Li Lijian. To survive in Mo City, Mr. Wang had this awareness. Li Ran knew it was time for him to act angry. "Did I talk to you?" Ignoring Mr. Wang, Li Ran looked at Lin Ming, a hint of anger flashing across his face. "I remember Junior Lin Ming is still renting a place in Mo City, isn't he? Since when can a country bumpkin like you participate in a land auction? Do you have money? Do you have a company? Can you afford even 1 square meter of land in Mo City?" At this point, many curious glances turned towards them. Where did this kid come from? How did he offend the young master of the Li family? It seems he came with Mr. Wang. "What's his name?" "Young Master Lin." "Young Master Lin. Have you heard of him?" "No, I haven't." "Mr. Wang looks pretty bad. His face has turned green." Many heads of families began to notice the enmity between Li Ran and Lin Ming. In an instant, numerous people felt sympathy for Lin Ming. After all, Li Ran was Li Lijian's son. How offending him would not bode well for Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly stared at Li Ran, his anger boiling within. He spoke lightly. "Who says that one must have money to attend an auction? As for whether I have money, that seems to have nothing to do with you, young Master Li." Of course, there were financial thresholds for auctions of this level, and one had to go through a review. However, Lin Ming was not worried at all because he had come with Mr. Wang. Wansong Real Estate Company, fully qualified to participate in the auction. "Gentlemen, the auction is about to start. Please return to your seats, thank you." Staff had already noticed the situation and quickly came over to resolve the argument. "Heck, country bumpkin." Looking at Lin Ming, Li Ran sneered, "Just don't get scared during the auction later." Lin Ming also smiled faintly. In his heart, he thought, "Once I secure this piece of land, let's see how arrogant you can be." He added 500 billion to his funds. He was determined to acquire this land today. Once he secured the Jiangtan land, he couldn't wait to see Li Ran's expression. That would definitely be amusing. Li Ran returned to his seat. To be cautious, he glanced over and noticed that the head of the Mu family was absent, which relieved him. After all, the Mu family was stabilized with Lin Ming's financial assistance. They wouldn't have extra funds to compete. However, Li Ran spotted another female-led. Jiang Qinwei, dressed in a white gown. Jiang Qinwei sat not far from Lin Ming beside Jiang Tian, the business prodigy of the Jiang family, looking exceptionally beautiful. This surprised Li Ran a bit. He didn't recall Jiang Qinwei being in the previous plot. After thinking it over, Li Ran suddenly realized Jiang Qinwei must have come to see Lin Ming. Truly, as the protagonist, even in an auction, simply flaunting a bit would attract the female leads. When Jiang Qinwei hears Lin Ming bid 230 billion, she would surely be starry-eyed. At this moment, the auction host had already taken the stage, and Li Ran stopped overthinking. "Welcome everyone to the auction for Jiangtan Lot No. 76. After a brief introduction, the gavel fell announcing the start of the auction. 130 billion, and 140 billion, and 150 billion. Nun Clan Patriarch after another raised their bidding paddles. Fierce competition erupted. And clearly many coveted this plot of land. Yet once the price reached 180 billion, the increments slowed markedly. 181 billion, and 182.5 billion. And watching bids climb only by mere billions, tens of billions at most. Li Ran knew it was time to step forward. And he flashed his paddle, 200 billion, and instantly the auction hall fell silent. Clan patriarchs turned toward Li Ran, eyes wide with astonishment and awe. In Li Lijian truly lived up to his title as Shanghai's wealthiest tycoon. His opening bid was 200 billion. In an instant, Li Ran became the undisputed center of attention. And the auctioneer on stage, perfectly attuned to the moment, rapped his gavel and declared, "Bidder no. 66, Li Group, 200 billion. With the gavel strike, hesitation flickered across several patriarchs' faces. And clearly this sum had already surpassed most bidders' internal thresholds. In seeing Li Ran's unwavering composure, many shook their heads faintly and withdrew. Only 3 or 4 of the 10 great clans' patriarchs clenched their teeth and pressed on. In 203 billion, and 204 billion, in the second round of bidding commenced. Yet Li Ran merely smiled faintly and raised his paddle once more. 220 billion, Nias. Li Ran had just unveiled his final unshakable limit. And he leapt 200 billion in a single breath. Nas, if those 200 billion were mere pocket change. And after announcing 220 billion, silence descended upon the hall once more. The remaining patriarchs cast long solemn glances at Li Ran, then sighed inwardly. Nall understood such a staggering figure could not possibly be Li Ran's own decision. It bore the unmistakable imprint of Li Lijian's decree. And Shanghai's wealthiest tycoon remained as ever peerless. At this land auction, Li Lijian need not even appear, yet he held every patriarch firmly in his grasp. And once 220 billion was declared, no further bids emerged. And Li Ran crossed his legs, surveying the hall with smug, self-satisfied triumph. His posture radiated petty arrogance, insufferably smug, almost taunting. And from his face, every onlooker could read the unspoken challenge. Dare you rival the Li clan? Do you possess the strength? And finally his gaze settled upon Lin Ming. Nose tilted upward, Li Ran let out a derisive snort, directed squarely at Lin Ming. In the hushed hall, that contemptuous sound rang sharp and piercing. At once numerous attendees turned toward Wang Zong and the young man beside him, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Throughout the entire auction, Wang Zong of Wansong Real Estate had not raised his paddle even once. In TSK Test A, Wang Zong has truly lost face today. I recall, he hasn't lifted his paddle even once, has he? And the auction ended before he so much as raised it. So did Wansong Group come merely to watch a spectacle? He has only himself to blame. Why provoke Li Ran of all people? 220 billion. That young Master Lin must be utterly stunned right now. 220 billion. And even among the other clans of the 10 great clans, that figure demanded sober, meticulous calculation. A glance at the expressions of the 10 great clans' patriarchs revealed the inevitable. This riverside plot belonged irrevocably to the Li Group. And even the auctioneer on stage and the staff surrounding him now understood. The land would be sold for 220 billion, secured by the Li Group. The auctioneer, who had waited patiently for some time, raised his gavel high. The Li Group bids 220 billion. 220 billion. Once, as the gavel struck, Zhu's secretary beside Li Ran exhaled softly. This was Master's test of his young master's mettle. The young master had performed admirably. Li Ran remained utterly unruffled, for he knew well Lin Ming's nature, a master of humble pretense and sudden dazzling reversal, a wolf disguised as a lamb. And he would never act until the very last moment. NPR the script: Lin Ming would speak only after the second gavel strike, stunning all present. But now, Jiang Tian, seated not far from Lin Ming, could barely contain himself. And if he delayed any longer, the land would fall into Li Ran's hands. The gavel hovered ready for its second descent. Jiang Tian prepared to raise his bidder number. Jiang Qingyue swiftly grasped Jiang Tian's hand. Wait. Little sister. Jiang Qingyue glanced briefly toward Lin Ming, calm and composed. Patience. Hold your ground. She too was waiting for Lin Ming's move. Of course, Lin Ming's inaction would be even better. If Li Ran smoothly secured the riverside plot, Jiang Qingyue would welcome it wholeheartedly. 220 billion. Second time. Just as the auctioneer's gavel descended for the second time, Lin Ming finally acted. Amidst a sea of stunned, incredulous gazes, Lin Ming calmly raised his paddle, utterly unruffled. 230 billion. Instantly a collective gasp rippled through the hall. Hearing that chorus of sharp intakes, Lin Ming's lips curved almost imperceptibly upward. At that moment, Lin Ming felt, as though he'd just devoured a frost-chilled watermelon beneath the scorching midsummer sun, pure, ineffable relief. Among all his past displays of effortless superiority, none had ever delivered such unadulterated exhilaration, such perfect, soul-deep satisfaction. Ni's peripheral vision drifted almost involuntarily toward Li Ran. There, Li Ran stood, frozen face slack with utter disbelief. Instantly Lin Ming chuckled inwardly, twice. Look at that arrogant idle scion, dumbfounded and stupefied. How is this possible? 230 billion. Do you even possess that kind of wealth? Li Ran instantly assumed the role of a shattered, hollowed-out youth, his expression collapsing into profound shock and disbelief rendered with consummate artistry. Shock should give way to fury. After all, per the narrative, Li Ran had entered this auction precisely to prove his competence to Li Lijian. In failure to secure the Riverside plot would surely disappoint his father. You think 230 billion alone will claim this land, and let me make one thing clear. So long as Li Ran stand here, you shall never have it, Li Ran roared, feigning readiness to raise his paddle once more. And of course, he knew full well Zhu's secretary would intervene at this precise moment. True to expectation, Zhu's secretary swiftly restrained Li Ran's arm and murmured low, "Young master, business demands reason, not emotion. In 220 billion, that is master's absolute floor." Li Ran's established persona Li Lijian was his most revered figure, his command sacrosanct. Li Ran dared not defy his father's decree. In defeated, he slumped back into his seat, limp spent like a rooster humiliated in battle. And from afar Jiang Qingyue watched, fists clenched, heart tightening with anguish. Jiang Qingyue knew how pivotal this auction was for Li Ran. In her previous life, after this auction's failure, Li Ran had spiraled into irreversible despair. Na man who once shunned bars and nightclubs began frequenting them, relentlessly consorting with reckless, disreputable companions. Ultimately, he entangled himself with forces he ought never have approached, bringing calamity upon the Li clan. And had Li Lijian not been perpetually occupied mending Li Ran's disasters, neglecting critical affairs, the Li clan would never have fallen so easily to Lin Ming's machinations, nor so swiftly collapsed. Beside Jiang Qingyue, Lin Ming savored the scene with quiet, unspoken delight. In such a spoiled scion, merely a flick of his finger, a minor blow, and he crumbled utterly. In that instant, Lin Ming felt a renewed spark of hope, and perhaps after all he still stood a chance with Mu Bingxian. A shallow, love-obsessed playboy like Li Ran, even if he somehow won Mu Bingxuan's hand, could never retain her heart, and she would inevitably drift away from him. At her core, Mu Bingxian remained but a young woman, innocent, inexperienced in love. Thus she had been moved, only momentarily, by Li Ran's obsessive devotion. Nala's, Mu Bingxian was absent today, and otherwise witnessing Li Ran's pitiful, defeated state, she would surely feel profound disillusionment. And Lin Ming did not spare Li Ran another glance. A scion of such trivial arrogance was unworthy even to stand as Lin Ming's rival. And smiling serenely toward the stage, Lin Ming awaited the auctioneer's final proclamation. In 230 billion. First, the auctioneer raised his gavel. Suddenly a cool, crystalline feminine voice pierced the silence. 250 billion. 250 billion. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. A noble woman in a white gown resembling a white swan held up a sign with a faint smile on her lips. She was stunning. This was Jiang family's little princess, Jiang Qingyue. The one who quoted 250 billion is actually the Jiang family. I never expected that the final bidder would be the little princess of the Jiang family. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. This auction truly has its twists and turns. I thought this Lin Xiao was already the biggest dark horse of the auction, but unexpectedly behind the dark horse stood the fierce tiger of the Jiang family. The heads of these families exchanged complex glances filled with emotion. Lin Ming, this dark horse, had barely emerged when he was suddenly pinned down by the fierce tiger from the Jiang family. Seeing Jiang Qingyue raise the bid by 200 billion right off the bat, it was clear that she was determined to acquire the Jiang beach land, intending to crush Lin Xiao without giving him a chance to turn the tide. Instantly, many gazes shifted towards Lin Ming. They wanted to see how Lin Xiao would react. Lin Ming stood there dumbfounded, his smile frozen on his face. How could this be? Where did the Jiang family come from? At that moment, Lin Ming was completely bewildered, staring in disbelief at Jiang Qingyue. He never imagined that Jiang Qingyue, this little witch of the Jiang family, would stab him at the last moment. Was there actually someone who could remain calmer than him? Looking at Jiang Qingyue, Lin Ming quietly clenched his fists. This feeling of having just reached the peak of his life only to plummet to the depths was incredibly suffocating. He knew he had failed again. 250 billion first call. 250 billion second call. 250 billion third call. Sold. On the stage, the auctioneer waited for quite a while, and seeing that Lin Ming did not raise his bid again, he brought the hammer down, announcing that the Jiang family had successfully acquired the Jiang beach land. The auction had concluded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the venue, Li Ran was also dumbfounded. What was Jiang Qingyue doing? Just 3 minutes ago, everything was normal. It was just as Li Ran had predicted. Everything was unfolding according to the script. Just when it seemed Lin Ming was about to succeed in slapping him in the face, his scene could wrap up smoothly. However, Li Ran never anticipated that at the last moment Jiang Qingyue would stand up and bid 250 billion for the land. Did I pick up the wrong script? Jiang Qingyue, you must be the real protagonist. Li Ran fell into self-doubt. As far as Li Ran knew, the Jiang family's business had always been managed by Jiang Tian. What was Jiang Qingyue doing here? This was too bizarre. She had even stolen the chance for Lin Ming to flaunt his power. Weren't these two partnering to play tricks on him? This speculation was quite bold. However, Li Ran thought it wasn't impossible. Jiang Qingyue and Lin Ming were the main characters. How could the female lead slap the male lead's face? Although the final result was that Jiang Qingyue won the Jiang Beach land, it was still akin to indirectly slapping her own face. Because according to the plot this time, he was supposed to prove his business abilities to Li Lijian. He was determined to acquire the Jiang Beach land. With this in mind, Li Ran suddenly saw the light. You're quite clever, Jiang Qingyue. I almost fell for your trick. As expected of the female lead, she understood how to draw hatred for the protagonist, taking on the animosity of this villain. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue's actions were intended to attract hatred away from Lin Ming, the protagonist. Didn't Lin Ming go silent after Jiang Qingyue raised the sign? The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt his speculation was reasonable. Although he hadn't been slapped in the face by Lin Ming, it was Jiang Qingyue, the female lead, who had done the slapping, but it was close enough. At that moment, Li Ran suddenly noticed Jiang Qingyue leaving her seat and walking towards him. Now Li Ran was even more convinced of his speculation. Jiang Qingyue was definitely coming to slap him in the face. Li Ran also braced himself for the impending humiliation. At the same time, Lin Ming, who was about to leave, halted his steps, looking at Jiang Qingyue with curiosity. The auction had ended, and the Jiang family was the biggest winner. At this moment, what did Jiang Qingyue want with Li Ran? Lin Ming had investigated the relationship between Jiang Qingyue and Li Ran and knew some rumors. Thinking of those rumors, Lin Ming's interest was instantly piqued. Jiang Qingyue and Mu Bingxuan, two very famous beauties among the 10 major families in Modu, had always been at odds. Therefore, Jiang Qingyue also despised Li Ran, Mu Bingxuan's loyal follower. Jiang Qingyue approaching Li Ran meant there was a good show to watch. Indeed, Lin Ming saw Jiang Qingyue walk towards Li Ran, and Li Ran's face immediately turned ugly. What are you doing here? As Jiang Qingyue came before him, Li Ran put on a grim face. Are you here to watch my joke? You won. Looking at Li Ran's dejected and unwilling expression, Jiang Qingyue felt a slight pain in her heart. As expected, this auction had a huge impact on Li Ran, just like in the last life. Jiang Qingyue understood. This auction was an assessment from Li Lijian towards Li Ran. Li Ran desperately needed to win the bid for this land to prove his business capabilities. He had even prepared the subsequent development plans for the land. However, he never expected to disappoint Li Lijian once again. Naturally, his mood was poor now. Looking at Li Ran, Jiang Qingyue suddenly spoke. How about we collaborate on developing this land together? Let me tell you, this time you're lucky. Next time. Li Ran smoothly recited his memorized lines, but halfway through, his assistant secretary Zhu excitedly tugged at his sleeve. Young master, young master. May. Li Ran looked displeased at Secretary Zhu, questioning which side he was on. Young master, you're mistaken. Miss Jiang is here to seek collaboration with us. Collaboration? With us? Realizing it, Li Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at Jiang Qingyue, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Qingyue, are you out of your mind? Jiang Qingyue smiled like a blooming flower, nodding. That's right, us. Jiang family and Li family. Li Ran was instantly dumbfounded. Glancing at the astonished Li Ran, Secretary Zhu quickly added, Miss Jiang is sincere about collaborating. Our Li group certainly would not refuse. Secretary Zhu picked up the phone and called Li Lijian. On the other side, Lin Ming, who had heard the entire conversation between the two, was completely stunned at that moment. He stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Suddenly, Lin Ming understood. At today's auction, Li Ran and Jiang Qingyue must have discussed everything in advance. Only he, this big fool, was kept in the dark, played for a fool. Li Ran, Jiang Qingyue, you both wait for me. Glaring resentfully at Li Ran, who was still acting, Lin Ming stormed off, ignoring Mr. Wang beside him. Staying any longer, he feared he might lose control. I plan to develop this land into a commercial street with several commercial buildings around it, leaving a commercial plaza in the center. As for the name of the plaza, how about calling it Yuran Plaza? Meanwhile, listening to Jiang Qingyue ramble on, and Li Ran felt numb. Watching Lin Ming leave with eyes full of hatred, he really wanted to explain to him. This matter truly had nothing to do with me. Brother, believe me. It was all Jiang Qingyue's doing. Later, Jiang Qingyue's words were lost on Li Ran. He casually brushed her off with a few words and let Secretary Zhu chat with her. Li Ran drove home alone, his mind a chaotic mess. This scene was originally meant for Lin Ming to slap himself in the face, deepening his hatred for Lin Ming. But how did it end up deepening Lin Ming's hatred for him instead? Li Ran felt that hatred was mutual. Deepening Lin Ming's hatred for him was equivalent to deepening his own hatred for Lin Ming. In the end, they were more or less the same. However, all these events were staged by Jiang Qingyue herself. What about him? Was he merely a pawn at the auction, being blamed for something he didn't do? Forget it, it didn't matter. He was already accustomed to taking the fall. After all, he was just a villain, or if he didn't take the blame, who would? Whether it was one blame or two, it was still blame. Damn it. Upon returning home, he had just parked his car when a maid approached him and said, Young master, your father is waiting for you in the study. Got it. Li Ran replied. He entered the living room and headed towards the study. As he pushed open the door, he heard Li Lijian's hearty laughter. Ha ha, Xiao Ran, you did exceptionally well at today's auction. Dad really didn't misjudge you. Li Lijian looked at Li Ran with a beaming smile, his face filled with pride. He had already heard Secretary Zhu report the events over the phone. Even if Li Ran failed to win the land at Jiangtan, he wouldn't blame him. However, what Li Lijian did not expect was that his son had somehow managed to convince the Jiang family to hand over the subsequent development of the land to the Li family. This was a significant project. Although they hadn't secured the land at Jiangtan, this was still a worthwhile deal. Li ran. That I actually didn't do much. Li Lijian waved his hand, urging Li Ran to sit down, and poured him a cup of tea, wearing a smile that indicated he now understood. Son, you don't need to explain. I don't understand the affairs of young people. But you should play and let loose a bit. Youth is a form of capital, and being handsome is also a form of capital. Uffed. Li Ran sprayed his tea all over Li Lijian's face. What the hell was that supposed to mean? It's not what you think. This has strayed way off course. Li Lijian calmly wiped his face with a tissue, not the slightest bit angry. I always thought you looked quite handsome just like me. Son, I believe in you. Keep it up. Now Li Lijian had come to terms with it. His son's business acumen might be lacking, but it didn't matter. As long as his daughter-in-law was talented in business, it was still the same. This was called a roundabout way of saving the country. Li Ran knew he couldn't clarify this. Forget it, he would prepare for the next plot in advance. The next plot was the sports meet at Moda University. Back in his room, Li Ran called Chun Hao. By the way, does Bing Xian know I went to the bar recently? She knows. What was her reaction? Miss Mu was very angry, she said. Chun Hao stammered. Haha, it's good that she's angry. Li Ran asked, what did Bing Xian say? On the other end of the line, Chun Hao's aggrieved voice came through. She said, if I ever dared to take you to such places again, she'd have someone break my legs. This didn't sound like something Mu Bing Xian would say, as she must have been really upset. Li Ran felt overjoyed. According to the plot, he had never been able to win over Mu Bing Xian. But last time she had suddenly gifted him a watch at her birthday party, clearly indicating she was open to his advances, which was unusual. Fortunately, Li Ran was clever and went to the bar. After all, Mu Bing Xian had a slight emotional cleanliness issue. She had just accepted him at her birthday party, and he immediately turned around to visit those nightlife spots. Wasn't that just telling her he was a playboy? Li Ran was certain that now Mu Bing Xian's impression of him would drastically decline. She would probably need to reassess her view of him. The upcoming sports meet plot would feature Mu Bing Xian. Li Ran was worried that if Mu Bing Xian got angry, it would complicate the storyline. Now it seemed Mu Bing Xian's side was secure. It's fine, Bing Xian is just saying that as she's so kind she won't really do anything to you. Meanwhile, Chun Hao on the other end thought, if only you had seen Mu Bing Xian's expression at that moment, you wouldn't say that. Chun Hao felt wronged. It was obviously Li Ran who wanted to go to the bar. Why did Mu Bing Xian want to break his legs? What did it have to do with him, Chun Hao? Of course Li Ran was his good brother. Good brothers should stick together. No matter how black this pot was, Chun Hao had to take the blame for Li Ran. Just think about it, Li Ran had been pursuing Mu Bing Xian for years, and now he had finally managed to win her over. Could he, Chun Hao, stab his brother in the back? Was he that kind of person? So what if he had to take the blame for Li Ran? When Mu Bing Xian asked about Li Ran going to the bar, Chun Hao said, yes, that's right. I was the one who persuaded Li Ran to go to the bar, and the little sister was also my idea. However, Li Ran remained unperturbed, focused only on you, Miss Mu. In the end, Li Ran even helped the police solve a major case. On this side, Li Ran was satisfied as he hung up the phone. He went to the balcony and began to sort out the upcoming plot. If the previous hatred with Lin Ming was limited to jealousy, now after the auction it involved each other's interests. He was resentful towards Lin Ming for not winning the land. Thus his hatred for Lin Ming escalated further. Although there was a slight error at the auction and he didn't manage to slap Lin Ming in the face. But Li Ran was not worried. Because Jiang Qinyue was cooperating with him, Lin Ming's hatred for him had deepened. That was enough. After all, his hatred for Lin Ming and Lin Ming's hatred for him were pretty much the same. Next, let's talk about the sports meet plot at Moda University. This was essentially a transitional plot. Why transitional? Because at the sports meet, Lin Ming would represent the business administration department in a basketball game. During the basketball game, Lin Ming would steal the spotlight, making a three-pointer for the win. While slapping himself in the face, Lin Ming attracted the attention of Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to represent Moda University at the upcoming International Exchange Music Festival. The storyline for the International Exchange Music Festival was where Lin Ming would truly show off. At the International Exchange Music Festival, Lin Ming ended up stealing Prince William of the Eagle Kingdom's fiancée, putting a green hat on Prince William. So the green-hatted Prince William was in fact Li Ran's ally. Returning to the main topic. Although this was a transitional plot, Li Ran still needed to take it seriously. Because the events at the first campus sports meet were intricately linked to the following two plots: the bar assassination and the underground intelligence Queen Black Rose. After some thought, Li Ran decided to meet Elder Bai before the sports meet began to gauge the situation and facilitate his path in the upcoming plot. Although there weren't any major issues with Mu Bing Xian's side, Li Ran still had some reservations about this woman Bai Weiwei. After all, this woman knew about his musical talents. He needed to come up with a way to ensure she would invite Lin Ming to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival. At Modu Airport, an international flight's plane gradually came to a halt. 5 men clad in trench coats, each wearing oversized sunglasses, descended from the aircraft. Leading them was a blond man with a hooked nose who removed his sunglasses, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Master, we have arrived." "Excellent. Head to the Tianyu nightclub first. The address will be sent to you by the Night Owl Club. Beneath the basketball court, Lin Ming ended the call and said to the team captain, who was still training, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't be training. Draping his jacket over his shoulders, Lin Ming walked away with his hands in his pockets. Captain Lin Ming is way too arrogant. Exactly, with the school sports meet tomorrow, he hasn't even attended many basketball team training sessions. I really don't understand why the coach favors him so much and even keeps him in the starting lineup. Watching Lin Ming arrogantly leave, many team members expressed their discontent. Enough, the coach must have his reasons for the arrangement. We should just focus on our own tasks. The 1m basketball team captain from the business college glanced at Lin Ming's retreating figure, then at the indifferent coach, and spoke solemnly. Nearby, the basketball coach listened to the players' complaints and shook his head with a smile. When selecting team members, he had already been astounded by Lin Ming's basketball skills, deeming him extraordinary. Little did the players know Lin Ming was the coach's prized ace. Elsewhere, after receiving the address, the 5 stylish men got into a taxi. However, they failed to notice that when they removed their sunglasses, 2 men leaning against a railing smoking cigarettes glanced down at their phones. On one phone was a photo of the blonde man with the hooked nose who led the group. One man lowered his voice. Brother, who the person the boss is looking for has appeared. The man called Brother, who nodded subtly. Stay sharp, remember the license plate, keep an eye on them. I'll report back to the boss. Unaware, Lin Ming's arrival in Modu was immediately known to someone the moment the Nightingale squad entered the city. At the Shangtian business building, ostensibly a business company, the underground forces of Modu all knew better. This building was the domain of the underground intelligence queen of Modu, the Black Rose. Brother, who entered the building and took the elevator straight to the 50th floor. I have a report for the boss. 2 bodyguards wearing headsets at the door had obviously been notified in advance. One nodded and led Brother, who to the front of a hall door, gently knocking. Boss A, who has arrived. After a moment, a voice called from behind the door, come in. In the hall at the end of a long conference table stood a chair. Seated was a woman in a purple slit cheongsam. Her brown wavy hair cascaded freely, one leg crossed over the other. Her chest seemed about to burst, the dress apart, pristine long legs exposed to the air, and her ample curves barely contained by the cheongsam. Her figure was fiery, her beauty captivating and bewitching. Yet Brother, who only dared a distant glance before quickly lowering his head. Boss, the people you are looking for have appeared. How many? 5. My men have been tailing them and saw them enter the Jinhong nightclub. The woman's lips curved into a slight smile. Jinhong nightclub? That should be the territory of the Tianhu gang. Brother, who replied yes. She nodded gently. Very well, send some sharp people to keep watch. The priority is those 5 foreigners who appeared today. Report to me immediately if they make any moves. She raised her wine glass and gently swirled the red wine within. Her alluring narrow eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. The Nightingale squad had all been recalled. In other words, Lin Ming was about to make a move against Li Ran. But how could she allow such a thing to happen? Nightingale squad. Since they had come to her turf, they would not leave easily. Li Ran arrived at Bai Yuanfang's home, carrying 2 bottles of wine. Brother Bai, I'm here. The elderly Bai hurried out in slippers. As soon as he saw the wine in Li Ran's hands, his eyes lit up. Just coming is enough, why bring gifts? We're brothers, no need for formalities. Opening the door, Bai Yuanfang took the wine from Li Ran while speaking. Oh, it's Limao. Let's have a good drink together this afternoon. Li Ran peered inside. Oh, your granddaughter isn't here, right? Bai Yuanfang hesitated, then shook his head vigorously. No, definitely not. Li Ran relaxed and followed Bai Yuanfang into the courtyard. Bai was quite happy, babbling on. Li, you haven't come to see your old brother for quite some time. After we finish drinking today, we'll have a good chat. By the way, why do I feel like you're a bit afraid of my granddaughter? Not to brag, but my granddaughter is gentle, virtuous, and beautiful. The wealthy young men pursuing her in Modu number at least 20 or 30. Suddenly, a sweet female voice called from inside the house. Grandpa, who are you talking to? Li Ran immediately stopped and glared at the old man. Didn't you just tell me your granddaughter wasn't here? How dare you lie to me? Bai Yuanfang, I misjudged you. Without a second thought, Li Ran turned and left. He had only come to talk with Bai Yuanfang to have him talk to his granddaughter and convey his intentions. He never planned to meet Bai Weiwei. After all, she was one of the female leads and knew his secret. Except for plot necessities, he preferred no connection with Bai Weiwei privately. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuanfang suddenly lunged forward and tightly embraced him. Weiwei, come quickly. I've caught him. Let go. That's too much. You old rogue. Who's there? Bai Weiwei, wearing an apron, came out. When she saw Bai Yuanfang holding Li Ran, her eyes instantly sparkled. Li Ran, we meet again. Li Ran. I don't want to see you now or speak with you. Bai Weiwei smiled as she approached Li Ran. Perfect timing, I just cooked some dishes. Sit down and have a meal with us. Bai Yuanfang beamed. Yes, my granddaughter is a great cook. She makes delicious food. Saying this, Bai Yuanfang winked at Li Ran. Li Ran. Something's got in your eye. At this moment, Li Ran couldn't just run away, as it would be disrespectful to Bai Yuanfang and Bai Weiwei. The school sports meet was tomorrow. Since they had met, he might as well test Bai Weiwei's attitude today. Li Ran nodded. All right. Inside the house, Bai Weiwei brought the dishes and served bowls of rice to both Li Ran and Bai Yuanfang, showing great hospitality. In truth, Bai Weiwei had been wanting to find Li Ran these past few days, but in Modi University, she hadn't seen him once in a week. Meeting unexpectedly today was perfect as she had something to ask him. Both harbored their own thoughts as they ate. After drinking a few cups with Bai Yuanfang, Li Ran's face grew slightly flushed. It was time to probe Bai Weiwei's attitude and give her a hint. Teacher, Bai, what do you think of Lin Ming's musical talent? Li Ran, the Modu University International Exchange Music Festival starts in less than a month. I want to invite you to represent Modu University. At that moment, Bai Weiwei also spoke. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ran and Bai Weiwei stared at each other in astonishment. Bai Weiwei thought to herself, what does Li Ran mean by asking about Lin Ming's musical talent at this moment? Aren't they rivals? At this moment, Li Ran felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Bai Weiwei wants him to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival. Is she joking? This is the main character Lin Ming's role. Goodness, have the female leads become so outrageous that they hand over the main character's scenes to a villain like himself. Is he expected to deliver Prince William's fiancée to Lin Ming's bed afterward? So Lin Ming, the main character, does nothing and just waits to receive the girl's right. Absurd. Besides, the plot of the International Exchange Music Festival is a trigger between Lin Ming and Prince William, and later there will be a confrontation between them. To replace Lin Ming and participate. Isn't that just drawing Prince William's wrath onto himself as if he wants to die faster as a villain? Impossible. Prince William is his ally. Besides, he would still have to deal with Lin Ming alongside Prince William. Li Ran secretly thought it was a close call. Thankfully, he came today. Otherwise, he would have been unknowingly led astray by this woman, Bai Weiwei. Li Ran cleared his throat twice, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said seriously, Teacher Bai, I believe Lin Ming is actually more suitable than me to participate in this music festival. Lin Ming's musical talent is quite impressive. As long as Teacher Bai provides a little guidance, he can definitely represent Magic City University in the competition. This is how the original plot goes. At the welcome party, Bai Weiwei discovered that Lin Ming had decent musical talent. Later, Lin Ming played a few piano pieces and gained recognition from other teachers. He successfully attracted the attention of Bai Weiwei, this musical prodigy. At the basketball game where Lin Ming competed for the championship, Bai Weiwei appeared on the court. After Lin Ming made a last-minute shot to secure the championship, Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to represent Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival. Therefore, Li Ran felt that there was nothing wrong with saying this. Although Lin Ming's musical level is probably only about 1/10 of his own, dealing with Prince William is still a piece of cake. It's no problem at all. You mean to let Lin Ming participate in the music festival? Bai Weiwei suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Li Ran in disbelief. Li Ran, I remember there are conflicts between you and Lin Ming, right? Aren't you two rivals? Li Ran thought, my hatred for Lin Ming is immense. So there's no way I would take the fall for him. Of course, Li Ran couldn't say this out loud. After all, in Bai Weiwei's eyes, representing Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival is an honor. Teacher Bai, you're underestimating me a bit. Looking at Bai Weiwei, Li Ran said with a righteous expression, although I have some minor grievances with Lin Ming, I am someone who distinguishes between gratitude and hatred. Grievances are grievances, but I still recognize his musical talent. Li Ran won't maliciously slander others or speak ill of Lin Ming in front of you. So I believe Teacher Bai should give Lin Ming a chance. He is more suitable than I am. I must rectify this plot today. To have me act in Lin Ming's place. That's impossible in this lifetime, perhaps in the next. Bai Weiwei was once again stunned, her eyes fixed on Li Ran. To represent Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival, that is an opportunity many students can only dream of. You must understand that the International Exchange Music Festival involves not only domestic universities, but also foreign ones. Once on stage, it is an opportunity to showcase oneself in front of these universities. For every student, this is an honor as well as a chance to gain recognition. Bai Weiwei had no doubt that with Li Ran's musical talent, if given this stage, he would definitely shine at the music festival and gain fame in Longhua. What Li Ran lacked was simply a platform to showcase himself. But now that Bai Weiwei has given Li Ran this stage, he actually declined it. Instead, he offered this opportunity to Lin Ming, to give it to his rival. How broad-minded and kind-hearted must one be to set aside past grievances and hand such an opportunity to a rival? Bai Weiwei knew that Lin Ming was Li Ran's rival. However, during their recent conversation, she did not hear Li Ran speak a single bad word about Lin Ming. Instead, he gave the opportunity of participating in the International Exchange Music Festival to Lin Ming. How can there be such a foolish person as Li Ran in this world? Bai Weiwei thought that Li Ran was indeed very foolish. He is the biggest fool in the world. Looking at Li Ran, who appeared serious at that moment, Bai Weiwei felt as if her heart was being squeezed by a hand. It was both sour and painful. When Li Ran pursued Mu Bingxuan, he once declared, I will not rely on family background or money, I want Mu Bingxian to truly love me. Regarding Li Ran's grand ambitions, how many people in Magic City laughed behind his back, thinking that this spoiled young master was merely talking nonsense. No one expected this fool to persist for several years. And now, for Lin Ming, Li Ran showed his broad-mindedness even more. Although they are rivals, he would not intentionally speak ill of Lin Ming behind his back. He despises using underhanded tricks, because he believes that one day Mu Bingxian will truly love him. At that moment, Bai Weiwei suddenly wanted to touch Li Ran's serious face. She admitted that she was jealous of Mu Bingxian. Why is it that such a devoted man loves Mu Bingxian? Previously, Bai Weiwei felt that all men in the world were the same. There was nothing to compete for. But from this moment on, she wanted to compete for this man in front of her with Mu Bingxian. Such a man, if Mu Bingxian does not cherish him, then let her cherish him. Teacher by Bai Weiwei came back to her senses and saw Li Ran looking at her with concern. Are you okay? Bai Weiwei smiled. I'm fine. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Just now Bai Weiwei's gaze was terrifying. It felt like she wanted to eat him. It made him feel uneasy. Li Ran dared not stay any longer. Teacher Bai, please take care of that Lin Ming. He is really outstanding, and his musical talent is even higher than mine. Please ensure he participates in the music festival, Li Ran said earnestly. Although, as an actor, Li Ran would tell many lies when the plot required it. But this time he was genuinely serious. Bai Weiwei looked at Li Ran with a complicated expression. And you? Don't you want to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival? As long as Li Ran said he wanted to, she would do everything in her power to ensure he participated in the festival. As for that scumbag Lin Ming, let him die. Li Ran waved his hand. I'm not interested in these things. Looking at Bai Weiwei, Li Ran smiled. Music is not a tool for me to gain fame. High mountains and flowing water. In life, having one or two confidants is enough. Li Ran knew that at this time he must appear indifferent to fame and fortune and aloof from worldly affairs. Only then could Bai Weiwei truly believe him. Only then could Lin Ming participate in that music festival. Of course, this statement was not entirely false. Bai Yuanfang is one of the few friends Li Ran has made in this novel, whether in his previous life or this one. Moreover, his musical skills were a reward from the system, and being discovered by Bai Weiwei was a coincidence. Aside from Bai Yuanfang, who is a character outside of this plot, Li Ran could not reveal his musical talent in public. He must maintain his spoiled young master persona. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Yuanfang, then stared at Li Ran for 2 seconds in a daze. Suddenly she smiled. I understand now. Yes, this is the state of mind. Only with such an indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune could Li Ran achieve a musical level comparable to his grandfather at such a young age. Well said. What's so great about participating in the music festival? Music is not a tool for gaining fame and fortune in the first place. Even if he does not participate in the music festival, Li Ran, my brother, is already worthy of being called a master. Beside them, Bai Yuanfang looked at Li Ran with a smile, nodding silently. Li Ran's words compared the two of them to Boya and Ziki. It struck a chord with him. In his youth, Bai Yuanfang won countless music awards. However, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, Bai Yuanfang had long since become indifferent to these fame and fortune. This young man, Li Ran, was very much to his liking. At this moment, upon hearing Bai Weiwei's words, a heavy weight finally lifted from Li Ran's heart. Li Ran stood up and said to Bai Yuanfang, Brother Bai, I'll be heading back now. Bai Yuanfang quickly said to Bai Weiwei, Xiao Wei, why aren't you going to see him off? Li, young brother, come again next time. Li Ran. Phew. If I come again, I'm a dog. Returning home, Li Ran pondered that there should be no overlooked details regarding the upcoming campus sports event. Alas, he had helped Lin Ming, that useless protagonist, once again. However, Li Ran felt no discontent. Aiding Lin Ming was also a means of aiding himself. With these arrangements, his own storyline would progress much smoother. On a new day, Li Ran continued his extravagant and corrupt lifestyle. The campus sports event was set to last several days. According to the plot, he would only appear on the final day when Lin Ming led the business administration basketball team into the finals. During these days, following the typical patterns of a soldier's narrative, Lin Ming was basking in the spotlight, displaying his prowess. He led the business administration basketball team into the finals with unstoppable momentum. Of course, none of this concerned Li Ran. However, there was one matter that did relate to Li Ran. According to the plot, Lin Ming had recalled a member of his team, known as the Nightingale Squad, back to the country. During this time, Lin Ming and his Nightingale Squad were plotting against him. They intended to cripple him to show him a taste of his own medicine. Li Ran smirked. In his previous life, although he was aware of the plot and knew that this assassination attempt would be merely a close call, he was still somewhat apprehensive due to not having acquired any skills yet. But now, with his combat prowess, eliminating the entire Nightingale Squad would be a mere flick of his wrist. It would be effortless. Thus, Li Ran felt no worry. Meanwhile, at the criminal investigation team, a phone on the desk suddenly rang. With her sleek ponytail and sharp police uniform, the striking Lu Xinyan glanced at the incoming call number, her eyebrows raising slightly. Cautiously observing her surroundings, Lu Xinyan answered the call. Officer Lu, the Tianhu gang has recently had 5 foreigners arrive unexpectedly. They've been staying at the Jinhong nightclub, hardly leaving, which is quite strange. Receiving a call from the informant embedded within the Tianhu gang, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light. These 5 individuals are very dangerous. Keep a close watch on them. If you see them leave at any time, find a way to notify me immediately. Lu Xinyan understood. Just like in her previous life, Lin Ming was about to make a move against Li Ran. After a moment's thought, Lu Xinyan pushed open the door to the chief's office. Uncle Luo, based on the informant's intelligence, the Magic City may not be peaceful in the coming days. I am requesting an increase in police presence. Back in her office, Lu Xinyan clapped her hands, gathering her subordinates. Everyone may need to work a bit harder. Besides the on-duty personnel, the rest should be ready to mobilize at any time. Understood, Deputy Lu. Of course, all of this was merely for show. Lu Xinyan remembered that in her previous life, it was 2 passing traffic officers who saved Li Ran. Due to the involvement of the Magic City's richest family, the Li family, and the nature of the case involving kidnapping and injury, the case was later transferred to the criminal investigation team. At the same time, this incident had led to Li Ran being hospitalized. Li Lijian was furious. He exerted immense pressure on the criminal investigation team to find the assailants who harmed Li Ran, leaving a deep impression on Lu Xinyan. She still remembered the date and location of the incident. Thus, on the day of the incident, a significant police presence was arranged at the crime scene, waiting for Lin Ming's subordinates to walk into the trap. Time flew by, and the day arrived when Lin Ming would participate in the basketball finals. At 10 in the morning, Li Ran arrived at the Magic City University Gymnasium. It was evident that Lin Ming had truly reveled in showing off over the past few days. The gymnasium was packed to capacity with many seats filled. Numerous girls were loudly calling out Lin Ming's name. Go Lin Ming. I love you, Lin Ming. Li Ran covered his ears and looked down, seeing Lin Ming warming up on the basketball court. At that moment, a teammate passed the ball to Lin Ming. Lin Ming caught the basketball and smashed it against the backboard. Then, as the ball rebounded, he executed a stylish and impressive slam dunk. The girls instantly went wild. So cool. Lin Ming, I want to be your girlfriend. Lin Ming, I want to have your babies. Hearing these cheers, Lin Ming pretended to be indifferent, a faint smile playing on his lips as he felt secretly pleased. Hee, if Bing Xian were here to see my stunning dunk, she would surely go wild for me, just like these girls. Lin Ming gazed into the sea of spectators. Unfortunately, he did not spot Mu Bingxuan's figure. Not discouraged, Lin Ming comforted himself, thinking, she must be watching quietly from some corner where I can't see her. At that moment, a sudden commotion broke out in the spectator area not far away. Lin Ming focused his gaze and saw the crowd parting, revealing Li Ran and his sycophant Chun Hao taking seats in the newly vacated spots. They were looking at him with arrogant expressions. Humph. Lin Ming instantly felt displeased. What's wrong, Junior Lin Ming? A nearby teammate, having overheard Lin Ming's discontented huff, asked with concern. Over these past few days, the entire basketball team had been fully impressed by Lin Ming's skills. Lin Ming shook his head, saying it's nothing, just 2 filthy flies suddenly appearing. The presence of Li Ran and Chun Hao did not dampen Lin Ming's spirits. Once he led his team to victory in the basketball championship, these 2 would likely be left agog, their expressions undoubtedly priceless. Imagining the cheers erupting around him, Li Ran and Chun Hao sat in the audience enviously and jealously watching Lin Ming's performance on the court. Lin Ming felt significantly better. He resolved to play well and showcase his skills. Lin Ming no longer paid attention to Li Ran, focusing instead on his warm-up preparations. Soon the match began. Li Ran and Chun Hao watched the game from the audience, chatting away. Chun Hao snorted, looking at this kid's annoying face. I really want to give him another beating. Chun Hao had also participated in the basketball match, and he certainly knew about Lin Ming's recent bragging. He had initially not wanted to come, but was dragged along by Li Ran. Curiously, Chun Hao asked, by the way, why did you bring me here, Li Xiao? Li Ran glanced around, saying, help me see if Bing Xian is here. Mu Shuohua. Chun Hao looked puzzled. Why don't you just call her directly? Li Ran thought to himself, what do you know? According to the plot, Li Ran had heard that Mu Bingxian was also at the gymnasium, which is why he rushed over in such a hurry. After arriving at the gymnasium, he had coincidentally witnessed Mu Bingxian loudly cheering for Lin Ming. Instantly, Li Ran felt a pang of pain in his heart. Later during halftime, Mu Bingxian even brought Lin Ming water and handed him towels. Watching their intimate interactions made Li Ran's heart shatter. It was that very night of the game when a heartbroken Li Ran went alone to a bar to drown his sorrows. He ended up ambushed by the Nightingale squad and nearly lost a leg. These plotlines were all significant. Of course, they posed no difficulty, as he did not need to interact with the female lead. The entire affair was a one-man show for him. In his previous life, Li Ran felt that this should be the easiest scene he had to perform in the entire novel. Li Ran remarked, why bother with so much? Just look for her. Chun Hao looked around puzzled. I don't see Mu Shuohua. After searching around, Li Ran frowned when he similarly did not see Mu Bingxian. He began to worry, damn it, what if Mu Bingxian isn't here? This female lead was hardly dedicated. Oh well, it didn't matter whether she came or not. Li Ran couldn't be bothered anymore. A true actor could still portray deep emotions perfectly even if the female lead was absent. He planned to casually fix his gaze on a certain corner, pretending to see Mu Bingxuan, and then display an expression of heartache. The female lead was completely unnecessary. After all, in this scene, he was just a clown hiding in the corner witnessing the intimate interactions between the male and female leads. Chun Hao beside him was merely a witness. On the court, Lin Ming was scoring repeatedly. With cheers erupting all around, many were loudly calling out Lin Ming's name. Li Ran gathered his emotions, imagining the voices calling Lin Ming as those of Mu Bingxuan preparing to begin his performance. Just then Chun Hao suddenly patted Li Ran on the shoulder, startling him. Chun Hao stared at the passage behind them, saying, "They're coming, they're coming." "Who is it?" Li Ran turned around to look. There at the entrance of the corridor was Mu Bingxuan, dressed in a JK uniform and sporting a ponytail radiating youthful charm. Indeed, Mu Bingxian was holding 2 cups of milk tea. Truly the female lead. Although she might be late, she would never be absent. Seeing this, Li Ran quickly turned his head and whispered to Chun Hao, "Don't make a sound, don't let Bingxian find out we're here. I want to surprise her." Chun Hao's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. After all, their leader had quite the way with girls. Chun Hao gestured, "Okay, got it." "Got what?" A melodious voice suddenly rang in their ears. Instantly Li Ran and Chun Hao were startled. They turned around to see Mu Bingxian standing beside them with a bright smile blinking her eyes. Oh my, a ghost. In truth, Mu Bingxian hadn't intended to come. However, while studying in the library, she received a message from a friend saying that Li Ran had suddenly appeared at the gym. Thus Mu Bingxian came. As soon as she entered the gym, Mu Bingxian easily located Li Ran's spot by following the photo sent by her friend. She blinked and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" At that moment, Li Ran, looking at the smiling Mu Bingxuan, felt a bit flustered. How did Mu Bingxian get here? Didn't Chun Hao tell her that I was at the bar? Why isn't she angry at all upon seeing me? Wait a minute, how did she find my spot so quickly? Li Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and put on a cheerful facade. "Bingxuan, how did you know we were here?" Mu Bingxian replied with a sweet smile. "Guess." "Guess? What am I supposed to guess? Don't you know you picked up the wrong script?" Seeing that Mu Bingxian had no intention of leaving, Li Ran took out 100 yuan and said to a nearby classmate, "Hey, can you move a bit?" After all, he was Mu Bingxuan's admirer, so he had to put on a show at this moment. Right now he had no choice but to play along with Mu Bingxian for the time being and figure things out later. 100 yuan. What do you take me for? The male classmate beside him looked a bit angry. Why did Li Ran just give someone 200 yuan, but to him it was only 100? Is he looking down on me? Li Ran rubbed his fingers together. 200 yuan. Oh, I must have miscounted. I didn't see there was another bill. Instantly the male classmate beamed with joy. If he could get 200 yuan just for moving a bit, he'd come every day to take up space. Mu Bingxian didn't sit down. Instead, she glanced at Chun Hao. The spot the male classmate vacated was separated from Li Ran by Chun Hao. Chun Hao quickly stood up. "Sister. Miss Mu, please sit here." However, Chun Hao only stood halfway and didn't completely rise. A glance revealed that Li Ran was holding on to his other hand, preventing him from standing. Li Ran smiled and said to Mu Bingxuan, "It doesn't matter where you sit, Bingxuan, don't you think?" Chun Hao was now his last line of defense. There was no way Li Ran would let him move. If Chun Hao stepped aside, that wicked woman Mu Bingxian would surely come over. Nearby, although Mu Bingxian felt displeased with Chun Hao the 1,000-watt light bulb, she had no choice but to nod and sit down since Li Ran had said that. "Li Ran, this is the milk tea I brought for you." Mu Bingxian took out a cup of milk tea, inserted a straw, and handed it to Li Ran. "Chun Hao, what about mine?" Chun Hao silently unscrewed his mineral water. Li Ran felt a bit numb. It turned out he was mistaken. This cup of milk tea from Mu Bingxian wasn't for Lin Ming, but for himself. He took the milk tea and took a sip. To be honest, the milk flavor was quite rich. However, Li Ran couldn't figure out which part had gone wrong. Something doesn't add up. Why isn't Mu Bingxian angry at all, knowing about my outing at the bar? Li Ran felt it was necessary to remind Mu Bingxian to get the plot back on track. "Bingxuan, I should explain about the bar incident last time." Mu Bingxian replied, "I know." Li Ran asked, "Aren't you angry?" "Chun Hao told me everything, even that you helped the police solve a major case. I even saw the photo of you receiving the Good Samaritan Award online." Mu Bingxian looked at Li Ran and gently said, "But you must promise not to go next time. Bars are so chaotic, if you get hurt, I would be heartbroken." Li Ran, is this the point? Mu Bingxuan, you're quite strange. I went to a bar, shouldn't you be questioning my character? Why do you care about my good deeds? Looking at Chun Hao beside him, Li Ran was completely bewildered. What the hell did you and Mu Bingxian talk about? At this moment, Chun Hao was looking down, silently drinking his mineral water. He hadn't even noticed Li Ran's gaze. The tone and demeanor Mu Bingxian used when speaking with Li Ran made Chun Hao feel his scalp tingling and goosebumps were rising. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come today. In the teaching building, thinking of the scene where Mu Bingxian happily walked by carrying 2 cups of milk tea, Bai Weiwei suddenly felt a wave of annoyance. After some thought, Bai Weiwei walked downstairs, bought 2 bottles of water, and headed towards the gym. In her previous life, after the competition ended, Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to attend the music festival. At that time, Li Ran wasn't present, and Bai Weiwei didn't notice. However, afterward, she had heard some details about the incident at the gym. Li Ran got so angry after seeing Mu Bingxian delivering water to Lin Ming that he went to the bar to drown his sorrows. As a result, he encountered a group of thugs, got hurt, and ended up in the hospital. This incident had caused quite a stir back, then making waves throughout the city. Bai Weiwei wasn't very clear on the specifics, but there was no doubt that Li Ran would definitely be at the gym today. Wasn't she delivering water to Lin Ming? Doesn't she look down on Li Ran? Today she would show Mu Bingxian that Li Ran wasn't someone nobody wanted. In the gym, Li Ran no longer knew what to say about Mu Bingxian. Every scene with Mu Bingxian had never been normal. For the upcoming scenes, Li Ran didn't know how to perform. Since Mu Bingxian had drunk the milk tea herself, what would Lin Ming drink next? Li Ran silently watched the basketball game. As the first quarter was about to end, a sweet voice suddenly said, "Excuse me, can I borrow a seat?" That voice sounds a bit familiar. Li Ran didn't have time to think deeply when he heard a male classmate beside him say, "Hello, Professor, please take a seat." "Thank you." Li Ran suddenly turned around. Why wasn't that Bai Weiwei? Bai Weiwei naturally sat down beside him, leaving Li Ran completely stunned. The first quarter of the game hadn't even finished. Why was she showing up so early? Moreover, what does it mean that you're sitting next to me? Can you please not cause trouble? Behave and go back. It's not your time to make an appearance yet. At this moment, Bai Weiwei pretended to just notice Li Ran. "Li Ran, I didn't expect to see you here." Li Ran was puzzled again. From Bai Weiwei's expression, it seemed she didn't know he was here. Li Ran felt he had misunderstood Bai Weiwei. She must have just happened to run into him. Furthermore, he had already arranged to meet Bai Weiwei yesterday, so there shouldn't be any issues. Li Ran awkwardly said, "Hello, Professor Bai, what a coincidence, ha." At that moment, Bai Weiwei's gaze fell on the milk tea in Li Ran's hand. This milk tea. Bai Weiwei noticed that the milk tea in Li Ran's hand was the same as the one in Mu Bingxian's. Mu Bingxian looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. "I bought this for Li Ran. He loves this flavor of milk tea." "Li Ran, don't you think so?" Ever since the last time Mu Bingxian noticed Tang Wanqing's strange gaze towards Li Ran, she had been very alert to any women appearing around Li Ran, especially someone as beautiful as Bai Weiwei, whose looks and figure rivaled her own. The moment she saw Bai Weiwei appear, Mu Bingxian paid special attention to how Bai Weiwei looked at Li Ran. The way this beautiful professor looked at her, Li Ran, was exactly the same as how Tang Wanqing looked at him, which felt off. Bai Weiwei calmly opened a bottle of water and handed it to Li Ran. "Drinking milk tea can easily lead to weight gain. Oh, too much is not good for your health. Li Ran, you must be tired of drinking milk tea. Have some water to rinse your mouth." Mu Bingxian immediately stood up. Chunhao moved aside. Chunhao, startled, quickly stepped aside. He glanced coldly at Bai Weiwei. The way Mu Bingxian was acting right now was just like a little cat protecting its food. Bai Weiwei's aura was equally strong. From the moment she decided to compete with Mu Bingxian for Li Ran, she was prepared to confront Mu Bingxian head-on. "Am I wrong?" Mu Bingxian said. "Li Ran loves drinking milk tea." Bai Weiwei retorted, "Drinking milk tea is bad for Li Ran's health." Li Ran, looking at the milk tea in his left hand and the mineral water in his right hand, Li Ran was dumbfounded. What's going on here? They're just two drinks. It can't be that serious, right? Oh no. Are they going to fight? At that moment, the whistle sounded. The first quarter of the basketball game had ended. Lin Ming, who had just come off the court, opened the water bottle handed to him by a teammate and took a big gulp. He looked up and glanced at the audience. In an instant, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. On the basketball court, Lin Ming, who scored an astounding 20 points, was undoubtedly the center of attention, shining brightly. As the first quarter ended, he listened to the cheers of the crowd, smiling, while feeling secretly pleased within. Taking the water handed to him by a teammate, Lin Ming took a gulp and glanced towards the stage. He had hoped to see the shocked expressions of Li Ran and Chunhao, but unexpectedly, he witnessed an unexpected scene. Next to Li Ran stood two beautiful women. One was Mu Bingxian, the campus belle Lin Ming had always wanted to pursue, and the other was Bai Weiwei, the goddess teacher he viewed as his prey. Moreover, it seemed they were having a dispute over Li Ran. Two women arguing over one man. What does that signify? The answer was already evident. Instantly, Lin Ming felt his anger boiling. The remaining half bottle of water was crushed into a twisted shape in his grip. "Lin, take a seat and rest for a moment. Wipe your sweat. The next quarter is about to begin." A nearby basketball player noticed Lin Ming's unusual mood and handed him a towel. "Get lost." Lin Ming swatted the towel away and ignored the teammate, returning directly to his seat. He knew that Mu Bingxian had agreed to Li Ran's pursuit, having been entangled by him for so long. However, Lin Ming couldn't comprehend why Bai Weiwei, the goddess teacher, would also take a liking to that brat Li Ran. With a good number of people under him, anyone would be far superior to Li Ran. Lin Ming grabbed a bottle of water and drained it in one go. Yet his heart was still ablaze with anger. Mu Bingxian was one thing, after all, Li Ran had been pursuing her for years, so it was understandable that she softened her heart. But what about Bai Weiwei? Lin Ming was confident he had the absolute advantage over someone as talented as her. During this time, his musical talent had already gained recognition from several professors in the music department. Lin Ming was confident that winning Bai Weiwei's heart was merely a matter of time. What could a useless waste like Li Ran compare to him? Not even enough to be compared to his little toe. Yet Lin Ming never imagined that before he could make his move, Bai Weiwei had already been taken by Li Ran. That damn Li Ran had snatched away the goddess teacher of the music department. Watching Li Ran surrounded by Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian on stage, Lin Ming felt his anger rising to the point that he could almost bite his teeth to pieces. "Lin Ming, it's time to go on the court." At that moment, a teammate came up and patted Lin Ming's shoulder. The second quarter of the basketball game began. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Lin Ming charged like a mad bull, scoring 6 points in quick succession. The pressure on the opponents increased, and they couldn't help but marvel, how could this guy be so fierce? It was as if he had taken some performance-enhancing substance. Even his teammates were astonished. They had no idea that Lin Ming was channeling his fury towards Li Ran into power, venting it wildly onto the opponents. Steals, rebounds, offenses. Almost everything was covered by Lin Ming alone. The spectators in the stands were also ecstatic, wildly shouting Lin Ming's name. However, as he listened to the cheers, Lin Ming felt none of the previous joy. He knew that among those cheering, neither Mu Bingxian nor Bai Weiwei was included. While venting his fury, Lin Ming couldn't help but glance towards the stands where Li Ran was seated. He saw Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian sitting beside him, one on each side, chatting about something. Li Ran was sipping on a milk tea while drinking mineral water, feeling quite pleased. Lin Ming's anger did not diminish in the slightest, it only grew stronger. Li Ran, if you dare to lay a finger on my woman, I will chop off your hand. Just then the referee's whistle blew. The referee gestured for an offensive foul. After all, the opposing team was not foolish. Many had noticed Lin Ming's unstable emotions. It was easy to provoke him into committing a foul. Player number 13 from the Business Administration College, foul committed. The referee took the basketball from Lin Ming's hands and announced. Lin Ming coldly glared at the referee, who took the basketball from him, his anger soaring. Now, even this referee wanted to bully him. He shot a cold stare at the referee. The referee inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. For a referee, this was simply unbelievable. The referee returned a fierce glare, his eyes warning. What's wrong with penalizing you? Keep staring at me, and I'll give you a technical foul. Lin Ming calmed down. A few teammates, realizing the situation was off, rushed forward and pulled the stubborn Lin Ming down. They apologized to the referee repeatedly. Referee, we are sorry, truly sorry. Looking at the players who kept apologizing for Lin Ming, the referee snorted coldly, asserting his authority. If there's a next time, I'll consider it contempt of the referee and issue a technical foul. There won't be a next time, absolutely not. At that moment in the stands, Li Ran was sipping milk tea and mineral water, saying, drinking milk tea occasionally is fine. Of course, water is the source of life, but we have to drink it daily. Heaven knows what got into Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian today. They had completely bewildered Li Ran. The beautiful professor and campus belle of Magic City University were fighting over a cup of milk tea and a bottle of mineral water. Who would believe this? These two leading ladies were simply ridiculous. Li Ran couldn't let Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian continue arguing like this. If these two women started fighting here, Li Ran would become famous at Magic City University. So Li Ran spoke up, trying to please both sides. After all, he didn't want to offend either party. Once today was over, they could argue all they wanted, but it had nothing to do with him. But today, while Li Ran was present, that was not acceptable. Of course, Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian were just arguing verbally. They wouldn't actually fight. After all, they were both educated and wanted to maintain their ladylike image in front of Li Ran. So under Li Ran's persuasion, the two women tacitly stopped their argument. Only Chun Hao the kid stood by with wide eyes filled with the words, what the hell? In his mind, what a surprise this could be done. While Chun Hao marveled, he secretly gave Li Ran a thumbs up. No doubt, he was my big brother. He effortlessly managed to handle both women. Look at that. His big brother was sandwiched between the campus belle and the professor. How suave and comfortable. Those who knew thought he was there to watch the game. Those who didn't would think he was flirting. For Li Ran, apart from calling him awesome, Chun Hao couldn't think of any other words to describe him. With the two women temporarily settled, Li Ran began to consider how to smoothly navigate the upcoming plot. Just then Li Ran suddenly noticed Lin Ming had committed an offensive foul. Strange, I don't remember this scene from the last time. What's going on with Lin Ming, the protagonist? Li Ran was filled with surprise. In his previous life, Lin Ming had never committed a foul throughout the game, leading his teammates to victory. After all, he was the protagonist, but how could such a plot twist occur? That would be a blemish on a protagonist's career. Watching Lin Ming being pulled away by his teammates, Li Ran secretly shook his head, sighing inwardly. These leading ladies were forcefully adding drama, and it was one thing for them not to follow the plot properly. Now, even Lin Ming, the protagonist, was becoming lackluster. What was he, a villain? It was exhausting. Although Lin Ming committed an offensive foul, surprising Li Ran, he wasn't too worried. After all, according to the storyline, Lin Ming would ultimately lead the team to victory. Watching Lin Ming charge around the court like a mad bull, Li Ran felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had indeed misjudged Lin Ming. How could he generalize based on one foul? Lin Ming was definitely not underperforming. Look at that strength. How impressive. Winning the championship is a sure thing. I, Li Ran, shall call you Lin Ming, the mightiest of men. However, the next moment on the court left Li Ran in shock as Lin Ming sent his opponent flying over 2 meters. Goodness. That person soared into the air, performing a beautiful drift. The referee blew the whistle again. Number 13, Lin Ming, offensive foul. Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Lin Ming, have you taken too many drugs? Lin Ming stepped forward, his expression furious, as he seemed to argue with the referee. Several teammates rushed over to hold him back. Meanwhile, the referee announced again, disrespecting the referee, technical foul on player number 13 from the Business Administration College, and the Civil Engineering College receives 2 additional penalties. Li Ran was a bit confused. Something felt off. 5 fouls meant he would be out. By the second quarter, Lin Ming had already racked up 3 fouls. At this rate, would Lin Ming be ejected before the game even finished? Li Ran shot a dissatisfied glance at the referee. Are you really that unyielding? Don't you know the person you're penalizing is the protagonist? Seriously, showing no respect for the main character at all. If you provoke the protagonist, you're finished. Thinking of this, Li Ran glanced at Mu Bingxian beside him. Li Ran felt that Lin Ming's consecutive fouls might be because Mu Bingxian hadn't followed the script to deliver water and wipe his sweat, which had led to Lin Ming's anger. A protagonist's anger could have serious consequences. However, Li Ran couldn't directly remind Mu Bingxian to bring water for Lin Ming. After all, doing so would ruin his image as a spoiled antagonist. Our college basketball team's morale is a bit low. It's all Lin Ming's fault. Had I known this kid was so useless, I would have played myself. Li Ran sighed at this moment. If someone could bring them some water to encourage them, that would be great. He looked at Mu Bingxian with anticipation. I've hinted so clearly with your intelligence, you should know what to do next, right? Noticing Li Ran's fervent gaze, Mu Bingxian felt a delicate pink hue rise to her earlobes. Li Ran, why are you looking at me like that? So annoying. She lightly punched Li Ran, glancing at Bai Weiwei with a sweet sense of pride in her heart. Li Ran loves me the most. You still have a ways to go if you want to compete with me. Underneath her white blouse, Bai Weiwei's chest gently swelled. But she said nothing. She knew that the one Li Ran loved now was still Mu Bingxian. I can only take it slow, gradually opening this boy's heart. At this moment, Li Ran watched Mu Bingxian punch herself again and looked at her cute, shy demeanor. Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your mind? Li Ran felt dumbfounded. He merely wanted to hint to Mu Bingxian to bring water. Did she even hear what he just said? What did Mu Bingxian think he meant? Li Ran took a deep breath, his heart filled with sorrow. In this situation, relying on Mu Bingxian to bring water was impossible. Now he had to step up himself to turn the tide. He only hoped that after this storyline was completed, Bai Weiwei wouldn't let him down. Li Ran stood up, saying, I'm going to the restroom. He walked towards the restroom at the back of the corridor. Once inside, he took out his phone and dialed his bodyguard's number. Xiaowu, you need to go buy a few bottles of mineral water right now, and also a cup of milk tea. Deliver it to the gym, give the mineral water to the members of the business college basketball team, and the milk tea to Lin Ming. Who is Lin Ming? The one who beat you up last time at school? Yes, the very arrogant one. On the other end, bodyguard Xiaowu sounded confused. Young master, are you sure you want to send milk tea to that Lin Ming? Xiaowu clearly had a strong impression of Lin Ming. This kid could fight, and had given him a beating. However, Xiaowu couldn't understand why the young master wanted to send milk tea to his rival. Young master, are you being threatened by Lin Ming? I'm coming to rescue you. I'm fine. Just let me finish. Li Ran rolled his eyes. Send someone unfamiliar to give the milk tea to Lin Ming, and say it's from my lady. If he asks who your lady is, just say it's Mu Bingxian. Make sure it arrives soon. It seems like this kid is on edge today. What does that mean? Xiaowu didn't quite understand. Forget it, since the young master has arranged it, he would just do as instructed. While buying the milk tea, Xiaowu stopped the shop assistant just as she was about to seal the cup. Wait. In the astonished gaze of the shop assistant, Xiaowu stuck his finger in and stirred. All right, package it up. The milk tea shop assistant was a bit annoyed. Sir, it's hard for us to do this. Xiaowu responded confidently. I like it this way. Is that a problem? It was the first time the two milk tea shop assistants had encountered such a customer. Inwardly thinking, what a weirdo. They proceeded to prepare the milk tea. Knowing that it was meant for Lin Ming, the young master's rival, Xiaowu actually wanted to add something to the milk tea. However, fearing it might ruin the young master's plan, he refrained from doing so. He passed the milk tea and mineral water to his subordinate, relaying Li Ran's instructions and patting the subordinate's shoulder. Go ahead. Don't forget, these are all gifts from the young lady Mu Bingxian. After arranging everything, Li Ran returned to the audience. He looked at the score. 4536. Though the business administration college was still leading, it was evident that their morale was low. The score was being rapidly closed in by the opposing college. At that moment, two bodyguards in white shirts and black suits arrived at the scene, carrying a box of mineral water. Thank you all for your hard work. Please have some water. They warmly handed the water to the players of the business administration college's basketball team. The players were momentarily stunned. Who are these two? Do you know them? No, I don't. Just then, one of the bodyguards took out a cup of milk tea and handed it to Lin Ming with both hands. Lin Ming, this milk tea is a gift from my young lady to you. Lin Ming accepted the milk tea and swiftly inserted the straw to take a sip. It was fragrant and quite delicious. Lin Ming asked with curiosity, who is your young lady? The bodyguard replied solemnly, my young lady is Mu Bingxian. Upon hearing that the water was sent by Mu Bingxian, the team members suddenly understood. Many looked at the milk tea in Lin Ming's hand with envy. It's actually sent by the campus flower, Mu. No wonder. Mu is still so kind-hearted. Yes, the campus flower is cheering us on. What do you think it means that the campus flower sent us water, but gave Lin Ming milk tea separately? The answer was obvious. Many chuckled, their gazes towards Lin Ming, filled with ambiguity. It seemed that the campus flower might have a slight interest in Lin Ming. At that moment, realizing that the milk tea was sent by Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. He had misunderstood her. Mu Bingxian was only sitting with Li Ran out of necessity, due to his persistence. In her heart, she still had her own feelings. Don't say nonsense. Mu and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Ming took deep sips of the milk tea. It's really fragrant. Meanwhile, he noticed the two bodyguards leaving. Li Ran knew it was time for him to perform. Chun Hao Go asked who sent those waters. Over here, Chun Hao was almost sick from all the dog food. Hearing Li Ran's words, he hurried off as if he had received a royal decree. Soon Chun Hao returned. But he looked at Mu Bingxian with a disgruntled expression. Li Xiao, I asked. These waters were sent by the campus flower, and she even sent a cup of milk tea to Lin Ming. Li Ran's face first showed astonishment, then looking at Mu Bingxuan, his eyes revealed deep sadness and disappointment. You said you would only buy milk tea for me. Did you lie to me about all those things you said? I trusted you so much, I believed every word you said without doubt. I never expected that the person I trusted the most would ultimately deceive me. Tears streamed down Li Ran's face as he sighed deeply. I understand now. Mu Bingxuan. She was completely bewildered. I didn't send milk tea to Lin Ming. Who was messing with me? Did I send milk tea to Lin Ming? How could I not know? Mu Bingxian was bewildered. After shooting a fierce glare at Chun Hao, Mu Bingxian quickly spoke up. Li Ran, listen to me, that milk tea was not sent by me. I really didn't send milk tea to Lin Ming. I want listen. It was definitely you who sent it. I will never trust you again, nor will I trust anyone else. For the sake of the plot, Li Ran also displayed his award-winning acting skills. He stood up, his face full of desolation. Originally, according to the script, he should have been hiding alone in a corner secretly crying, and then quietly completing his dark transformation. However, who would have thought that Mu Bingxian would deviate from the script again? Thus, Li Ran had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Since you all enjoy adding drama, don't blame me for unleashing my trump card. According to the script, Li Ran was supposed to wait until Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to the music festival before leaving. However, at this moment, Li Ran felt that he could wrap up his scene early. The female lead had forced so much drama without the director intervening, so leaving work early once should be fine, right? After all, his heart was in pain, deeply hurt, already meeting the conditions for a dark transformation. Today, even the King of Heaven couldn't stop my dark transformation. After saying this, Li Ran prepared to turn and leave. Just as Li Ran turned around, Mu Bingxian reached out and grabbed him. Li Ran, I truly did not deceive you. What must I do for you to believe? I am willing to swear in front of everyone present today. Seeing Li Ran's despondent expression, Mu Bingxian's eyes became misty, her heart shattered. Li Ran was her treasure boy, how could she bear to deceive him? Even if she deceived herself, she could never deceive Li Ran. As Mu Bingxian spoke, she raised her hand to swear. The moment Li Ran saw Mu Bingxian raise her hand, he froze. No way could it be. Is this getting out of hand? I just wanted a reason to darken my character. Yes, Li Ran panicked. He never expected that Mu Bingxian had such a trick up her sleeve. No need to swear, I believe you. Mu Bingxian was also taken aback by Li Ran's sudden change, looking puzzled and incredulous. You really believe me? I truly believe. Li Ran passionately grasped Mu Bingxian's raised hand. Let go. You need to let go. He was supposed to have his heart broken to darken his character. Based on Li Ran's character, if Mu Bingxian swore in front of so many people, wouldn't he be so happy that he couldn't sleep for 3 days? How could he darken his character like this? Li Ran never expected that his clever move would be effortlessly undone by Mu Bingxian. No wonder she was the top female lead, she was something. Just you wait. Meanwhile, on the court, after drinking a cup of milk tea, Lin Ming felt his state returning. He felt that his body was now filled with strength. The power of love from Mu Bingxian. Yet another three-pointer made. Lin Ming casually shook his hair and glanced towards the stands. He knew that Mu Bingxian must be watching him now. The next moment, Lin Ming's mindset collapsed again. Li Ran was simply holding Mu Bingxian's hand face to face. However, from Lin Ming's perspective, it looked as if Li Ran and Mu Bingxian were embracing each other. Li Ran holding Mu Bingxian's hand, the two seemed to be kissing passionately. In an instant, Lin Ming felt the power of love within him rapidly dissipating. He felt weak all over. Li Ran, you despicable scoundrel. Lin Ming's heart let out a roar, his heart like a knife twisting. He worked hard on the court, striving so desperately to score. What was it all for? Wasn't it just to make Mu Bingxian look at him a bit more? But unexpectedly, while he was working hard on the court, this scoundrel Li Ran actually. It was just too despicable. Woo. Just when Lin Ming was lost in thought, a teammate snatched the rebound. Seeing Lin Ming dazed under the opponent's basket, this teammate instantly rejoiced and passed the ball to Lin Ming. Lin Ming catch it. The heartbroken Lin Ming still didn't understand the situation. By the time he looked up, he saw a large basketball coming straight for his face. Bang! This long-distance pass was extremely powerful, and this teammate had great confidence in Lin Ming, putting a bit more force into the pass than usual. Lin Ming had no time to react at all. He was hit directly in the face by a basketball. He fell straight down. Instantly, the scene erupted in chaos. No way, Lin Ming just got knocked out. Just watching makes my head hurt. What's going on? Why is Lin Ming in a daze? Isn't this a concussion? After finally calming Mu Bingxian down, Li Ran turned his attention to Bai Weiwei. Now that Mu Bingxian's path seemed to be blocked. However, Li Ran was unperturbed. He still had a backup plan. That's right, Bai Weiwei. According to the script, Bai Weiwei would invite Lin Ming to represent Moda University at the International Exchange Music Festival after the basketball game. As a villain, witnessing the protagonist lead the team to victory and gain such honors was certainly a source of jealousy. Feeling sad was only reasonable, right? Thus it was reasonable for him to go to a bar to drink away his sorrows. Regardless of what others thought, Li Ran felt it was perfectly reasonable. He had complete confidence in Bai Weiwei. He had already patched things up with Bai Weiwei yesterday, so the upcoming plot should go smoothly. What is Lin Ming dazed about? Did he get knocked out by the ball? Oh no, it seems Lin Ming can't get up. Just then Li Ran suddenly heard the uproar from the surrounding crowd. Li Ran quickly pulled Mu Bingxian aside and looked towards the court. He saw Lin Ming lying stiffly on the ground. Instantly Li Ran's mind buzzed and he was stunned. No way, what happened? A formidable soldier knocked out by a basketball. Is this acting a bit too much, Brother Lin? However, Lin Ming really seemed to be in trouble. He only stood up with the help of 2 teammates. As for this, the coach from the Business Administration College could only substitute another player in. Without Lin Ming, how could the Business Administration College compete against the Civil Engineering College? Oh no, it seems like it's all over. Li Ran felt a chill in his heart. I take back what I said earlier, this protagonist is truly disappointing. Li Ran was so angry that he couldn't even speak. At this moment, he wanted to step in and give Lin Ming a couple of punches. Are you messing with me? Are you playing me? Get up, you piece of trash. Go and fight. Li Ran silently tolerated the shattered female lead's character and the deviated plot. To ensure the story could progress smoothly, he even sent people to secretly assist Lin Ming. Because in Li Ran's eyes, at least, Lin Ming as the protagonist was still normal, still very dedicated, and quite cooperative. But Li Ran never expected that at the crucial moment, even this protagonist would let him down. Good grief, is everyone just here to act against me? Li Ran felt heartbroken and cold. This scene was ultimately a one-man show for me. In the end, I bore all the burden alone. In reality, Li Ran had misunderstood Lin Ming. As the protagonist, Lin Ming was truly dedicated. He constantly reminded himself of his mission to impress others. How could he fall at this point without winning the championship? The team needed him. Thus, 5 minutes into the 4th quarter, Lin Ming, enduring physical discomfort, requested to re-enter the game. However, unfortunately, in his eagerness, Lin Ming was unable to turn the tide, and instead committed 2 more fouls, leading to his ejection. Oh no, now it was completely over. The last glimmer of hope in Li Ran's heart had shattered. At that moment, he noticed Bai Weiwei's lips curling slightly upward. Right, he almost forgot that he had Bai Weiwei as his trump card. At this point, it was time for Bai Weiwei to make her appearance. As the antagonist, it was only reasonable for her to feel jealousy and resentment upon seeing the most beautiful professor in the school standing next to Lin Ming. Going to a bar to drown her sorrows seemed perfectly justified. Li Ran turned his gaze towards Bai Weiwei. At the same time, Bai Weiwei looked at Li Ran and smiled gently. The two exchanged a heartfelt gaze. However, after a while, Bai Weiwei did not move. As Lin Ming was about to leave, Li Ran couldn't wait any longer. Teacher, Bai, did you forget something? Li Ran blinked. Yesterday at your home, we made a promise. Bai Weiwei, understanding his implication, replied, Oh, you mean that matter? The academy is still discussing it, and the school will announce it in a few days, no rush. She had agreed to let Lin Ming participate in the music festival, but hadn't mentioned that it would be announced today. Li Ran. Bai Weiwei stood up. Li Ran, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? My grandfather bought a nice bottle of wine and wants to drink with you. Drink wine? Who wants to go to your house to drink? Are you crazy? It was already surprising that Bai Weiwei didn't invite Lin Ming to the music festival, but now she was inviting him to her house for drinks. Li Ran was stunned. Without thinking, he shook his head and refused. Forget it, I've seen the match. I should go home now. Bai Weiwei asked, Are you sure you don't want to have a drink? Li Ran replied, I don't feel like drinking today. Upon hearing Li Ran's response, Bai Weiwei felt a wave of relief. In her previous life, she was unaware of Li Ran's encounter with the thugs. However, she knew the reason Li Ran had been angered by Lin Ming. Now Li Ran was not upset with Lin Ming. This meant that Li Ran would not head to the bar to drown his sorrows. Thus he would not encounter any thugs. Unknowingly, she had resolved yet another issue for Li Ran. Wonderful. Although Li Ran would never know that she had helped him avoid a problem, Bai Weiwei was still very happy. Because of this boy, she had already made up her mind to protect him for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxuan, feeling jealous, remarked, Li Ran, are you very close to Professor Bai? What drinking? Oh, I'm not close to her, I'm close to her grandfather. Even if the plot was difficult, he had to wear a smile while performing. Li Ran stood up, forcing a smile. Professor Bai Bingxuan, I'm heading home now. In today's plot, neither of the main characters acted according to the script. Li Ran wanted to curse. Back home, Li Ran collapsed onto his bed. Forget it, this matter was already in the past. He should think about how to transition to the next plot. After thinking for a while, Li Ran actually came up with a reason. Taking out his phone, he posted an update on his social media. Saw today's basketball finals, the academy actually lost, heartbroken. Feeling upset, want a drink. As a student of the Business Management Academy, feeling down after the academy lost a match seemed quite reasonable, right? Thus going to a bar to drink was also quite reasonable, right? Okay, got it. After posting on social media, he gave himself a thumbs up. Throwing his phone aside, Li Ran felt more at ease. The next plot didn't involve the main characters, it was just him and a few assassins acting. Now there shouldn't be any problems, right? Pulling up the blanket and covering himself, Li Ran fell asleep peacefully. He slept until evening before finally getting up feeling refreshed. He went to the garage and looked at a row of luxurious cars. In the end, Li Ran chose a Lamborghini. The reason was simple: among all the luxury cars, this Lamborghini was the cheapest, and even if it got damaged, Li Ran wouldn't feel heartbroken. The deep rumble of the Lamborghini roared to life, and feeling the intense push against his back, Li Ran smiled slightly. The sports car sped out of the garage like a blue ghost, leaving the Li family behind. Driving the sports car on the circular highway, Li Ran felt elated. This was his first time openly racing in the plot. In the novel, Li Ran loved to play with cars. Not only did he own several luxury cars, but his driving skills were also quite impressive. In the upcoming plot, there was a scene where he would race. According to the script, after being chased by the Nightingale team in the bar, Li Ran would rely on his familiarity with the streets of Magic City and his driving skills to delay until the traffic police arrived. Then he would be saved. Therefore, Li Ran was essentially getting familiar with the car and the road conditions in advance. Meanwhile, at the Jinhong nightclub, Lin Ming looked grimly at the 5 people standing before him. By now you should have a general familiarity with the city of Magic City, right? One of the Nightingales replied respectfully, "Yes, master. However, the Li family's bodyguards are very vigilant. We haven't found a suitable opportunity to act." "No worries." Lin Ming waved his hand. "The Night Owl has dispatched people to keep a close watch on the Li family. Once there is an opportunity, you can take action." Just then one of Night Owl's subordinates hurried in. "Master, we just received news that Li Ran has left the Li family. He is currently racing on the circular highway." In an instant a cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He knew that the moment for revenge had come. The Nightingale inquired, "What about the bodyguards around him?" The subordinate replied, "There are no bodyguards, it's just him alone." Lin Ming looked at the Nightingale and nodded. "It's up to you, take one of his legs. Also in Long Country, keep your hands clean and don't leave any traces." "Yes, master." The 5 members of the Nightingale team replied in unison. "We guarantee the completion of the task." In these past few days, the Nightingale team had roughly familiarized themselves with the environment of Magic City, although they couldn't claim to know every street in Magic City. For a top assassination team like them, from understanding the surroundings of their target to devising a perfect action plan, it would only take them a few hours. As for the assassination, dealing with a spoiled young master like Li Ran who had no bodyguards around him, to be honest, they didn't take him seriously at all. Taking one of Li Ran's legs was simply too easy for the Nightingale team. Soon the Nightingale team gathered their things and left the Jinhong nightclub. Just as the Nightingale team left, one of the guards at the Jinhong nightclub suddenly clutched his stomach. "Old Huang, take a look. I need to use the restroom." A nearby tattooed man looked at him suspiciously and scolded with a laugh. "Are you having another craving for a smoke?" "I still don't know." "Hurry up and come back. Ooh, I want to have one too." This Tianhu gang member chuckled. Hee, nothing can be hidden from you." In the back alley, this Tianhu gang member carefully surveyed the surroundings. Confirming it was safe, he took out his phone and quickly typed a text message to send. Then he deleted the message. In recent days, Li Ran had been reclusive. Whenever he ventured out, he was either accompanied by bodyguards or headed to crowded places. This left the Nightingale team without suitable opportunities to act. But now they had finally awaited their chance. Tonight, only Li Ran was alone. This opportunity was rare. As he got into his car, the Nightingale team, following the intel, drove towards the highway where Li Ran was speeding. Inside the vehicle, the 5th member held a toolbox containing various tools, including a saw and some medical supplies. They knew that when their master instructed to take one of Li Ran's legs, it meant exactly that. This was no joke. While abroad, Lin Ming often employed such methods to punish his enemies. For those who could not be killed immediately or still held value, Lin Ming's way of punishing them was to take away their most important possessions. These possessions could be their body organs like eyes, noses, arms, or legs, or even their family members, or other things they valued more than life itself. Taking these things served not only to punish and torment them. Simultaneously, it could serve as a warning and deterrent to others, letting them know what the consequences of opposing Lin Ming would be. The Nightingale team was no stranger to such tasks. They were well versed in it. They not only aimed to take away Li Ran's leg, but also had to ensure that he did not die. The medical tools in the toolbox were meant to stop Li Ran's bleeding after the leg was taken. Upon reaching the circular highway, the Nightingale team's vehicle soon caught up with Li Ran's car. They watched as Li Ran sped down the highway in his Lamborghini. The 4th member responsible for driving smiled slightly. With a press of the accelerator, they quickly followed suit. In the homicide squad, Lu Xinyan was daydreaming. She suddenly realized that she had been thinking about Li Ran more often lately. Especially every time she recalled the moment they kissed at the bar, her heart would race and her cheeks would flush. How could she have been so bold to kiss him suddenly? What is wrong with me? Could it be that I really like that guy? How infuriating, he's such a wastrel. No, he's not a wastrel. Lu Xinyan touched her slightly flushed cheeks, mumbling to herself. Many in Modu considered Li Ran a wastrel, and many looked down on him as a sycophant. But who knew that this wastrel secretly funded over 200 primary schools, nursing homes, and orphanages? He is truly kind-hearted, Lu Xinyan murmured softly, lowering her gaze. In her past life, Li Ran appeared to her as a good-for-nothing wastrel. In this life, she discovered that beneath Li Ran's wastrel facade lay a heart filled with kindness. Besides that, Li Ran was also quite handsome. Standing at 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned physique, his muscles radiated power. However, the more exceptional Li Ran was, the deeper Lu Xinyan's guilt became. Yes, she could never forgive herself, because in her past life, she had become Lin Ming's accomplice, indirectly causing Li Ran's death. Remembering how Li Ran's family was destroyed in the past, thinking of the harm he endured, Lu Xinyan's heart twitched slightly, feeling a pang of pain. In this new life, while Li Ran could forget the harm she caused him, how could she forget? It was she who had caused the death of this kind-hearted boy. Ding ding. Suddenly, her pocket vibrated, signaling a message. Lu Xinyan snapped back to reality. She opened her phone to see a message from her informant. Lu Xinyan smiled. In her heart, she secretly vowed that in this life, she would not become Lin Ming's accomplice. This time she would definitely save Li Ran, this kind-hearted boy. Putting on her hat and tidying herself up, Lu Xinyan stepped out of the office. Shao Qi, gather everyone. There's an operation tonight. Soon, all 35 officers of the homicide squad were assembled. Sister Yin, what's the operation? One officer asked curiously. Based on the intel from the informant, there will be a gang conflict tonight, near Jiangtan Park on Route 17. No, it's at the Dihao bar. We need to prepare for a potential armed confrontation. Everyone should bring their gear and be cautious. Shao Qi, go to the weapon storage and request some submachine guns and automatic rifles for the sharpshooters in the team. The homicide squad trained some informants. This was not a secret within the police force. Only the captain and deputy captain were aware of the informants' identities. Seeing Lu Xinyan so serious, the officers had no doubts about her orders. They nodded earnestly. Soon the team's weapons, bulletproof vests, and other equipment were fully prepared. Lu Xinyan led the officers onto the bulletproof vehicle for the operation. Let's head to Dihao bar. According to Lu Xinyan's recollection from the files, Li Ran was saved after encountering a patrolling officer at Jiangtan Park. However, based on Li Ran's account later, he was attacked at the Dihao bar. This meant that by the time Li Ran was at Dihao bar, he was already targeted by Lin Ming's subordinates. Thus, Lu Xinyan revised the ambush location from Jiangtan Park to Dihao bar. She aimed to capture them before they could harm Li Ran during their operation. After all, Lu Xinyan did not know whether any other accidents would occur during the pursuit of Li Ran by the assailants. Just like at the Windbell bar, where Li Ran did not appear in his past life, yet this time he did, and even saved her. Damn it, why am I thinking of that moment when I kissed Li Ran again? His lips are so soft. Lu Xinyan quickly shook her head. Now was not the time to think about Li Ran, as she needed to deal with the threat to him first. These assailants were among the top mercenary teams under Lin Ming. Ranked 95 on the international wanted list, the Nightingale team was highly skilled in tracking and assassination. Therefore, this operation must capture the entire Nightingale team. Not a single member could be allowed to escape. Otherwise, not just Li Ran, even Lu Xinyan herself might be at risk of assassination. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinyan began to devise a specific plan for the upcoming capture operation with 2 veteran officers. At the Shengtian business building. Almost at the same time Lu Xinyan received the news, Black Rose also learned of the Nightingale team's departure. As the queen of underground intelligence in Modu, not a single move of the underground gangs escaped Black Rose's notice. After hearing her subordinates report, Black Rose's lips curled into a cold arc. She set down her knife and fork, wiping her fiery red lips with a napkin. Let along in. Soon a man in a black t-shirt with a buzz cut walked in. Boss. The buzz-cut man stood before Black Rose and slightly bowed. Unlike other gang members, he bore no tattoos. However, his muscles were exceptionally developed. Even without any effort, the muscles in his arms bulged exaggeratedly. Standing before Black Rose, he exuded a natural aura of ferocity. The buzz-cut man's full name was Chun Tianlong, the former boss of the Tianlong gang in Modu. Now he was the top enforcer under the intelligence queen. The team led by Chun Tianlong was the most elite group under Black Rose, specializing in handling the most difficult tasks for Black Rose. Dressed in a cheapao, Black Rose stood up from her chair, and one of her female subordinates quickly draped a shawl over her shoulders. As she walked past Chun Tianlong, Black Rose said indifferently, "Take 50 people and come with me to Dihao bar." The Dihao bar, under the ownership of the Black Rose, was notorious in the underworld. Chun Tianlong was the top enforcer working for the Black Rose. Naturally, the people he brought were the elite of the Rose Gang. In less than 20 minutes, all the staff at the Dihao bar were replaced by the Rose Gang's elite. On the second floor of the bar, in a private room at the end, the Black Rose was savoring red wine, while Chun Tianlong stood quietly beside her, waiting for Li Ran's arrival. No more accurately, they were waiting for the arrival of the Nightingale squad. In her previous life, how could the Black Rose not know about the Nightingale squad's attack on Li Ran at the Dihao bar? Afterward, Li Ran had come to the Dihao bar to demand an explanation from her, causing quite a stir. The memories of their past confrontations flashed vividly in the Black Rose's mind, making her smile involuntarily. This little man was truly adorable when he was angry. That smile bloomed like 100 flowers. Chun Tianlong and a few of his subordinates who had never seen their boss like this were momentarily stunned. However, the Black Rose's expression soon turned cold. A few guests will be arriving at the bar tonight. Tianlong, prepare well to host them. I want them to enter upright and leave horizontally. How dare Lin Ming touch the man she had her eyes on? This was a death wish. The Nightingale squad tonight could be considered her first gift to Lin Ming. Soon after, the Tianhu gang would be her second gift to him. Understood. Qin Tianlong replied solemnly. When the Black Rose said those words, he distinctly felt the murderous intent in her tone. This puzzled him. Since taking the lead of the underground gang in Modu, their boss rarely displayed such killing intent. After all, in the underground world of Modu, no one dared to disrespect the Black Rose. Aside from the other two old gangs, very few would dare to challenge the Rose gang. Naturally, the Black Rose did not elaborate. After giving her orders, she lifted her red wine glass and sipped it slowly. In her previous life, after the fall of the Li family, she had wanted to save Li Ran. Unfortunately, at that time, she had been deceived by Lin Ming, genuinely believing he wanted to collaborate with her. By the time she realized, half of the gangs in Modu had already sided with Lin Ming. At that time, Li Ran was already blinded by hatred, solely focused on seeking revenge against Lin Ming. He wouldn't listen to her words at all. Thus, in the end, she could only watch helplessly as Li Ran was killed by Lin Ming. After Li Ran's death, the Black Rose led her subordinates from the Rose gang to fight Lin Ming desperately. Ultimately, due to being outnumbered, the entire Rose gang was annihilated by Lin Ming. Now, having been given a second chance at life, the Black Rose would not make the same mistakes again. In this life, she aimed to unify the underground gangs of Modu. She would be Li Ran's steadfast support. As long as the Black Rose was alive, Lin Ming would not be able to lay a finger on Li Ran. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted the Black Rose's thoughts. The door opened, and a gang member rushed in. Boss, something seems off tonight. Qin Tianlong narrowed his eyes. What's going on? The brothers outside the bar spotted a few undercover officers. Are they sure they are cops? Yes, familiar faces from the criminal police team. Qin Tianlong looked at the Black Rose, asking, Boss. The Black Rose frowned slightly. Bring our people back in. Just keep an eye on them as long as they don't come inside. Tonight she would protect Li Ran. Even if the criminal police were present, she would ensure that Li Ran was unharmed. As long as the Nightingale squad entered this bar, the Black Rose was confident she could quietly eliminate the members of the Nightingale squad without alerting the police outside. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan led her squad to the back alley of the bar. You two go inside the bar and check the situation first. Lu Xinyan instructed two experienced officers. The two officers changed into plain clothes and entered the bar. Soon they came back out. Captain, there are many more enforcers at the Dihao bar today. I recognize some familiar faces. They are elite enforcers under the Black Rose. Hearing this, the surrounding officers suddenly became alert. Several officers looked at Lu Xinyan with newfound respect. Lu Xinyan had become the vice captain of the criminal police team at such a young age, and there were rumors in the force that it was because she had a powerful father that she rose through the ranks so quickly. However, at this moment, the officers witnessed Liu's capabilities and felt genuine admiration. Clearly, the captain was right. Something was indeed about to happen at the Dihao bar tonight. Just then, Lu Xinyan frowned slightly. The Dihao bar was large. Originally, Lu Xinyan wanted all the officers to disguise themselves as plainclothes and mix in to protect Li Ran. But unexpectedly, there were many of the Black Rose's elite subordinates inside the bar. This made things complicated. Under such circumstances, if they entered first, they might inadvertently conflict with the Black Rose's men before the assassins even arrived. If they startled the killers tonight, it would be uncertain when the next opportunity to capture them would arise. They only had this one chance to capture the Nightingale squad tonight. She could not allow such a situation to occur. Lu Xinyan spoke up. With so many of us going in, we're likely to expose ourselves. What do you all think? Several older officers nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were genuinely worried that the ambitious young vice captain would recklessly rush into the bar with a team. After all, the criminal police often dealt with members of underground gangs, and the other side was the Black Rose, the queen of underground intelligence. Especially Lu Xinyan herself, though very few in Modus underground gangs did not recognize her face. If they went in like this, they would likely be discovered by the Black Rose's people immediately. Given the current situation, it's impossible for us to ambush them in advance. In my opinion, we should wait for them to clash before we go. In that way, we can catch them in the act. Lu Xinyan nodded. All right, let's slightly alter the plan. We will ambush in the back alley and secure a few escape routes. Once someone tries to escape, we will make our move. Yes. The older officers exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of admiration in the other's eyes. They had not expected that this young vice captain would quickly propose a second plan. After considering the plan, they found it nearly flawless. In a moment, the older officers' evaluation of Lu Xinyan rose even higher, and many officers felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. They knew that if they acted during a gang fight, there would be a high probability of casualties, even if they were wearing bulletproof vests. Officers were human too. Being human means there's no one who isn't afraid of death. Lu Xinyan's arrangement clearly prioritized their safety, placing it above all else. Lying in wait in the back alley, they would be waiting for an opportunity. Such a plan minimized their risk of casualties. Of course, they did not know that Lu Xinyan had another very important reason for making arrangements so quickly. Lu Xinyan knew that the Nightingale squad only had 5 assassins. Moreover, these 5 were not there to clash with the Black Rose, they were there to hunt down Li Ran. The bar was filled with chaos. If a fight broke out inside, it was possible that 1 or 2 of the assassins might escape. After all, they were a squad of assassins ranked among the top 100 on the international wanted list. Originally, the first plan was not the best capture plan. Lu Xinyan was merely worried for Li Ran's safety, fearing that something might happen to him at the bar, which led her to prioritize that plan. This current plan, however, was the best capture plan. Lu Xinyan knew that if Li Ran was safe in the bar, he would escape through the back alley in a car. The Nightingale squad would naturally follow him out through the back alley. The back alley would be the optimal ambush point to capture all members of the Nightingale squad. Under Lu Xinyan's arrangements, over 30 officers lay in ambush in the back alley. In the stillness, time passed slowly. Lu Xinyan prayed silently in her heart. Li Ran, you must escape safely. In her previous life, she had indirectly caused Li Ran's death. In this life, she would do everything in her power to make amends for her mistakes. Meanwhile, on the circular highway, Li Ran glanced at the car, closely following him in the rearview mirror, and smiled slightly as he drove into the city. Very good, the assassins are already in position. Next, it was time for the escape scene at the bar. This time, neither the male nor female lead was present. There was no one to disturb him, and he could finally walk through the plot without interruptions. During the rapid escape, Li Ran had a high-speed driving scene to enact. His divine driving skills could finally be put to use. This made him very happy. Li Ran hummed a tune as he drove into the city. Finally, he no longer had to act alongside those incompetent male and female leads. His Oscar-worthy acting skills could finally shine. He put on a sulky face, feeling quite displeased. After losing the college basketball game, his mood was extremely poor. Casually tossing a 200 yuan tip, Li Ran turned and entered the convenience store next to the bar. He needed to buy a pack of cigarettes to allow the Nightingale team to install a tracker on him. After all, the Nightingale team had just returned from abroad and was unfamiliar with Magic City, as well as the Imperial Bar. To ensure the mission was foolproof, some preparation was necessary. Meanwhile, the Nightingale team, which had been following Li Ran, saw him enter the convenience store. The leader of the team's expression changed slightly, and he nodded towards the second team member. It's your turn. The second member was a handsome foreign man standing about 1.6 meters tall, looking quite similar to a Dragon Kingdom citizen. Hearing this, the second member opened the car door and got out. As one of the top international assassination teams, the Nightingale team had executed all kinds of missions. In situations like this, where the team was unfamiliar with the environment and time was of the essence, they had their own methods of handling it. When dealing with a rich playboy like Li Ran, the Nightingale team naturally would not be overly cautious, so they opted for the simplest and most reliable method, installing a tracker on him. This way, no matter how complex the bar's environment was, they could ensure they wouldn't lose track of Li Ran. After all, they couldn't get too close to him, being too close posed the risk of detection. With an appearance similar to a Dragon Kingdom citizen, the second member could easily lower Li Ran's guard, allowing him to install the tracker without detection. Spotting Li Ran as he walked out of the convenience store, the second member quickened his pace, pretending to be in a hurry. Then he collided with Li Ran, who had just exited. Sorry. The second member apologized fluently in Dragon Kingdom dialect, while helping Li Ran, who almost fell. As he helped him up, the second member subtly affixed a transparent tracker to Li Ran's clothing. Can't you watch where you're going? Li Ran angrily pushed the man away, exclaiming, I'm in a terrible mood right now, do you want to get hit? He kicked the man and cursed as he turned to enter the Imperial Bar. As the man helped himself up, Li Ran realized that the tracker had been installed on him. Upon arriving at the bar, Li Ran ordered a few drinks at the counter and sipped slowly. Meanwhile, inside the car, the fifth member activated the tracker installed on Li Ran with a laptop. On the computer screen, a green dot was flashing. Okay. The fifth member took out several tracking devices that were flashing green dots and handed them to the others. After placing the trackers, Nightingale nodded and said to the fifth member, you go in and take over the surveillance at the Imperial Bar. Understood, boss. Dressed in a hip-hop style, the fifth member packed the laptop into his backpack, slung it over his shoulders, and walked into the bar. Meanwhile, Nightingale and the other 3 remained quietly in the car. This time was different from executing missions abroad. They had come to the Dragon Kingdom to assist the War King. Since Lin Ming had instructed them to clean up, leaving no traces, they naturally had to handle this matter with caution to prevent the Dragon Kingdom police from tracing any clues back to them. They couldn't implicate their master. Thus, before the Nightingale team took action, they had to first control all surveillance at the Imperial Bar. They couldn't allow the cameras to capture their appearances. The fifth member, dressed in hip-hop attire, entered the bar and found it to be much larger than any bar he had seen abroad, with plenty of beautiful women dancing on stage. Once the mission is accomplished, I might as well take some time to enjoy this place. Chewing gum and blowing a bubble, the fifth member thought while observing the bar's environment. Lin Ming had called back the Nightingale team to have them assist him long-term in the Dragon Kingdom, helping him to take control of the underground gangs in Magic City. The fifth member also knew he would be staying in the Dragon Kingdom for quite a while. However, he didn't anticipate that he would already be targeted during his very first appearance in Magic City. From the moment he entered the bar, he had already been exposed. In the surveillance room at the end of the second floor, as the fifth member appeared on camera, the Black Rose narrowed her eyes slightly, emitting a cold light. Along, our guest has arrived. Black Rose enlarged the surveillance footage from the bar entrance and projected it onto the large screen. Is he a foreign kid? Chen Tianlong didn't think much of it. He just needed to follow the boss orders. Boss, I'll take people to him right away. Black Rose shook her head lightly, stood up, and said, bring a few people and follow me. Inside the bar, the fifth member had already roughly figured out the layout. Taking advantage of Nobody's attention, he swiftly slipped into the fire escape. Sure enough, at the corner of the staircase, he spotted the bar's power system and the electrical box for the surveillance lines. After checking the staircase situation, the fifth member opened his backpack and skillfully took out his tools. Soon he connected his laptop to the bar's surveillance system. Done. Blowing another bubble, he typed and sent a pre-edited message from his phone. However, just as he stood up, a silenced pistol was pressed against his head. Whoosh! The trigger was pulled. Instantly, a blood flower blossomed on the wall behind the fifth member, splattering red and white. Several burly men swiftly approached, searching the fifth member's pockets and retrieving all his belongings. They opened a plastic bag and placed his body inside. Then they grabbed a mop and bucket to clean the bloodstains from the wall and floor. On the staircase, Black Rose coldly watched the scene unfold, her expression unchanged. To the puzzled Chen Tianlong beside her, she said, all right, let's go back. At that moment, as he gazed at Black Rose's back, Chen Tianlong's eyes reflected a mix of admiration and a hint of fear. How did the boss know this guy would come here? In a bar as large as the Imperial, there were plenty of blind spots in the surveillance. Just now, that hip-hop dressed man had been roaming around the bar only to disappear from the cameras. Chen Tianlong couldn't comprehend how the boss hadn't sent anyone to follow this man, yet had directly located him here. It was simply like Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, in the car, the Nightingale team members' phones vibrated. They picked up their phones and saw a message from the fifth member. The message contained only the number 1. This was their signal. 1 signified that the fifth member had successfully completed his task. Nightingale nodded. All right, let's move. Nightingale and the other 2 got out of the car, leaving the fourth member inside. After the others exited, the fourth member, following the agreed plan, started the vehicle and drove it to the back alley of the bar to facilitate the pickup of the successful members. In the back alley of the bar, a group of police officers lay hidden in various corners. At that moment, on the outer edge, Lu Xinyan, dressed in a leather jacket, suddenly spotted a car slowly approaching. Her brow furrowed as she prepared to step forward to inform the occupants inside that the police were conducting official business. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan caught sight of the car's license plate number. In an instant, her body trembled. She was all too familiar with this plate number. In her previous life, it was the same license plate of the vehicle abandoned by the assailants who injured Li Ran. Of course, subsequent investigations by the criminal police team revealed that this license plate was fake. However, this only indicated that the person driving the car was indeed one of those assailants. Lu Xinyan quietly drew her gun and exchanged glances with the 2 seasoned police officers. The 2 understood immediately. As the vehicle came to a halt, an old officer pulled out a cigarette, pretending to search for a lighter, and approached to knock on the car door. The window rolled down halfway, and the 4th officer, alert, asked what's going on. Just needed a light, brother, the officer replied with a smile. Go away, I don't have one, the 4th officer said, his expression slightly relaxed, clearly annoyed. However, his other hand still felt for the gun hidden in his pocket. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan and another officer quietly moved to the sides of the vehicle. Taking advantage of the 4th officer's distraction, they stealthily positioned themselves. Hands up, don't move. In the next second, 3 guns were aimed at the 4th officer, who was instantly dumbfounded. Who are these people? Even with 1,000 questions racing through his mind, as one of the top assassins, the 4th officer knew he couldn't simply surrender. He immediately drew his gun. However, just as he did, 3 guns fired simultaneously. The 4th officer, hit by 3 bullets, didn't even have time to utter a sound before he dropped dead on the spot. The 2 veteran officers quickly opened the car door. Upon seeing the gun in the 4th officer's hand, they were shocked, realizing how fortunate they were. Desert Eagle, this gun is rare in the country. Wow, turns out he was a tough criminal. One veteran officer gave Lu Xinyan a thumbs up. Captain Lu, your reaction was quick. If we had waited any longer, we could have been in danger. In fact, Lu Xinyan was the first to fire. Hearing the gunshots, the 2 officers instinctively followed suit and fired. All right, let's quickly clean this up and continue to lie in wait. Lu Xinyan couldn't reveal that she was reborn and already knew this man was a tough criminal, so she smiled and changed the subject. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nightingale and her 2 subordinates had already entered the bar. To avoid drawing attention, the 3 swayed to the music as if they were truly there to have a good time, completely unaware that 2 of their team members had already met their demise. Soon the 3 of them made a round in the bar, getting a general feel of the surroundings. Of course, they also spotted Li Ran drinking at the bar. At this moment, Li Ran had clearly consumed quite a bit of alcohol, rambling on while drinking. The academy lost the game, so sad. We should have won the championship, damn it. It's all Lin Ming's fault. If he hadn't been sent off, our academy wouldn't have lost. Damn, Lin Ming is an idiot. Sir, you should drink less. You're getting drunk, said the bartender, unable to watch any longer as he approached Li Ran. I'm not drunk. Li Ran shot him a glance and pulled out a wad of cash, slamming it on the table. Stop talking nonsense. Curse Lin Ming with me, and this money is yours. The bartender was speechless as he exchanged glances with several waitstaff before they all approached Li Ran. Lin Ming is an idiot. Idiot Lin Ming. Li Ran burst into laughter, tossing cash to each of them. Haha, well said. Keep cursing. This is a reward for you. They were overjoyed, stuffing the money into their pockets while continuing to curse. Who is Lin Ming? They had no idea, but it didn't concern them. However, this money was very much their concern. Nearby, the veins on Nightingale's forehead throbbed. Honestly, if it weren't for their master's orders, they would have wanted to eliminate Li Ran right there and then. But they couldn't. In this situation, the three could only wait quietly. They either had to wait for Li Ran to get drunk, or they could only wait for him to go to the restroom to seize their chance. As they watched the time, Li Ran knew the plot was about to unfold. According to the plot, at this point, he should feel an urgent need to urinate and head to the restroom. The restroom was a dead zone for the bar surveillance cameras. Among the three assassins, two kept watch, while one followed him inside. The one who entered seemed to be preparing some kind of drug, ether perhaps, ready to incapacitate him. However, they didn't expect that someone would just finish using the restroom and walk out stumbling upon this scene. Li Ran, seizing the opportunity, managed to escape. The following plot was quite simple. He burst out from the back alley and sprinted towards his sports car. Next came the showcase of Li Ran's driving skills. It was time for his performance. After getting into his Lamborghini, he sped down the road at breakneck speed, ultimately being saved by two traffic officers. He stood up, swaying slightly as he headed towards the restroom. Seeing this scene, Nightingale and her two subordinates exchanged glances and nodded. They knew the opportunity had arrived. Silently, the three stealthily followed Li Ran towards the restroom. One assassin entered right behind Li Ran. The other two stood at the restroom entrance, placing a cleaning sign. As Li Ran entered the restroom, he glanced at the floor through the door crack. According to the plot, there should be someone in the stall. It couldn't go wrong. In the first stall through the crack, Li Ran saw a pair of leather boots. Great, it should be the first stall's occupant who will encounter the attack from the assassin. Li Ran felt relieved. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, suddenly an additional pair of leather boots appeared in the crack. What's going on? 3 pairs of leather boots. Oh no. Who was in the first stall? At the moment he saw the 3 pairs of boots, Li Ran was bewildered, a chill running down his back. Damn it, this isn't the script of an urban novel, is it? Where did this supernatural event come from? Did I just see things? He blinked, not believing it, and bent down to look through the crack one by one. The second stall, the third stall. At this point, Li Ran's skin crawled, and his scalp tingled. There were several pairs of leather boots in these stalls. In an instant, Li Ran understood. This wasn't a supernatural event. Instead, there were multiple people hidden in the stalls. What the heck? Is this how loose bars have become nowadays? Imagining how 3 or 4 people could fit in such a small stall, Li Ran found it hard to envision their positions. Although he was very curious, this was their preference, and he didn't want to intrude. Forget it, as long as there were people in the restroom, the plot wouldn't go awry. Li Ran walked to the nearby urinal and began to relieve himself, trying to finish quickly. He knew that soon the assassin would sneak up and choke him. In his previous life, he had suffered from a wet shoe because of this. Sure enough, just after Li Ran finished, before he could even shake it off, a strong arm wrapped around his neck from behind. Don't move if you don't want to die, the second assassin said, dragging Li Ran towards the sink. Preparing to pull out a drug to knock Li Ran out with the second one's strength, he wouldn't be able to harm Li Ran at all. However, to make the scene more realistic, Li Ran cooperatively stuck out his tongue, pretending to struggle for breath. Let go, let go. I can't breathe, Li Ran said weakly, stealthily pulling up his pants. Be honest, don't move, or I'll take your life. The second assassin pulled out a handkerchief, ready to make his move. At that moment, a loud bang erupted. The restroom stall door was kicked open with a crash. A muscular man with a buzz cut, dressed in a black t-shirt, stepped out. Looking at the second assassin, Chun Tianlong sneered and cracked his neck. Everyone out, greet the guests. As soon as Chun Tianlong's voice fell, all the restroom stall doors swung open. A group of Rose Gang thugs wielding baseball bats emerged. In a blink, over 20 people blocked the entrance of the restroom, encircling number 2 and Li Ran. Number 2 was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected such a crowd to be hidden in a small restroom. When he first entered, all his thoughts were on Li Ran, leaving him no time to notice the situation inside the stalls. Who would have thought there would be so many people hiding in those stalls? Moreover, judging by their looks, they had clearly come prepared. Clearly, he had been ambushed. Glancing at Li Ran, who was being restrained by his arm, number 2's mind was filled with confusion. Were these people all arranged here by Li Ran in advance? This spoiled rich kid actually had such high intelligence. This kid had been pretending all along. At that moment, a chill ran down number 2's back. But before he could think further, sounds of fighting erupted outside the restroom. Clearly, he wasn't the only one ambushed. Nightingale and another companion were already engaged in a scuffle with the enemy. Immediately, a sound resembling Nightingale's signal for retreat rang out. Number 2 knew this was the signal. But now, he had no way to express his frustration. He dared not move recklessly, because from the lead man with the buzz cut he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This man was very dangerous. Of course the fool wasn't number 2. At this moment Lee Ran was the biggest fool. Tattoos. Are you guys putting on a show as a damn gang? Looking at the dark crowd, Lee Ran's eyes were wide in disbelief. This is really a gang. The lead buzz-cut man whom Lee Ran recognized was Chun Tianlong, the top thug of the underground queen of Magic City Black Rose. His strength was formidable. In his previous life, when Lee Ran sought trouble with Black Rose, this guy single-handedly took down 10 of Lee Ran's bodyguards without sustaining a scratch. But now this wasn't about whether Lee Ran recognized Chun Tianlong. The current situation was that the top thug under Black Rose had appeared in the restroom. The plot hadn't even reached the point where Lee Ran would encounter Chun Tianlong. He shouldn't have appeared this early. Furthermore, he wasn't accompanied by bodyguards. Lee Ran's mind was getting muddled. Looking at the scene of these people wielding baseball bats, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell this group was well prepared. But wasn't Black Rose allied with Lin Ming? What was going on? Forget it, thinking too much gave him a headache, and Lee Ran was too lazy to ponder further. For now he would treat this group of thugs as mere passers-by who happened to stumble upon him being kidnapped by assassins, and he would just play along. Although there were a lot of them, it didn't matter, it wouldn't hinder his acting skills. According to the plot at this moment, he should take advantage of the assassin's momentary distraction to find a chance to escape. With Lee Ran's strength, breaking free from number 2 was as easy as pie. However, he couldn't appear too relaxed as there were so many spectators watching. So Lee Ran could only use ordinary moves to break free. Immediately, he slammed his head back, directly crashing into number 2's nose. Number 2's nose stung and tears and mucus flowed out uncontrollably. Before he could cover his nose, Lee Ran stepped forcefully on his foot. With a crack, number 2 felt as if the bones in his toes had shattered. In pain, number 2 grimaced and gasped for air. Now he truly couldn't hold on to Lee Ran any longer. Taking advantage of number 2's moment of rubbing his nose, Lee Ran slipped out of number 2's clutches like an eel, and then he dashed towards the 20-plus thugs led by Chun Tianlong with a panicked expression. Lee Ran initially wanted to treat these thugs as bystanders. However, at this moment, over 20 people had already blocked the restroom entrance completely. Looking around, he couldn't find a way to escape. Thus, Lee Ran could only helplessly speak up. "Brothers, could you please let me through?" A group of thugs wielding baseball bats and machetes looked at him in disbelief. The next second, someone among the thugs burst into laughter. "This kid is really bold. Doesn't he see the 20-centimeter machete in our hands, and still dares to ask for a way through? Is he really scared silly?" The thugs ignored Lee Ran and looked towards Chun Tianlong, Brother Long. But Chun Tianlong cast a complicated glance at Lee Ran, hesitated, and waved his hand, saying, "Let him go." In truth, Chun Tianlong was also puzzled. He recognized Lee Ran, the son of the richest man in Magic City. However, Black Rose and the Lee family had always kept their distance, hardly crossing paths, let alone having any friendship. So regarding the boss order to save Lee Ran, Chun Tianlong guessed that the boss simply wanted to avoid trouble. If Lee Ran were kidnapped at the Imperial Luxury Bar, needless to say, Li Lijian would definitely come looking for Black Rose for an explanation. Black Rose's order was to save Lee Ran and deal with the assassins who kidnapped him. As for how to handle Lee Ran, that wasn't specified. Chun Tianlong thought for a moment it was better for Lee Ran to leave. As long as Lee Ran left the bar, any future issues Lee Ran faced would have nothing to do with them. If Black Rose knew Chun Tianlong's inner thoughts, she would probably be furious enough to give him a few punches. "Kid, Brother Long has spoken, so let's go." At that moment, upon hearing Chun Tianlong's orders, the thugs parted to create a path. Lee Ran didn't expect Chun Tianlong to be so agreeable. However, it was crucial to follow the plot, so Lee Ran did not dwell on it, and walked out through the path created by the crowd. As Lee Ran left, the crowd closed in again. Pairs of eyes turned towards the remaining person by the sink. Number 2 rubbed his aching nose. "Damn, I'm bleeding." At that moment, he noticed fierce glares directed at him, like hungry wolves. Number 2 looked up to see Chun Tianlong approaching him. He slowly drew a military dagger from his boot. "Brother, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Who the hell is your brother?" Chun Tianlong snorted coldly and kicked towards number 2. Having just squeezed into the restroom with a few underlings, Chun Tianlong was already filled with pent-up frustration. How could he, the top thug of the Rose Gang, end up sharing a restroom with underlings? This kick was delivered swiftly and fiercely. Before he could finish speaking, Chun Tianlong's kick came. Number 2 quickly crossed his arms to block and stumbled back 2 steps, astonished by the strength of this buzzcut man. Knowing that Chun Tianlong was the leader of this group of thugs, he realized that if he didn't take care of him, he might not get out of here today. Number 2's face darkened and he lunged at Chun Tianlong. The military dagger sliced through the air with a chilling glint. Chun Tianlong simply smiled coldly, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He swiftly kicked number 2's wrist. The military dagger flew out of his hand. Before number 2 could react, Chun Tianlong leaped up, delivering a knee strike directly to number 2's chest. Bang! A dull thud sounded as number 2's back arched. He flew back 2 meters, crashing into the ceramic toilet on the wall, shattering it into pieces. Number 2 coughed up blood, his legs flailing a few times before his head drooped down. He could no longer stand. Chen Tianlong glanced at him indifferently and coldly ordered, "Take him away." Inside the bar, the music ceased the moment Li Ran entered the restroom. Instantly, the overhead lights flared on, flooding the entire space with blinding brightness. The writhing crowd froze mid-motion, their faces slack with bewilderment. At that moment, a man stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. "Apologies, everyone. Tonight's service ends early. All bills tonight are on the house." Many recognized the man holding the microphone as the manager of Dihao Bar. As he spoke, bouncers emerged from the shadows and began methodically dispersing the patrons. Once the crowd had been parted, a startling sight soon emerged. A cluster of bar enforcers stood rigid before the restroom entrance, each gripping a cleaver or heavy club. Meanwhile, Nightingale and Agent 3 stood frozen, their faces ashen at the sight of the encroaching wall of muscle. Their operation had been executed with meticulous stealth and precision. Logically, it should have remained undetected. So what had gone wrong? Nightingale cursed under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is Agent 5 doing? This scenario left no doubt. They had been compromised. All three had maintained flawless disguises upon entry. Their own team was unquestionably clean. The sole point of failure could only be Agent 5, the first to enter the bar. Though baffled by Agent 5's misstep, Nightingale knew the mission was now irretrievable. His priorities shifted instantly: regroup and extract. He let loose a sharp, piercing whistle, a signal for Agent 2 inside the restroom and Agent 5 hidden somewhere within the bar's dim corners. A brutal skirmish erupted. To avoid drawing police attention from the alley behind the bar, and to prevent civilian casualties, Black Rose had forbidden her men from carrying firearms. They wielded only baseball bats and cleavers. This tactical restraint proved a stroke of fortune for Nightingale and Agent 3. Had guns been present, even their elite martial prowess would have been futile against a hail of uncontrolled fire. No matter how formidable they were, neither could hold off 10 assailants alone, let alone the 20-plus brutes now surging forward. Drawing combat knives, they exploited the narrow corridor beside the restroom, cutting down wave after wave of attackers. A rear exit lay just beside the lavatory. In that desperate moment, Nightingale and Agent 3 abandoned Agent 2, still trapped inside the restroom. Surely with Li Ran as leverage, Agent 2 could extricate himself. As for Agent 5, Nightingale had already written him off. In his mind, the entire exposure traced back to that one fatal miscalculation. Fury coiled hot in his chest. In a flash, they repelled the final assault and bolted toward the rear door, beyond which awaited Agent 4 stationed in the alley for extraction. Though wounded, they burst through the exit, bloodied but free. No pursuit. Agent 3 glanced back, exhaling in wary relief. Regroup with Agent 4, now. Nightingale didn't turn. Head down, he sprinted forward. Beneath the alley's dim glow, the silhouette of a compact sedan waited at the far end. What they didn't know was this Black Rose, monitoring concealed alleyway cameras, had long since spotted the police ambush lying in wait. Her orders to her men were absolute. If they flee into the alley, do not follow. As they reached the pile of discarded wooden crates, a voice cut through the silence. Cold, precise, and utterly merciless. Don't move. Drop your weapons. Nightingale jolted, whirling around. From the shadows behind the crates, a row of black gun barrels stared back, some held by figures brandishing submachine guns. In that instant, Nightingale knew he was finished. An internationally wanted assassin capture meant only one outcome: death, or worse. Yet before he could react, gunfire cracked. A bullet tore through his forearm. Officers swarmed forward, snapping steel cuffs onto his wrists. Got two more. As they hauled away the restrained pair, the officers exchanged quiet grins. This raid under Captain Lu's command had already paid off handsomely. Nearby, a veteran officer observed the knife wounds marring their bodies and remarked, "Captain Lu, sounds like a fight broke out inside. Shall we move in?" Lu Xinyan's delicate brows furrowed. Hold position. Nightingale's unit comprised 5 operatives. These 2 plus the 1 recently neutralized, only 3 accounted for. Where were the remaining 2? And why had 2 assassins fled before Li Ran even emerged? Had something happened to him inside the bar? Doubt coiled in Lu Xinyan's mind. She decided to wait just a little longer. Meanwhile, back inside the bar, Li Ran watched Chen Tianlong stride forward, and knew the assassin holed up in the restroom was doomed. Whether he'd walk out alive was now highly questionable. Still, Li Ran wasn't overly concerned. 1 assassin down, 4 remained. Yet when he burst out of the restroom, not a single figure greeted him. What the hell? Where is everyone? Staring across the eerily empty main floor, patrons huddled far away, frozen in silence. He stood momentarily stunned. The script had shattered. Nightingale's professionalism leaves much to be desired. Your comrade's getting beaten senseless in there, and you've already bolted. And you vanished that fast. I haven't even started running yet. According to plan, Li Ran should have sprinted out, only to be chased relentlessly by Nightingale and another killer, stumbling all the way to the alley. Instead, the assassins had fled first, leaving him stranded without a single antagonist to play against. With no script to follow, Li Ran improvised, fully committed, unflinching. A true actor never surrenders to narrative collapse. Who says you need an opponent to perform? Watch closely. He pinched his cheeks, then contorted his face into raw, unfeigned terror. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Someone, save me. They're after me. Shouting wildly, he charged toward the rear exit in panicked disarray. Bystanders blinked bewildered. Many instinctively turned, scanning the space behind him. But no one appeared. Nothing stirred in the silent alley. Who is this guy? Total lunatic. Must have taken something strong. Li Ran glanced down the desolate alley and muttered under his breath, those bastards really ran. Didn't even wait for me. Whatever. Li Ran sighed, inwardly resigned. He'd simply sprint to the alley's end, round the corner to where his sports car waited, and drive off. Closing the scene cleanly, script or no script. Staggering forward, he pressed on. Then, familiar footsteps. A voice cut through the gloom. Li Ran, over here. Beneath the amber haze of a flickering street lamp, Lu Xinyan crouched behind a wooden crate, beaming and waving urgently. Li Ran, come here quickly. Lu Xinyan whispered urgently to Li Ran. Just moments ago she had almost lost control and charged into the bar. Fortunately, a police officer reminded her that someone had come out. The moment she saw Li Ran, a heavy stone in Lu Xinyan's heart fell away. At the same time, she was astonished to find that whenever it involved Li Ran, she could not maintain her composure, her emotions fluctuating like never before. Lu Xinyan comforted herself, thinking that it was merely her guilt towards Li Ran, not wanting the events of her past life with this boy to repeat. Having harmed such a kind-hearted boy, anyone would feel guilt and worry, right? At this moment, Li Ran, who had turned back, was dumbfounded. Besides the overjoyed Lu Xinyan, he also saw a line of armed police behind her, some of whom were holding submachine guns. The dark muzzles of the guns looked terrifying. What was going on? Why was Lu Xinyan here? Where had the Nightingale team gone? Li Ran then saw two people in the alley being held at gunpoint by police, crouching with their hands on their heads. Aren't those Nightingale and another assassin? They were captured by Lu Xinyan and her team. Li Ran's eyes widened as his gaze shifted to Lu Xinyan's face. Lu Xinyan, what is going on? Oh, I just wanted to follow the plot properly. What did I do wrong? Why are you trying to mess with me? At this moment, Lu Xinyan remembered that there were still two assassins at large and saw Li Ran standing dazed. She called out again, don't just stand there, come over here. Don't worry, we will protect you. Li Ran replied. He cast a resentful glance at Lu Xinyan, who looked worried but didn't move. There was no way I would go over. Even if I was the last person left, I would finish this scene. Officer Lu is busy with the case, I won't disturb you. I'm just a spoiled young master, so don't waste police resources to protect me. In the dim alley, the boy ran forward, faintly visible tears falling from his eyes. Li Ran did not believe that he couldn't follow the plot just this once. I don't care, next I'm going to speed. You can't stop me from going through the plot. Arriving at the bar entrance, Li Ran started his Lamborghini. The Lamborghini roared to life and sped off, reaching Jiangtan Park at a speed of 260 km/h. Li Ran parked the car by the roadside and got out. Leaning against the car door, he took out the cigarettes he had bought from the convenience store earlier. Looking up at the sky, Li Ran lit a cigarette and took a puff. According to the plot, he was supposed to be intercepted by the Nightingale team here. However, after finishing 2 cigarettes, Li Ran saw not a single shadow of the Nightingale team. He knew that the Nightingale team would not come tonight. No, they would never come again. Just then a police car stopped in front of Li Ran. 2 traffic police officers got out of the car, looking puzzled at Li Ran, who was smoking. Then one of the officers took out a device. Sir, please cooperate with our work and blow into this. Driving license and vehicle registration, please show them. Li Ran. The 2 officers took the small booklet from Li Ran's hand to look at it, then said solemnly, Mr. Li Ran, you are now suspected of drunk driving and speeding. Please come with us to the traffic police station. Looking up at the sky, Li Ran's eyes were filled with sadness. How did the plot become normal again at this point? Taking a hard puff of his cigarette, Li Ran said despondently, If I told you that I was actually being chased, would you believe me? The 2 officers glanced warily around. Mr. Li Ran. This place was desolate. There wasn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. The officer on the left whispered, let's take him for a blood test later. I suspect this kid is on drugs and out of his mind. Ultimately, just like in the plot, Li Ran was taken into the police car as he wished. He was saved. However, because the Nightingale team did not appear, he was not injured in the chaos. Next, it seemed impossible to act out that part of being hospitalized. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan had rushed into the bar with her team. However, inside the bar, Lu Xinyan did not see the remaining 2 members of the Nightingale team, not even a customer. Only a group of thugs were tidying up the tables and chairs. Officer Lu, what a rare guest. The person in charge came up with a smile, fearless. One officer stepped forward. Stop with the nonsense, where are they? The person in charge pretended to be ignorant. What people? Officer, you also saw that the bar closed early today. 2 criminals just ran out of your bar. You didn't know that? Lu Xinyan asked, where's the surveillance? Lu Xinyan retrieved the bar's surveillance footage. But the bar's surveillance had already been tampered with by number 5. It didn't even capture the scene of the Nightingale team entering the bar. Without any evidence, Lu Xinyan had no choice but to withdraw her team tonight. However, for the criminal investigation team, it wasn't completely fruitless. They had apprehended 2 criminals and shot 1 dead. At a glance, these 2 criminals were the type that were utterly ruthless. That was still a major achievement. After Lu Xinyan left in a private room at the end of the second floor of the bar, the number one thug of the Rose Gang, Chun Tianlong, stood with his head down in front of Black Rose. Black Rose looked at Chun Tianlong, her tone tinged with anger. "Where is Li Ran?" Chun Tianlong looked up in confusion. "Huh? I asked you where is Li Ran?" Black Rose raised her voice. Cold sweat broke out on Chun Tianlong's forehead. Now he understood that he probably shouldn't have let Li Ran go back in the restroom. Li Ran has left the bar. Black Rose sneered coldly. "I asked you to save him. Is this how you do it?" She naturally knew Li Ran escaped from the back alley, but she was very dissatisfied with Chun Tianlong's actions. Fortunately, Li Ran was safe this time. If anything had happened to Li Ran, even if Chun Tianlong was her trusted subordinate, she would have to punish him severely. "All right, you can go now." Black Rose waved her hand, and Chun Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, quickly exiting. Black Rose leaned back on the sofa, picked up her wine glass, and swirled the red wine in it. "Li Ran, we will meet soon." She recalled how in her past life Li Ran had caused a scene at the Emperor's bar after being discharged from the hospital. Black Rose smiled. This man is truly interesting. Clearly so kind-hearted, yet he still has to act tough and pretend to be a bad guy. In her past life, she was probably drawn to him because of his silly demeanor. On the other side, Li Ran returned to the traffic police station. As for Li Ran's claims of being chased and escaping for his life, the interrogating traffic police, naturally, did not believe a word. This guy had sped from the city all the way to the suburbs. At least dozens of cameras had captured its solid evidence. And apart from Li Ran's Lamborghini, they had not seen any other vehicles following him. To be fair with Li Ran's driving skills, they didn't believe anyone could keep up with him. Thus, the traffic police unanimously concluded that Li Ran was merely making excuses for speeding. "Young Master Li, I advise you to just admit it honestly. This time it's only drunk driving and speeding. Luckily no one was injured. It's just a license suspension, a fine, and 15 days of detention. I'm really not lying." In this situation, Li Ran could only helplessly sigh. "How about this? I'll give Officer Lu from the criminal investigation team a call, and you'll understand." Seeing that Li Ran still refused to admit it, the traffic police captain's temper flared up. "Let me tell you, it won't do any good to call anyone. In the eyes of the law, everyone is equal." The traffic police captain slammed the table and ordered the nearby officer, "Give him the phone. I want to see who he's calling." Li Ran picked up the phone. He still had Lu Xinyan's number saved from the last time she called him. Finding Lu Xinyan's number, Li Ran dialed, "Officer Lu, I'm at the traffic police station. There's something that needs your clarification." On the other end of the line, Lu Xinyan only said one sentence, "Wait for me. I'll be there right away." Dressed in her police uniform, the strikingly beautiful Lu Xinyan entered the traffic police team. Upon seeing her for the first time, the team leader and several officers were momentarily stunned. They naturally recognized the most beautiful police flower of Magic City. However, they never expected that the person Li Ran had called would actually be Lu Xinyan. When did the spoiled son of Magic City's wealthiest man start dating the most beautiful police flower? Just wait a moment, it won't take long. Seeing Li Ran sitting helplessly in the chair, Lu Xinyan smiled. Then she said to the team leader, "Captain Huang, let's talk over there." After Lu Xinyan explained, Captain Huang understood the general situation. Lu Xinyan returned to the room and looked at Li Ran, saying, "All right, let's go. Since there is a reason I want to detain you, remember to bring a lawyer tomorrow to discuss the result." "Thank you, Officer Lu." Walking out of the traffic police team side by side with Lu Xinyan, Li Ran looked at her with a complex expression and said, "Thank you." This villain actually had a day when he needed help from the heroine. What kind of situation is this? This thank you was sincere from Li Ran. Lu Xinyan indeed helped him tonight. If he had been detained for 15 days, the plot would have been impossible to continue. Lu Xinyan stopped, turned her head, and smiled gently. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Li Ran felt a bit awkward. "That's not necessary. You've been drinking. Do you still want to drive back?" "Get in the car." Lu Xinyan opened the car door. Li Ran looked around and realized that no taxi dared to stop in this area. He couldn't possibly call his bodyguards to come pick him up. Li Ran wasn't that pretentious. He had already made the call, and now it was just a matter of getting in a car. Would the other party eat him? So he got into the passenger seat next to Lu Xinyan. The vehicle drove quietly, and the atmosphere suddenly grew silent. Li Ran didn't know what to say, so he awkwardly chatted. "Officer Lu, thank you so much today." Lu Xinyan smiled and said, "So can we consider ourselves friends now?" Li Ran replied, "I suppose so." But in his heart he thought, a villain becoming friends with the heroine. Why does this plot feel increasingly fantastical? Lu Xinyan also felt something was off. Her heart was racing faster than usual. However, she told herself in her heart that it was merely due to her guilt towards Li Ran. "Since we are friends, call me by my name from now on." Li Ran tentatively said, "Lu Xinyan." "MHM." Lu Xinyan responded, suddenly realizing that Li Ran was quite amusing. Different from the rumors. Perhaps they could try to become friends. Afterward, the two of them, each with their own thoughts, chatted aimlessly until they arrived at Li Ran's house. He got out and bid farewell to Lu Xinyan. Li Ran returned home. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Li Ran felt a headache thinking about the upcoming plot. "Forget it, I'll just sleep for a bit first." The next day, Li Ran never expected to end up in the hospital. However, it wasn't due to an injury, but rather due to excessive shock leading to mental confusion that required treatment. Last night's incident couldn't be hidden from Li Lijian. The traffic police team called home. After finding out the truth from Li Ran, this powerful figure in Magic City's business world was immediately furious. He ordered an investigation to uncover the mastermind behind his son's harm, while looking at Li Ran with a pained expression. At Zhang Wan's suggestion, Li Ran was sent to the best hospital in Magic City, where the finest doctors would provide psychological treatment. Well, as long as he could get into the hospital, it was fine. Li Ran didn't dwell on the reason anymore. According to the plot, Li Ran needed to stay in the hospital for a week. Then, after being discharged, he would go to the Dihao bar to confront the underground information queen known as Black Rose. After all, he had been attacked at the Dihao bar. As for Li Lijian, Li Ran knew that there wouldn't be much to uncover. The forces behind Lin Ming were exceedingly powerful. The Nightingale team acted as Lin Ming's assassins, making it nearly impossible for the police to get them to speak. Moreover, according to Lin Ming's character, the two captured by the police would likely not see the sunrise the next day. After spending 5 days in the hospital, Li Ran chatted with friends on VX every day, feeling relaxed and at ease. He treated it as a vacation for himself. Ding ding. The VX message on his phone chimed, and Li Ran picked it up. Xiao Chan, brother Ran, what are you doing now? Li Ran smiled. Xiao Chan was a little sister he had recognized during his last visit to the orphanage. This little girl was similar to Li Ran's sister from his previous world, possessing a certain resilience and excelling in her studies. She was currently in high school. The orphanage was located on the outskirts of Magic City, not far away. Speaking of which, every time he went to deliver supplies to the orphanage, Li Ran also went. He had met Xiao Chan 2 or 3 times. Her only flaw was that, like his own sister, this little sister was exceptionally clingy to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Ran edited a message and sent it. Just thinking about my little Xiao Chan. You keep lying, but it's been so long since you last visited the orphanage. Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu said they miss you. Li Ran, how could brother lie to you? I'll come by in a couple of days, it's really inconvenient right now. Brother Ran, I made some snacks, can I bring them over for you? Seeing this message, Li Ran was slightly taken aback. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Be good, don't come over, I'll visit you all in a couple of days, okay? Does brother not like the snacks I made? Sad. I'll leave after delivering the snacks, I promise I won't make you feel embarrassed. In his mind, a small, thin figure in tattered clothing appeared. Li Ran could imagine that on the other end the little girl was looking sad. Sighing gently, Li Ran edited a text message and sent it. Alright, you can bring them over. Do you know where to get off? I know. Brother, see you later. Heart. Seeing this message, Li Ran smiled. Xiao Wu, come in, I'm going out with the young master. Outside the door, 2 bodyguards hurriedly pushed the door open. Young master, are you going out? Li Ran changed his clothes and walked out of the ward without looking back. Take 2 more people with you, accompany the young master to handle something. Xiao Chan's full name was Qin Yuechan. But it wasn't just in this life that Li Ran knew her. In his previous life, he had also known her. They were online friends on QQ. Thinking back, Li Ran found it somewhat amusing. When he first added Qin Yuechan, she constantly tried to sell him snacks. Eventually unable to resist, Li Ran ordered 50 boxes of snacks from Qin Yuechan, which delighted the little girl immensely. Later he discovered that this little girl was also from Magic City. She was an orphan. After school, Qin Yuechan worked at a snack shop at the foot of the orphanage, earning a commission from the snacks she sold. And all the money she earned from her job went to help the children in the orphanage. A kind and pitiful person. Therefore, when planning to significantly fund schools and nursing homes in this life, Li Ran's first thought was of the orphanage where Qin Yuechan was. After visiting the Qingting orphanage several times, Li Ran was also hoping to see his little sister Qin Yuechan. Just now, upon seeing the message from Qin Yuechan, Li Ran remembered. At this time in his previous life, something significant almost happened to Qin Yuechan. In his previous life, Qin Yuechan also came to bring him snacks. However, the moment she got out of the car, her outstanding appearance caught the attention of some thugs. Fortunately, he had arrived early and noticed chasing away those thugs in the alley. Otherwise, it was hard to say what would have happened. Therefore, this time Li Ran must go ahead of time. Before Xiao Chan arrives, he will find those thugs, investigate their backgrounds, and if they are indeed scum, he will deal with them all before Xiao Chan arrives. In the suburbs of Magic City, there is the Qingtung orphanage. True to its name, the orphanage sits on the hillside surrounded by overgrown weeds and trees. The only route down the mountain is a winding road. At this time late autumn, the leaves of the old trees in the orphanage have already turned yellow. The autumn wind rustles, sending the yellow leaves spiraling down. One of the leaves lands on the head of a girl sitting by a stone table, but she seems oblivious. Instead, she tightly clutches her phone, a smartphone adorned with a sticker of a cartoon couple embracing a gift from her brother Li Ran during their first meeting. Of course, the cartoon sticker was something she had put on herself. At 16 or 17, she is at the age where adolescent fantasies flourish. Sister Chan, you're lying again. Clearly it's you who wants to see brother Li Ran. Why say it's us who wanna? The teacher says that liars are not good children. A boy and girl around 7 or 8 years old beside her said with dissatisfaction. They were puzzled and displeased that the girl had just used them as a shield. The girl smiled and turned her head. With a high nose and beautifully curved willow leaf eyebrows, her large apricot eyes hinted at a budding beauty despite her youthful age. Alright, what does it matter? Qin Yuechan patted the head of the little boy, smiling as she said, Brotherly Ran always brings delicious treats. Don't you two little gluttons want to see him? Is Brotherly Ran coming? The 7-year-old Xiao Yu swallowed nervously at the thought of Li Ran coming, over excitement lighting up her face. Clearly in her eyes, Brotherly Ran equated to food. But this time you're the one going to find him. Brotherly Ran never said he would come. Xiao Ming was not fooled by Qin Yuchan's words, and thought for a moment before speaking. After being exposed by Xiao Ming, Qin Yuchan's face turned slightly red. I'll bring you something when I get back. So tell me, what do you want to eat? I want to eat cotton candy. I want to eat white rabbit milk candy. The two children exclaimed excitedly. Okay, I promise to bring it back, but you can only have one piece each time. Too much will give you cavities. Sister is leaving now. You two behave here. Qin Yuechan stood up, her frame looking quite frail and a bit malnourished, dressed in an old floral shirt that appeared somewhat oversized. Even so, upon returning to her room, she earnestly tidied herself up, washed her face, and tucked the excess length of her shirt into her waistband. From her backpack, she carefully unfolded a square wrapped in a handkerchief. Inside was a neat stack of banknotes, some of which were large denominations of 100 while the rest were mostly 10 and 5 yuan notes. She pulled out 300 yuan bills and took some small change. Next she arrived at the bus stop. The Qingteng orphanage is located in a rather remote area, with buses running only once every 2 hours. After waiting for over an hour, a bus finally arrived. Sitting by the window, Qin Yuechan squeezed the money in her arms, gazing outside, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. In this new life, she was finally going to see her brother Li Ran again. Although she had already met Li Ran at the Qingteng orphanage before, and he even recognized her as his younger sister, gifting her a phone this time held a different significance for Qin Yuechan. This time it would be just the two of them. This must be like a first date with brother Li Ran, right? Qin Yuechan thought happily. Oh wait, she almost forgot. She recalled that during her last life, when she saw Li Ran, she was being harassed by a few ruffians. Would it be the same this time? Qin Yuechan felt a flutter of anticipation. Although now, with the memories of her past life, she had secretly cultivated extraordinary strength. Not to mention dealing with a few thugs, even characters like Lin Ming's Night Owl would be no match for her. Yet in front of Li Ran, Qin Yuechan wished to forever remain a delicate and helpless younger sister, cherished and loved by him. I'll get to be rescued by brother Ran once again. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks. She had even thought about how to lie in Li Ran's embrace. Soon they arrived at the dessert shop. Qin Yuechan got off the bus and slipped into the kitchen through the back door. Hey Xiaochan, aren't you supposed to be resting today? The pastry chef who was making desserts exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Yuechan. Master, I'm actually not here to work today. Qin Yuechan stammered. Master, the box of desserts I made last night is still there, right? It's still there. The pastry chef pointed to a box of desserts in the corner, complaining. Why did you make such expensive desserts? Around here, who can afford to buy such costly treats? The workers at the dessert shop all held Qin Yuechan in high regard. They had never seen such a skillful child. Originally, the dessert shop just wanted to hire a delivery assistant, but who would have thought they had hired a pastry chef instead? However, regarding the matter of Qin Yuechan spending 2 hours making desserts last night, the pastry chef couldn't comprehend. This was in the suburbs of Magic City, and they were merely a small shop. Who would spare money for such expensive desserts unless it was a birthday or something? Qin Yuechan touched the 300 yuan bills in her pocket and said, I want to buy it. You made it yourself, why charge you? It only cost a little for the ingredients, just put it on the master's tab. The pastry chef replied. While his words sounded like that he was really just concerned about the ingredients and Qin Yuechan. Desserts are different from other items. If they don't sell in a few days, they will spoil. Not to mention the loss it would mean that Qin Yuchan's 2 hours of careful work would go to waste. But as he turned around, Qin Yuechan had already disappeared. Looking at the 200 yuan on the table, the pastry chef shook his head with a smile. That child, the ingredients together wouldn't even amount to 200 yuan. Meanwhile, Li Ran arrived at the agreed-upon bus stop with a few bodyguards, including Xiao Wu. Li Ran genuinely regarded Qin Yuechan as his sister. So for those scumbags who harassed his sister, Li Ran would definitely teach them a lesson. Young master, what are you looking for? Seeing Li Ran pacing back and forth at the bus station, scanning the surroundings, Xiao Wu asked curiously. At this moment, Li Ran suddenly stopped. He had found the group. Li Ran pointed towards a bald man and two with dyed yellow hair at the alley's entrance, along with a scruffy-haired man. Do you see that group? We're going to go beat them up later with the young master. Also follow them, find out where they live, and investigate their background, especially what bad things they have done. Report back. In his previous life, Li Ran, having come alone to the meeting, merely drove off those ruffians without pursuing them. Later, because he went shopping with Xiao Chan, he paid no further attention to the matter. However, in this life, he came prepared. If these men had done nothing wrong, a mere lesson would suffice. But if they were habitual scoundrels, Li Ran would show no mercy. Xiao Wu nodded. At the alley entrance, 4 men crouched, smoking, their bodies adorned with gaudy tattoos, chatting as their eyes scanned the passing crowd. Boss, no attractive girls caught my eye today. I still miss that girl from last time, so fresh-looking and a virgin. Haven't had any fun in a long time. It'd be great to find someone today. Damn, you guys are all driven by lust. The bald man cursed, flicking his cigarette to the ground and crushing it underfoot with a wicked grin. Find a rich woman and make a move, then you have both money and company. At that moment a pair of polished leather shoes appeared before them. The men looked up to see Xiao Wu in a black suit and sunglasses flanked by 2 bodyguards. The bald man narrowed his eyes sharply. Brother, where do you hang around? Xiao Wu smiled. My young master dislikes you, so we've come to teach you a lesson. Do you prefer to fold your arms and take the beating obediently, or stand up and fight? Looking for trouble. The bald man glanced toward Li Ran, who was watching nearby, feeling the young man's face was somewhat familiar. He was about to rise, but before he could, Xiao Wu landed a kick to his chest. Li Ran observed quietly from the side. It was evident these men carried some bandit spirit stronger than ordinary hooligans, especially the bald man, who bore a desperate warrior's fierceness. Yet their skills paled in comparison to Xiao Wu and his 2 bodyguards. With little effort, Xiao Wu and the bodyguards subdued the 4, forcing them into a hasty retreat. Xiao Wu adjusted his suit and bowed slightly before Li Ran. Young master, they are dealt with. Li Ran nodded. This place bustled with people. In such a public setting, Xiao Wu and his men refrained from inflicting serious harm. Go and investigate their backgrounds thoroughly. Xiao Wu hesitated, not moving immediately. But young master's safety. Li Ran had recently been attacked, and the assailants remained untraced. Xiao Wu was naturally concerned for the young master's safety, especially since the elder had ordered him never to leave Li Ran's side. You need not worry about my safety. Li Ran shook his head and said, your task now is to contact Fu Bo and swiftly uncover these men's secrets. Towards these men, Li Ran's heart harbored murderous intent. After all, he could not always guard Qin Yuchan's side. If these men acted on impulse, breaking a leg each and making them lie in hospital for months would teach them a lesson. But if they bore ill intentions, Li Ran would have to resolve the matter once and for all. Seeing Li Ran's insistence, Xiao Wu nodded and instructed the other bodyguards, protect the young master well. Li Ran did not wait long at the platform. At that moment, bus number 78 arrived. Qin Yuchan, clad in a floral shirt and holding a box of snacks, stepped down. Brother Li Ran. Seeing the familiar figure standing about 1.8 meters tall amid the crowd, Qin Yuchan hurried to Li Ran. Brother Li Ran, these snacks are for you. I made them myself. Thank you, Li Ran said, taking the box and gently patting Qin Yuchan's little head. He had told Xiaochan countless times to just call him brother. Yet she always added Li Ran before it. Li Ran understood this was the girl's modesty and shyness. It was all right, they would grow closer in time. Xiaochan, you're not in a hurry to go home today. Brother will take you for a good stroll. Glancing at the floral shirt Qin Yuchan wore, Li Ran frowned slightly before smiling and speaking. She was growing increasingly graceful. When she matured, she would surely be a great beauty. However, she appeared malnourished and frail, even her clothing was old and seemed a size too large. Li Ran blamed himself silently. Recently, he had been so preoccupied with the unfolding plot that he neglected his sister's care. This was unacceptable. Come on, brother, we'll take you for milk tea. Holding Qin Yuchan's small hand in his palm, Li Ran felt a sharp pang in his heart. Her hands were beautiful, slender fingers, yet so bony without much flesh. Unaware that the moment he grasped her hand, a delicate flush rose upon Qin Yuchan's smooth, fair neck. Brother Li Ran's hands were so big and warm. She was not usually like this, but as her hand was held, her mind suddenly became hazy. She only knew to lower her head and follow Li Ran in a daze. When they reached an alley entrance, Qin Yuchan finally regained her senses. Brother Li Ran, let's go this way. Cautiously glancing at Li Ran's profile, her heart raced as she murmured. She remembered it was this very alley where in her previous life Brother Li Ran had driven away all the bullies who tormented her. Since then, Qin Yuchan had believed that Brother Li Ran was the most handsome brother in the world. Li Ran turned his head, casting a curious glance at Qin Yuchan before nodding. All right. Sometimes Li Ran felt that although the trajectory of this novel's world was intangible and invisible, it truly existed. Just like now. He had hurried to get ahead, hoping Qin Yuchan would ignore this alley, yet she still entered it. Thankfully, he had arrived early to drive off those ruffians. Watching Qin Yuchan, a faint smile curved Li Ran's lips as he chuckled inwardly. Haha, this silly sister still did not know he had quietly solved a problem for her. He was in high spirits and confident about the forthcoming plot. Even Qin Yuchan, a character never penned by the author and outside the main storyline, was following her original trajectory. Then what of the male and female protagonists of this book? No matter how much mischief they cause, they should not escape the plot's design. Qin Yuchan was unaware of Li Ran's thoughts. Now walking into the alley, her gaze flickered around. Where had those ruffians gone? They were clearly here in her previous life. Had she taken the wrong alley? Qin Yuchan doubted whether her memory was until she walked out of the alley. The little thug had not appeared. Qin Yuchan felt a bit disappointed. She had rehearsed several poses to lie in Li Ran's arms, yet the plan had failed before it even began. What kind of milk tea do you want? He'll go buy it. At that moment, Li Ran spotted a milk tea shop ahead. Holding Qin Yuchan's hand, he led her to queue in front of the shop. As Li Ran stepped forward to buy the milk tea, Qin Yuchan suddenly lowered her head and discreetly tugged at her clothes. She had sensed the disdainful gazes from the surrounding crowd. Many well-dressed women stepped aside quickly, as if avoiding a plague, when they saw Qin Yuchan approach. In her old faded floral shirt, washed-out jeans, and slightly damaged flats, she felt out of place. Just by getting close, they could smell the poverty emanating from this poor girl, fearing even the slightest contamination. The milk tea is here. Li Ran returned carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Seeing the well-dressed Li Ran, Qin Yuchan's gaze suddenly faltered, and she instinctively shrank back. Before coming down the mountain, Qin Yuchan had been eager to see Li Ran, even fantasizing about staying by his side. She wouldn't mind waiting for 2 hours for a bus. But now she suddenly wanted to leave, not wanting to be with Li Ran. Qin Yuchan was not the type to be snobbish or compare herself with others. She knew that Li Ran wouldn't care about her clothing. But now she realized how naive she had been. Even if Li Ran didn't mind, the people around him certainly would. Her current attire, walking alongside Li Ran, would only embarrass him. Even though this was the best outfit she had, Qin Yuchan suddenly felt regretful. She regretted coming to see Li Ran so soon. The story of a prince falling in love with Cinderella only happens in fairy tales. The ugly duckling turning into a swan also requires a process. She shouldn't have met Li Ran so early. No, perhaps she shouldn't have appeared at all. It would have been better to protect Li Ran from the shadows. In her previous life, after Li Ran's death, Qin Yuchan devoted herself to training ancient martial arts under her master, focusing solely on avenging Li Ran. She hadn't noticed these details at all. Now reborn, she suddenly realized at this moment the gap in status between her and Li Ran was so vast. The son of the richest man in Magic City and an orphan from an orphanage. Such a plot might only exist in novels, right? Li Ran inserted a straw into the milk tea and handed it to Qin Yuchan. Seeing that she didn't reach for it, but instead lowered her head in a daze, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He then noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd. Li Ran raised an eyebrow, handed the milk tea to Qin Yuchan, and squeezed her hand. "After finishing the milk tea, brother will take you to buy clothes, okay? I want to go back," Qin Yuchan said softly. She raised her head and forced a not-so-ugly smile. "In the future you can come to Qing Tung Orphanage to see me when you have time." What Qin Yuchan didn't expect was that in the next second Li Ran took off his jacket. Then he ripped open his shirt. Messing up his hairstyle, Li Ran leaned slightly down, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry about their gazes. No matter what you wear, in my heart you will always be the most beautiful." Li Ran paused slightly before pointing to himself and saying, "Look, don't we look about the same now?" With that he waved his hand, and a few bodyguards standing several meters away walked over. "This is my sister. From now on she will be the second young lady of the Li family." The bodyguards all bowed and said in unison, "Yes, young master." Li Ran continued, "What should you do when you see the young lady?" The bodyguards bent at a 90-degree angle, loudly saying, "Hello, young lady." Qin Yuchan looked up. Seeing Li Ran's messy hair, her eyes turned slightly red. Yet she couldn't help but chuckle. She placed her hands on Li Ran's chest, carefully adjusting his clothes, but found she couldn't button them properly because the top 2 buttons of his shirt had been torn off. Li Ran caught Qin Yuchan's restless hands and gently patted her head. "Be good, drink the milk tea, and we'll go buy new clothes together." Qin Yuchan nodded vigorously. Yes, as long as she loves her brother Li Ran, and he has her in his heart, that is enough. Who cares what others think? Are their opinions that important? At this moment, Qin Yuchan silently vowed in her heart, in this life, she would also use her life to protect her brother Li Ran. "Let's go, brother will take you to the mall. Today, we will shop to our heart's content." Li Ran held Qin Yuchan's small hand and strode forward. A few bodyguards in sunglasses and suits quietly followed behind them. The surrounding crowd was already stunned. It wasn't until Li Ran and Qin Yuchan left that they came back to their senses and began to discuss fervently. "Heavens, there are 5 or 6 bodyguards following them when they go out. Who are this young man and this young girl? No way you don't recognize him. The son of the richest man in Magic City. Li Ran, you don't know. The son of the richest man in Magic City." Hearing this, several women with exquisite makeup and flamboyant attire looked incredulous. The ones who had just passed were the son and daughter of the richest man in Magic City. The same people who had looked down on them now felt ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Their previous actions were akin to a pauper mocking a millionaire right in front of him. But how could the son and daughter of the richest man in Magic City come to such a small milk tea shop and queue to buy milk tea? Buying milk tea, do such wealthy people even need to queue in person? What are the bodyguards for? Meanwhile, Li Ran had already taken Qin Yuchan to the mall and bought several outfits. As they were about to leave, Li Ran noticed a scale for measuring height and weight in the mall. So he took Qin Yuchan to measure. Looking at her measurements, Li Ran frowned slightly. She was simply too thin. At 160 centimeters tall, she weighed less than 80 pounds. Li Ran pulled out a card. This card was previously given to Qin Yuchan when he visited the orphanage, but she hadn't accepted it at that time. Now Li Ran felt he had to assert his authority as an older brother. "This card is for you. From today on you must supplement your nutrition every day." Seeing Qin Yuchan about to speak, Li Ran said sternly, "No refusals. Next time I see you, if you haven't gained at least 120 pounds, a brother will have to spank you." Saying this, Li Ran grabbed Qin Yuchan's hand and stuffed the card into her palm. Qin Yuchan. Gain 120 pounds. Wouldn't she become a big fat girl? Who would want her then? However, her heart felt warm. In fact, Li Ran didn't know that during this period Qin Yuechan had been desperately trying to gain weight. However, her body was still developing, and she was also practicing ancient martial arts, which led to her not getting enough nutrition, resulting in her weight being less than 80 pounds. Seeing that Qin Yuechan still looked hesitant, Li Ran continued to exert his authority as an older brother. Let me tell you, don't even think about fooling me. From now on, every day, when you eat breakfast, no, during meals we will video call. I will supervise you. Seeing Li Ran's fierce expression, Qin Yuechan weakly asked, what if I can't repay your money in the future? Oh, that's easy, you can come work for me to pay off your debt. Li Ran smiled nonchalantly. Qin Yuechan's eyes twinkled. Well, you said it. If you come looking for me in the future, you can't refuse. Fearing that Li Ran would go back on his word, Qin Yuechan extended her hand. Pinky, swear the one who lies is a little dog. Li Ran's eyes widened. There's someone who actively wants to work for themselves. Li Ran chuckled, made the pinky promise with Qin Yuechan, and lightly flicked her nose. He certainly wouldn't make Qin Yuechan work for him. That was just something he said to relieve her of any psychological burden. The two continued to stroll until evening. Li Ran then took Qin Yuechan to eat hot pot. Afterward, he accompanied her to buy some items for the children at the orphanage. Only after sending her onto the bus did he return home. As soon as he returned home, Li Ran saw Uncle Fu standing at the door. From his expression, it seemed he had been young master. Upon seeing Li Ran return, Uncle Fu greeted him. Li Ran nodded. After Li Ran entered the door, Uncle Fu followed him upstairs. Uncle Fu stood beside him. Young master, I have found out the details of those people. Are they clean? Li Ran asked. Uncle Fu shook his head. Not very clean. What do you mean? The bald man is Lu De, who was sentenced to 7 years in prison for injuring someone. The long-haired man's son, who was involved in a break-in robbery. The other two had been detained for harassing women. Uncle Fu paused, then said solemnly, all these are recorded in official files. In fact, according to our investigation, these people have robbed and assaulted multiple victims in the eastern suburbs of the magic capital. It's just that due to their intimidation, the victims did not dare to report it. As Uncle Fu narrated, Li Ran's expression gradually turned cold. Truly a bunch of scoundrels. If it weren't for him today, Xiao Chan would have fallen into their hands. One could only imagine what would happen. These parasites of society. At this moment, however, Uncle Fu cautiously glanced at Li Ran and asked, excuse me, young master, may I ask what you intend to do by inquiring about these people's backgrounds? If young master needs to deal with certain matters, you can directly tell me. There's no need to use such people. Li Ran understood what he was thinking and shook his head, asking, what about Xiao Wu? Is he still keeping an eye on those people? Uncle Fu nodded yes, Xiao Wu has already located their residence. Li Ran didn't waste words, took out his phone and dialed Xiao Wu's number. Soon Xiao Wu's deep voice came through the phone. Young master, what are your instructions? Are those people living together now? Yes, these guys are currently eating hot pot in the room, discussing how to frame you, young master. Frame me? Li Ran chuckled, not fully understanding, but it didn't really matter. Deal with these people, make it clean. In a rented room on the outskirts of the magic capital, the bald man and others cooked hot pot, drinking while eating. After downing 2 cases of beer, they all showed signs of drunkenness on their bruised faces. The first yellow-haired man took a sip of beer and asked, brother, what's the background of those people today? The second yellow-haired man echoed, damn, how did we attract such a group of people? What bad luck. Xiao Wu and the 2 bodyguards were ruthless. The faces of the few were still bruised. Back at the rented house after drinking some beer, they became more and more furious. They merely squatted on the ground smoking. They clearly didn't do anything. Suddenly they were beaten up for no reason. What a fateful disaster. If it were an enemy, it would be understandable. The key is they remember not having offended such a powerful enemy. Usually they only bully isolated civilians. Stop guessing, oh, I know who did it. The bald man downed a cup of beer and said coldly. The few looked up at the bald man. Who? The bald man articulated slowly, the son of the richest man in the magic capital, the playboy of the Li family, Li Ran. He had already recalled after escaping, it was Li Ran who instructed the bodyguards to beat them. No doubt about it. The richest man in the magic capital, Li Lijian. Li Ran. Hearing what the boss said, the few were stunned. They remember not having offended the Li family. Soon they all fell silent. Why Li Ran beat them is no longer important. People like them usually just rough people up, robbing the common folk. They wouldn't dare provoke a boss with even a little power. Let alone the son of the richest man in the magic capital. Li Ran could crush them with just a finger. Thus being beaten by Li Ran was pointless. 2A. The long-haired man spat hard. Damn, these rich people are heartless. I really want to find an opportunity to deal with him. Don't be impulsive, Chong Mao. Haven't you seen the skills of those bodyguards today? If they really wanted to kill us, it would be a matter of minutes. The 2 yellow-haired men advised. That's the son of the richest man in the magic capital. What can they do? Not to mention Li Ran has numerous bodyguards, and they couldn't kidnap him. Even if they managed to kidnap him, what could they do? They might just get killed the moment they receive the money. This money one could earn their life to get, but not spend it. I know, but it's just venting frustration. The long-haired man sighed. Well, this beating was for nothing. Meanwhile, the bald man, after drinking a couple of cups, sneered, that's not necessarily true. We can't deal with Li Ran, but that doesn't mean others can't deal with him. Among the 10 great families there are those who can compete with the Li family, such as the Jiang family. Boss, what do you mean? The bald man raised his glass and clinked it with the three. Have you heard the story of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf? Obviously he had read for a few years, though perhaps he realized this truth during his years in prison. The three shook their heads. The bald man smiled and said in simple terms, since we can't deal with Li Ran, we can let others help us deal with him. During the fight earlier in the day, he had been the most resistant and also the one who got beaten the worst. He who would repay every grievance couldn't swallow this anger. Are you saying to let the Jiang family help us deal with Li Ran? The three were even more confused. Can we afford to invite the Jiang family? Do you have a connection in the Jiang family? That's the son of the Li family, or would the Jiang family intervene for us? The bald man looked disdainfully at the three younger brothers. They truly had the brains of pigs. If I had even a little connection with the Jiang family, would I be in such a miserable state? Drinking a cup alone, the bald man felt a sense of loneliness, as if standing on top of the world. Can't you think a little? Kidnap a young master or young lady from one of the 10 great families, such as the little princess from the Jiang family, and leave some evidence at the scene to frame Li Ran. The bald man spoke lightly. At that time this kid will not only face danger, but also shed some skin. The three were first stunned, then all slapped their thighs. Damn boss, how did you come up with this idea? Why are you so smart? How did we not think of this? The two beautiful heiresses among the 10 great families in the magic capital Jiang Qingyue and Mu Bingxuan, they had naturally heard of them. Even the fact that Li Ran pursued Mu Bingxian was well known. It was said that Jiang Qingyue and Mu Bingxian did not get along, and this little demoness from the Jiang family was extremely repulsed by Li Ran. If they kidnapped Jiang Qingyue and deliberately left some evidence, perhaps they could indeed frame Li Ran. They could not only enjoy the beauty of Jiang Qingyue, but also frame Li Ran, killing two birds with one stone. Under the influence of alcohol, the few became excited and flushed, discussing fervently. The more they thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Kidnapping Jiang Qingyue, extorting a ransom, and letting Li Ran take the blame. Just thinking about playing the two top families in the magic capital in their hands made them ecstatic. For small characters like them, this sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. At that time, they would let the Li family and Jiang family bicker while they took the ransom and fled. Knock knock. Just as they were discussing, someone knocked on the door. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? The landlord. Xiao Wu lowered his voice and said hoarsely, I received complaints about your loud voices. I came to check. Damn, who the hell said that? Let them come talk to us. The yellow-haired man stood up with a fierce expression. He just opened the door. The yellow-haired man saw a size 42 shoe sole. Immediately after, he let out a grunt and was sent flying out. Who? The bald man and the other three instantly sobered up and hurriedly stood up. Then they saw Xiao Wu walking in slowly, wielding a baseball bat. Behind him were 7 bodyguards, also holding clubs. I heard you're planning to kidnap the little princess of the Jiang family to frame my young master. Xiao Wu grinned, his white teeth glinting coldly. The next day, the local people never saw the bald man and his companions again. At a remote riverside, watching the last sacks sink into the river, Xiao Wu clapped his hands. Let's go back and report to the young master. Young master, it's done. In the morning, while Li Ran was having breakfast in the courtyard, Xiao Wu returned. Approaching Li Ran, Xiao Wu said, those little rascals wanted to kidnap Jiang family's little demoness to frame you, so, without a second thought, I led my team in. Kidnap Jiang Qingyue. Li Ran became interested and put down his utensils. What happened? Tell me more. Xiao Wu immediately recounted the plan he overheard last night in the corner. That's how it is. These little brats really have the guts to come up with a plan to kidnap Jiang family's little demoness. After hearing Xiao Wu's recounting, Li Ran was momentarily stunned. Memories from his past life surged forth. Suddenly a flash of lightning crossed Li Ran's mind. Oh, no wonder Jiang Qingyue was late during the commotion at the bar in his past life. The problem lay here. These rascals, in the middle of a heavy rain at night, were lurking in an alley planning to kidnap Jiang Qingyue. As a result, he had to wait almost an hour at the bar in his past life, nearly disrupting the plot. Not to mention, if he hadn't waited endlessly at the bar last time, without seeing Jiang Qingyue, and couldn't help but sneak out to take a look, perhaps these people would have succeeded. Now the mystery that had troubled Li Ran for a long time was suddenly unraveled, and he felt enlightened. Xiao Wu, well done. Li Ran patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, praising him. Uncle Fu, remember Xiao Wu's salary will be doubled this month. Thank you, young master. Xiao Wu nodded seriously. Li Ran, feeling pleasant, basked in the sun while starting to recall the plot he was about to follow. The commotion at the bar would last for several days. According to the plot, Lin Ming would also be at the Dihao bar tonight. He would stand up for Black Rose when Li Ran was making things difficult for her, and drive Li Ran away. Because during this time Lin Ming was developing the underground forces in Modu. After all, he was just a passerby, and wasn't familiar with the composition of Modu's underground forces. Therefore, he needed to rely on Black Rose, the queen of underground intelligence, to gather information about the underground gangs and the 10 prominent families in Modu. Tonight was precisely the day he planned to visit Black Rose. Although it seemed that the Nightingale team had been wiped out and one assassin was likely killed by Black Rose. However, Li Ran believed that this shouldn't affect the following plot. After all, Lin Ming returned to Longhua on a mission, and consolidating the wealth of the 10 prominent families in Modu was his mission. Lin Ming had a very large organization behind him. Compared to Lin Ming's plans, a small team of assassins was insignificant. Li Ran continued to review the upcoming plot. Aside from the first day, when Lin Ming and Black Rose were both present, and he was humiliated by Lin Ming, in the following days feeling indignant, he would bring bodyguards to cause trouble at Dihao Bar, driving away the patrons. Soon this matter reached Jiang Qinyue, who had connections with Black Rose. On the third day of the disturbance at Dihao Bar, Jiang Qinyue came with people to confront him at the bar. The outcome was naturally predictable. As a villain, he had just been humiliated by Lin Ming, and then faced another humiliation from Jiang Qinyue. Being repeatedly exploited by the male and female protagonists, he had become an old tool. Because of this incident, Jiang Qinyue and Lin Ming had a deeper understanding of each other, transitioning from acquaintances to friends. With Jiang Qinyue's introduction, Lin Ming successfully connected with Black Rose, and both parties reached a cooperation. Lin Ming obtained a wealth of information regarding the 10 prominent families and the underground gangs of Modu from Black Rose. In his past life, the 10 prominent families were unknowingly undermined by Lin Ming. Of course, this did not include the Li family. The downfall of the Li family was due to Li Ran falling into another of Lin Ming's traps, allowing a wolf into the house. Getting a bit sidetracked, back to the main point. In his past life, Jiang Qinyue was late while slapping his face. Now Li Ran had figured out the reason for Jiang Qinyue's tardiness in his past life. And by a twist of fate, Xiao Wu had already resolved this issue. Therefore, Li Ran felt that this time the plot of causing a ruckus at the bar should pose no problem. Speaking of Jiang Qinyue, the last time at the auction, Jiang Qinyue had snatched the Jiang family's land from Lin Ming, which puzzled Li Ran. However, Li Ran didn't take it too seriously. The male and female protagonists having some minor squabbles was very normal. According to the novel's trope, the emotions of the protagonist were bound to have some twists and turns, which was all part of the norm. The more this happened, the more profound the bond between the protagonists seemed. Ultimately, when the male and female protagonists reconciled and came together, such a relationship became all the more precious. Li Ran had read quite a few novels of this kind. Each time he would end up moved to tears hiding under the blanket. As a villain, he shouldn't overly concern himself with them, he just needed to play his role well. Just then, ding ding. A message popped up on WeChat. Seeing the WeChat avatar of the sender, Li Ran suddenly felt a chill. He never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly and unexpectedly. Indeed, Chen Qing, this little widow, had messaged him again. Li Ran, I have a secret to tell you, you must be careful next. It seems that Lin Ming has dispatched a team of assassins and was caught by the police, enraging him to the point of smashing everything in his room. I overheard him on the phone next door. He called a woman named Queen of Masks. By the way, there seems to be a man named Jack the Ripper, who will also be coming. You must be careful. Always have bodyguards around. These two people seem very formidable. I heard Lin Ming speaking very courteously to the man named Jack. Looking at the series of messages from Chen Qing, Li Ran was dumbfounded. While the little widow had become addicted to playing the spy game. Goodness, this was a continuous backstab against Lin Ming. Li Ran couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Chen Qing. Lin Ming was a ruthless person capable of killing even his own master and senior brother. What if he found out that the little widow was backstabbing him? Hiss! Li Ran secretly gasped. He had no doubt that even if Chen Qing were stunningly beautiful, Lin Ming would still be ruthless. After thinking for a moment, Li Ran edited and sent a few messages. Don't send me these messages anymore, and don't spy on Lin Ming's affairs. Firstly, I don't trust you. Secondly, I don't need anyone's help to deal with Lin Ming. Although the messages were sent, Li Ran still had to admit that the two messages sent by Chen Qing were indeed very important to him. Firstly, the first-person Queen of Masks, Talisia. This woman is not only one of the world's top assassins, but also a leading intelligence officer. She excels at disguise, lurking beside her targets to carry out assassinations or gather intel. However, logically speaking, Talisia, the Queen of Masks, shouldn't appear this soon. According to the original plot, after Lin Ming and Black Rose reached cooperation, the Nightingale team would stay with the Night Owls to consolidate the underground forces in Modu. Through the information exchanged from Black Rose, Lin Ming first inserted people into the companies of the 10 prominent families to steal commercial secrets, causing significant losses to the Qian and Zhao families among them. Then, with Lin Ming's capital entering the scene, he quickly took over most of the assets of the Qian and Zhao families. As Lin Ming gradually dealt with other families, he had no way to initiate a plan against the Li family. Regarding the Li family and Li Lijian, the business magnate of Modu, Lin Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Therefore, he summoned Talisia back from abroad and placed her beside Li Ran. During that time, Li Ran was suffering a severe emotional blow, entering a dark phase. Talisia, a woman with nearly perfect figure and appearance, easily gained Li Ran's trust through sweet words, infiltrating his side. Li Ran trusted Talisia very much, even bringing her home to serve him. This also led Talisia to easily steal a lot of information from the Li family, thus opening up a gap in their defenses. Li Ran remembered that Talisia's appearance was after Lin Ming attacked the Qian and Zhao families among the 10 prominent families, and after he teamed up with the Zhang family. At least there is still half a year to go. As for the other man mentioned in Chen Qing's message, Jack the Ripper, he is quite formidable. He is one of the top figures in the assassin world. According to the plot, this man does not make an appearance in the first volume, but will show up in the second volume, Overseas Storms. Moreover, in his first battle, Jack the Ripper single-handedly annihilated a major corporation overseas, protected by numerous mercenaries. It can be said that his strength is on par with Lin Ming's, if not surpassing it. Li Ran thought for a moment, and indeed it was as such. Although Lin Ming and Jack the Ripper belong to the same organization, Jack the Ripper's status within the organization is even higher than Lin Ming's. However, as the plot progresses, the protagonist Lin Ming will unleash his potential and successfully dominate this top assassin, bringing him under his command. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying assassin made an appearance in the first volume. This news genuinely shocked and surprised Li Ran. Of course, he would not doubt that Chen Qing was deceiving him. The name Jack the Ripper is something an ordinary person like Chen Qing could not possibly know or make up. In the assassin world, the name Jack the Ripper is merely a legend. Few assassins know his true identity or that he even exists. It seems that the annihilation of the Nightingale Squad has caused certain plot points to occur earlier than expected. However, Chen Qing did not mention when the Queen of 1,000 Faces Telesis and Jack the Ripper would arrive. Li Ran is also currently unaware and can only be cautious in advance. Telesis is relatively easier to deal with, as there is a subplot involving Li Ran and her in the first volume, so he will know immediately if she appears. As for Jack the Ripper, if Chen Qing hadn't reminded him, Li Ran probably wouldn't even know when he was targeted. Li Ran is not worried about his safety. After all, his strength is already at the pinnacle of this world. Even if Jack the Ripper comes to Longhua and dares to provoke him, Li Ran can easily defeat him. What he worries about is the safety of Li Lijian and his wife. The intelligence provided by Chen Qing is crucial, as it allows Li Ran to take precautions against this top assassin in advance. After thinking for a while, Li Ran sent Chen Qing 2 messages. I have my own methods to deal with Lin Ming, so please refrain from inquiring about him for a while, because it could be very dangerous. After all, Chen Qing reminded him, and he should reciprocate by reminding her as well. Although Li Ran just wants to finish the plot quietly, if something happens to Chen Qing because of him, he would feel guilty, especially since he did quite a lot with her in the abandoned building. This has led to the female protagonist experiencing a slight breakdown. Inside the apartment, upon hearing the sound of a message, Chen Qing quickly picked up her phone. Upon seeing the messages sent by Li Ran, a smile formed on her lips. As expected, Li Ran still cares about her. Got it. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. Chen Qing is certainly aware of the terror that the Queen of 1,000 Faces and Jack the Ripper possess. That is why she notified Li Ran as soon as she received the news. After all, once these two come to Longhua, she can no longer gather information. These two will not be like Lin Ming, who is completely unguarded against her. After glancing at the messages sent by Chen Qing, Li Ran rubbed his head. He merely wanted to remind her not to get involved in this matter. Did she misunderstand something? It seems he has messed up again. Forget it, Li Ran is too lazy to think about Chen Qing's matters, and should prepare for the outing to the Dihao bar tonight. Tonight will once again be a night of humiliation at the hands of Lin Ming. Hopefully this underwhelming protagonist won't let him down this time, as he is truly exhausted from playing his role. Li Ran turned around and said to the maid behind him, go call Xiao Wu over. Time rewind slightly. In the garden community inside the apartment, Lin Ming sat amidst a pile of disordered furniture, his expression extremely grim. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. The Nightingale Squad was called back by Lin Ming to assist in developing his underground power. Who would have thought that even the first mission was not completed? Of the 5 members of the Nightingale Squad, 2 were captured, 1 was killed, and the other 2 are missing. This was an elite assassination squad he had called back from abroad, far superior to the useless ones he currently has. They didn't even get a chance to act before being wiped out. Lin Ming couldn't believe it. The key point is that Li Ran, this guy, is still alive and kicking with not a single scratch on him. This infuriated Lin Ming to the point of spitting blood. He couldn't even be bothered to search for the 2 missing members. In his view, those 2 were likely doomed, either killed by the police or falling into the hands of the Black Rose. Calm down, Lin Ming realized that the annihilation of the Nightingale Squad was not without reason. What does it mean to be an assassin? Only those who hide in the shadows can truly be called assassins. Once exposed, the assassin loses their fearsome edge. It's fine to have the Nightingale Squad hiding in the dark to kill, but having them engage in kidnapping is truly not suitable. Longhua is not like abroad. At the same time, Lin Ming also admits that he underestimated the police in Longhua. This incident that led to the downfall of the Nightingale Squad might raise some dissatisfaction among certain individuals in the organization. After careful consideration, Lin Ming decided to temporarily set aside personal grudges with Li Ran and focus on rapidly developing the underground forces in Modu. After all, he returned to Longhua this time with a mission, and the main business is of utmost importance. He picked up the phone and quickly dialed a number. Black Bear, bring a few trusted subordinates over. I need your help here in Longhua. Although the Nightingale Squad is dead, their work still needs to be done, so Lin Ming can only recruit others. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ming dialed another number. Dear Miss Telesis, this is Lin. Oh, you're vacationing in Bali now. You truly know how to enjoy life. Me? I'm currently in Longwa, and I need your assistance with a small matter. What, you have another task over there? How long? Alright, come to Longwa in a month. We can discuss the specifics then. Lin Ming hung up the phone, his expression somewhat sullen. He didn't expect that Telesis, knowing he needed her help, would still put on airs. Forget it, a month is just a month, he can still wait that long. At that moment another call came in. Seeing the number, Lin Ming's brows furrowed slightly. As expected, the organization had already gotten wind of the Nightingale Squad's annihilation. Calling was none other than the legendary figure of the assassin world, Jack the Ripper. Although Lin Ming's master is the founder of the organization, Jack the Ripper was someone whom his master had to go to great lengths to recruit. Within the organization, his status is even higher than Lin Ming's, and aside from his master, no one can command him. Lin Ming answered the call, the illustrious Jack the Ripper. To what do I owe the pleasure? A snarky voice came from the other end. I heard our military king's mission in Longwa has encountered a slight setback, leading to the loss of a top assassination squad trained by the organization. Lin Ming huffed in displeasure. You don't need to worry about this, I'll explain it to my master myself. How do you think this matter is unknown to Gu Lao? The man on the other end scoffed coldly. I remind you not to forget your mission in Longwa. During this time you have used a considerable amount of the organization's funds without any progress. Gu Lao is already somewhat dissatisfied with this. He'll give you a month. If you still have no progress by then I will personally come over. I know Gu Lao thinks highly of you, I hope you won't let him down. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming's expression turned icy. He knew he had to speed up his progress. Lin Ming left the apartment and headed straight for the Tianhu gang. Has the meeting with the underground information queen of Modu been arranged? Inside the Tianhu gang, Lin Ming asked the night owl standing beside him. The night owl's face looked somewhat grim. Master Black Rose seems unwilling and has directly refused. Lin Ming? Lin Ming coldly stared at Yi Xiao. Did you see Black Rose? Did she say it herself? How could you not arrange a meeting with her? What use do I have for you? Under Lin Ming's icy glare, Yi Xiao immediately broke into a cold sweat. Master, it's not like that. We haven't even entered the Shangtian building before we were chased out by Black Rose's people. This message was relayed by one of her subordinates, saying that Black Rose doesn't want to meet anyone from the Tianhu gang. Yi Xiao was also puzzled. When he recruited the Tianhu gang, Wu Xiao had already informed him about the underground gangs in Modu. No matter which gang you offend, you cannot offend Black Rose's gang. Therefore, Yi Xiao had restrained the members of the Tianhu gang and had never had any conflicts with the Rose gang. Logically speaking, one should not strike those who come with a smile. Having lowered his stance to seek out Black Rose, she should at least give him some face. But the reality was that Black Rose didn't even give him the chance to meet her directly, forcing him out of the Shangtian building. In response, Yi Xiao scolded Wu Xiao thoroughly. He felt that the Tianhu gang was too weak, which was why the underground queen of information Black Rose wouldn't give him any face. Seeing Yi Xiao's aggrieved expression, Lin Ming frowned slightly. He was too lazy to think about why Black Rose wouldn't see him. It could be that the Tianhu gang had recently undergone a reshuffle, making her somewhat wary. Lin Ming asked, Alright then, where is Black Rose now? Yi Xiao lowered his head and said, This afternoon our people saw her enter the Dihao bar. Dihao bar. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and said, Forget it, I'll visit her personally. Yi Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly turned to the people behind him, saying, You guys take some people and follow the master to ensure his safety. No need. Lin Ming stood up coldly and walked towards the hall exit. With his skills, did he need a few small fries to protect him? Ridiculous. Moreover, he was going to collaborate with Black Rose this time. These people were currently openly members of the Tianhu gang. Bringing them along might instead provoke Black Rose's displeasure. After leaving the Jinhong nightclub, Lin Ming refused to let anyone escort him and hailed a taxi to the Dihao bar. Although the Nightingale team had been captured, Lin Ming suspected that this matter was not simple. Perhaps Black Rose was involved as well. However, he had no other options left. He needed to achieve some results to silence the others in the organization. Therefore, the urgent priority was to quickly connect with the underground queen of Modu, Black Rose, and trade for information from her. He aimed to expedite his conquest of the underground gangs in Modu while also obtaining some important news from the 10 major families. In the car, Lin Ming took out a bottle of mousse and sprayed it on his hair, carefully grooming himself. Although he had never seen Black Rose in person, he knew from Yi Xiao that this underground queen of information was extremely beautiful. Thinking about how long he had been back in Longwa without finding a woman, it was simply a disgrace to his reputation as a soldier king. Lin Ming thought that perhaps tonight, meeting this queen of information, he could develop a super friendly relationship with her. After all, she was involved in the underground world, and he was too. There would be many topics to discuss between them. Moreover, someone like Black Rose, a big player, had long experienced society. Unlike Mu Bingxuan, who was still a young girl, yet to step into society easily swayed by a few sweet words. Based on Lin Ming's past experiences, women like Black Rose, despite appearing very dominant and powerful during the day, were certainly lonely and empty at night, longing for a strong figure to conquer them. Lin Ming believed that he was that strong figure who could conquer Black Rose. Tonight, when he saw Black Rose, he would definitely show his strong side and conquer her. This way he could obtain information while also winning a beautiful woman, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Li family. The newly promoted Xiao Wu happily approached Li Ran. Young master, you were looking for me. Xiao Wu, I remember you're the champion of the fighting competition, right? Xiao Wu scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Young master, you remembered wrong. It wasn't the fighting competition, it was the underground boxing. I've been the champion 3 times in a row. Well, then you should be quite tough. Li Ran muttered to himself, nodding in satisfaction. Xiao Wu asked what? Oh, it's nothing, young master said, you're very capable in fighting. Bring a few people and come with me to the Dihao bar. According to the plot tonight at the bar, Li Ran should be beaten by Lin Ming and then thrown out along with his bodyguards by Black Rose's subordinates. However, Li Ran felt that Xiao Wu could completely take on this role for him. Xiao Wu, puzzled, asked, Dihao bar. Does young master still want to go? Yes, bring some gear. Li Ran said with a dark face. I was attacked at the bar. This is closely related to the owner of Dihao bar. Do you think he won't have to give me an explanation? The Dihao bar, after all, is Black Rose's territory. However, seeing the dark expression on the young master's face, Xiao Wu hesitated, but ultimately didn't voice his concerns. The young master was right. Regardless of whether this matter was related to the Rose gang, they had to give the young master an explanation. Soon Xiao Wu gathered more than 30 bodyguards. Why bring so many people? Do they dare to lay a hand on me? Looking at the 30-some suited men, Li Ran frowned in discontent. Although Xiao Wu's loyalty was commendable, he was going to take a beating tonight. Just bring 10 people. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Ran arrived at Dihao bar with 10 bodyguards storming in with an imposing presence. Inside the bar, Lin Ming was slowly sipping a drink at the bar counter. At this time, there were hardly any customers in the bar. Lin Ming listened to the soothing music while pondering how to meet Black Rose without provoking her dislike. The name Tianhu gang could definitely not be used, and he could not just charge in either. Just then a loud voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Who is the owner of Dihao bar? Get out here. Li Ran swaggered in, holding a stick followed by 10 bodyguards. He slammed the stick on the table and arrogantly declared, I'll say this once, all irrelevant people get out. Isn't that Li Ran? And he brought so many bodyguards. The moment Lin Ming saw Li Ran, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of cold light. Originally, Lin Ming had considered temporarily setting aside his grievances with Li Ran. Unexpectedly, Li Ran sought him out at this moment. Wasn't this a case of fate bringing enemies together? Watching several panicked customers flee and hearing the bar's enforcers rushing down from the 2nd floor, due to the commotion, Lin Ming knew that his opportunity to approach Black Rose had come. Lita Xiao, oh Lita Xiao, you really are my lucky star. I didn't expect you, this wastrel, to still be of some use. Li Ran, this good for nothing, had never been taken seriously by Lin Ming. At this moment, seeing Li Ran actually bringing people to cause trouble at the Dihao bar, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. Looking at Li Ran, he suddenly felt that the other party was not so hateful after all. He hoped that Li Ran would make a bigger scene, ideally to the point where the Black Rose would have to intervene. This way he would have the opportunity to perform and gain the favor of the Black Rose. The few patrons left in the bar were driven away by the bodyguards. In the large bar, only one person remained seated at the bar, steadfast like an ancient pine on a mountain, Lin Ming. Watching Lin Ming's calm demeanor, Li Ran snickered and secretly cursed at him, stopping the bodyguards from continuing to chase people away. After all, he was here tonight to slap Lin Ming in the face and let Lin Ming show off in front of the Black Rose. As a qualified actor at tool, Li Ran felt displeasure in his heart, but the script still had to proceed. Soon the bar's henchmen approached Li Ran. Li Ran faced over 20 bar thugs, showing no signs of fear as his stick thudded against the table. Where's your boss? Bring him out to give this young master an explanation. Li Ran was courting death. Watching Li Ran's arrogant demeanor, Lin Ming silently felt a chill for him. Li Ran had only 10 bodyguards while there were about 20 to 30 thugs present. If a fight broke out, Li Ran would be no match for them. How could he step in? Lin Ming wished he could call over a few of his own men to support Li Ran. Fortunately, nothing broke out. The two sides merely faced off. Lin Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the 2nd floor. What does young Master Li want as an explanation? Lin Ming looked up. At the staircase, a beautiful woman in a purple qipao gracefully descended her waist like a willow, elegant and graceful. With her delicate hands holding a feather fan, she gently waved it. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding unparalleled wisdom. Truly, she was a beauty of extraordinary grace. For a moment, Lin Ming was captivated. Among the women he had seen, Mu Bingxian was stunningly beautiful, but she was ultimately too young and a bit inexperienced. Chen Qing was charming and gentle, but lacked that extraordinary brilliance. Bai Weiwei, this talented woman, had sufficient beauty and figure, yet her background revealed the air of a noble lady lacking the decisive aura of a conqueror. The only one Lin Ming could compare to the woman before him was the elusive Queen of Faces, Terezi, who was currently vacationing in Bali. Is this the information queen of Magic City? Wow, she's too beautiful. In that instant, Lin Ming felt a surge of impulse, a need to win over the woman before him. He quickly looked toward Li Ran, praying in his heart, Young Master Li, please give it your all tonight. This is the first time I've secretly rooted for this rival Li Ran. Whether I can be the hero saving the beauty tonight depends on whether Li Ran can deliver. As if he heard his prayer, Li Ran revealed a mischievous smile. Oh, the boss of Dihao Bar is actually a woman. Interesting. Black Rose approached, and Li Ran wasted no time directly diving into the script and starting his performance. A few days ago I was attacked by thugs at your bar, you know about this, right? With the poor security at Dihao Bar, I almost lost my life. What are you, the bar owner, planning to do for compensation? This statement was somewhat unreasonable and oppressive. However, the script was written this way. If the villain did not act this way, how could the protagonist's noble character be highlighted? According to the script at this moment, although Black Rose felt displeasure, she still endured it. After all, Li Ran's identity was not simple. He was the son of the richest man in Magic City. Sure enough, Black Rose smiled slightly. What kind of compensation does young Master Li want? Li Ran's gaze scrutinized Black Rose, taking in her features and figure, carefully assessing, what kind of compensation can you offer? As he spoke, Li Ran swallowed hard, rolling his throat and putting on a lecherous expression. After all, according to the script, he had suffered heartbreak on the basketball court due to Mu Bingxian and was chased by thugs, barely escaping with his life. Li Ran's character had now shifted from a humble admirer to a darkened persona. Currently, he was in the process of transformation. Anyway, Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian were not present, so Li Ran felt no psychological pressure to embrace this darkness. As long as they didn't say anything, how would Black Rose know whether he was heartbroken? Looking at Black Rose, Li Ran said, "How about this? You join me for a drink, and if I enjoy it, I won't hold the previous matter against you." Not to mention, tonight Black Rose's outfit was truly alluring. Those long legs and high heels would be a waste if she didn't ride a tricycle. Li Ran felt a little excited inside. After all, he would soon be slapped in the face by Lin Ming. He might as well take advantage of the female lead Black Rose first, or it would be a loss. As he spoke, Li Ran lecherously reached for Black Rose's hand. Suddenly, the expressions of several of Black Rose's subordinates, including Chun Tianlong, changed. Did this kid eat bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare he take advantage of the boss? Chun Tianlong's arm muscles tensed, and his feet instinctively shifted. However, upon seeing Black Rose looking at Li Ran with a smiling expression and her outstretched hand, he forcibly suppressed the urge to act. Before coming downstairs, the boss had already given orders that no one was allowed to touch Li Ran unless she spoke first. So in the next second, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Li Ran easily grasped Black Rose's outstretched hand and even gave it a squeeze. Black Rose's subordinates widened their eyes. The small group behind Li Ran also looked incredulous. Xiao Wu blinked and quickly signaled the bodyguard beside him to put away the stick he had drawn. He had almost rushed out with the stick to protect the young master, yet the outcome was this unexpected scene. Xiao Wu glanced at Black Rose as she seemed very accommodating. Black Rose's subordinates were even more bewildered. Since following Black Rose, they had never seen any man dare to hold their boss' hand like this. In the hearts of many thugs, Li Ran had already been condemned. This kid dared to touch his boss' hand. He was done for. However, a few of Chun Tianlong's subordinates who had a bit of sense felt a ridiculous thought arise in their hearts. They knew that if anyone else dared to touch Black Rose's hand like that, they would be at the bottom of the river by the next day. But Li Ran was the son of Li Lijian. Although Black Rose controlled the largest underground force in Magic City, even the underground gangs had to give her some respect. However, even so, Black Rose could not contend with the Li family. Therefore, even if Li Ran took advantage of the boss, she would not be able to retaliate against him. The question arose. Since she did not dare to touch Li Ran, why would the boss allow this guy to take advantage so freely? Boss, could it be that you have taken a liking to this kid? Thinking of how furious Black Rose had been the last time he failed to bring Li Ran back, Chun Tianlong increasingly felt that this was very possible. Meanwhile, the most bewildered was still Li Ran. Damn, isn't the plot supposed to go like this, eh? Unwilling to believe it, Li Ran pinched the soft and delicate hand in his palm again. He didn't know how Black Rose maintained her small hand. It was so smooth. Tender. Oh no, the plot is falling apart again. According to the plot, at this moment Black Rose should have dodged. Li Ran never expected that Black Rose would take the initiative to reach out her hand. The key point was that Li Ran was terrified to discover that when he squeezed her hand, Black Rose didn't get angry at all. This left Li Ran unable to utter the lines he had prepared in his mind. For a moment, the outstanding actor Li Ran was at a loss for words. He stared blankly at Black Rose. At that moment, seeing Li Ran in a daze, Black Rose smiled slightly. It was truly identical to her previous life. She had seen through everything long ago. This man was merely a paper tiger pretending to be fierce. Deep down, he was incredibly kind. How could a man who stood resolutely in front of a group of unfamiliar children, even in the face of armed assailants, possibly be a bad person? Despite Li Ran's loud proclamations and his seemingly arrogant demeanor, Black Rose was certain that he was merely acting. He had no intention of putting himself in a difficult position. She flicked her hair back, looking at Li Ran, and softly spoke. "Sure. What do you want to drink? He'll drink with you. If you want any compensation, feel free to bring it up." She looked at this kind-hearted boy with great interest, her eyes holding a hint of provocation and anticipation. "Isn't it just drinking? What kind of condition is this? This doesn't even count as a condition." Black Rose felt that Li Ran could have made much more outrageous demands. Did this boy really think that letting her drink with him was punishment enough? He was truly so kind that she couldn't help but want to devour him. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who was pretending to drink at the bar, was already in a daze. Wasn't Black Rose the leader of a gang? Wasn't she the queen who controlled the underground intelligence of Magic City? How could she be so easy to talk to? This was completely different from what Night Owl had described. Watching Li Ran hold Black Rose's hand, Lin Ming really wanted to rush out and shout, "Let go of my woman." But he held himself back. According to Night Owl's description, this intelligence queen Black Rose should have a very strong and decisive personality. However, Lin Ming was now somewhat confused, unsure of what scheme Black Rose was plotting. Moreover, this was not the best time for him to intervene. Black Rose had not yet turned against Li Ran. If he rushed out recklessly and disrupted her plan, it would be counterproductive. He thought to himself, Li Ran's background is not simple. Black Rose must have a plan to deal with him. I should just watch for now. Lin Ming decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, watching Black Rose's fearless and slightly provocative demeanor, Li Ran felt a chill run down his back. But soon he regained his composure. Wait, why should I be afraid of her? I came here to stir up trouble. Li Ran did not let go of Black Rose's hand. Instead, he pulled her down to sit and even glared back at her. Although she had taken his first move, it was fine. He had a second plan. He didn't believe she wouldn't get angry. At this moment, Black Rose's subordinate had already brought over 2 bottles of red wine. Li Ran glanced at them disdainfully and said, "What's the point of drinking red wine?" He slammed the table. "Bring out your strongest liquor." Black Rose stared at Li Ran in astonishment, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Good. So domineering. This is the kind of man I, Black Rose, admire. In fact, this wasn't the first time Black Rose had seen Li Ran's imposing demeanor. Her thoughts drifted back to the past. In her previous life, 2 gangs in Magic City that were allied with the Rose Gang had their leaders assassinated. She led an investigation secretly, only to inadvertently stumble upon Lin Ming's plan. Being pursued by Lin Ming's assassins, she took refuge in the chapel of an orphanage on the outskirts of Magic City. At that time, her subordinates sacrificed themselves to cover her escape, one after another falling to the assassins. She thought she was doomed. Little did she know Li Ran was at the chapel in the orphanage. It was he who eliminated all the assassins pursuing her and saved her when she was at her wit's end. Black Rose had hidden on the rooftop of the chapel, witnessing everything clearly. She saw how effortlessly Li Ran dealt with that group of assassins. Although Li Ran did not know she was hiding in the chapel at the time, he took out those assassins simply because they were armed and threatened the group of children in the orphanage. But from that moment on, this domineering man left an indelible impression in her heart. Looking at Li Ran, Black Rose was filled with emotion. This kind man before her might never know that in her previous life there was a gang leader hiding in the chapel of the orphanage being pursued by assassins. With a smile and a slight nod, she agreed. All right, they'll drink hard liquor, just as you say. The subordinate switched the 2 bottles of red wine for 2 bottles of vodka. Black Rose took the initiative to open them and poured a glass for Li Ran and herself. Li Ran's lips twitched slightly. Damn, is this woman serious? Looking at Black Rose, Li Ran was filled with confusion. Is this really Black Rose? Is this the intelligence queen who commands the underground of Magic City? Could she be an imposter? Li Ran's drink remained untouched. However, Black Rose downed 3 shots first. After 3 shots, 2 charming blushes appeared on Black Rose's face. She glanced at Li Ran and poured another drink. Young Master Li, I've already had 3 shots. Would you do me the honor of drinking one with me? Meanwhile, Li Ran was still pondering how to provoke her and ignite Black Rose's anger. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Black Rose's delicate and charming gaze. Instantly, his hair stood on end and he shivered. Damn, is this woman starting to fancy men? Seeing Li Ran not move, Black Rose opened her mouth again. Young Master Li, I toast you with a drink. If you don't mind, you can call me Rose from now on. Rose. Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, Li Ran was completely stunned. Are you here to sell wine? Li Ran was baffled. How could she still be so calm at this point? Is this even the Black Rose he remembered? This Black Rose has problems. She definitely has issues. Li Ran glanced at Lin Ming, who was sitting at the bar calm as a rock. He thought to himself, these 2 must have colluded. Li Ran's mind raced, and his eyes lit up as he raised his glass and laughed heartily. Indeed, a heroine among women so straightforward. As their glasses clinked, Li Ran displayed a mischievous expression and chuckled. Come, let's drink. As long as Rose accompanies this young master to have a good time drinking tonight, I will let the past be bygones. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who was watching this scene from the bar, clenched his fist and then relaxed, repeating this action. How could Black Rose be so accommodating to Li Ran? She was the intelligence queen of the underground in Magic City, a gangster overlord. At that moment, a thought jumped into Lin Ming's mind. Could it be that Black Rose was afraid of the Li family's power? Is that why she was acting this way? Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Got it. Although Black Rose was one of the top bosses in Magic City's underground, the Li family was incredibly wealthy with influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Black Rose did not want to cause a complete breakdown with the Li family because of the young master Li Ran, which is why she was now compromising. Tonight's Black Rose was not normal, very much so. However, after glancing at Lin Ming, Li Ran instantly understood. What if the 2 had conspired in advance? If that were the case, then all the absurdities would make sense. Last time in the restroom, he indeed saw Chun Tianlong, the subordinate of Black Rose, blocking the assassin sent by Lin Ming. But what if it were framed differently? What if those people were not there to eliminate Lin Ming's assassin, but rather to protect that assassin? Let's not forget, outside the bar the police led by Lu Xinyan had set up a tight net. If all those assassins had escaped, wouldn't Lu Xinyan have captured them all? So last time at the bar the group, led by Chun Tianlong, blocked Lin Ming's subordinates from abducting him, not to save him. Instead it was to protect Lin Ming's assassin. The same goes for now. In response to his frequent provocations, the reason Black Rose has not exploded in anger is likely also for Lin Ming. She knows that Lin Ming is the one who wants to harm her. The reason she accommodates him is to prevent him from investigating further. At this moment Li Ran suddenly realized. He sighed inwardly. Being a villain is truly not easy. He even has to play detective with the protagonists. Fortunately, his intelligence has already surpassed the limits comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Otherwise, if someone else were to play this villain, the plot would have collapsed into the Atlantic by now. While frequently toasting with Black Rose, Li Ran secretly observed her expressions. He noticed she occasionally cast a charming gaze at him, with 2 blushes blooming on her face. This acting skill is not inferior to his own. Wow, this woman really knows how to act. If she were in a movie, wouldn't she win an award? But sorry, this young master has seen through everything. Li Ran silently chuckled. He's still pretending with me. Let's see how long you can hold out. He pulled Black Rose's slender waist, applying a bit of force to draw her into his embrace. Li Ran leered. What's the point of drinking like this? Why not sit on my lap and let me feed you properly? As he spoke, Li Ran began to move his hands, wandering them over Black Rose's thigh and waist. Since Black Rose loves to act so much, he would indulge her. After all, he would definitely be thrown out by Lin Ming later. Since that's the case, he might as well take advantage of the female lead first, which is not a loss. With this thought, Li Ran loosened up his acting. Could she really tolerate him touching her like this? Now she should be unable to continue acting right. Li Ran thought of what harsh words to throw next. One has to admit Black Rose really knows how to take care of herself. Touching her felt incredibly smooth. Just as Li Ran's hand moved up her waist, preparing to attack her 2 peaks, Black Rose finally blushed, unable to help but glare at him. In broad daylight, Li Ran is being too outrageous. After all, she is the leader of a group. Shouldn't she be given some face? How could she let her subordinates in the future? Black Rose quickly pressed down on Li Ran's hand. Li Xiao, you've had a bit too much to drink. She hadn't expected Li Ran to be so bold. She wasn't psychologically prepared. Li Ran was taken aback for a moment, then finally managed to utter, "It's not the wine that makes people drunk, but the people themselves. Black Rose, could you be a little tougher and show your boss aura? You're making it really hard for me to keep acting." Li Ran didn't expect Black Rose to endure so much. It seems Black Rose is really risking it all for Lin Ming. He sighed inwardly. At this moment, he even felt a bit envious of Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming is quite underwhelming, his protagonist halo is indeed very powerful. Black Rose must have only met Lin Ming not long ago. Has she already fallen in love? But Black Rose can endure, while Lin Ming sitting at the bar can no longer hold back. At this moment, seeing Li Ran's hand on Black Rose's slender waist and thigh rubbing back and forth, Lin Ming's fury erupted. This is the woman he has set his sights on, and Li Ran actually dares to make a move on her. Lin Ming could almost imagine how beneath Black Rose's smiling facade lies a heart full of grievances, enduring humiliation and resentment. Lin Ming suddenly stood up, stepping toward Li Ran. Now it was time for him to make his entrance. As soon as Lin Ming stood up, Xiao Wu and Shen Tianlong both frowned in unison. Shen Tianlong had now confirmed the boss definitely has his eyes on Li Ran. Although he didn't know why, as Black Rose's confidant, Shen Tianlong wouldn't allow anyone to ruin the boss's good fortune. Just as Lin Ming was about to approach Li Ran, a baseball bat appeared in front of him. Xiao Wu coldly stared at Lin Ming. "Kid, my young master is currently too busy to deal with you. Get lost." Lin Ming looked at the bat pointed at him, then at Xiao Wu, sneering, "You think you can block me? With just you?" Xiao Wu's expression changed. "You're seeking death." Now is the time for their young master to chase girls. It's time for them, the bodyguards, to show their worth. With a shout from Xiao Wu, several bats swung toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming scoffed. In the midst of his movements, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and several bodyguards were sent flying. Lin Ming lightly dusted off his clothes. "You guys are too weak." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ming suddenly felt a rush of air behind him. Just as he turned around, a whip kick struck his face. Bang! The next second, Lin Ming was sent flying 2 meters. As he fell, he shook his head. When he saw who had struck, Lin Ming's face was a mixture of surprise and anger, utterly incredulous. "Why is it you?" The one who had just kicked him was none other than Black Rose's subordinate, the short-haired man in a black t-shirt. Looking at Chun Tianlong's muscular physique, Lin Ming rubbed his neck, momentarily unable to stand up. He felt injured, now his head spinning. He hadn't expected this guy to be a martial arts master. However, that's not the issue at hand. Lin Ming couldn't fathom why Black Rose's subordinate would strike at him. "Are you kidding me? I'm here to help you guys. Didn't you see your boss being taken advantage of by this guy?" Li Ran. Lin Ming looked incredulously at Chun Tianlong. "Is this guy out of his mind?" Lin Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to beat Chen Tianlong. Brother, you must be mistaken. I'm actually here to help you guys. My boss doesn't like anyone meddling in her affairs. Chen Tianlong crossed his arms, sneering. This is between her and young Master Li. Who do you think you are? As he spoke, he caught sight of Black Rose glancing at him, a hint of a smile at the corner of her eye. He knew he had guessed right this time. Chen Tianlong stepped forward, coldly stating, While I haven't changed my mind, you should leave. Brother, you're not very professional as a bodyguard. On the other side, Xiao Wu spat out blood and stood up, smiling at Chen Tianlong's bulging muscles. Let me teach you. Brother's charge. As he said this, Xiao Wu and several bodyguards rushed forward with their bats. Lin Ming hadn't yet recovered from Chen Tianlong's kick when he was met with a new round of beatings. The rain-like blows fell incessantly. Lin Ming had no choice but to curl up, protecting his vital areas. Meanwhile, Li Ran, sitting on the sofa drinking with Black Rose, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even realize when it went from him holding Black Rose to her holding him. Watching Xiao Wu wildly swing his bat, Li Ran swallowed hard and could only remind, be careful not to kill him. Xiao Wu smiled and gave an okay gesture. Got it, young master. This guy can take a beating, he won't die so easily. As the bats fell, Lin Ming's wretched screams echoed. Li Ran couldn't bear to look. At this moment, Black Rose suddenly reached out her hands and turned Li Ran's face towards her. Don't look. Let's continue. Li Ran. What the hell, when did this Black Rose woman hug me? How come I didn't know? What does she want? Hei Meigui is quite the passionate sort, huh? He drank 2 more glasses with Hei Meigui. When one of her underlings produced another bottle of foreign liquor, Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. This woman is trying to ply me with drink. Li Ran forced an awkward laugh or two, already resolved to slip away quietly. Meanwhile, Chen Tianlong had ordered his men to toss the half-dead Lin Ming out the door. Li Ran watched Chen Tianlong return. A twitch at the corner of Li Ran's eye betrayed his grievance. Tonight's plan had been under his control, until Chen Tianlong, that great oaf, sprang a surprise and floored Lin Ming with a single kick. Li Ran knew full well Chen Tianlong was no ordinary thug, but a master of external martial arts, formidable in his craft. Luckily, Lin Ming's hide was thick. Had that blow landed on an ordinary man, he would have been carried straight to the hospital. Li Ran exhaled in resignation. It wasn't entirely Lin Ming's fault this time. None of them, not even Li Ran, had expected the ostensibly honest Chen Tianlong to strike so ruthlessly from behind. It was the old adage come true: great wisdom may seem foolish, great loyalty may hide treachery. Li Ran quickly set down his glass and, turning to Hei Meigui, praised, This brother is fierce and skilled with his fists, a true tiger general. Hei Meigui smiled faintly. Tianlong, come here. The towering Chen Tianlong approached Li Ran. Li Ran smiled at Hei Meigui and asked, May I have a word with Brother Chen? Hei Meigui nodded, of course. Even now, Li Ran could not fathom why Chen Tianlong had suddenly ambushed Lin Ming. Drawing Chen Tianlong aside, Li Ran lowered his voice. Brother Chen, you seem straightforward. I'll speak plainly. Chen Tianlong looked at him as if enlightenment had dawned and nodded eagerly. With solemn earnestness, he declared, Rest assured, young Master Li, my boss keeps herself chaste. I have never seen any man enter or leave the boss's room. The people who serve her are all women. Li Ran fell silent. Who asked about your boss? Could you just let me finish, damn it? Li Ran thought, I know Hei Meigui's conduct better than you do. He even knew she was an orphan. Why on earth did he care about her business? Glaring at Chen Tianlong as if he had nearly derailed the whole plan, Li Ran forced himself to ask, Did you have some grudge with Lin Ming earlier? Chen Tianlong scratched his head, puzzled. Who is Lin Ming? Li Ran was speechless. You don't even know Lin Ming. Then why did you hit him? He inhaled deeply and tried to keep his voice calm. The man you just threw out. Do you mean him? Chen Tianlong suddenly brightened and nodded seriously. No, I don't know him. Li Ran's hand balled into a fist before he could stop it. Chen Tianlong, are you trying to pick a fight? Come on then, fight me. You don't know Lin Ming, so why batter him? You've wrecked my scheme, do you realize that? Staring at Chen Tianlong's naive expression, Li Ran ground his teeth. Brother, be honest with me. Did I offend you before? Chen Tianlong looked even more bewildered. No. He hurried on. Young Master Li, let me tell you about my boss. She had a miserable childhood. Li Ran felt his patience snap. Get out. On the other side, Hei Meigui watched Li Ran and Chen Tianlong, whispering, her face flickering with curiosity. Li Ran, what are you two talking about? She asked. Come on over and let me listen. Don't call my name. We're not that close, Li Ran retorted, sharply annoyed with Chen Tianlong for dragging him off track. I've had enough for tonight. I'll come back tomorrow, Li Ran said curtly. He signaled to Xiao Wu and left the Hao bar. The plot had already begun to unravel. Yet he would have to persevere through the tears. Never mind. Lin Ming's injury would not derail the next act. Li Ran could not be bothered to tally up the depth of Lin Ming's psychological scars. Time would smooth everything out. Inside the bar, Hei Meigui asked Chen Tianlong what they had discussed. Nothing much, Chen Tianlong answered honestly. Young Master Li only asked me some questions about you, boss. Li Ran asked about me. A gleam of pleasure crossed Hei Meigui's eyes as she feigned indifference as she replied. What did you tell him? She asked. I told the truth. That you keep yourself chaste, and a woman running such a large gang bears great burdens. Hei Meguei nodded approvingly. Then she tossed off a sentence and went upstairs, find a time, and arrange for me to meet with the leaders of a few other gangs. Hei Meguei naturally knew why Lin Ming had appeared at the bar tonight. He hoped to cooperate with her. Dream on. Next, the Tianhu gang would have to be eradicated. Meanwhile, at the Jiang household, Jiang Qingyue stood by the window and answered the phone. The voice of a bodyguard came through the line. Miss Young Master Li Ran has left the bar. Jiang Qingyue asked anxiously, is he all right? He's fine. He drank a lot, but what? Another person is in trouble. Lin Ming was just thrown out of the bar. Lin Ming. Jiang Qingyue snorted dismissively. Don't bother with him. In her previous life, Lin Ming had deceived her, and she had never had her reckoning. Jiang Qingyue would not concern herself with his fate. If he died, so much the better. Yet not now. His backing still had to be removed. She hung up puzzled. In the previous life, wasn't it Li Ran who had been thrown out? Because of that, Yu Xiaoman, that is Hei Meguei, had even called Jiang Qingyue and asked her to mediate to smooth over the feud between her and Li Ran. Whatever. Her friend Yu Xiaoman would call, and that would give Jiang Qingyue a convenient excuse to meet Li Ran. Remembering the last life, Li Ran holding her in his arms, Jiang Qingyue secretly covered her face. His embrace had been so warm. She sat on the bedside waiting for Hei Meguei's call. She waited and waited until nearly 10 in the evening, but Yu Xiaoman had not phoned. Unable to wait any longer, Jiang Qingyue picked up her phone and dialed Hei Meguei. On the other end, having just returned to Xingtian Tower, Hei Meguei's female bodyguard handed her the phone. Boss, someone is calling. It's Miss Jiang. Hei Meguei glanced at the contact name, smiled, and answered. Xiaoya calling so late. What is it? Jiang Qingyue's voice stammered. I heard there was some trouble at Dihao Bar tonight. Hei Meguei was mildly surprised she knew so quickly. But this was a matter of intergang affairs. Hei Meguei would begin to strike at Lin Ming's underground network in the metropolis, cutting his wings bit by bit. Such work was dangerous. She did not want Jiang Qingyue involved. Hei Meguei shook her head gently and lied. It's nothing. Nothing. Jiang Qingyue was stunned on the other end. Yu Xiaoman, what's going on? How can it be nothing? I think this matter. It could be an opportunity. Has this girl taken the wrong medicine? The Black Rose exclaimed in exasperation. I'm really fine. Really? Are you sure you're truly okay? Yu Xiaoman, we are good friends. You must not deceive me. No matter what difficulties arise, I will always help you. Jiang Qingyue, undeterred, felt that her hints had been quite obvious. The Black Rose asked, what's wrong with you today? You seem off. I'm really fine. Stop overthinking. Jiang Qingyue became anxious, but I heard that Li Ran went to the Imperial Luxury Bar to cause trouble and scared away all your guests. If you don't say anything, how can I find a reason to get close to Li Ran? Jiang Qingyue said, how about this? I will come over to help you when I have the time. With an unassailable tone, fearing that the Black Rose would refuse, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly hung up the phone. Her people clearly saw Li Ran at the Imperial Luxury Bar. Why was the Black Rose unwilling to admit it? Jiang Qingyue thought for a moment. Right, Yu Xiaoman probably didn't want to implicate her. It's fine. This time she would perfectly help Yu Xiaoman resolve the troubles between her and Li Ran. Meanwhile, at the Shengtian building, the Black Rose was flustered after the call was disconnected. One was her good friend, and the other was the man she liked. What to do? Back home, Li Ran fell asleep immediately. The Black Rose could really hold her liquor. The next day, Li Ran still went to the Imperial Luxury Bar as per the script. The bar is under renovation and not open for business. Seeing the sign in front of the bar, Li Ran fell into deep thought. What was going on? It seemed the Black Rose knew he was coming. Never mind. Since it was closed, Li Ran had no intention of going in. Accompanied by Xiao Wu and the others, Li Ran was preparing to head home. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Chun Tianlong with a crew cut. Li Xiao, my boss is waiting for you inside. Li Ran. Looking at Chun Tianlong, who was slightly bowing with a humble attitude, Li Ran hesitated to lose his temper. Entering the bar, Chun Tianlong led Li Ran directly to the private room on the second floor. Inside the private room, two female bodyguards saw Li Ran enter and tactfully exited. In the boss's chair, the Black Rose turned around facing Li Ran, wearing a sexy black lace cheongsam with black stockings and red-soled high heels. Li Ran. He was stunned. This woman was not a good person. Li Ran seriously suspected that the Black Rose was trying to seduce him. For the next 2 days, Li Ran went to the bar's second-floor private room each time. The Black Rose changed into different styles of cheongsams, each time engaging in playful drinking games. Happy times always passed quickly. On the third day, the moment of being slapped in the face arrived. Upon waking up in the morning, Li Ran saw heavy rain pouring outside the window. After breakfast, feeling bored at home, Li Ran waited for the evening to come. Tonight, he still planned to go to the Imperial Luxury Bar. However, it was unlike the previous 2 days. According to the script, Jiang Qingyue would appear at the bar to confront him, bringing people to beat him up and warning him not to cause trouble for the Black Rose again. Based on his character setup, Li Ran should be a bit afraid of Jiang Qingyue. After all, she was the little princess of the Jiang family. In terms of backing, the Jiang family was more influential than Li Ran's fatherly legion. When it came to physical combat, Jiang Qingyue, a Taekwondo black belt, could easily handle Li Ran. Thus, after this encounter, Li Ran was indeed intimidated by Jiang Qingyue and dared not cause trouble for the Black Rose again. However, Li Ran felt quite pleased. After going through tonight's script, he could enjoy a good rest for a while. He just happened to have time to visit the Qingting orphanage to see Xiao Chan, to check if she had been listening to him and properly supplementing her nutrition, to see if she had gained some weight. As evening approached, Li Ran called for Xiao Wu. "Young master, are you still going to the Imperial Luxury Bar?" Xiao Wu asked, sensing the situation. He thought to himself, the young master has been quite infatuated with the Black Rose these past 2 days, losing himself entirely. Look, even the heavy rain outside couldn't stop the young master's fiery heart. However, thinking of the Black Rose's stunning figure, Xiao Wu felt relieved. Which man wouldn't be moved by a beautiful woman like the Black Rose? Xiao Wu fully understood the young master's eagerness to see the Black Rose. Prepare the car, Li Ran replied indifferently. On such a rainy day, he would have to go endure being beaten up by Jiang Qinyue, the female lead. Such a dedicated antagonist, there was no one else but himself. He silently complained, the author of the King of Soldiers in the City must be an idiot. Who would seek trouble on a rainy day? Do antagonists not need rest? Do they not have any rights? The considerate Xiao Wu held the umbrella beside him as Li Ran got into the car. Arriving at the Imperial Luxury Bar, Li Ran declined the Black Rose's invitation to go to the private room on the second floor. Sitting in a booth on the first floor near the door, he absent-mindedly drank, with the Black Rose occasionally glancing towards the entrance, waiting for Jiang Qinyu's arrival. Tonight's plot shouldn't go wrong. After all, he had already dealt with the group of thugs who wanted to kidnap Jiang Qinyue in advance. Therefore, Jiang Qinyue would surely arrive on time tonight. When the time came, he would let this woman hit him a couple of times and then beg for mercy. Regarding the act of putting on a tough front and being beaten, Li Ran was quite confident in his acting skills. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, dressed in a tight black leather outfit that perfectly outlined her curves and wearing knee-high leather boots, Jiang Qinyue meticulously applied lipstick. After checking herself in the mirror and tossing her ear-length hair, Jiang Qinyue nodded in satisfaction. She touched the small gift box in her arms, feeling happy as she went downstairs. After some thought, she again asked a bodyguard for a baseball bat. Now she felt assured getting into the car. In her last life, it was because she didn't carry a weapon that she almost got kidnapped by those thuggish wannabes. Although Jiang Qinyue was well prepared this time, she had arranged a whole car full of bodyguards to follow her discreetly for protection. However, it was still safer to have the baseball bat in the car, just in case something unexpected happened. Soon Jiang Qinyue arrived near the Imperial Luxury Bar and smoothly drove into the alley. In her last life, it was in this alley that she had nearly been kidnapped by some small thugs while waiting for Li Ran to appear. Dialing the phone, Jiang Qinyue instructed the bodyguards who were secretly protecting her, "You don't need to follow me in. Stay outside. If the car lights flash twice, it means I am in danger, understand?" "Yes, miss." The captain of the bodyguards in another car acknowledged. He immediately found a spot where he could observe the situation and parked the car, turning off the engine. Although they also wondered why the miss was running into this alley on such a rainy day, and why she wanted them to follow and protect her. However, in this position, they would be able to see immediately if Jiang Qinyue encountered any trouble. Even if the miss did not send a signal, they would still be able to provide rescue at the first opportunity. After parking the car, the bodyguards inside began to chat. "What do you think? Why did the miss come here at night?" "Who knows? The miss asked us to protect her, so we just protect her. No need to ask too much." "That's true." The rain was pouring. Jiang Qinyue in the car played some music to calm her nerves. After all, she was about to confront a few small thugs. Although she had prepared the baseball bat in the car, Jiang Qinyue still felt a bit uneasy. Also concerning her performance when being kidnapped later. This timing had to be managed well. If she acted too fiercely and scared off the thugs before Li Ran arrived, he wouldn't be able to save her. Conversely, if she acted too weakly and got taken away by the thugs first, that wouldn't do either. She had to be in the process of being kidnapped when Li Ran arrived. Jiang Qinyue waited and waited. Until it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, she suddenly felt anxious. Where are those thugs? Why haven't they come yet? This is so frustrating. According to the situation, the thugs should have appeared by now and started fighting with her. Yet Jiang Qinyue looked around, not seeing a single shadow at either end of the alley. In another 10 minutes, Li Ran would be here. Now Jiang Qinyue couldn't care less about questioning why those thugs hadn't shown up. She immediately called the captain of her protecting bodyguards. "Listen to me right now, you need to send 4 people to pretend to be thugs and kidnap me." The bodyguard captain in the other car was stunned when he heard Jiang Qinyue's words. "Miss, that might not be good. Is the young lady out of her mind?" At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Qinyue's command to have herself kidnapped, the head of the bodyguard team was completely dumbfounded. Kidnapping the employer? What an absurd order. Instantly, the head of the bodyguard felt utterly bewildered. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously said, "Miss, this isn't appropriate." Internally, the head of the bodyguard rejected Jiang Qinyue's command. He was a professional bodyguard with integrity. If this got out, how would he continue to make a living in this line of work? "Stop dawdling. It's not like I'm asking you to really kidnap her. Just put on a show, can't you?" Jiang Qinyue said impatiently. She was anxiously waiting for Li Ran to come and save her. If he was late, it would be too late. Jiang Qinyue had no time to explain much to the head of the bodyguard. "Hurry up, or it will be too late." If you keep hesitating, do you believe I won't take you down right now? Upon hearing this, the head of the bodyguard felt a shiver run down his spine. Professional integrity, bodyguard dignity. All of it was cast aside. He immediately instructed several bodyguards, you, and you. Go down and kidnap the young lady. Boss, are you joking? The 4 bodyguards pointed out looked completely dumbfounded. But soon after, the car door opened, and the head of the bodyguard kicked them out one by one. This isn't a real kidnapping, it's just to make it look like one. Seeing the 4 still hesitating, the head of the bodyguard glared, "This is the young lad's order. Don't worry, I'll be watching you from the car." As he spoke, he threw out 2 sticks. The bewildered 4 picked up the sticks and hurriedly ran to the outside of Jiang Qinyu's car, lowering their voices to shout inside. "Miss, we are here." Jiang Qinyu lowered the car window. "Listen, a masked man will come shortly. You are to pretend to be thugs and kidnap me. When you see the masked man, shout threats and pretend to fight him. If you see me, drop the wooden stick, or if you can't handle him, just run." Jiang Qinyu quickly explained the plot to the group. "Miss?" The 4 listened, feeling this scenario was so familiar. Isn't this the typical hero saving the beauty plot often seen in dramas? What is the young lady trying to pull? Don't worry, you won't be treated unfairly. If you perform this scene, well, there will be rewards for you. Looking at the suits the 4 were wearing, Jiang Qinyu frowned and reminded, "By the way, take off your suits. Make it look realistic." The 4 bodyguards quickly nodded, removing their suits, and those wearing ties hurriedly discarded them as well. Jiang Qinyu then got out of the car with a stick and began to put on a show of fighting with them. At this moment, the group was very curious. Who is this person? How could they make the young lady resort to such a hero-saving beauty trick? Inside the bar, Li Ran glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. What's going on with Jiang Qinyu? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Li Ran frowned. Having a heroine who is always late is quite a predicament. He didn't think too much about it. After all, the thugs who were supposed to kidnap Jiang Qinyu had already been dealt with by him. As time ticked by, another 10 minutes passed. At this point, Li Ran was starting to lose patience. Jiang Qinyu was already 40 minutes late. No way could it be that Jiang Qinyu ran into trouble again. I must go take a look. If something unexpected really happened to Jiang Qinyu, tonight's plot would be impossible to complete. Li Ran stood up, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." He glanced at Xiao Wu beside him and said, "Take off your suit." "Xiao Wu." Li Ran coughed. "I think your suit looks good. Let me borrow it for a while." Wearing a suit to the restroom. What kind of quirk is this? Is the young master looking for a sense of ritual in life? Although filled with confusion, Xiao Wu obediently took off his suit and handed it to Li Ran. Outside the restroom, Li Ran quickly slipped out the back door. He took off his clothes and changed into Xiao Wu's suit. He also tore a piece of lining from the suit and covered his face with it. Li Ran was quite detail-oriented in this regard. This was to ensure that Jiang Qinyu wouldn't recognize him when he was investigating the situation. After all, he was a villain and a devoted sycophant of Mu Bingxian. Even if there was a plot where the villain saves the heroine, the person being saved should be Mu Bingxian. Having changed his clothes, Li Ran strode into the rain. He wanted to see what was going on with Jiang Qinyu and what kind of trouble she was causing. In his previous life, Jiang Qinyu was late for a reason which was understandable. Li Ran had let it slide. But this time it was pouring rain. He didn't mind the bad weather and took the initiative to show his face to Jiang Qinyu, just waiting for her to hit him. Does she know how difficult it is to be a villain? He didn't complain even once, so why should Jiang Qinyu be late? Li Ran was determined. If he discovered that Jiang Qinyu was deliberately delaying the plot, she would definitely deserve some punishment. Under the dim streetlight, a blurry figure approached, splashing water everywhere. Jiang Qinyu's spirit jolted, and she quickly lifted the stick, lowering her voice. "Here they come, here they come. Hey who? Little beauty, come have some fun with us." Hee, resisting is useless. Don't struggle. Even if you scream, no one will come to save you. Just put down your weapon. Several bodyguards waved their sticks fiercely. Using all their efforts, they played out their poor acting skills and began to fight Jiang Qinyu in the rain. It looked quite convincing, making it hard to discern what was real and what was fake. "Help! Help!" Amidst the pouring rain, the voice came through intermittently. Li Ran's gaze instantly sharpened. He saw shadows moving back and forth in the dim alley. He thought to himself, this scene looked so familiar. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Ran hurried forward. Soon he heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. When he finally saw the situation clearly, Li Ran was dumbfounded. Jiang Qinyu was surrounded by 4 men struggling to hold on. It was exactly the same as what he encountered in his previous life. Looking at the 4 men attacking Jiang Qinyu, Li Ran felt 1,000 questions in his heart. What the hell? Where did these 4 scoundrels come from? Could it be that there's more than one group trying to kidnap Jiang Qinyu? At this moment, one man looked at the trembling Jiang Qinyu and leered, "Little beauty, come along with us willingly." Another man, however, turned to Li Ran and coldly sneered, "Get lost. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." Upon seeing Li Ran arrive, the man with the black cloth over his face, the bodyguards knew that the star of this hero-saving beauty scene had finally arrived. The 2 bodyguards brought out their strongest acting skills. However, little did they know that the moment they spoke, they were sealing their own fate. A cold glint flashed in Li Ran's eyes and anger arose. As soon as they finished speaking, Li Ran leaped forward, delivering a knee strike that sent the bodyguard who was about to strike Jiang Qinyu flying 3 meters away. Fortunately, that bodyguard realized the danger and raised his hands just in time to block with the stick before Li Ran's knee collided. Otherwise, this strike would have likely broken several of his ribs. Even so, he was now trembling, unable to steady his grip on the stick. Damn it! Are you guys out of your minds? If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I won't believe it. At this moment, Li Ran coldly stared at the group. He was genuinely angry. So you won't let me follow the plot, huh? I won't spare you today. In 2 lifetimes I've been interrupted in the same place, and anyone would be furious. Of course there's another reason. They are a group of scumbags who bully women. Li Ran looked down on such people the most. With a loud bang, another bodyguard was sent flying. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The remaining 2 bodyguards stared blankly at their comrade who had flown out. What happened to the act? They had initially thought that if they really had to fight this masked man, they could let it slide a bit. Now they realized Li Ran was genuinely fighting. Moreover, this guy's strength was terrifying. Keep going, Li Ran said as he stepped closer, his tone indifferent. The reason he hadn't killed them outright was that he wanted to ask who was behind these thugs. Who wanted to disrupt his plot? Who wanted to frame him? The bodyguards hurriedly looked towards Jiang Qingyue. At this moment, Jiang Qingyue realized she had perhaps gone too far. Looking at the furious Li Ran, she felt both moved and worried. She was touched to realize how much weight she held in Li Ran's heart. What worried her was that she was afraid Li Ran in his rage might really kill her bodyguards. Jiang Qingyue quickly threw the stick on the ground and subtly gestured for the bodyguards to retreat. The 4 bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, and hurriedly took their injured comrade to escape. However, how could Li Ran just let them go? He took a big step forward to chase after them. Jiang Qingyue felt a sense of foreboding. Just as Li Ran passed by her, she quickly covered her forehead with her hand, pretending to feel dizzy, and fell down. Jiang Qingyue had a clever plan. This move could be seen as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, if Li Ran caught her, he wouldn't be able to chase the bodyguards, allowing them to escape safely. Second, she could lie in Li Ran's arms as she had wished. To prevent Li Ran from noticing her little scheme, she closed her eyes and fell down. With a loud splash, water flew everywhere. The next second, Jiang Qingyue, lying in the water, opened her eyes in confusion. Watching Li Ran run past her, she was annoyed and pounded the ground with her hand. This big lummox. Doesn't he understand how to cherish a delicate woman? Jiang Qingyue had no idea that at this moment Li Ran was entirely focused on dealing with the thugs. Moreover, in Li Ran's subconscious, he had already scared off the small thugs, so Jiang Qingyue should be fine. Thus he didn't notice her. At that moment, hearing a noise behind him, Li Ran turned back in confusion. He saw Jiang Qingyue lying in the water. Ouch! Ouch! Jiang Qingyue quickly began to moan. Li Ran glanced at the thugs who had already run far away, then looked at the seemingly injured Jiang Qingyue. He walked back to her side. Are you okay? Jiang Qingyue blinked her eyes and, looking pitiful, said, I think I twisted my ankle and I can't get up. This time it wasn't an act. Jiang Qingyue genuinely felt some pain in her left ankle. Her face was drenched in rainwater, and with her aggrieved expression, it was hard for Li Ran to tell if she had shed any tears. Seeing her unable to stand, he thought she must be in so much pain that she was crying. Li Ran felt a little heartbroken. Kidnapped in the same place for 2 times. Jiang Qingyue was probably the most unfortunate female lead Li Ran had encountered so far, without exception. This girl was likely a natural disaster star. At that moment, seeing Li Ran's eyes filled with concern, yet he remained motionless, showing no signs of action. Jiang Qingyue secretly cursed. How could there be such a foolish person? No wonder he hadn't caught up with Mu Bingxian for so long. At the same time, she felt a surge of joy. Lucky for her, he was a blockhead. Oh, otherwise where would she find her opportunity now? If Jiang Qingyue knew about the tricks Li Ran had been playing with the little widow in the abandoned building, she probably wouldn't think that way. At this moment, Jiang Qingyue quietly clenched her fists. Charge forth, brave Jiang Qingyue. With a single effort, seize this treasure boy. Thank you for saving me. Jiang Qingyue extended her hand and said, could you help me up? Li Ran hesitated for a moment. Now that he was in a masked state, hugging Jiang Qingyue should be fine. Nodding, he picked her up and placed her in the car. How are you? Does it still hurt? He lowered the seat and looked at Jiang Qingyue, asking. It still hurts a bit. Jiang Qingyue shyly nodded. Li Ran frowned slightly. This won't do. If Jiang Qingyue couldn't move, how was she supposed to teach him a lesson next? How would the plot progress tonight? According to the plot, Li Ran had not much interaction with the Black Rose. This part of the story, Jiang Qingyue stood up for the Black Rose just to find a suitable reason to stop him from bothering her. Once this plot was over tonight, Li Ran could finally take a long break. Do you have any Huahua oil in your car? Li Ran asked. No. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. Wait a moment, Li Ran said, rushing back into the rain. Among the system rewards, there was a skill for a divine level massage. If used with Huahua oil, it should be able to quickly reduce the swelling in Jiang Qingyue's foot. This was the only solution Li Ran could come up with for the current dilemma. There was no helping it. This villain was born to be a busy worker. Watching Li Ran's departing figure, Jiang Qingyue quietly squeezed the gift box hidden in her bosom. Why did Li Ran leave? Where was he going? He wouldn't just not come back, would he? The gift box had gotten wet, and it was damp, but the wrapping was intact. Jiang Qinyue lowered her head, gripping it tightly with both hands. Had she known earlier, she would have just given the gift earlier. What if Li Ran didn't come back? After running to 2 convenience stores, Li Ran finally bought the Huahua oil. Bursting out of the convenience store and back into the rain, Li Ran jogged back to the alley. What are you holding in your hand? Returning to the car, he saw Jiang Qinyue with her head down holding a small box, and dazed Li Ran curiously asked. Hearing Li Ran's voice, Jiang Qinyue looked up in surprise. Then she hurriedly hid the gift box behind her back, feeling guilty. Nothing. You're back. This woman. It's just a broken box. Why act all secretive as if I would steal it? Forget it. Li Ran didn't have the time to be curious about what treasure was in the box. The priority was to fix Jiang Qinyue, so she could smoothly complete the plot. Taking out the Huahua oil, Li Ran said to Jiang Qinyue, take off your socks, I'll give you a massage. Huh. Jiang Qinyue's face instantly turned red. What do you mean? Didn't you sprain your foot? Quickly take off your shoes and socks, I'll apply the medicine, Li Ran said impatiently. Jiang Qinyue suddenly became bashful, hesitating, and indecisive. Li Ran is going to apply medicine to her. Does that mean he has to touch her foot? But her foot had never been touched by a man before. Moreover, the man touching her foot was someone she liked. Jiang Qinyue felt her face burning as if it were about to ripen. At that moment, she heard Li Ran ask, which foot? Jiang Qinyue instinctively replied, left foot. As soon as she finished speaking, she froze. She saw Li Ran lift her left foot, carefully taking off her shoe and sock. Her 5 translucent jade toes were exposed to the air. Jiang Qinyue, feeling shy, instinctively wanted to retract her foot. But Li Ran grabbed her jade toes. Li Ran's mind felt slightly unusual. It must be said that Jiang Qinyue's legs were not only long, but also perfect. A little more would seem plump, a little less would seem thin. After pouring some safflower oil, Li Ran began to massage. At that moment, Jiang Qinyue suddenly started to move. Li Ran slapped her lightly, annoyed. I told you not to move, yet you still do. As a villain, giving a female lead a massage is not easy for me. To be honest, although Li Ran usually massages his mother Zhang Wan, this was his first time massaging another woman. If it weren't for Jiang Qinyue's beauty, if it weren't for the upcoming plot, Li Ran wouldn't be massaging her feet at all. Jiang Qinyue quickly covered her little face, which looked like a red apple, with her hands. Through the gaps of her fingers, a pair of beautiful big eyes glimmered with mist. She didn't want to either, but she really couldn't help it. Fortunately, the god-level massage skill rewarded by the system was very effective. After kneading with safflower oil for a while, the swelling in Jiang Qinyue's ankles subsided considerably. Li Ran stopped the massage. At the same time, Jiang Qinyue's tense body finally relaxed. She shot a charming glance at Li Ran. This person, if he was a blockhead, could still be such a nuisance. I really can't tell if he's genuinely foolish or just pretending. So can you move now? Li Ran asked with concern. Wait a minute, I don't have the strength right now. Jiang Qinyue's tone was weak. Li Ran. Hey, is there something wrong here? I was the one who was massaging, yet you're more tired than I am. Looking at Jiang Qinyue's state, Li Ran shook his head. Well, he was meant for her. He picked up her shoes and socks, putting them back on for Jiang Qinyue. At this moment, Jiang Qinyue finally came to her senses. The redness on her face faded a bit, and her cheeks turned rosy. Seeing the raindrops dripping from Li Ran's hair, Jiang Qinyue suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She scolded herself for being useless. She remembered that there were clean towels in the car and hurriedly turned to get them. You're soaked, let me wipe you down too. Jiang Qinyue said softly, about to help Li Ran dry off. Li Ran's face was still covered with a torn cloth, and when he saw Jiang Qinyue coming over, he panicked. No. If Jiang Qinyue discovered that he was Li Ran, wouldn't she go crazy? His villain persona would be ruined. The car was already cramped. Li Ran pushed, and Jiang Qinyue pulled. In the tussle, they fell onto the seat. At this point, Li Ran felt completely numb. In the quiet air, he could feel Jiang Qinyue's hot breath, and even the sound of her rapid heartbeat. But that wasn't the most frightening part for Li Ran, because he realized his own heartbeat was also racing. This is not right. How could I possibly be attracted to Jiang Qinyue, this violent woman? It's not about whether Jiang Qinyue is beautiful or not, even though she is indeed very pretty. Li Ran thought that it must be because he had been a virgin for too long that he was having these impulses. It could have been just a few seconds, or perhaps only a second. As Jiang Qinyue reached out her hand to touch the torn cloth on Li Ran's face, he finally forced himself to snap back to reality. He quickly sat up. Really no need. Anyway, I need to run back now. If I dry off, I'll still get caught in the rain later. Li Ran changed the subject, saying, by the way, how did you end up in the alley? Is there something you need to do tonight? He had hinted quite clearly, so next it was time for Jiang Qinyue to handle her business. After speaking, Li Ran hurriedly opened the car door and ran into the rain. What a pity. Inside the car, Jiang Qinyue sat up, feeling a bit disappointed. Just a little more, and she could have gotten closer to Li Ran. Unfortunately, her treasure boy was still so kind-hearted, not taking advantage of the situation. But isn't that precisely what made her heart flutter about him? He is who he is, one of a kind. No one can replace him. Compared to her previous life, she had already made significant progress this time. Watching Li Ran's retreating figure, Jiang Qinyue propped her chin in her hand. Even his running posture is so handsome. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and took out the gift box from beneath her. Oh no. How could I forget the most important thing? She just remembered that she hadn't given out the carefully prepared gift yet. Right, Li Ran should be back at the bar now, right? Jiang Qinhua finally recalled what she was supposed to do tonight. She was there to mediate the conflict between Li Ran and Yu Xiaomon, almost forgetting about it. Putting the gift away, Jiang Qinhua smiled slightly. She would wait until she saw Li Ran to give him this gift. It would definitely surprise him. Quickly returning to the bar, Li Ran changed back into his clothes. Having been delayed for so long, he wondered if anyone at the bar would start to suspect. Gently opening the back door, Li Ran saw Xiao Wu, who was smoking at the restroom door. Young master, weren't you in the restroom? How did you come out from here? Their eyes met, and Xiao Wu looked puzzled at Li Ran, who was dripping wet. It's nothing, I went to buy a pack of cigarettes. Li Ran pulled out a box of 95 premium from his pocket, opened it, and tossed Xiao Wu a stick. Xiao Wu caught the cigarette, lit it, and after taking a puff, squinted his eyes. The cigarettes from the young master are still the most enjoyable. Having not come out of the restroom for so long, he thought the young master was constipated, but it turned out he went to buy cigarettes. But if the young master wanted to buy cigarettes, he could have just asked, why sneak out by himself? Moreover, he didn't even take an umbrella, getting himself all wet. Xiao Wu looked at Li Ran with a slightly suspicious gaze. Li Ran coughed, handing him the suit. Your suit. After taking the suit, Xiao Wu twisted it, finding it completely soaked. He spread it out and shook it. Then Xiao Wu noticed a piece of the suit's lining was torn off. Now he didn't have time to dwell on Li Ran's matters, his eyes filled with concern. Young master, this. Li Ran explained lightly. I wasn't paying attention when I went out just now and accidentally tore your suit. Go back and ask Uncle Fu to get you a new set. Xiao Wu. Back at the table. Seeing Li Ran completely soaked, Black Rose was also slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it, quickly calling for a towel. Li Ran wiped himself down briefly, using the same excuse to respond. After chatting with Black Rose for a while, Li Ran heard the sound of boots moving and quickly turned his head. He saw a tall and beautiful woman walking into the bar. It was Jiang Qinhua. Li Ran sighed in relief, secretly delighted. This plot is finally coming to a close. Jiang Qinhua walked in with a cold expression. In fact, apart from the moment she was alone with Li Ran, she would show her shy side. At all other times, she presented herself as proud and aloof in front of others. At this moment, upon seeing that Jiang Qinhua was moving without hindrance, Li Ran completely relaxed. According to the plot, Jiang Qinhua would immediately notice him upon entering. Without a second thought, the girl stepped on the table to warn him. After all, Jiang Qinhua's character was that of a hot-tempered type. Just after exchanging a few words with her, he was thrown to the ground by one of her shoulder throws. Then he could just throw out a few harsh words and leave, of course, leaving in a dejected manner. Seeing this, Li Ran began his performance. He lit a cigarette and rested one foot on the bar table. Exhaling clouds of smoke, he put on an arrogant demeanor as if he were above everyone else. Now he only needed to do one thing. That was to wait for Jiang Qinhua to come over and warn him, which was very easy. Xiao Yue, what brings you here? At that moment, the Black Rose also noticed Jiang Qinhua's arrival and quickly stood up. I came to help you solve the problem, Jiang Qinhua said, stealing a glance at Li Ran. She saw that although his hair was dry, his pants were still wet. Even though he was acting as if no one mattered to him, she knew the real situation this time. Not only did she feel no disgust, but she also thought that Li Ran's current appearance was quite charming in a roguelike way. The Black Rose walked over to Jiang Qinhua's side and quickly lowered her voice. Did I not tell you that it's nothing serious? I can handle it myself. She genuinely did not want Jiang Qinhua to clash with Li Ran. Besides, Li Ran came to the bar every day. She was already delighted and would not want to drive him away. Jiang Qinhua patted the Black Rose's shoulder and said earnestly, don't worry, leave it to me. With that, she walked straight up to Li Ran. Li Ran's spirit was jolted, thinking, here it comes. According to the plot, the hot-tempered Jiang Qinhua would next step on the table and casually point a wine bottle at him. Taking a big puff of smoke, Li Ran feigned surprise. Jiang Qinhua, what are you doing here? Little did he know at that moment Jiang Qinhua was secretly laughing in her heart. Li Ran is really adorable. I can't wait to expose him and see his expression. Indeed, Li Ran's acting skills were currently exceptional. In her previous life, she had been deceived by Li Ran's exceptional acting. Jiang Qinhua smiled and retorted, why can't I be here? Upon hearing this, Li Ran was momentarily stunned. What the hell, the plot was off. When did the violent girl ever speak so politely? I healed your foot so you could come here and speak softly to me. Where are your boots? Step up. Why are you being polite with me? Xiao Man is my best friend, and I assure you that the incident at the Dihao bar has nothing to do with her. If you want to cause trouble, come at me instead. Saying this, Jiang Qinhua took out a gift box. This is a gift I prepared for you. Just consider it my apology to sister Xiao Man. Oh, please stop troubling her, okay? Gift? Seeing the familiar box, Li Ran was bewildered again. What the hell, you prepared a gift? Are you crazy? At this moment, seeing that Li Ran was silent, Jiang Qinhua began to act coy again. Come on, please. At this moment, all acting skills and lines were lost to Li Ran. Looking at the sweet-talking Jiang Qinhua, he felt a face of terror, his scalp tingling. Is this Jiang Qinhua? She can't be possessed, right? Looking at the gift in front of him, and then at Jiang Qinhua, who blinked her beautiful big eyes innocently. Li Ran wanted to curse. I braved the heavy rain to save you, and even ran to 2 convenience stores to buy you medicine massaging your legs. Is this how you repay me? Do I need this little gift? Huh. To be honest, Ran wanted to reveal his identity, seized Jiang Qinyu's collar, and ask her why she was doing this. Why repay kindness with enmity? I had worked so hard for the plot, and I had lost a lot of hair. But in the end, during the face-slapping moment, Jiang Qinyue, the female lead, went crazy. At this moment, the people around Ran's bodyguards and the Black Rose's subordinates all wore expressions of shock. Who wouldn't tremble at the mention of the name of the little demoness of the Jiang family in the Magic City? Who had ever seen Jiang Qinyue like this? Who had ever seen Jiang Qinyue act cute with someone? And the one she was being cute with was Ran, the notorious playboy. Most incredulous was the Black Rose. This queen of intelligence in the Magic City's underground had her beautiful eyes wide open in astonishment, covering her cherry lips with her hand. Just moments ago, the Black Rose had been thinking about what to do if Ran and Jiang Qinyue started fighting, which side to help. But she never expected to see such a scene. Wait a minute, is this still the Xiao Yu I know? The Black Rose's eyes were filled with confusion, but she quickly realized. Given Jiang Qinyu's personality, she clearly wouldn't be so polite to Ran, even submissive. There could only be one reason for her to do this for herself. Sigh, if I had known I should have clarified things with Xiao Yu, I shouldn't have kept it from her. Even if I couldn't reveal my secret of being reborn, I should have come up with a reason. The Black Rose felt conflicted internally. The fact of being reborn was her biggest secret. Even if she told Jiang Qinyue, would she believe it? Moreover, the Black Rose also knew that in Jiang Qinyu's eyes, Ran had always been a useless playboy, and Jiang Qinyue held no goodwill toward him. If she said she liked Ran, Jiang Qinyue would probably be even less likely to believe her. Meanwhile, as the party involved, Ran's mind was racing. The same thoughts that the Black Rose had were also in Ran's mind. Jiang Qinyue did not step on the table as per the plot. Ran guessed it was because her legs still hadn't healed completely. Under the condition of a leg injury, it was quite normal. As for Jiang Qinyu's unusual behavior of not hitting him, it was likely due to this as well. After just experiencing a kidnapping, Jiang Qinyue undoubtedly had some psychological shadows. Never mind, as the conclusion of this plot was that he would no longer cause trouble at the Dihao bar and would not trouble the Black Rose anymore. Although there were some errors in the process, as long as the ending remained unchanged, it was fine. Ran sighed inwardly and accepted Jiang Qinyu's gift. Alright, considering your gift as an apology, I won't hold the Dihao bar incident against you. At that moment, seeing Ran accept the gift, Jiang Qinyue felt a wave of joy in her heart. On the way to the bar, she had thought carefully. Since Ran still loved Mu Bingxuan, if she directly gave him a gift, he would certainly not accept it. Thus, Jiang Qinyue could only present it in this way. It was still a long way before she could make Ran change his feelings and fall in love with her. The path of pursuing Ran was arduous and long. However, she would not give up. Jiang Qinyue secretly clenched her fist. Putting away the gift, Ran stood up and called out to Xiao Wu before leaving. Although the plot went awry again, failing to have Jiang Qinyue suffer a setback, Ran was actually quite pleased. After all, who would seek out suffering for no reason? He was not a masochist, it was merely a requirement of the storyline. As for the outcome of tonight's plot, Ran was also very satisfied. He thought to himself that this seemed quite good. After all, he was playing his own villain, and as long as he maintained the storyline's progression, that was enough. As for the middle part, how the female leads chose to add drama was their business, not his. The characters were falling apart for them, but his villain persona was solid as ever. This couldn't be blamed on him, could it? Summarizing it all, Ran felt a sense of relief. He comfortably sat in the car and left. After Ran drove away. Inside the bar, Jiang Qinyue and Black Rose exchanged glances. Xiao Yu, you really don't have to do this. I can handle things between Ran and myself. Black Rose spoke first. Jiang Qinyue had chased Ran away, leaving Black Rose feeling truly helpless. However, she couldn't say anything as Jiang Qinyue was doing this for her sake. She could only blame herself for not handling the matter well. But how was she supposed to explain this to Jiang Qinyue? If she said she liked Ran, Jiang Qinyue would probably think she was crazy, right? Seeing Black Rose's apologetic expression, Jiang Qinyue felt a bit guilty. She weakly responded, then thought for a moment before saying, Ran isn't a bad person, is he? Xiao Man, can we end the feud between you and him here? She knew that Ran had been causing trouble at the bar these past few days, and Black Rose was surely still upset about it. Jiang Qinyue admitted that she had ulterior motives in saying this. After all, one was her future husband, and the other was her dear friend who had saved her life. She truly did not want to see any conflict arise between Black Rose and Ran. Black Rose replied, Xiao Yu, what are you saying? Jiang Qinyue blinked and weakly said, I've already apologized to Ran tonight. Can we clear the feud between you two? No, wait. What was the previous line? Jiang Qinyue tentatively asked. Ran is actually a nice guy. Instantly, Black Rose froze. She looked at Jiang Qinyue in surprise, as if she needed to reevaluate her dear friend. Originally, Black Rose was still thinking about how to explain her situation with Ran to Jiang Qinyue, but it wasn't what she thought. Never did she expect that Jiang Qinyue would have such awareness. This saved her from a lot of trouble. Since Jiang Qinyue had said so, Black Rose nodded. and said, "Since Xiao Yu has spoken, I won't pursue it anymore." Meanwhile, Jiang Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Black Rose would question her about why she spoke kindly of Li Ran. She didn't expect Black Rose to be so understanding. On the other side, Li Ran returned home. After taking a shower, he changed into clean clothes. While drying his hair, Li Ran walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the gift box that Jiang Qin Yu had sent on the table. Li Ran smiled and sat down. He wondered what gift this woman would give him. Surely it wasn't just something picked up at the supermarket, right? Li Ran had no expectations. After all, it should not be an expensive gift. After all, Jiang Qin Yu's sudden gift was a spuro-themant decision. He opened the gift box and casually glanced inside. The next second, his expression froze. Inside the small square box was a tiny diamond ring. On the silver edge of the ring, the letters LR and JQY were engraved with a heart in the middle and a diamond-shaped, deep blue gemstone sparkling under the light, radiating brilliance. With just one glance, Li Ran could tell that this ring was meticulously crafted and came from a renowned jeweler. It was worth a fortune. What? This was a gift from Jiang Qin Yu. Wasn't she supposed to have thought of this gift on a whim? What a joke. The ring even had my initials engraved on it. And she tells me it was a spuro-themant decision. Li Ran fell into deep thought. Knock knock. The door was gently tapped. The maid Xiao Li entered with a tray holding a glass of milk. "Young master, here's the hot milk you wanted." She gently placed the milk on the table and looked at Li Ran, who was dazedly holding the diamond ring, her eyes filled with confusion. This ring was exceptionally beautiful, shimmering with a deep blue glow. It was clearly of high value. But why did the young master look so unhappy with such a conflicted expression on his face? At that moment, Li Ran sighed softly and asked, "Xiao Li, what does it mean when a woman gives a man a ring?" Xiao Li looked at Li Ran in surprise, wondering if the young master didn't already know this. She answered matter-of-factly, "It means that the woman likes the man." Just as expected, Li Ran helplessly asked, "Think again, is there any other possibility?" Xiao Li thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, "I can't think of any." Li Ran stared blankly at the diamond ring in front of him, feeling that it was unbearably hot to the touch. He did not turn around, but merely instructed, "All right, you can leave now." Jiang Qin Yu likes him. Li Ran shook his head. What a joke, she was one of the female leads. Although in the car, Li Ran admitted to having a slight crush on Jiang Qin Yu, it was merely fleeting attraction. Before this, he had hardly had any emotional exchanges with her. Besides, why would Jiang Qin Yu like him? What could she possibly want from him? His arrogance, his debauchery, his habit of showering without closing the door. He put the ring back into the box. Li Ran summoned the system. System, is there a plot in the novel where the female lead falls in love with the villain? If I were to have a relationship with the female lead, what would happen? The system replied, "Please host, carefully play the role of the villain. And do not keep thinking about these irrelevant matters. As long as the host completes the storyline, you will be able to return to your original world." Li Ran. I knew you would keep repeating the same lines. Forget it. Li Ran was too lazy to dwell on it. If a relationship were to happen, well, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. For now, he should just get some sleep. There was nothing that a good night's sleep couldn't solve. Tomorrow would be another sunny day. A new day. A day without his plot. Li Ran leisurely sipped on fresh juice. According to the storyline, his next appearance would be at the music festival in Moda University. That was still 2 weeks away, so Li Ran wasn't in a hurry at all. At that moment, a video call came in. Li Ran picked up his phone and saw that it was Mu Bingxian calling. He answered the call. Li Ran put on a flattering demeanor and chatted with the goddess Mu for a bit to make her happy before hanging up. Mu Bingxian had been away from school lately, apparently taking over her family business and traveling to Jiangnan. Li Ran couldn't help but sigh slightly. No wonder she was the top female lead. Even before graduation, she was already working for the protagonist. Thinking about it this way, Li Ran felt that being a villain wasn't so bad. Aside from having a bit of a headache during plot progression, he was free the rest of the time. He didn't have to worry about making money. Every day was just about how to spend it. He picked up his phone and checked it. He chatted with the little widow for a while. Li Ran opened the chat interface with Qin Yuchan. He had made plans to visit her at the Qingting orphanage tomorrow. At the Qingting orphanage. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuchan smiled faintly. Brother Li Ran is coming over tomorrow. It's wonderful to be able to see him again. Supporting her chin on the stone table, she was lost in thought for a while before coming back to her senses. She asked the two little girls beside her, "Do you think I've gained a little weight, sister?" The two little girls quickly shook their heads. "Sister is the most beautiful, not fat at all." "Sister, can you continue telling us a story?" "Not gaining weight yet." Qin Yuchan felt a bit discouraged. After just a few days, how could she possibly gain weight so quickly? It's so difficult. But last time Brother Li Ran said that he wanted to see her looking a bit chubby next time. Gently patting one of the little girls' heads, Qin Yuchan nodded. "All right." She picked up the book and continued telling the story of the ugly duckling transforming into a swan. Time passed. After dinner, Qin Yuchan made her way to the rooftop of the orphanage alone. Although there was some moonlight tonight, it was not bright. However, Qin Yuchan moved very deftly under the hazy moonlight. She walked on the rooftop as if it were flat ground. The surroundings were quiet and empty as Qin Yuchan sat down cross-legged. Soon her breath became long and rhythmic as she entered a meditative state. An hour passed. Qin Yuchan opened her eyes again, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Feeling the growing sensation of energy and internal strength within her, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Although her master said that her talent was extraordinary and her practice was twice as effective compared to others, she had never relaxed for a moment. After her rebirth, she practiced like this every night, sometimes even until dawn. I wonder what my master is doing now and when she will come down the mountain. Preparing to enter meditation again, Qin Yuchan suddenly thought of her master. That woman, even in the plainest clothes, was as ethereal as a fairy. Qin Yuchan was momentarily lost in thought. In her previous life, after Li Ran died, she who knew nothing only wanted to take revenge on Li Ran's behalf. At that time, she hadn't even seen Lin Ming's face before being discovered by Lin Ming's subordinates and almost killed. It was at that moment that her master appeared and saved her. Furthermore, she taught her this set of internal martial art techniques. It was from then on that she realized she and her master shared a common enemy, Lin Ming. Ultimately, with the help of an incredibly powerful foreign woman by Lin Ming's side, the two of them were able to infiltrate Lin Ming's circle. Together, the three of them avenged Li Ran. Although in this life, she didn't know if she would see her master again, or if they could join forces once more, Qin Yuchan would never forget her master's kindness. It was she who saved her and gave her the power for revenge. Kindness must be repaid, and revenge must be avenged. Gathering her thoughts, Qin Yuchan prepared to continue her second round of training. Just then she felt a slight movement in her ears. She turned to look behind her. A small head popped out with a rustling sound. "Sister Yuchan, what are you doing?" The plucky little Ming looked at Qin Yuchan with curiosity. Qin Yuchan smiled. "Sister is looking at the moon." "Oh." Seeing Qin Yuchan sitting in a strange posture, little Ming looked puzzled. "Do you need to sit like this to look at the moon?" Qin Yuchan stood up. "Little Ming, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour?" Little Ming took out an apple from his pocket. "The director was giving out apples just now, and since you weren't here, I brought one for you." Taking the apple from little Ming's hand, Qin Yuchan patted his head. "Thank you, go back to sleep now." "Sister, you should sleep early too." "You sleep first, they'll look for a while longer." Watching little Ming leave, Qin Yuchan sat down again, placing the apple beside her. Then her breath once again became long and steady. She knew how powerful Li Ran's enemies were. Jack the Ripper, Fallen Angel, the Doomsday Butcher. They were all notorious figures on the international wanted list. She had to grow quickly. Only then could she protect Li Ran and prevent the tragedy of her previous life from happening again. The time left for her was running out. Under the hazy moonlight, a thin and small figure sat motionless on the rooftop. Like a rock, she was filled with determination. A new day? In the morning, the Qing Tung orphanage was enveloped in the glow of the rising sun. A Ferrari roared to a stop at the gate of the orphanage. Dressed in casual attire, Li Ran opened the car door and stepped out. Before long, another truck arrived and parked behind the Ferrari. Several workers got out of the truck and opened the back compartment. Drawing books, children's literature, children's comics, basketballs, footballs, table tennis. All sorts of gifts were included except for homework books. After all, as someone who had been through it, Li Ran had a deep understanding. Who would give children homework as a gift? That's just absurd. The assignments given by school are already enough. Those who send homework books as gifts certainly do not genuinely want to give gifts. "Brother Li Ran, you're here." Qin Yuchan appeared at the door and joyfully ran over upon seeing Li Ran. Today she looked exceptionally youthful and vibrant. She wore a white women's shirt on top and a pair of brand new light blue jeans below. Li Ran had bought these for her last time at the mall. He instructed the workers to negotiate with the director. Li Ran pulled little Yuchan aside and took out a pink butterfly hairpin from behind. "Do you like it?" Qin Yuchan quickly nodded. "I like it." Li Ran smiled. "Let me put it on for you." He attached the hairpin to Qin Yuchan's hair. Li Ran stepped back 2 paces to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. It suited her perfectly. The reason he didn't give Qin Yuchan anything too expensive was that he didn't want to cause her any trouble. After all, she was still in school and was used to being frugal. If she suddenly appeared at school wearing something too extravagant, it would inevitably raise suspicions among her classmates. Qin Yuchan didn't think too much about it. As long as it was a gift from brother Li Ran, she liked it. At that moment, Li Ran was sizing up Qin Yuchan from head to toe. "By the way, how much do you weigh now?" 80 pounds. "Maybe." Qin Yuchan glanced at Li Ran sneakily and quickly lowered her head. "Still so thin." Qin Yuchan quickly explained, "I've been supplementing my nutrition. Gaining weight doesn't happen overnight." Li Ran relaxed his furrowed brow and nodded. Qin Yuchan was at a stage of growth, and she couldn't afford to skimp on nutrition. Although he had video called Qin Yuchan, who knew if she was just being frugal. He initially wanted to take Qin Yuchan around. However, just then little Ming and several other children ran over with the newly bought basketball. "Brother Li Ran, come play ball with us." Li Ran looked at the group of children and smiled. "If you can't win, you're not allowed to cry." "Little Ming." Qin Yuchan sat by the basketball court, resting her chin on her hands. She quietly watched Li Ran playing with the children on the court. She felt that this might be the happiest moment of her life. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor beside the basketball court, there were also a pair of eyes quietly watching Li Ran. The Black Rose turned to the director and asked, "What kind of person do you think Li Ran is?" The somewhat gray-haired director Wong smiled with emotion. He's a kind-hearted child. The Black Rose smiled. I think so too. The Black Rose had once been a child of this orphanage. Even after becoming the information queen of the underground gang in Mo City, she often returned here to visit. She never expected to run into Li Ran today. At this moment, watching Li Ran frolicking with the children, the Black Rose smiled slightly. Perhaps this is what they call it. In a small basketball court under the worn and weathered hoop, the air is filled with laughter and cheer. Hey Xiaoming, you guys are cheating. Let go, let go. Who's pulling my pants? Surrounded by a group of chasing children, Li Ran experienced the treatment only a basketball superstar receives, feeling like one himself. Standing at 6 feet tall, he placed one hand on the head of the small Jean, who was only 4 feet tall, as Jean jumped up. With no effort at all, he flicked his right hand, and the basketball accurately swished through the hoop. Turning back with confidence, Li Ran glanced at Xiaoming, still tugging at his pants, and smiled faintly. Trash. Once upon a time, Li Ran was also a young boy sweating it out on the basketball court. However, ever since he came to this world and became the young master of the Li family, he lost the joy of being a basketball youth. With his esteemed status as the young master, he became the one whom the young rascals sought to please. On the basketball court, he hardly needed to move his feet, as someone would actively pass him the ball. Whenever he shot, no one dared to truly block him. Watching the hypocritical faces full of flattery, Li Ran grew disgusted with the power that money brought. However, at this moment, Li Ran completely forgot about his identity as the young master, and didn't care about his villainous persona, returning to his true self. He was still that sunny boy, unchanged. With that thought, Li Ran couldn't help but sigh softly. Who says money can't buy happiness? That's just a matter of not choosing the right object. For instance, right now he felt he had bought it. Beside him, Xiaoming, still hugging his leg, looked up with eyes full of admiration. Brother Li Ran, you play basketball so well. Li Ran thoroughly enjoyed this adoring gaze and chuckled. Do you want to learn how to play basketball from Brother Li Ran? Once you master it, you'll be the coolest kid in the crowd. Xiaoming blinked. Really? This kid looked completely naive, utterly clueless. Li Ran looked down at him with disdain. Of course. As long as you learn a tenth of my basketball skills, the girls in your orphanage know the girls in your school, I guarantee, will look at you with starry eyes. Xiaoming scratched his head, thought for a moment, and asked, what about Sister Xiaochan? Will she be like them too? Li Ran, this kid. At such a young age, he's already so SP. What will happen when he grows up? Xiaochan is his godsister. This kid's thoughts are quite dangerous. Li Ran decided to set this little sapling straight, and prepared to admonish him sternly. However, when he saw Xiaoming's clear and pure gaze, Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. Everyone has someone they admire in their hearts. In Xiaoming's eyes, it was merely admiration for Qin Yuechan. Why is it Sister Xiaochan? Li Ran asked. Xiaoming, a bit shy, replied, I want Sister Xiaochan to be happy every day. Every time you come, Brother Li Ran, Sister Xiaochan always seems very happy. But you can't come every day, so I want to learn basketball, so I can make her happy when you're not around. In Xiaoming's eyes, Sister Xiaochan was an angel sent from heaven. Not only does she teach them to read, but she also tells them stories and occasionally brings them delicious food. Even when their clothes are torn, Sister Xiaochan helps mend them. She's far better than the teachers at school. Xiaoming didn't care about the other girls at school. He only wanted Sister Xiaochan to be happy. Li Ran turned his head and saw Qin Yuechan sitting at the edge of the basketball court watching them, her eyes curved with a smile. A sense of pride welled up in him, thinking, I'm quite a good brother, as he affectionately ruffled Xiaoming's hair. You're such a clever little boy. Now let's continue. A quarter of an hour later, Li Ran looked at the group of kids who were left in tears after being thoroughly defeated by him. Am I being too indulgent? On the bench, Qin Yuechan rubbed her forehead. They're just a bunch of kids, and Li Ran took it too seriously, huh? He looked so handsome. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. In the corridor on the third floor, the Black Rose couldn't help but smile. This is the real Li Ran. Just then her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the incoming call number, Black Rose frowned slightly. Director, I'm going to take a call. Stepping aside, Black Rose answered the phone. Tianlong, what's up? Boss, the Tianhu gang is moving quickly. Our people reported that Wu Xiao has contacted the leader of the Xingyi Society and has just partnered with them. The Sanha Society, the Yayan gang. I've already contacted the decision-makers of these big gangs, but they seem to have other plans. Black Rose appeared unfazed, lightly interrupting Chun Tianlong's report. Has the meeting place been arranged? Yes, it's at the Zuyu tea house. After hanging up, Black Rose returned to the corridor, casting a deep glance at Li Ran. Then she bid farewell to the director and left through the back door. Boss. Seeing Black Rose step out, the two female bodyguards waiting at the back door bowed slightly. Black Rose took a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. At that moment, she emanated a fierce and powerful aura embodying the presence of an underworld gang leader in Modu. Sitting in the back seat of a black Mercedes, Black Rose crossed her legs and spoke calmly. To the Zuyu tea house. Her man only needed to play happily with the children under the sun. As for the darkness behind Li Ran, she would handle it. Boss. Outside the Zuyu tea house, as the black Mercedes came to a stop, Chun Tianlong approached. The decision-makers of the Yayan gang and Sanha Society are waiting inside. Black Rose nodded. Boss, there's one more thing. At this moment Chun Tianlong spoke again. Just now we received news from the Tianhu gang that a group of unfamiliar faces appeared within the gang, all of them foreigners. While speaking, Chun Tianlong carefully observed Black Rose's expression. Looking at the photos that Chun Tianlong had taken on his phone, Black Rose merely scoffed. Let's head in first. It is rumored that Lin Ming, the king of mercenaries, has subordinates controlling the underworld forces of various countries, and it seems to be true. In the photos that Chun Tianlong took out, Black Rose recognized one person. It was the leader of the Black Hand Party, known as Black Scorpion. On the 5th floor of the tea house, in a huge private room, upon hearing the crisp sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground, everyone turned to look at the entrance. The door slowly opened, and in walked Black Rose dressed in a black women's suit. She wore a pair of men's leather shoes, and the suit was tailored with a men's jacket. Arriving at the main seat, Black Rose smiled slightly. Everyone is here, please have a seat. Facing the decision-makers of several major gangs in Modu, every move of Black Rose exuded dominance. Though she was the last to arrive, she carried herself as if it were only natural, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The decision-makers exchanged glances and sat down. Seeing that everyone was seated, Black Rose wasted no time and got straight to the point. I invited a few bosses here today to chat about the Tianhu gang. I wonder what your thoughts are on the recent activities of the Tianhu gang. The expressions of several bosses changed slightly, thinking as expected. Black Rose has been gathering various intelligence on the Tianhu gang lately, including their territory and gang member information, etc. They had noticed. Now it seemed that Black Rose intended to swallow the Tianhu gang. They looked at each other, and one of them pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. We would like to hear your views. For observing the expressions of several people, Black Rose smiled and slowly spoke. Don't you think the Tianhu gang has been a bit restless lately? First, Boss Wei was involved in drug trafficking and was assassinated, dying in prison. Then several elders of the gang were killed, and instead the least experienced one, Wu Xiao, took over the position of the boss. Regarding the territory of the Tianhu gang, don't the several bosses have any interest? It was still the leader of the Yayan gang who had spoken earlier. Boss, you're joking. We actually can't interfere in the internal affairs of the Tianhu gang too much. The other bosses echoed. Boss, you think carefully. If we make a big move, it will attract the attention of those above. I'm getting old, and I don't want to participate in fighting and killing anymore. To be honest, although they were tempted by the territory of the Tianhu gang, they were actually more wary of Black Rose than of the Tianhu gang. Now Black Rose was preparing to strike at the Tianhu gang. However, after Black Rose took down the territory of the Tianhu gang, who knows if her next target is oneself? Listening to the evasive words of the others, Black Rose sneered inwardly. These bosses' understanding of the Tianhu gang still remained in the past. Moreover, Boss Wei of the Tianhu gang had just died, and it was Wu Xiao, this inexperienced junior, who rose to power. They viewed the Tianhu gang even less seriously. Compared to the recently reshuffled Tianhu gang, these gang leaders were more wary of her, Black Rose. They were afraid that the alliance to divide the Tianhu gang was just a pretext, and they were even more afraid that her Rose gang would grow stronger. However, Black Rose didn't care. The Tianhu gang must be destroyed. This time she had invited several bosses out, merely a prelude before the battle. First, she communicated with them, and with this meeting, if they wanted to cooperate with the Tianhu gang or stand up for the Tianhu gang, they had to weigh whether they had the capability. Black Rose smiled and said, since the several bosses have no interest in the Tianhu gang, then let's consider this matter as if I never brought it up. However, if in the future you gentlemen are interested, feel free to come find me. Her voice turned slightly cold, carrying a hint of warning. I am very interested in the territory of the Tianhu gang. This was a warning to these bosses not to think about interfering in her affairs with the Tianhu gang. Suddenly the expressions of the several men became somewhat unnatural. After sitting for a while and flattering Black Rose with a few words, they took their leave. Boss, are we just letting them go like this? After they left, Chun Tianlong leaned in with confusion. Today's boss was surprisingly easy to talk to. She didn't immediately make these people state their positions. Chun Tianlong was puzzled. This was not like the boss style. Black Rose walked to the window, watching the several bosses get into their cars and drive away, gently smiling. She calmly stated, during this time, gather the strength of our Rose gang and abandon some of the territories that overlap with other gangs. It would be best to absorb some not afraid of death small-time thugs into the gang. I have further arrangements. It won't be long before they come to plead with me themselves. In fact, before she entered, Black Rose had already understood upon seeing the photo Chun Tianlong took out. The person Lin Ming had brought back this time was an elite from the mafia. If the underground gangs of Modu do not take the Tianhu gang seriously, then what awaits them will be a painful lesson. Once they suffer a great loss, they will naturally know to come find her. And this is also the opportunity Black Rose needs. Once the underground gangs of Modu are frightened by the mafia members, it will be much easier for her to subdue them. The reason for expressing herself in front of these bosses was indeed to give them hope. Let them know that she is not on good terms with the Tianhu gang to prevent them from being frightened and then switching over to the Tianhu gang. At Pingyi Hospital, Lin Ming had just been discharged today. That night, Chun Tianlong's kick followed by a brutal beating from Xiao Wu and the others left Lin Ming seriously injured. To be honest, Lin Ming had been injured more than once during missions abroad, yet he had never felt so aggrieved as he did this time. He was clearly there to help Black Rose, but was ambushed by her subordinates. What kind of situation was that? He was also caught by Li Ran's bodyguards, who took the opportunity to give him a serious beating. That buzzcut man Shin Tianlong was simply a big fool. No wonder he is Ming Shuai. Even if injured severely, he can fully recover in just a few days. At the hospital entrance, a subordinate who had once followed Lin Ming into the mercenary battlefield rushed over as soon as he saw Lin Ming come out fawning over him. That night, seeing Lin Ming covered in blood lying on the road almost scared him to death. Lin Ming grunted lightly. Luckily, he had a strong foundation, otherwise it would take others at least 10 days to recover. Looking at this subordinate, Lin Ming asked, "What has Li Ran been doing while I was in the hospital? Is he still going to the bar every day to harass Black Rose?" The subordinate cautiously replied, Yes. Our people see him going to the Dihao bar every day." Li Ran. Lin Ming's expression darkened, immediately clenching his fists and striking the nearby iron lamp post, producing a loud clang. He gritted his teeth while muttering Li Ran's name as if he wanted to chew him to pieces. During the days he was hospitalized, every night in the silent darkness, Lin Ming would think of Black Rose. Whenever he remembered Black Rose feigning laughter in Li Ran's arms and flattering him, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife. The pain was so intense he could hardly breathe. He hated Li Ran, hated that pig-headed Qin Tianlong, who was Black Rose's subordinate. But he hated himself even more, hating that he couldn't protect Black Rose, couldn't protect the woman he loved. Lin Ming took a deep breath. What did Li Ran do at the bar? Tell me in detail. Seeing Lin Ming's anger, this subordinate's heart skipped a beat. However, during the days Li Ran went to the bar, there was a sign hanging at the entrance stating it was temporarily closed, so they had no idea what Li Ran did to Black Rose inside the bar. The subordinate hurriedly explained, but after the night before yesterday, Li Ran didn't go anymore. Moi. Lin Ming looked at the subordinate with confusion. According to the news we received, it was the little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Qinyue, who intervened on behalf of Black Rose. After Jiang Qinyue apologized to Li Ran, it seems Li Ran gave her face and didn't cause any more trouble at the bar, which has returned to normal operations. Jiang Qinyue intervened. Isn't Jiang Qinyue in cahoots with Li Ran? Lin Ming was puzzled. During the last land auction and the previous birthday banquet of the Mu family, Jiang Qinyue seemed to have helped Li Ran. What was going on? Sitting in the car, Lin Ming began to ponder. Could it be that Jiang Qinyue is not in cahoots with Li Ran? Did I misunderstand her? Lin Ming's head felt a bit dizzy, and for the first time, he felt like his brain wasn't functioning properly. At this moment, the subordinate driving in front noticed Lin Ming's expression softening. He reported, "Ming Shuai, this morning Black Scorpion and the others have arrived." Only then did Lin Ming come back to his senses. Forget it, let's put Jiang Qinyue's matter aside for now. Lin Ming was too lazy to think too much. This woman Jiang Qinyue was unpredictable, it was better not to provoke her for now. The urgent matter was to subdue the underground gangs of Modu. Some unsavory tasks were better left to these gangs to handle, as it would be safer and more reliable. Lin Ming ordered, "Go to the Jinhong nightclub. Oh, I want to welcome my good brother." Although he couldn't cooperate with Black Rose, the arrival of Black Scorpion made it all inconsequential. With the strength of the elite mafia members under Black Scorpion, it wouldn't take much time to devour the underground. After playing with the children for an entire afternoon and reminding Qin Yuechan not to neglect her nutrition, Li Ran returned home. The subsequent days were filled with joy. Anyway, during this period leading up to the Magic City Music Festival, he had no acting roles. Li Ran basked in the sun like a lazy fish every day, occasionally playing tennis or swimming, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, the clash between the Black Rose and Lin Ming had already begun. After the Black Rose intentionally reduced her manpower and territory to show weakness, the Tianhu gang swiftly expanded with the help of the elite Black Scorpion from the Mafia. Moreover, the expansion went remarkably smoothly, facing almost no obstacles. The Sana Society and the Yang gang, along with several other major gangs, suffered significant losses against the Tianhu gang, with many of them losing a considerable amount of territory. Naturally, these gangs could not swallow this humiliation. In an instant, the underground scene of the Magic City was tumultuous. Almost every day there were violent conflicts occurring in entertainment venues. What's more, in some entertainment places one day they belonged to the Tianhu gang, and the next day they were taken over by the Sanha Society, changing owners daily. Under such circumstances, some venues even closed down temporarily. Of course, this had no impact on Li Ran, he was not concerned. However, many women working in foot massage parlors and bars found themselves temporarily unemployed. The closure of these entertainment venues sparked dissatisfaction among many men who loved entertainment. One day, Li Ran received a complaint call from Chen Hao. "Damn it, I don't know what's going on lately with the entertainment venues in the Magic City. Several bars and nightclubs I frequently visit have closed down. I still have a lot of alcohol stored there." On the other end of the line, Chen Hao complained in dissatisfaction. Now he had nowhere to play at night, and felt extremely bored. Li Ran chuckled and said, "You should go out less at night recently. The Magic City is not very peaceful right now. You should have heard some news by now." Chen Hao instantly lowered his voice. I do know a bit. I heard that the underground forces in the Magic City are undergoing a new round of reshuffling. Recently, a new gang has emerged apparently called the Tianhu Gang, and they are gaining momentum. Listening to Chun Hao's gossiping tone, Li Ran felt somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, I know this matter much better than you do. Chun Hao is still trying to show off to me, probably unaware that I have seen the plot. Li Ran was quite clear about these things. In fact, when Uncle Fu informed him about the reshuffling of the underground forces in the Magic City, Li Ran had already guessed it was Lin Ming's doing. Although the Nightingale squad was captured by Lu Xinyan, it was evident that Lin Ming had likely called people over from abroad again. According to the plot, Lin Ming was currently in the stage of conquering the underground gangs in the Magic City. Noticing that Li Ran was uninterested in gossiping, Chun Hao quickly asked, Li Xiao, is there any entertainment project recently? Li Ran chuckled, how about coming over to play some ball with me? Play ball? Chun Hao reacted with some excitement, asking, is it a serious game? Li Ran. He chatted with Chun Hao for a while longer. After hanging up the phone, Li Ran thought for a moment and called Qin Yuechan. Xiaochan, are you out of class yet? Oh, nothing much. Just reminding you to come home early after class and not to run around. The Magic City is not very peaceful lately. If you encounter any troublemakers, call me immediately or mention my name. After reminding Qin Yuechan a few times, Li Ran hung up. Meanwhile, just after school, as Qin Yuechan was walking back to the orphanage, she ended the call. A sweet smile filled her face. Brother Li Ran is really so considerate. At that moment, a sudden sound of clashing swords and knives reached her ears. Seeing two groups of people fighting under the streetlight with machetes, Qin Yuechan smiled and walked over. Which gang are you from? Qin Yuechan quietly observed for a while, and once the dust settled and a victor emerged, she finally spoke up. Just after being reminded by Li Ran, Qin Yuechan recalled that in her previous life Lin Ming had a subordinate gang called the Tianhu Gang. The leader was called Night Owl. Although Qin Yuechan's target was the formidable figures like the Doomed Slayer and Fallen Angel under Lin Ming's command, she dismissed the likes of Night Owl as insignificant. However, she was more than happy to resolve some minor troubles for Li Ran in advance. At that moment, upon hearing the commotion, the gangsters turned their heads. A girl dressed in sportswear with a backpack stood nearby, curiously watching them. The leading tattooed man glanced at Qin Yuechan, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. However, he had a task at hand and was not in the mood to pay attention to her. Spitting on the ground, he cursed, what student are you? Don't you see we are busy here? Get lost. Qin Yuechan, however, did not get angry at all. She stepped forward slowly and calmly asked, I say, which gang are you from? The group of gangsters were taken aback for a moment, and the tattooed man squinted slightly. I'm from the Tianhu Gang, what's it to you? Oh, from the Tianhu Gang. Looking at these gangsters, Qin Yuechan raised the corner of her mouth and smiled lightly. The next second, she left an afterimage as she dashed into the crowd. The tattooed man only felt a flash before the girl suddenly disappeared. Startled, his face changed dramatically as he quickly tightened his grip on the machete. Before he could search for the girl's figure, he heard a voice beside him as fragrant as orchids. Are you looking for me? The tattooed man hurriedly turned around, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He saw a blurred leg shadow sweep past in front of him. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Next, Qin Yuechan moved like a ghost, slipping through the crowd of Tianhu Gang members. A series of impacts sounded, and following the tattooed man, the remaining gangsters fell one after another. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 gangsters were all lying on the ground wailing. A pair of petite sports shoes appeared in front of the tattooed man. Qin Yuechan, carrying her backpack, slowly squatted down. Now can you talk to me about your Tianhu Gang? The tattooed man glared fiercely at Qin Yuechan. You filthy bitch. Up. Before he could finish, the tattooed man screamed in pain. He saw a pink sports shoe stomp down violently on his wrist. Hearing the piercing noise in his ears, Qin Yuechan frowned slightly. Looking at the howling tattooed man, she calmly asked, tell me, who are the leaders of your Tianhu Gang? Damn you, my boss won't. With a crack, the tattooed man's other arm was also broken. The intense pain caused him to faint. Qin Yuechan walked towards the next gang member. Give me a list of your Tianhu Gang's core members. Also, when is your Tianhu Gang's next major move? The gang member's eyes were filled with terror. He'll tell you, will tell you. Qin Yuechan took out a pen and paper from her backpack and placed them in front of him. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuechan put away the pen and paper and left the place. Looking at the list she obtained, Qin Yuechan pondered slightly. Pulling out a pen, she crossed out some unimportant members' names, muttering to herself, the next major operation is on the night of the 5th day at the Yafei nightclub. The next day, the tattooed man reported to his superiors about how he and his companions were beaten by a female student in sportswear. Instead of garnering attention from the higher-ups of the Tianhu Gang, he was scolded by his own boss, a minor leader within the gang, who was trembling with anger. This fool. It was bad enough that a group of men was beaten by a female student, but he had the audacity to speak of it openly. The minor leader felt that the tattooed man had brought shame upon him. Not to mention that the current Tianhu Gang is no longer what it once was. Even in the past, they would never have regarded a student with any seriousness. As the Tianhu Gang expanded its territory, it also led to a swell of confidence among its members. Therefore, when the tattooed man spoke of this matter, all he received was ridicule from the gang members despite his insistence that the girl was exceptionally skilled and powerful. However, no one took this matter to heart. The Tianhu gang's momentum was unstoppable. Even the major gangs in Modu could not hinder them. What could a 15 or 16-year-old young girl do against the Tianhu gang? Moreover, the gang had several hundred members. No matter how skilled the girl might be, how many people could she actually defeat? In an apartment, classical music flowed gently in the background. Lin Ming sat on the sofa, legs crossed, humming a tune and tapping his rhythm, his face radiating with contentment. Having the Black Scorpion backing him made all the difference. Everything was proceeding according to Lin Ming's plan. Currently, among the underground gangs of Modu, the only one that had not clashed directly with the Tianhu gang was the Rose gang of the Black Rose. The other gangs trembled under the reputation of the Tianhu gang. Now the turmoil in Modus underground has gradually calmed, and the major gangs have begun to yield. The time when the Tianhu gang completely dominates the underground of Modu is not far off. As for the Black Rose, Night Owl had already sent word that he had arranged a meeting with the Black Rose in 5 days at the Yafei Night Club. Although Lin Ming could not attend the negotiations at the Yafei Night Club, he had already instructed that some concessions could be made to the Black Rose during the talks. After all, the Black Rose was a woman he had set his sights on. Lin Ming believed that granting her some favorable conditions would be acceptable. This could be an opportunity to win the favor of the Black Rose. Another reason for Lin Ming's delight was that his undercover agents placed in several major families had begun to yield results, successfully infiltrating the inner workings of those companies. Under the operations of Peter, an elite from Wall Street, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could take over these enterprises. Meanwhile, the funds invested by the Mu family were also rapidly increasing as their business prospered. At this moment, he poured himself a glass of red wine and leisurely savored it. Lin Ming couldn't help but marvel at how smoothly everything was progressing. So smoothly that he began to suspect someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, upon reflection, that was impossible. Just then a phone call came in. Lin Ming answered the phone. "Is this Lin Ming? This is Teacher Luo from the Music Academy. The International Music Exchange Festival is in 2 days. How is your piece coming along?" He almost forgot that the festival was approaching. Lin Ming planned to take some time to practice the piece in the next couple of days. Taking a sip of red wine, he replied, "Don't worry, Teacher Luo, I'll be fine." Meanwhile, at the Li family, Li Ran, who was soaking up the sun on the balcony, was called down by Li Lijian. "Change your clothes and come with me to the airport to pick someone up." Hearing this familiar line, Li Ran knew that the plot for the International Music Exchange Festival was beginning. He instantly got into character, feigning confusion. "Dad, who are we picking up? Who has such clout that you, the wealthy heir of Modu, need to pick them up personally?" Li Lijian kicked Li Ran back into the room, saying, "Hurry up, we'll talk on the way." After changing into a white suit, Li Ran got into the car behind Li Lijian. Additionally, Li Lijian had the driver bring out his luxurious Rolls-Royce to follow behind. The 2 cars headed toward Modu Airport. Inside the car, Li Lijian looked at Li Ran, who was lounging around, and said, "The person we are picking up is Prince William of the Eagle Kingdom. You better behave and not embarrass me in front of him." "Prince William?" Li Ran exclaimed in surprise. "Our family has such a connection with the Eagle Kingdom royal family." The Eagle Kingdom's royal family certainly held significant economic power and social status. If they were coming to Modu, government officials and the 10 great families would likely fight to host them. Of course, Li Ran knew that Li Lijian had long wanted to expand the Li family's business into Europe, which was why he was so cautious, hoping to establish a good relationship with Prince William and collaborate with the Eagle Kingdom royal family. The reason why Prince William was being hosted by the Li family was solely because Li Ran's sister Li Ruoxue was friends with Princess Elizabeth, Prince William's sister. Li Lijian hummed lightly, saying, "When I was young, your father also visited the Eagle Kingdom to meet Queen Elizabeth. With such connections, it's no wonder." Li Ran rolled his eyes at Li Lijian's shameless self-promotion. If it weren't for knowing the plot, he might have actually believed it. Without holding back, he immediately exposed the lie, leaving no face for Li Lijian. "Dad, have you met Queen Elizabeth? Is she beautiful? Do you have any photos?" Li Lijian suddenly stumbled over his words, his face slightly reddening, and he began to stutter. Seeing Li Ran eagerly anticipating the drama, Li Lijian simply gave up on pretending. "All right, let me be honest with you. Prince William is coming to Modu to participate in the Music Exchange Festival. Your sister has a good relationship with his sister, so we the Li family will be responsible for hosting him this time." Upon hearing this, Li Ran pouted. "Li Ruoxue, does she have that much clout?" Li Lijian raised his eyebrows, glaring at him. "How can you speak like that? Xiaoxue is your sister." Li Ran muttered under his breath, "Not by blood. Who knows what her intentions are?" Li Ruoxue was Li Ran's sister, although not by blood, but rather an adopted daughter of Li Lijian. She was also one of the female leads. According to the plot, Li Lijian adopted Li Ruoxue after discovering that Li Ran had wasted his potential. Li Ruoxue was exceptionally intelligent, which was why Li Lijian valued her. He hoped that when he grew old, Li Ruoxue could assist Li Ran in managing the Li family's business. Moreover, Li Ruoxue had never disappointed Li Lijian's expectations, consistently ranking first in her grade, achieving perfect scores as easily as eating or drinking. In business, she displayed an extraordinary talent. However, Li Ran had always looked down on Li Ruoxue, believing she was there to compete with him for the family fortune. After the Li family fell, he repeatedly rejected her and belittled her. Ultimately, this highly intelligent and beautiful woman was pushed to the side of the protagonist Lin Ming. In the second volume, during the commercial war between Lin Ming and Prince William, Li Ruoxue played a crucial role, employing strategies to mount a counterattack. She helped Lin Ming successfully overthrow Prince William and Lin Ming's senior brother Liu Tianfeng. By the way, Liu Tianfeng is the second major antagonist of this book, and his prestige is far greater than Li Ran's. In reality, Li Ran did not harbor much animosity towards Li Ruoxue. This is a plot requirement. In the author's design, whenever Li Ran hears the name Li Ruoxue, his face turns as if he has eaten a fly, and he often makes snide remarks. This serves to highlight that Li Ran is a narrow-minded and dark-hearted character. At the same time, it also showcases the broad-mindedness of the protagonist Lin Ming. Although Li Ruoxue is Li Ran's sister, Lin Ming, on the other hand, has accepted Li Ruoxue without holding grudges and has provided her with opportunities to showcase her talents. How broad-minded of him. Looking at Li Ran's expression, Li Lijian sighed. In any case, from now on you need to behave. Try to interact more with Prince William. It would be best if you could become friends. Li Ran nodded. Got it. Li Ran highly agreed with Li Lijian's statement. According to the plot, Prince William, who is also a green-hatted prince, shares a similar fate with him, both having their beloved women taken away by Lin Ming. They could find common ground in their shared misfortune. Thus it is likely that Prince William would indeed become friends with him. At the same time, after the first volume, he would exit the scene. At the airport in the Magic City shortly after Li Ran and Li Lijian arrived, other vehicles began to arrive one after another, all of which were luxury versions of Rolls-Royce. Soon after, the heads of several prominent families also emerged from their cars. At a glance, the parking lot was filled with luxury cars, the most modest being a government vehicle, merely a Mercedes, yet its license plate was quite special. After all, it was the royal family of the Eagle Nation. The reception standards were naturally high. Such a spectacle attracted the attention of many passers-by, and quite a few even stopped to take pictures. Soon a private jet arrived. As the door opened and Prince William appeared at the lift, several family heads, including Li Lijian, walked up, with Li Ran also in the crowd. Welcome, Prince William. Welcome, Miss Alice. As they looked at the man and woman with golden hair and blue eyes exuding an air of nobility, everyone eagerly greeted them. Prince William was slightly shorter than Li Ran, displaying a demeanor that was both gracious and polite, responding to the enthusiastic crowd with courtesy. Clearly he was accustomed to such occasions. Beside him, Alice was dressed in a full Lolita outfit, her golden curls tied into a simple ponytail, resembling a little princess from a fairy tale. With a height of barely 160 centimeters and a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, complemented by a pair of striking sapphire blue eyes, Li Ran couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. These foreigners certainly know how to have fun. If it were in the Dragon Country, at the very least someone would be facing criminal charges. Prince William's fiancée, who was only 15, was the daughter of a great duke in the Eagle Nation. The royal family had originally intended to win over the duke through marriage. Little did they know that during his visit to the Dragon Country, Prince William's fiancée was actually whisked away by someone else. Watching Prince William surrounded by admirers like a star amidst planets, Li Ran silently mourned for him for 2 minutes. This foolish child was unaware that he was about to be made a cuckold by Lin Ming. Then Li Ran noticed 2 men behind Alice and Prince William. Both were quite rotund, one being Caucasian, while the other appeared to be of Dragon Country descent. As for the Caucasian, Li Ran had a faint recollection. He seemed to be a Michelin-starred chef named John. Alice was quite the foodie, very picky about her food. Therefore, to cater to his fiancée, Prince William had gone to great lengths to bring along this Michelin-starred chef. Li Ran remembered that in his previous life, under Prince William's orders, he had kidnapped Alice. However, the woman had contemptuously dismissed the takeout she ordered, insisting that he bring John, the plump Caucasian chef, or she would go on a hunger strike. It was quite the ordeal for Li Ran. In the end, he had to reveal his trump card. With his exceptional culinary skills, he managed to persuade Alice to obediently admit that the cuisine of the Dragon Country was the best in the world, completing the kidnapping plot. At that moment, while Li Ran's gaze was fixed on the 2 rotund men, he did not notice Alice's beautiful sapphire blue eyes scanning the crowd. Upon spotting him, a flash of joy crossed her eyes, and she slyly smiled to herself. Little chef, I've found you. Li Ran was unaware that the rotund man of dragon descent next to John was also a top-tier chef. Since his rebirth, Alice had been longing for the food of the Dragon Country. To this end, she had specifically hired a chef capable of preparing Dragon Country dishes. However, even a top-tier chef could not replicate the flavors that Li Ran could create. Alice was not concerned about the kidnapping at all. She knew that Li Ran was merely putting on a show and would never harm her. At this moment, upon seeing Li Ran, all Alice could think about were the delicious dishes he had made. Slurp, the little girl felt her mouth watering. At this time, the heads of the various families had all introduced themselves to Prince William. Zhao Chen, the head of the Zhao family, was the first to speak. Prince, this is your first visit to the Magic City, right? Why not stay at my Zhao family's hotel? my son is very familiar with the Magic City and can show you around, allowing you to appreciate the sights here." As he spoke, a young man dressed neatly in a suit stepped forward behind Zhao Chun. Li Ran turned to look, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. This man was Zhao Zixin, the scion of the Zhao family. Although he looked presentable now, he was actually a playboy, and compared to Chuan Hao, who equally loved nightlife, Zhao Zixin was merely a pure-hearted virgin. This man was well-educated and handsome, truly a high-status handsome guy. He was indeed a scoundrel, particularly fond of young models and stars, with many young female celebrities in the Magic City having fallen prey to him, unable to voice their anger. However, Zhao Zixin did possess some business acumen. After Lin Ming subdued the Zhao family, Zhao Zixin became Lin Ming's #1 lackey. Yet Li Ran knew that this fellow would ultimately meet a miserable end. His audacity led him to target a star actress, and he ended up being drowned by Lin Ming. Speaking of which, Li Ran had several plots related to Zhao Zixin. With his hair slicked back with gel and impeccably styled, Zhao Zixin slightly bowed before Prince William, saying, "Prince William, we met at Jianxiao University in the Eagle Nation. I wonder if you still remember me." Prince William certainly did not remember someone like Zhao Zixin, but in this context he still nodded politely. Zhao Zixin's face lit up slightly. "Prince, since you are visiting the Magic City, why not let my Zhao family host you and ensure you have a great time?" At this, several family heads nearby secretly remarked on Zhao Qin's cunning, regretting not acting sooner. The royal family of the Eagle Nation is, after all, the largest aristocratic family in Europe, with substantial wealth and business interests across the continent. When it comes to capital, only top-tier syndicates like the Morgan Group and the Rothschild family could rival the Eagle Nation's royal family. At this moment, Li Ran felt a kick against his backside. Rubbing his rear, Li Ran shot a resentful glance at Li Lijian, who was unperturbed. "Dad, why the hurry? I'm just trying to help you show off a bit." According to the plot, Prince William was undoubtedly supposed to stay at his family's hotel, so Li Ran was not worried at all. Muttering a few complaints in his heart, Li Ran quickly stepped forward. "Prince, I am even more familiar with the Magic City. Why not stay at my Li family's hotel?" As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhao Zixin. This guy would later become Lin Ming's lackey, constantly trying to trip him up, ultimately leading to his disgrace. Although Li Ran could not move against Lin Ming, how could he miss this opportunity to undermine Lin Ming's lackey? For a moment, the atmosphere between the two had a hint of tension. However, this was not something Prince William needed to ponder. Before coming, Princess Elizabeth had already advised him to interact more with Li Ran. Prince William held a certain respect for his sister, even a bit of fear. He nodded at Li Lijian behind Li Ran, saying, "Then I will trouble Mr. Li." Li Lijian laughed heartily. "Not a trouble at all. Please follow me." Saying this, Li Lijian cast an appreciative glance at Li Ran and led the way. Prince William followed with his entourage. Zhao Zixin and his father watched as Li Ran and Prince William walked away, their expressions darkening. As Prince William got into the Li family's car, several clan heads shook their heads in lament. "I never expected Prince William to follow that old fox Li Lijian." While meeting Prince William and leaving a good impression is still worthwhile, this trip isn't in vain after all. That old fox is indeed one step ahead. The clan heads exchanged sympathetic glances at the Zhao father and son. Meanwhile, in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Prince William and Alice had different thoughts. In truth, Prince William had always been troubled by his fiancée Alice. He knew that Alice had a strong aversion to the arranged marriage set up by their families, which forced him to think of various ways to win her affection. Alice had a fondness for gourmet food, so Prince William sent his personal chef John to be by her side. Recently, he heard that Alice had suddenly developed an interest in the delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he spent a hefty sum to hire a top-notch chef from the Dragon Kingdom for her. It could be said that he was being exceptionally considerate. However, even so, Alice didn't seem very happy. When he invited her to the Dragon Kingdom, Prince William initially thought she would refuse. To his surprise, Alice agreed without him having to persuade her much. This was the most agreeable response Alice had given since he started pursuing her. Looking at Alice, who was dressed in a Lolita outfit and looked like a cute little princess, a glimmer of relief flashed in Prince William's eyes. He thought to himself, perhaps this trip to the Dragon Kingdom is a perfect opportunity to enhance the relationship between Alice and me. I must seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Alice, sitting next to Prince William, had her big eyes rolling around as she was thinking about something else. The little girl was biting her finger in distress, suddenly faced with a dilemma. How can I get Li Ran to willingly cook for me? Should I just tell him I know you can cook and it tastes pretty good? No, if I say that, he definitely won't admit it. Alice recalled her previous life. In her past life, she had acted spoiled and made a fuss, but Li Ran ignored her completely. If she hadn't gone on a hunger strike for 2 meals, he wouldn't have revealed his cooking secret and made meals for her. Thus, directly asking Li Ran to cook for her wouldn't work. At that moment, seeing Prince William next to her, Alice's eyes lit up slightly. Right, Li Ran seemed to be trying to please William. Moreover, when he was alone with her, he seemed afraid that William would misunderstand. Remembering how Li Ran had kidnapped her in her previous life, during which he had to video report to Prince William every day, Alice suddenly had an idea. Alice was very hostile to the marriage between the Duke and the royal family. Why couldn't she have a say in her own marriage? She didn't have any feelings for Prince William. However, that didn't prevent her from using Prince William to her advantage. As long as she mentioned William's name, it would surely make Li Ran obedient. At that moment in the vehicle ahead, Li Ran was still boasting to Li Lijian, patting his chest. Dad, you can rest assured. You know me, I'm the best at networking. In just a few days, I'm sure I'll become friends with Prince William. By then, just watch me secure a project from Prince William and bring glory to you. Li Lijian chuckled. If you can do that, I would trust you to manage the family business. That's what you said. Once I secure the project with the Eagle Kingdom's royal family, let me be the company boss. Li Ran was exuberantly playing along with the narrative, completely unaware that he was being schemed against. Li Lijian nodded with a smile. A promise is a promise. Although Li Lijian was aware of his son's naivety, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Accompanied by Prince William, Li Ran arrived at their 5-star luxury hotel. He arranged for Prince William's accommodation, and after advising Li Ran to spend more time building a rapport with the prince, he left. Despite Prince William's noble status, he was still a young man, and since the Li family and the Eagle Kingdom royal family had yet to finalize their cooperation, it was inappropriate for Li Lijian to engage too much with Prince William. The responsibility of establishing a relationship with the Eagle Kingdom's royal family fell on Li Ran. Next to Prince William's room, Li Ran also booked a room for himself to facilitate communication with the prince during this time. As time passed, dinner time quickly approached. Instead of sending a server to wake them, Li Ran personally knocked on each door. After all, he was the villain of the first volume, and Prince William was the villain of the second volume. Prince William had to maintain a certain level of prestige. For Li Ran, this was also akin to a handover of duties. There had to be a sense of ceremony. Prince William, dinner is ready. Miss Alice, dinner is ready. After ringing the doorbell, Li Ran waited outside. Alice was the first to come out. Upon seeing Li Ran, the little girl's eyes brightened and a glint of cunning flashed across her face. Just then, she had already come up with a plan to make Li Ran willingly become her personal chef. This time in the Dragon Kingdom, Alice had no intention of returning. She wanted Li Ran to cook delicious meals for her every day from now on. Once she grew plump and chubby from eating, she would see if Prince William would still dare to marry her. He'll go down first. Hearing the sound of Prince William opening his door, Alice said to Li Ran, then happily skipped into the elevator. Where's Alice? Upon opening the door, Prince William looked around and asked in confusion. He had clearly heard Alice's voice just a moment ago. How could she suddenly disappear? Li Ran honestly replied, Miss Alice couldn't wait and went down first. Prince William nodded. Let's go down too. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Ran, hesitating to say something. Li Ran, a bit puzzled, spoke up. If the prince has something to say, feel free to express it. Upon hearing this, Prince William cleared his throat and said, since young Master Li is so straightforward, I'll be direct. Do you know my sister? Li Ran awkwardly smiled. Why do you say that? Prince William stopped in his tracks, seriously saying, before coming here, my sister repeatedly urged me to get to know you better and become friends. So, I want to know, do you know my sister? What is your relationship with her? Princess Elizabeth. Are you kidding me? I don't know her at all. Looking at Prince William's serious expression, Li Ran was instantly dumbfounded.